You know what I mean? Audio's live. Hello, everyone. We are actually live, and we're not knowing what we're talking about. So it Electric gave us the most beautiful, intro ever, and none of you guys heard it. So we're totally sad about that. Electric, can you give that exact same thing you just did? Okay, exact
Yeah,
same. Every word.
yeah. Real quick rewind. So, welcome everyone to the Double Down Smash tournament in Las Vegas, where we've got some 16-star live time attack action for you today, featuring the top 3 record holders in the world: Green Sweegie with a ludicrous 1448, Slippery Nip with a 1450, and Ouija with a 1453, as well as some other top names like Tag 603 with a 1503, Trey Bordeaux with a 1512, Flixer 64 with a 1521, and Cheese, the reigning champion of GSA's 16-star league from Smash and Splash 2019, with a 1531. So we've got these players here to see who can get the best 16-star time live at this Smash tournament over these 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And you in chat actually have the ability to influence how much time they've got to get that best time, because we're raising money for Urban Arts, and if we raise $2,000 today, we'll extend their attempt timer by an hour today. So if you want them to have an extra hour to go ahead and get those 16-star attempts in, that's the way to do it. Go ahead and put those donations in. !charity if you'd like to read more about Urban Arts. They're an absolutely wonderful organization to work with, and speaking of wonderful people to work with, I mean, all of these runners just practicing right now, but what do you think we're going to see with attempts today, ALC? Like, especially at an in-person type event like this, because we've had a lot of live time attacks where these players are just kind of grinding away at home in their personal comfy setups. But, now we've got all these players together at this live event. What do you think it's going to be like on this first day trying to get used to these setups while trying to pull off some just ludicrous times? And I think we might have lost ALT one more time there, unfortunately. ALT having some mic issues, repeatedly pulling him away from the back. But it's interesting as a runner, like the little things that can affect your ability to focus and really play well on a given day. Like, and just being on an unfamiliar TV, you might think, oh, there might be like a millisecond of input delay. Who cares? But those little things can make little differences that just affect you mentally. When you expect a trick to work and it doesn't work, that just frustrates you. But then like have that happen 100 times in a row, and it puts you in this really unique mental funk sometimes. So definitely a lot of little mental blocks that these players may have to get over in this first day to start getting some of those really good pacers going. But some of these players have pulled off some just insane times that no one would have ever thought possible a few years ago on a consistent basis. Like I can't tell you how amazed I was the first time I saw anyone get below like a 10-1x HMC exit, and then it's just child's play at this point for pretty much anyone on this board. So um, really looking forward to all the runs we're going to be seeing today once we have these runners get started. And we've got it's interesting too seeing all the different things that players decide to practice beforehand. We've got a lot of players messing around with Sky for a while, but Ouija going ahead and showing off the C up slide down in HMC. One of those tricks that there are some ways to fail it where you won't lose your run, but it's really good to have that practice on it to make sure you get all the possible time save from it. And we'll be getting started in just a few minutes here. And so for those who haven't seen one of these live time attacks before, the way that this competition works is these runners will have all of today, tomorrow, and Sunday for a few hours each day to do as many attempts as they want to. And whoever has the best time scored during those windows will win the competition. So it's sort of like just normal PB attempts where, you have as many resets as you want during that time window. But, if you don't get that 14 or whatever optimal time you're going for during this session, you may end up in last place just because you haven't set a good time on the board. So there is that little bit of tension every run that, you do want to try to continue something decent out, but once you've made enough mistakes, obviously you want to just go ahead and get on a new attempt. And with a category as short as 16 star, especially on the first 2 days, you're not really going to be expecting to see too many really bad attempts continue. We'll be getting started in just a moment here. Got multiple players on file select. Trey Bordeaux with the Dark World practice just to finish things out. Ouija showing off the forbidden trick. Not going to see too many SBLJs during this weekend, unfortunately. I mean, who knows? These runners get whatever they want to do during all of these time windows. So if someone wants to just decompress with a 1-star or 0-star run, there's nothing stopping them from doing that. It won't really do much for their leaderboard standings here. Yeah, so the
Hello.
stream is, and we have a co-commentary now. Hello, Collins. How are you
What?
doing today?
Not too bad. How's it been, man?
It's been good.
I'm
Just
excited. This is a good one. This will be fun. I
yeah,
mean,
we've got some like just it's a really good crowd. Like I think all of these lifetime attacks have had a really good set of runners, but among especially like the top five, I really have no idea how things are going to shake out.
yeah, we kind of got the who's who of 16 star, at least from the North America side. So I don't know. It'll be pretty fun to watch here. I don't know. I think it's really interesting that we have like top 16 runners, obviously, and then we have cheese and cheese thrown into the mix here, so you never can count cheese out of of a live event. I mean, are we going to see a 14 out of him? I'm not really sure, but I'm kind of curious to see how he does. Like I said, you can never really count him out.
Yeah, and I remember personally back at Smash and Splash 2019, like I was really shocked that he was able to pull out that win over Aki because I mean Aki I don't think had gotten the 14 quite yet, might have just come off the 14, but like it was like Aki was the 16-star specialist, like no one could touch Aki, and then all of a sudden Cheese beats him at a live event in like a best of 3 or best of 5. It was such a crazy result. So I mean, I'm going into this with that same sort of thing in mind, where like I wouldn't think Cheese would pull out like a crazy time like a 14, but you never know. Like, who even knows?
Yeah, I think the thing about Cheese is he kind of just has the clutch gene and also the anime level plot armor,
Yeah,
as Punkei would say. Just has this knack, this ability to just kind of come out of nowhere with some insane runs. But yeah, like you were saying, I remember that the Aki race specifically, that series, and it was incredible. I mean, to have taken who at the time was the best in the world and just kind of done what Cheese did is just something else. So pretty cool. I'm hoping we get started here soon. I think we're running on a little bit of a delay here. Um, did I hear it was like 20 minutes, or am I mistaken?
something like that. I'm not exactly sure. We had some issues with for all those in chat. You have to keep in mind that like the runners are in person, but the commentary and the restreaming is all happening remotely. So there's a lot of logistic stuff happening. There were a few kinks in the pipe work that had to be worked out, but we should be getting started. It looks like we are having the full go now, and we're finally getting started. So I guess about an hour late on this one.
Yeah, exciting. Everyone's starting at the same time. Wondering if we're gonna kind of kick it off here with a no reset from everybody. I know that that's what a lot of runners choose to do in these LTA type events. So maybe get to see a little bit of a race here between the top 16 guys. Should be very, very interesting. I'm excited.
If I had to guess, I would think that we're probably going to get at least one or two resets if we see people have some like really really bad wumps. But here's hoping for that no reset energy too.
Hearing that
And
there's some crackling in the microphone. Is that on my end, perhaps? I haven't heard anything from the restreamers, but I'll try to make some adjustments here on my end. Okay.
We've got perfect Lakitu skips on all sides.
Yep.
You love to see it. The best way to start out a 16-star race as we move on into LBLJs. And Ouija's getting a 119. Like, it's just...
Yeah.
There's no discussion there.
It's just incredible how quick he is. And for Ouija, that was actually a little bit slow, 120 on the dot. But for anybody else that plays this game, just wow. And Flixer talking to the door, but went ahead anyway and decided to pause buffer, change the angle there, and get into the Dark World entrance pretty incredibly here. And looks like we're kicking it off with Suki Streamer Cycle coming in from Ouija. And looks like Flixer's going to be going with a comfy Zai here. Didn't see what Suigi did, but if I had to take a guess, probably Suki.
Oh, yeah, like, beautiful Suki there.
Just incredible how early. Oh, it was too early. I'm not really sure if that was he was early to the Zaya movement there and just kind of mistimed it, or if that actually was that early.
Oh,
cycle.
Ouija pulling off a clean double firsties, but then just messing up the triple jump and sliding back down. Like, after all that optimal gameplay, having to lose like 4 seconds to that on the end, just so frustrating.
You know, but the thing about this type of event, right, is that you're not going for a PB necessarily. I mean, sure, if you get one, it's great, whatever. You know, world record probably if you're Ouija, and he gets some Bowser dance, first one of the day. Wow, what are the chances of that?
Beautiful spin there, taking full advantage of the dance.
Yeah, absolutely. But like I was saying, you don't necessarily need to get a PB at these events, right? Like you just got to get the best time. Now, in order to stay competitive, yeah, you want to play as close to your PB as possible. Ouija exiting Dark World, you know, +4, 5, whatever he is at right now, not the end of the world. I mean, it's the first run of the day. We're here for a while, so we'll kind of see how this one kicks off. You know, maybe just get a little no reset done. And unfortunately, Trey Bordeaux taking a death there. Maybe he smoked a little bit too much of that Bordeaux pack for the runs.
All the runners together in person, so you better hope you would have shared in that case.
Smoking on
I'm
that
missing the
Bordeaux
red,
pack.
but having a lot of bad luck with Dark World, it seems, on these first attempts.
I mean, that's to be expected, right?
Yeah, I mean, Dark World never plays nice, and especially if, you know, you just still aren't quite used to the competition setup, because I don't think these players are on their own TVs or anything like that. I don't know of anyone that would be extra enough to bring their own monitor from home.
Yeah, I don't think so, honestly. I think that if I've heard correctly, they are different setups for everybody. I know they're using a retro. Oh, no, that was maybe ESA that I was thinking of. Maybe, but yeah, I know for a fact they're not using their own setup right now. So that's something you have to consider as well. Is Ouija there going to be missing the Salt class, unfortunately?
Yeah, and it is nice that these players aren't having to go for OG, but Salt is definitely going to be a common visual of, oh, okay, miss Salt reset. That's going to be such a common visual throughout this event. Ouija goes on back for texture there.
Fortunate miss for Cheese there on the double jump Alice. You have to think Cheese is at a little bit of a disadvantage for this event, not only because 16 star isn't his game, but he hasn't been doing some of these, you know, optimizations. He hasn't been implementing them into 120 runs too much. Now, obviously, he does double jump Alice sometimes in runs, and he'll do Salt class and everything, but doesn't have as much experience, you know, being a 120 player as some of these other guys would have. You know, like Slippery Nip and Ouija, and well, literally all these guys except for Cheese, really.
Yeah, exactly right. And a lot of those optimizations, like it takes a really long time to develop that true consistency at them, but those little time saves really do add up.
Oh, for sure.
Especially in a category this short. And like runners like Green Sweegie or Slippery Nip that have been doing these like really, really optimal strats for these stars like for years at this point, not even just months. Like it's just second nature to them. But she's going up against that. It's a very big like skill mountain to have to climb up,
Oop.
even though it doesn't look like much because it's like double jump Alice only like a third or half a second faster than triple jump Alice. But getting it as consistent as you would have triple jump Alice for a lot of players can be difficult.
Looks like we saw a save and quit out of Slippery Nip there, but he's going to continue. Very interesting play there. Zuigi grabs the Fly Guy list, I believe.
I think
So
before that, save and quit, Slip's run was like kind of the least damaged compared to a traditional PB attempt.
Yep, absolutely. And I just got to say, Slippery Nip looks like a true anime villain on the screen there. Got the black mask that matches the hair, like looking good.
I feel like the headphone choice also kind of says a lot about the players too.
Oh,
Like
and
something
unfortunately,
about Ouija with those DT770s, just like it exudes that like professional energy.
yeah, you kind of know. Yeah, Flip really does have the sick posture, and who's to say that it's not a big part of how you perform, right? You got to have good posture when you're playing the game, or else your longevity just, especially in events like this, right, where you're playing for hours and hours and hours,
Like yeah,
not
exactly.
gonna last.
Yeah, you start getting that back pain, like you're not going to be focusing on strats anymore,
Oh,
and
for
like
sure.
the only way you're going to be able to play for hours with just any kind of seated position is if with that good posture, like you said.
Yeah, luckily most of these guys are under the age of 20, so their joints are like, made of rubber.
It
So,
doesn't matter what you do, just shrimp posture all day doesn't matter.
yeah, exactly. And then they'll turn like 20, 23, 24, and then it just starts to go downhill. But hey, all good. That's why Slip has to have the posture, right? Isn't he like 25, 26 or something?
I think so, yeah. It might just be the facial hair that kind of makes him seem a little bit more wise. I don't even want to say older, but like just more stately, so to
Yeah,
speak.
yeah, definitely.
Like the Abraham Lincoln of Mario speedrunning.
But I think if I can recall, as of right now, oh, unfortunately, Slip going to be missing, going for the lava boost there, but it's a little bit off on the spacing, or not necessarily the spacing, but the angle there. It touched the lava a bit early, but super, super easy backup there.
Yeah, not losing very much time at all. Like really not putting much of a dent in this run.
Mm-hmm.
And yet another saving quit. Just something.
You know
Must be
what?
something about like.
It's the input delay. It has to be, right? Or a difference in input delay, I should say, because um, from what I can tell, Slip isn't using the menu glitch right now, so he has to actually manually move the stick down, right, to select the don't save and continue option. Is that, as we all know, that does save time, and maybe he's just not quite used to this level of input delay, or maybe it's a little bit maybe it's a little bit delayed, and he's used to being able to kind of navigate the menu a little bit more quickly, a little easier, and it's just kind of screwing him up a little bit, because that's not a very common mistake for
Exactly.
Slippery Nip to make here.
And it is more common on Horis too, just because of the slight snapback that Horis can sometimes have. And so I halfway wonder if like maybe he's just sitting in a different chair, and like that difference in position might somehow, like the way he's flicking the stick for the saving continue. Like there are a lot of just little things that could affect that, and you never know.
And I don't know if we're playing on Retro Tank or CRT. The answer could be both. Retro Tank and CRT. Not that it's, it is possible to do both at the same time. Fairly certain we're playing on CRT here. Someone that's restreaming the event or help coordinate the event would be better suited to answer that question than I would. But if I had to take a guess, I think we're keeping it rice and beans here with the CRT. Want to mess anybody up too bad.
Yeah, and thankfully, like once you've played on an LCD setup for long enough, that it does have a pretty comparable feel, but it's just like getting used to that very slight difference at first. That's the hard part.
See, and the thing is, and here's the C up slide there from Slippery Nip.
Beautiful stuff.
Nice ending there. Going to be a little bit, what's seeming like a little bit off of an off angle. He wasn't quite trusting of the dive rollout at the end there, but nicely done there by Slippery Nip.
Yeah, certainly could have lost way, way more time without that like off-angled speed kick.
I've recently, I shouldn't say recently, but the past, maybe 2 months or so, I've noticed that they started to take this new um, kind of ending route in a way for Rolling Rocks, where they kind of cut across to the right a little bit. It's a little bit tighter and kind of RNG dependent on where the boulder's at, but does seem to be a bit faster.
And I think the only real difficulty there is in like trying to get a really good angle if you were trying to dive right from the wall kick into the star like that. But like Slip in that case just kind of waited until after he landed on the platform to change his angle a bit to jump in the star. Just a lot of like subtle stuff. That star like the boulder RNG affects so much in like how exactly you actually get to approach the ending. Because like the way that people used to kind of do it with the like going left around the boulders, if you had a boulder approaching you towards the left at all, like you'd end up losing probably like 2 or so seconds just trying to do some kind of backup movement while getting around the boulder.
Honestly, speaking of the the CRT retro tank kind of uh, thing that we're questioning here is, I personally, when I used to play this game, I did both. I played it both on CRT, and then I actually switched and I started playing on a computer monitor with the retro tank. And I gotta say, I know that people like Ouija, GTM, I think, maybe a couple other runners have tried both and said that they do notice a slight difference. I personally did not notice a difference whatsoever. Um, but then again, at the level they're playing at, I'm sure that anything even minuscule is gonna make a difference in their ability, right? So I don't know. We'll have to see, but it could be something that we have to take into consideration. Who's able to adjust the most quickly, right?
Yeah, exactly right. And I've played on both. It's been a very long time since I've played on CRT, but especially when I've made minor changes to my LCD setup, like it's stuff where it's not like you could tell the two apart like side by side in like an ABX test, but like over time you'll notice like really subtle things. Like I would notice on more input delay setups I'd have a really hard time with side hop getting the triple jump out, and it was because like with a lot of input delay I was having to really anticipate the triple jump input, and it's such a narrow frame window for that input in the first place. But when I would reduce the input delay pretty significantly and I wasn't having to anticipate that input as much to make it work, it would work a lot more consistently, and like every little precise input would kind of be like that. But it's something where like if you sat me down in front of two setups and asked me like which one has more input delay, I'd probably get it wrong half the time. But if I played on both setups for like a week at a time each, I could eventually tell you like, okay, this one I performed worse at these different tricks, and I think it's because there's more input delay.
Sure.
But it's the same thing as like audio equipment. Like you have your audio files that swear that like the cables sound different, but you have to sit with the cables for a month to tell the difference.
Right.
That kind of stuff.
Let's see. Looks like we have EG still in front here. Lots of mistakes going around, but it is the first run of the day. We do have to take that into consideration here.
And it's pretty sweet to see everyone really commit to the no reset, because at any LTA where everyone's just playing from their own homes, I feel like people want to commit to a no reset to start, but then end up just kind of, half the player field will reset after a bad womps and then everything else. But I feel like being an in-person event that, being that it's kind of an in-person race kind of helped motivate some of these players to just keep going.
Yeah, unfortunately, Trey had to reset. He took a game over in Dark World to start it off, but so it goes. And then, I mean, honestly, are we really super surprised that Ouija is ahead here? Tag not super far behind, but I mean, Ouija's just seems to be incredibly consistent, and just regardless of mistakes, just really fast at the other stuff. So, oh, he's gonna go for the ending here.
Oh man.
So clean.
Well, like those pro sky endings just absolutely floor me. Like if this stage was Dark World instead, I could understand movement like that. But having to do that sort of movement right on the end of a 16-star run is just such a ludicrous demand to put on oneself.
Right. And it just goes to show why, he's one of the best.
Exactly right there. We'll go
There's
ahead
two
and
throws for
get a
Ouija.
clean fight here. Oh, a little bit too far to the right. I think, yeah, that is going to be a miss, unfortunately.
And that'll just ruin the 16, or the 15 there for Ouija. But, you know, not a terrible start, lots of mistakes, and still getting a pretty solid time, so can't complain. And he's going to go ahead and you know, take first place here, as he already does, obviously.
Then we got Green Sweegie just behind with going to be a really nice low 16. I spoke a little bit too soon there. Slight miss on the final throw. Going to elevate that to like a 16-3x. We got Tag with a 16-10, just slipping right by. As Flixer is also trying to pull out of a 16, but probably going to end up being a low 17 there. As Slip is also going to go ahead and finish out a high 16 there. So we're getting some pretty good times on the board, starting out with some 16s. I'm sure most of these players are going to have 15s by the end of the day. But it's just still nice to see these pretty decent, consistent results after just one little run through here.
I'd be personally shocked if we didn't see most with the 15, if not all with the 15 at the end of the end of the day here. Oh, cheese. Taking the frame zero wall kick. Bonk. Fortunate. And looks like he's just going to go for the sky and the Reds movement, maybe.
It's the movement he knows.
Oh, no, he's going to go back. He just wanted the red coin for some health, it seems.
Nice moving right side. And was also going to go for that same movement Ouija was. Jeez.
I didn't even know Cheese knew that movement.
I thought I had seen Cheese like messing with a few strats like that, but I really wasn't expecting him to start going for that stuff in runs anytime soon.
Right. Well, it's a nice start. Definitely a nice start for a couple of these guys. Ouija, 16-10. Tag. I think Tag had what, a 2 or 3x maybe?
Let's see, Tag's got a 16-10, it looks like, unless the...
Oh, you know what? You're totally right. He does have a 16-10, and then it's Ouija that has a 3x or so. 2x?
Or they may both, actually. I didn't see what Ouija's exact final time was, but I know it was like the low 16.
Yeah, yeah. It's lots of keep track of, you know.
Oh, yeah.
We have 6, well, oh my goodness, 6? Yeah, 6 people here. 7.
Yeah, so Ouija was a 1605. That was Ouija's first attempt. There we go. And she's finishing out. Just needs to get a couple throws. Oh, looks like Cheese is just going to go ahead and possibly just call it and reset.
Like seems like some people are gonna take a, you know, really short break here after finishing their first run.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to hit the grindstone too hard on day one. You know, save some of your Womps reset energy for the next couple of days.
All right. While we're kind of just chilling here, go ahead and hit ! charity in the chat here. Want to support Urban Arts? They're underprivileged aspiring game designers. Hitting $2,000 today will extend the stream by 1 hour. So if you'd like to see an extra hour of Mario gameplay, then you know, go ahead and donate.
Yep, and that link gives a lot of information about them. They've also got another short link. But they're a really great organization. They offer a multi-year college prep program for underprivileged students in New York specifically, teaching them both the arts and technology of video game design. And they do all sorts of work helping them prepare for college and careers in tech gaming generally. And they serve so many students of diverse backgrounds. 90% of their students come from low-income neighborhoods. More than 90% are BIPOC, and 100% end up graduating and going to college, compared to about 50% of just like the average rate for that age group. So definitely check them out if you're interested in donating. And like Mike O'Com said, if we raise $2,000 for them today, we'll be extending the runner's session by an hour or so. If you want to see yet another hour of Mario action. We got Trey finishing out a run here. I think this is still possibly 16 pace with a really good sky. It's going to be kind of tight, but...
Bordo's on that BLJ pack right now. Little speed.
And get on that BLJ pack too hard, you'll get Mario in your walls. Let's see, we got Tag going ahead and starting some more attempts here. And Flixer also on going ahead and getting started with more resets. We got Ouija going ahead and getting on the reset grind too, so definitely got some runs to watch.
All these runners are on Nintendo 64.
And we'll see Bordeaux finish this one out. As we got the other players getting started with their attempts. Flixer getting a nice salt cannonless there. I think that was the first attempt.
For the double jump Alice too. Looks like Flixer's doing okay here. A little bit of red on the blitz, but probably not super far behind. We will see in just 1 star where he is approximately at.
Bordeaux 1 throw away from finishing out this attempt. And that's going to be GG's for Trey. Going to go ahead and put on a nice low 17 on the board. Now let's go ahead and try to get Flixer up on the main screen here to see how this run goes now that he's moving on down to basement. Just got to work on through SSL first, of course. And I think going back to like our input delay discussion, I feel like pillarless is like the first trick where you would see issues with input delay differences. Like that's the first thing that you got to start messing around with. Like, okay, how do I need to adjust my bomb grab timing? And Flixer not having any issues getting that big bomb grab on this attempt. And let's see if Flixer ends up going for fly guyless. I'm not expecting that. I mean, you would think he'd go for it first if he was, but you never know.
I think we have some donations here, if I may. I don't know if we went over these ones earlier, but we have Sparky with a donation of $20. Thank you so much. No message there. And another donation of $10 from Fred Mug. Again, no message there. And now we have a top donor of $40, Hexadice. Thank you so much. And Hexadice says, the streets watch Trey Bordeaux. And I agree. Thanks, Hexadice.
The donations speak the truth. I mean, it's a known fact. Donations are just inherently more factual. That's if anyone tells you otherwise, they're just incorrect.
You do have to consider too that Trey has a kind of a bit of an advantage here. He has a horde of shadow people with him that will be appearing in the other runner's vision periodically throughout the day. Can kind of mess up their runs, maybe.
Yeah, and that sort of contact with the Beyond Realm might seem like an unfair advantage, but you do have to keep in mind that Trey has to live with this curse throughout all of his daily life as well, so this is merely a consolation prize.
Exactly.
GSA broadcasts are not brought to you in any way, shape, or form by the Shadow People.
My walls. All right, Flixer, gonna finish up the side hop here. Only +5. Not too bad for this run here. Comparing against a 15-21, mind you. So, excellent stuff.
And a pretty interesting camera angle that Flixer ended side hop with there. I've seen so many players take so many different approaches to that trick. It's been kind of fascinating.
Yeah, I've noticed that actually a lot of runners are doing that lag reduction with the camera where they can actually just hold. It should be up notch, I think. Once they reverse the camera, they go into like some sort of Mario cam. I don't know, it's a pretty interesting method for sure, but it seems to be semi-recent from what I could tell.
And Flixer really just playing comfy here, going for elevator tour instead of lava boost.
Only saves a second, right? So it's like,
yeah, like very little, and you got to like do pro boost and a pretty tough ending in order to save that second at all.
yeah, so it's kind of just like, you're at this event, first few runs of the day, you're on a pretty decent one. Why not just, try to get back on the board there? Right now he has a 17-20, so hey, maybe I can get it the first 15 of the day and start to kind of, maintain some sort of dominance, hopefully, if you're a Flixer fan, with that first 15, and I don't know, we'll see how it goes. I mean, I feel like a lot of this has to do with momentum too, right? You get a really good run on the board and you're feeling confident and comfortable in your gameplay, and I think it definitely pays dividends when it comes to your ability and your performance that day, I should say.
Exactly right. Yeah, but once you've started getting a few solid attempts, that lets you tell yourself in all your next attempts, like I've already gotten a good game today. If I start playing really badly, if I start making dumb mistakes, you're able to brush it off so much easier and just tell yourself like, okay, I may have failed, plus like 3 times in a row, but I did get this 15-20 earlier or this 15-30 earlier. Like I'm not playing all bad today. And that's the thing that sometimes just gets in your head. Like, if you just make a bunch of mistakes and you haven't done anything right that day, like, you just start getting in your head, like, today's just a bad gameplay day. I'm just playing bad today. And it's so hard to get that out of your head. But once you've done one thing right-ish, like, you get to tell yourself, like, okay, I can't let myself just talk negatively to myself all day. Like, I've done this thing right.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just that this game is so mental. Like as someone that watched this game for a long time before I actually ran it, the biggest thing I could emphasize to anyone that doesn't run this game is like just how much mental block stuff there is. Like it's really half of the competition is with yourself and just convincing yourself that I can actually get through this whole game and not make like 50 million mistakes. And Flixer finishing up a pretty decent HMC, a 10-18 exit, nothing to scoff at all. I still can't believe, like,
definitely comfy pace where you're able to just kind of autopilot and hope for a good ending.
Yeah, you're not having to push for like the door frame punch, or like you're not having to go for a front sub for a good time.
Oh, unfortunate there. Just pop the door, I should say, and kind of unfortunate, but and now he clips through the door. Angle was a little bit too far to the right there, or excuse me, facing a little too upright, I should have said, but that one's good.
Yeah, the camera angle really can kind of mess with you there. And, like, learning how to manipulate the camera quickly and accurately in front of that door is like so crucial to getting that trick consistent.
Oh, and he bonked
right on the frame.
That's
And
one of
you
those
could,
mistakes that just kind of like, ugh,
yeah, you could see the eye roll.
yeah.
And we've also got Tag on a pretty alright pacer too. Let's see what the HMC exit ends up being, but looks like we're gonna end with it's like a 27. Not bad. And Flixer, a little bit of damage to this run, but that's okay. Still on, like, I think this is definitely still 15 pace. Just needs a pretty solid ending. We got Tag 609 going in for Mips clip. Does get the wooden door clip clean. So going to be a little bit ahead of Flixer's pace there. Trying for the glitchy kick, but not quite getting through with that. Not losing too much time, though.
So it's because of how far away they are, at least on my screen here. But Tag with the, especially with the mask, looks a lot like Cheese to me. So I've been getting them kind of confused periodically. Although I do think Cheese has blue hair now, if I remember. But yeah, I keep messing that up. I don't know why.
See, each time I see Tag's webcam, I keep thinking it's Benji. For some
Yeah, I
reason.
could totally see Benji too.
And then as chat's pointing out, the font makes it look kind of like it's Tag09 instead of Tag 609.
I for just for a quick second here, I had like a lapse in just kind of IQ. I was like, wait, Tago's doing this? And I was like, no, it's Tag. Yeah, Tag has been crazy lately, just on a tear.
Yeah, like that recent PB that I remember seeing on Twitter, it was just like I hadn't remembered seeing their name too often before, and it's just seeing anyone with a 150X is like just who is this player? Like why haven't I heard their name before yet? Amp just in the worst possible spot there. Almost had a good ultimate there. The ledge grab too. Just
BLJs. Nice catch there from Flixer. Not super optimal, but
staircase.
Ooh, there we go.
All right, a pretty decent catch on the endless too. Beautiful ledge grab cancel. It's been incredible too to see BLJs go from this sort of like, let me just do it ish and hope that the game gives me something workable for a PB, to like players like Sweegie practicing them probably more than the rest of the game itself, and developing them into just a science.
And you have to get an immediate catch.
Like it's just insane. Like
yeah, or else
like
the run's
even
over.
getting an immediate catch isn't enough. Like you have to make sure you maintain your speed the right way. Like and then just all this other like just it's crazy.
But that Goomba was not in an amazing spot, but Flixer managed to deal with it okay. Alright, so we're still in 15 pace, barely. He does really quick throws.
It's going to take a good fight, but it is possible. Not quite a kind of throws required. That's going to be one.
There's one. Flixer, I mean, he works really well under pressure. He's a really seasoned tournament veteran. This might hit. Oh, come on. That's silly.
Yeah, it's...
Sometimes,
why
like,
does this stage have to be this big?
Oh, that one's gonna... Oh, see it? Okay. I was just gonna say, sometimes they look like they should hit and they don't, and sometimes they miss when they look like they shouldn't. And yeah, so Flixer is gonna just barely miss the 15 here, but we will see probably him taking first place here. Are they 16:02? Yep, excellent.
GG's. Well-deserved first place after that run. But may not be holding first for that long, considering Tag is just about to enter the pipe and still is on 15 pace. So we'll see if Tag gets lucky with the bomb hitboxes. We've also got Slip in the basement continuing an attempt, so this will be interesting to keep an eye on as well. If we could go ahead and get Tag on the main screen for this fight. That's going to be one throw. And 2 throws here for Tag. Oh, frames too early, but still has a chance at the 15, I think. Just
Yeah,
make
he's
it really
definitely got time here.
There it is.
Yeah, there we go. Nicely done by Tag. General rule of thumb for me is if they're hitting the final bomb 4, 15, 44, or 5, they're gonna get the minute mark that they need to or that they want, obviously. But nicely done there by Tag with a 15:47. Replacing Flixer is the first place.
Yeah, Flixer's
run.
first place for about a minute or so, but
Yep.
the first 15 of the day straight from Tag 609, or from Tag 09 as chat likes to say. The well-deserved water break. It's so interesting how like the top of someone's face can look like someone else's face with the mask on, but then like as soon as someone pulls the mask down, you can immediately go, oh, okay, that's a different person.
Tag's kind of a Chad.
It definitely got that same kind of energy as a Slippery Nip, that Chad energy.
Yeah. Got the hard part.
Oh, and we'll be going on a few minutes of a break, but we'll be right back. So stick around, folks. we're back. We've
Wow.
got some players still sitting around in the intro lobby area, as is tradition in 16 star. About 90% of any 16 star stream is Wumps, of course.
Oh yeah, for sure. But glad to be back. He got tagged going on another run here. Slip's on a run as well. So very curious to see this one's gonna finish out for Slip.
Did anyone else see Cheese with that red at the end of Dark World there? Like he almost fell off the 6th red platform and had to do like 2 full circles to circle back for the red. It was kind of a nutty backup.
Now who's sitting next to Cheese? Does anybody know? Is it
Because
Milo?
I don't think it's one of the other runners. I'm sure chat's investigative skills will figure it out. Let's go ahead and put Slip on the main screen since I'm not sure what exact pace Slip is on, but looks like we're about to see at least some kind of sky. Certainly on pace for an event PB at least. Not quite. Oh, last chance catch. There we go.
Milo's roommate, Steph. Understood. Hello, Steph. See how this BLJ goes for Slip?
And not quite getting the first catch there. There we go.
Take it.
At least still getting the ledge grab. That, like, I cannot believe players have that consistently. Like, managing to not just get into the hole and get the ledge grab consistently, but then, like, doing that Z cancel so quickly. Like, you can tell that, like, the player knows that they're going to get the ledge grab at that specific time and, like, is kind of anticipating the Z press. They're not reacting to seeing a ledge grab.
Oh, you got somebody's mouse on the screen.
So many runners with that kind of stream quality. I love any runner where someone will point out that they've got their mouse over their splits and they just go okay.
Yeah, or they'll make their mouse cursor like bigger.
Yeah, I think BYB does that. I think I've seen them
It's
do that.
so funny. I love it. It's like, hey, I don't like the way that you're doing your own stream. Thanks. Thanks for the input. Oh, that one's gonna miss.
Going on in for a second attempt on this throw. And that one's gonna hit.
Well,
We got
looks
one
like
more
Slip
coming out.
is. Oh, that one's
a little
gonna
bit
be
of a short hop. Yeah, and that's Bowser's just gonna have to. You can tell that the game isn't really made for Bowser to fall off in that situation because the gravity just didn't quite look right there.
Yeah. It's like cartoon physics where it's
like,
whoa, whoa.
Yeah, like Wile E. Coyote, the ground falls out and he looks down.
Yeah. All right, nice enough by Slip there. Gonna be getting a 16-15 approximately, so a bit better.
You can go ahead and leapfrog over Sweegie for now on the leaderboard, but I feel like Sweegie in these sorts of events is always like Sweegie has a really high time for a while and then suddenly just 14:55.
Yeah.
Or just some other like just statement time.
Yeah, you kind of expect that out of Ouija too. Ouija doesn't really take anything less than a perfect run. So one of those things where he definitely, it'll look like he's almost out of it or he's not doing, super well. And then he'll kind of just come out of nowhere with a really good time.
Yeah, and it's like while his time stays so high on the leaderboard, he'll end up getting like 3 or 4 like 10:01 HMC exits or some like crazy exits, and then like so many runs will get to the late game on just ludicrous pace, but just one little mistake in sky, and it's in part because like Ouija will get those paces and still go for task long jump and other just ludicrous strats. But like it's because once everything does pay off, you just get those times that everyone else in the community just kind of looks at and is like, why am I even playing this game? Like, let's go ahead and I guess get let's see, I know we can do like a 3 focus layout.
Sweegie with the different ending movement there.
What do they call that
again? Yeah, the salt flip. Yeah, is that what we're calling it?
Yeah, I remember that's what people were calling it back whenever people were like doing Dark World single star attempts with it. Because that was like one of the first like Salt and Ginger strats around whenever like Salt Cannonless came around. Because I remember Lunar Jump grinding the hell out of that strat, and that was like I remember thinking back then like this is really cool to see in single star, but surely no one's ever gonna do this in runs because
Yeah.
But here we are with Sweegie. When I've seen Sweegie do attempts, I think that's just like his normal movement there.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. And we're just we're in a different era right now, right? Like I think that it was very distinctively there's two very distinctive, well there's been a few, but we'll say the past two distinctive eras of 16 star. You know, when Aki got that 1459, that was the end of that one, and then we started this new like different kind of
yeah,
grind, right? Like it just we had people playing a lot more and implementing these crazy strats, like things that we had never seen or thought people would do previously. So now we're just at this kind of point where it's like we're in a different era than we've seen for 16 star.
definitely. And
Absolutely.
I think like in talking about that new era, a commentator can't emphasize enough like just how big of a deal Salt Cannonless was in like ushering in that new era. Because
Yeah.
I really think part of what made so many people approach this game from the angle of like how can I optimize the hell out of every star was like with OG Cannonless, you knew that like at least like half to three quarters of your runs were going to end at that one star. And so if you got past that point, you didn't really want to push the envelope too much. But then once Salt and Ginger comes out with Salt Cannonless and you have like some degree of consistency with that trick, then you're suddenly motivated to actually try to push everything as hard as you can. And it's just like I don't think that the community could ever properly give enough credit to that individual for like just how much that really opened the door to so many other things getting worked on and just upgraded.
For sure. Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of Salt.
And of course he's gonna be like, no, I don't deserve that much credit. But I mean,
Yeah.
it's like, I mean, sure, he didn't reach in and like get the 14 himself, but I mean, it's like I really because you see that with a lot of games where a lot of runners won't return to a category just because oh, this thing at the beginning is really inconsistent and I don't feel like dealing with it.
Well,
And like
Aki
that
was
was
doing
Cannonless for this game.
Yeah, I mean, Aki was during the 14 grind that he was doing OG.
Yeah, and I remember after that, so many people were like, I never want to go for a 14 because I'd have to do OG to get it, and I don't want to do OG to get it. But then, like, you know, as soon as someone says, well, you can do this different OG that's going to be a little bit more bearable,
Yeah.
then that just made so many people go, okay, maybe this is worth considering now.
Definitely about 50-50. And I know that, well, we'll just say it's 50-50 with Salt, which is much, much better than OG.
And like the bigger thing is it puts so much more of it into the player's hands. Like you can go, okay, I was slightly left of my visual cue on this
Yeah,
attempt.
yeah.
You're not just running off a plank and hoping.
Right. Yeah, that we almost regressed, right? Like when Aki started going for OG in those attempts, we're like, wow, we've gone back like 5 years. Literally.
Yeah.
Like we've gone back to like 2000, 12, 13 when Punkei started playing. When they were, like Sig, like going for OG and stuff. So, well, actually, I think when Punkei first started playing, think, I think texture was a thing. Or sorry, sock folder. Pretty sure sock folder had come up with the strat by then. Not 100%. I have to brush up my Mario history.
Yeah, it's crazy like just seeing Salt really be like the like fully beginner strat that everyone moves away from anytime they're going for like any notable time now.
Yeah.
Just so much knowledge about this game. Like the thing that really makes this game stand out to me at least is just how much time so many dedicated people in the community have put into trying to understand strats better. Like there's so many just amazing tutorials and there's so many resources for like if you're failing a star over and over a particular way, there's probably someone in the community that understands how you can make that more consistent.
Absolutely. There's a lot more resources now than were back in the day, right? Like even when I started playing this game or becoming involved with the community, like even since then, there's just been incredible, steps made into really giving people a lot of access. Barrier to entry is a lot lower than it was. which is cool, which is really cool.
Yeah, oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I remember when I got into the game, like there were the documents, like Toast Rider's route
Yeah.
document, and I think like Sig's route document, and I think like Wikipedia had gotten started, but like nowadays you've got like in-depth tutorials where someone's like breaking down all the parts of the strat.
Yeah.
Back then it was like you'd be lucky if you had a video of someone doing the strat with an input display.
Right. You got Drogi's tutorial, Sean Raider. There are a lot of tutorials.
There's such a laundry list of so many people who have just put so much of their time into just trying to help other people get to the same just really high level in this game, and like all of them deserve so much more credit than like any of us casters could ever give. Like it's really just some people talk about like this community being kind of elitist, and like there's a lot of competition and some people take that competition to an unhealthy point, but I think that competition also motivates a lot of other people to be like really helpful, and just like you see how good it feels to play really well and perform at that really high level, and you just want to help other people get there too.
Yeah, competition drives this game. You'll see like all the time, like, oh, especially back in like, especially back when we're thinking, you know, the cheese punke, going for 120 or going for that 139, you know, the 140s, the 139s, right? Like, I mean, punke got it one day and cheese got it back the next day. Like, when you see somebody else do it and you kind of registers in your brain, you're like, oh yeah, this is actually achievable. This isn't some sort of, you know, this isn't some sort of far off thing like I've been kind of building it up to be. It is attainable, and you see other people do that, and it kind of drives the competition, and it motivates you a little bit, and kind of tells you like, yeah, I can do this, and that's what's really cool about a lot of the competitive aspects of this game for sure.
I mean, definitely. And like that sense of like personal achievement from like you know you set a goal for yourself, and then like you start working towards it and see just how hard it is, and you have those moments where you really do think to yourself like, I can't do this, I'm other people can, but I'm just not capable of it. But then you put the work in and you finally do get to that point, like even if it is just getting a arbitrary completion time in an old video game, like it's just with how hard this game makes it to get those really good times, it feels like nothing else in the world.
It's definitely something to be said about speedrunning, teaching teaching you how to learn, right? Teaching how to practice efficiently and stuff. That's why you have people like Cheese and Punke and, you know, like all these different top runners. Like, you're like, wait, they're good at every video game. They must just be inherently good at video games. It's like, no, they just know how to learn, and they know how to practice that video game. So it's something
Like you
to kind
spend
of
enough
think about.
time developing that like very competitive, like very hyper focused lens of like, how do I milk every frame out of this game possible? Like a lot of those like little skills carry over in ways that you wouldn't expect.
Oh, for
It's
sure.
wild.
For
Like there's
sure.
a reason that like Punke was also just like a crazy Fall Guys player. Like didn't him and his squad win some like crazy amount of money?
They got second place and they got like $1,500 each, like very recently, which is hilarious. Simply do whatever, Artemis and Punke, I think.
And like all Mario runners, all just crazy at Fall Guys.
Mario runners are built different, I will say.
Yeah. You have to be a very specific type of person to really like get super into this game. And if you are that type of person, welcome. We love you. But
Yeah.
like it's
All right, Tag. It's like Tag's on a bit of a run here, about even with his last set of splits here, 1547. So
you know, let's have Tag like on a solo focus. We'll see if Tag's able to hit ultimate cycle here in Fire Sea.
not really certain what he had before.
Pretty nice pole glitch there. That's another one. Like I could never imagine having to go for pole glitch on like really good pacers.
Yeah, like you miss it and it's just over. It's just done. Like, oh, it got like that was like a 5th frame wall kick. That was really close to bonking there, in my opinion, for Tag. But
Beautiful
nice
ultimate
move.
cycle though.
Oh,
Oh, the ledge grab on the end. Oh well.
Commentator's curse. This is about a second.
let's see here. These Bowser grabs are really, really fascinating too. Like those, I used to never really see people do fancy Fire Sea grabs like that, but like I remember checking Wikipedia the other day, and there's like I think 3 or 4 different methods shown for how to do the Fire Sea tail grab. Like it's for anyone who doesn't run the game, it looks weird because you just see Mario kind of like run around a little bit, like kind of do a turnaround and then grab Bowser. But what those players are actually doing is like starting a side flip so that you do like a side flip dive, and that's what actually does the grab itself. So it's like you do a really quick like A and B press, and like you don't even get to see the dive come out; it just instantly grabs his tail.
Right. See what Tag does with this BLJ. And
Oh, beautiful catch there!
Wow.
Oh man,
that's textbook.
Man, like, you see enough BLJs, like, you can tell sometimes when someone jumps off the staircase at just the right point. Like, if he mashed right, you can tell he's going to get it.
Yeah.
Oh, not quite an instant here, but still a really nice fast catch.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite get the ledge grab canceled, but we've got some time to play with in Sky. We'll see what kind of Sky he pulls out here.
Absolutely.
I like that camera adjustment.
Yeah, it's an interesting camera adjustment for sure. But just gonna miss the Manimo slightly. No big deal though.
He's still on pro pace, which only gonna be I think 2 seconds down. And going for a right side here. Probably just using some comfy elevator movement.
Yeah, I mean when you're on 2x pace, right? Like probably a good idea.
All right, like really solid run from Tag here. We'll see how the Bowser fight finishes this one out, but this is what you like to see, especially on day 1.
Yeah, this is excellent.
All right, first throw, that's going to be a hit. And a nice second one, too.
Wow.
Got to just get this third one dead on. Let's see it.
Wow, and there it is. Gonna be the 2x there for Tag. Amazing. What a run. What a great run. And honestly, like that's gonna be a tough one to beat. I mean, it's definitely doable, right? But 15 2x, nothing to really bat an eye at here. 15-25. Excellently done by Tag. Tag can kind of just, you know, go to the event, you know, just walk around the venue a little bit, maybe grab like a hot dog or something. Kind of chill for a little bit here, right?
Yeah, it doesn't really need to focus too hard for a minute. And this is with a 10-21 HMC exit too, so like there still is a pretty good amount of room to improve this early game. But this is like, if nothing else, this is a really, really solid late game going into all the rest of his runs. Like, you know, being able to say to yourself, I've gotten like a really solid bits through the end at this venue, like today, on like say a 10-1x HMC exit, that's going to be huge for mentality.
For sure. For sure. Yeah, excellently done by Tag. Looking good. While we are waiting for someone else to kind of get some stuff going here, we have another donation from BDF100 giving $50. Thank you so much, BDF. And he says, "Woo, Vegas." I'm sure it was more like, "Woo, Vegas." I said it weird though. But yeah, we're in Vegas. Let's go, baby.
Shout out to all these runners that double down in Las Vegas.
That's so cool. Well, I mean, most of them are not even of age to like go into casinos, but still pretty cool.
I mean, what is there to even do at a casino besides just gamble and drink? I mean, there's even as someone that's well over 21, I just don't really see much of the appeal. I'd rather
don't go to casinos either. Yeah, no, I've never gambled in my life, right?
I went on a cruise once and I played a slot machine one time and I think I lost like $10 in the span of like 2 minutes, and I was like, okay, what I'm not having any fun. Why would I continue?
Yeah. I watched my buddy like get a card with like $60 on it once, and he just swiped it and then pulled the little lever, and he goes, "Well, that's gone." It was like in like a second. I was like, what in the world? I was like, that's supposed to be fun, and he just walked away like nothing happened. I was like, oh my god, I'd jump off a bridge.
Right? Like for the rest of the day, I'd be like, man, I could use that for like pictures of margaritas or like just anything else.
Super funny. Couldn't believe it.
But I mean, you know, we're talking all that about gambling, but then like running this game is basically gambling. Like you keep starting attempts hoping for something to get through to the end, even though
Yeah,
you know
right.
all these tricks have like a 10% success rate. We just got a lot of players in the early game yet again, though. But I mean, it does take so much work getting out of lobby on like really good paces like these. Like these players do it so often that it starts to look kind of easy at a point, but you can very easily spend like 6 hours trying to get one Tsukishima attempt and just never get one attempt through in a run. And that's just like, if you want to get these like really crazy good times, like a 14, like you got to be willing to put in those days where like you're just never getting anything out of the lobby beyond like just 10 seconds behind your PB. Oop, and I think the shadow people might have gotten Collins for a second there.
Oh, sorry. What happened?
Oh, I thought I heard something over your mic, but it was like really faint.
Too much of the Bordeaux pack, sorry.
Oh, no worries. It happens to the best of us.
Happens too often.
And speaking of the Bordeaux pack, Bordeaux starting with Bordeaux Lakitu skip.
Got slip on an okay run. Maybe we can get slip to the top here, to the front of the layout.
I'm jumping over the ledge grab for cannonless, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah, that's an interesting one to make there, and he's gonna miss it.
That's kind of because he went for the plank push. It's kind of weird for that to still fail, but
Yeah, he kind of looked down at his controller for a second there as well. So I'm wondering if he was like, I was holding straight down, right?
oh yeah, and that's
I've done that
one
before,
was-
where you like hold and you're like, I miss, and then you keep holding the angle and you look at your controller and you're like, am I like crazy here? Like, what was going on?
Yeah, and of course, these players don't have their input displays with them. It doesn't look like, so you can't
Yeah.
just like check your input display to see.
Yeah.
Because that is part of it. Even though a lot of the cannonless setup is like fully consistent, you do have to. The hard part for me is that slight down, like not the full in notch down, but like where you're having to hold a slightly down for the ledge grab. Sometimes I'll hold like slightly down and right without realizing it, and then that puts me in the wrong position and I fail it. It's especially bad too if you have kind of a loose OEM controller, because the more loose your stick is, the harder it is to feel like when you start drifting off to the sides like that.
Got that Benny Brew stick, baby. Don't have to worry about that. Not that I play this game anymore, but I do.
Yeah,
I do have a brew stick. People are so mad that I have a brew stick. I just don't even use it.
Yeah, I feel like half the people that have the OG steel sticks probably also are in that same boat where they just don't even play the game anymore. It helps me sleep at night that like eventually people like you come back fairly often. Like Blue Bob came back eventually, you know.
Yeah, I think it was Blue Bob's steel stick that like
rusted. Yeah,
It's
so
weird.
exactly what I was. Yeah,
yeah, it's so weird.
Like some people just won't play the game long enough for their stick to rust, but they'll come back eventually. Everyone comes back eventually. Once you catch the bug, it never fully lets go.
Oh yeah, you watch enough of these events, you do commentary for enough of these events, and sometimes you're like, well, maybe I'll like do a couple stars. You know what I mean? It's like
yeah. Well,
maybe.
I haven't been doing PB attempts for like the past 2 or 3 weeks, but like I'm probably booting up the practice ROM tonight. Like I'm not gonna fight it.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see if I still got it. We'll do a couple pillows attempts, do a couple 100 coins, see how things go.
Let's see, Slip getting to the end of Dark World here. And just generally got a lot of players trying to work their way through the early game slog. Just kind of the name of the game with 16 star. It always makes me feel self-conscious on commentary when I'm not like talking about the gameplay with at least once a minute or so, but then like, you know, with this category, like Oh,
You're a lot
look,
of
they're in
time.
Dark World again.
Yeah. Actually, if we could get Luigi on the main screen, that'd be awesome.
Oh,
He's
for some reason
ahead
it
in the
didn't
base.
occur to... Yeah, that's a... is Suichi comparing against, like, event PB splits? Oh, okay, that's event PB splits. I saw double-digit green, and I was like, hold on.
No way. I don't even think it's possible.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it is straight up humanly impossible. Yeah, at least until like I don't know, like the HMC split, maybe. Like I'm not super familiar with this PB, so I don't know where his time loss is in PB.
I think he has like a 1430 summa best or something.
Yeah,
I don't think it's 2x yet. So yeah, we're getting to the point where it's very, very. Oh, it is 2x. 1429. Sorry.
beautiful plus attempt.
See, I usually only watch 120 star.
Yeah, I've always been a 70 main myself. Something about 70 star. My brain is broken in just the right way for it.
I feel that way with 120, but being friends with Punkay, I feel like I just got used to nothing but 120.
Yeah. And you can't really be friends with Punkay without like having at least a little bit of like category elitism. Like I'm pretty sure Punkay can't even watch like events like this without just kind of feeling a little bit of disgust because it's 16 star.
Punkay probably doesn't even know this is going on.
Probably, honestly. Like Punkay has a anti 16 star emote. Like that's all we need to say.
Yeah.
We love him though. Shout out to Punkay.
He won't hear you say that. He's not watching.
Let's see how LL goes for Suigi here.
Yeah, he had a clean first star. We'll see how the side hop... excuse me, he's not going for side hop. It's like lava boost here. If he's going to go for lava boost, that is. Yep.
Okay, and a good boost, but let's see the ending here.
Oh,
oh my god!
That was close. That was close.
Why do you do things like that? Like, that is like... I remember when Droz was doing 16 star, like, he would call that supersonic boost, and if he got a gold with that, he wouldn't save it. Because he was like, I don't want to compete against something like that. I don't want that to be the best on my splits that I have to measure myself against.
Yeah, that's too inconsistent.
And that's just Suiji's setup for, like, PB attempts, basically, in the middle of, like, jeez. The kid's just built different. Like...
He really is probably one of the greatest 16-star talents, if not the greatest, with how quickly he came onto the scene. I remember when Suigi, and this is how I'm so old. I liked Suigi before he was cool, but I remember when Suigi's first tournament ever in Aaron Truitt's 16-star Mushroom Cup. If anybody remembers that happening, or no,
oh my God.
Wait, was it Aaron's? Or no, Aaron had to go against him for someone's tournament, but it was a while ago. It may have been the Mushroom Cup. I don't remember. But I remember it was a quarantine clash. It was a quarantine clash. That's right. It was Adams. It was Adams' tournament, and he went against Aaron Truitt. And I remember Aaron, or he beat Aaron, and I was like, Aaron, you just lost like a 16-year-old dude. Blah blah blah. It was kind of just making him making fun of him, whatever. And then
oh my God. What? That is a ludicrous emergency exit. Yeah. Why?
It's
like
insane,
every
dude.
time I see one of these strats, it's just, why the hell do you go for this in this kind of attempt?
Well, dude, he can get a sub 10 with a good HMC.
Like, and it's through doing strats like that, but it's like doing the setup for the triple that way. Like, it's so much more inconsistent, and he maybe saved a third of a second, maybe. Like, it's minuscule time save, but it's increasing the risk like astronomically.
Yeah, you could say
but it's just like he just doesn't care. Like it's like the part of his brain that would actually process like, this is risky and I should be nervous about that. That part doesn't work in his head.
I think he just doesn't
realize.
I think he's got a first off that wall kick as well. It had a lot of speed, but jeez, man, chill out.
Like, just hyper focused. And let's see here, 15th star here. Of course, we're going to be going for C upslide. And And there it
Get the
is.
boulder. Oh
Oh,
no!
boulder right in the way, but no worries.
So
And that
frustrating.
is, I think with that boulder, that's going to be a 10 flat, but
Yep.
still 10 flat
Wow.
HMC. That is,
Wow.
and like the current first place on the board right now finished out HMC with a 1021. So like keep that in mind, and keep in mind Sweegie is like the late game god. Sweegie, I think, is really the one that you could credit with pushing everyone to just elevate BLJs into an art form.
He got that dog in him. What can I say?
Beautiful wooden
Wow.
door clip. He was pushing for that door frame punch. You could
Yeah.
see it.
Yeah. Oh no!
Oh,
That's fine.
wall kick not quite working out, but very quick backup. All right, and we're going to be clipping, I'm sure. Get the Doritos out.
Oh my goodness.
Yep, here we go. Nicely done, clipping right in there. Does save a second, but that leaves you in a really nasty position if that clip fails. We got Slip also on a pretty decent pacer, but all eyes definitely on Sweegie for the moment.
Oh, there we go.
And using the tight camera angle too for that even bigger lag reduction. As we were complaining a moment ago about having too many runs in the lobby, but now we got so many players in the mid and late game just all at the same time. It's too much to focus on, but
I'm nervous.
Sweegie primarily. We'll see how FireC goes.
No!
And barely not full glitching. Early cycle might still be possible, but it's going to be kind of tough with the movement. And that's just slightly too high there. Oh, beautiful accounting for that bully there. Bully was really trying to mess that up, but
That's so unfortunate.
yeah,
It's like minimum 8 seconds there.
yeah, and that's the roughest part about FireC. Like there's no small time loss in FireC. You either lose everything or you get a perfect FireC. But still on pace for a really, really good ending. And with Sweegie's BLJs, I mean, that could make up some of that time pretty easily.
I mean, like if you get a 14, you can consider yourself pretty safely getting first or second place, right? Like, I mean,
Oh yeah,
at least third. At least, I mean, you know, going by who has 14s, and I suppose you could say Tag could get a 14 with a 1503 PB, but you know, if you get a 14, you're chilling.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I definitely think that's like if you get a 14 today or tomorrow, you're taking the rest of the day off. Like,
Oh yeah.
you wouldn't want to keep doing attempts that day.
Well, you got to think too. There's this mental portion as well. Like, and not only is it physically tiresome and tough on your hands doing this category, but it's also mentally really exhausting. So you kind of have to really play it right when you're going to, you know, think about what kind of attempts you're doing.
You're exactly right. Yeah. And it's you really can't stress how much mental fortitude it takes to just put yourself to the grind for hours on end. And it's hard to stay focused on your gameplay while not actually getting attached to your attempts. Because if you let yourself get emotionally attached, like you're just gonna have a horrible time because you're gonna lose every attempt you get attached to. But if you don't let yourself get emotionally attached at all, then you just don't focus because you don't care. And then it's so hard to strike that balance where like you are staying focused and engaged, but you can still let mistakes go. And what insane BLJ.
So he missed the first BLJ, like didn't connect and had to restart. He still got a faster BLJ split. I would argue, or I would say, I would guess, that's probably better than like over half of the player base. Like he's still getting an insane BLJ split even with that error, right? Like crazy.
Especially with that second like instant catch on the endless staircase, like that was.
Oh, that was scary. He's gonna have to go for moving left here. Oh no, and he just got a pretty late frame wall kick.
Okay, there we go. Does manage to get up there.
Under pressure, Sweegie just plays so well. Like with all these mistakes, like he's got to think of like what to do and all these different backups and stuff, but he manages to make it work.
Definitely on pace to potentially BAP tag, so we'll see if we get a nice fight here. And that's,
Oh,
of course, the caster curse just all the way through. I kept
sorry.
seeing chat mention it, but whenever chat mentions a caster curse, you have to double down and act like it doesn't exist. But in this case, it just kept making it worse. And that's 2 throws down for Sweegie, just 1 more, and I think we may still have a first place run on our... Slightly off, it looked like.
Oh wait, no, he did get it. He's not going to unfortunately bop tag there, but he will head into second place.
That still is definitely going to be a nice consolation prize, going ahead and getting into second.
Yeah.
And GG's there to Sweegie. Going to be leapfrogging all the way from 5th on the leaderboard to 2nd, and I'm sure that's not going to be the last we're going to see of him. That was just... I'm sure that's only the first 10 flat exit HMC we're going to see today. So now we got Tag leaving Fire Sea as well.
Can we get tag
And
on the
Slippery Nip upstairs.
Oh, actually, yeah. Well, yeah. Let's finish out with Slippery Nip. But Tag still definitely has some time. Ouija with a 10:05 HMC exit. I mean, we got some runs going right now. This is a good day to be a 16-star fan. I'll tell you what.
Just attempt after attempt coming out here. Oop, and Slip almost dragging back down the staircase, but still getting into Sky.
Ouija getting the chip clip too. Oh, and Tag with some unfortunate BLJs. But he's still, oh, just a little, oh, Slippery Nip, unfortunate there.
And there we go, managed to clear the gap with the speed kick there. Nice moving right side.
Goomba.
Ooh, right behind Mario. Just decided to play it a little bit easy today, but geez, that Goomba is always in the worst spot when you're just wanting to finish out Sky.
With an unfortunate reset there.
We got 2 throws down for Slip. And now just 1 more, and I think not quite bopping Ouija, but definitely still getting some improvement on his leaderboard time, as we're really starting to tighten up the upper half of the leaderboard into that low 16 range. GG, that's going to be it for Slip there for a 16:10 final time. As we've got multiple runners down in basement, but as we're finishing out this run from Slip, we're going to go on break for just a moment, and that's going to be it for me for
Actually,
a little while.
We're gonna wait. We're gonna hold off till the end of Ouija's run, so you can stick around if you need to.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I so focused on Slip, I completely forgot about that attempt. Because this is okay. This comparison is against Ouija's actual PB right now, so.
I mean, are we surprised though? To be
Yeah.
honest, right?
Okay, let's see. It's going to come down to these BLJs. Ooh, okay, that's workable.
He'll still get through, but
yeah, not as good of a pace, but let's see if we get an instant here.
still 14 to both.
Yeah, still 14 possible. Which is that'd be just a statement at the beginning of this day. He's okay, not going for the long jump. That honestly kind of surprises me. I would have expected Ouija to just say screw it. All right, moving right side. Nicely done,
Oh,
and
he's
going to be going for the
planning.
elevators.
Oh my goodness.
Beautiful movement
It's so
there.
natural.
It just makes it look so easy, but that's anything but.
Wow.
Okay, Collins, how's your day going? There's nothing going on in front of us that we could potentially curse by saying anything about.
You know, I don't have anything to say. I just
I mean,
don't think there's anything happening.
Yeah, there is nothing happening. If we deny anything is happening, then nothing is happening, and if nothing is happening, there's nothing to be cursed, right?
I think that's how it kind of. Oh!
Oh! Okay, you can't blame us, chat. You cannot blame us. Was not commentary curse there, but that still is a ludicrous finish. That's going to be definite first place.
Yeah, comfy first place.
The 15.0x with that nice room for improvement. Just time save for next run, right? Time save for the actual PB.
Yep, there we go. Fantastic.
15.09.
Well done by Ouija. Excellent. And yeah, nicely done there. And we're actually going to go on a quick break here and switch out commentators. So thanks, Electric. Much appreciated.
It's been a pleasure.
A
We'll
blast.
be back later.
Together.
About being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
Yo, what's up again, everybody? We're back. Some more 16-star action. And we just saw Ouija get a 1509. And we're kind of back in some sort of lobby area, slip in the basement here, but I'm actually joined by Insider on comms here, switching out for Electric. How's it going? Good talk. I'm just kidding. I can't hear you. Looks like Cheese did not drop. He's just taking a bit of a break right now, so he will be back. All right, looks like it's just me here until we get alt back. It looks like Slip's already on another pretty solid run here. If we could maybe go ahead and there we go, perfect. If you need anything about the format, it's exclamation point format. And if you'd like to donate to the charity, it's exclamation point donate or charity, I believe. Lots of cool stuff going on there. Thank you for that, Gen Game. Yeah, lots of stuff going on with the charity there. Lots of cool donations coming in. Just do remember, if we hit our goal of $2,000 by the end of the day, we will actually extend the stream for one more hour. It's one more hour of 16-star action. So if you'd like to see that, maybe hop on the donation train here. But looks like we're having a slippery nip. Go for the side hop attempt. Looking good. Who's Flixer? Never heard of him. Oh, looks like Slip's getting bullied here by the bully just a little bit. All right, heading to agency here. So Slip is -1 on this 1610 run that actually is his PB for this event, I believe. So we will, or is maybe a 1616? I can't I can't really see. But nicely done there, see upslide. Oh man, that's commentator's curse. Sorry about that one, Slip. My bad. That was my fault. Take accountability for that one. Slip gonna head back here. It's like Slip is pretty much the only thing we got going on right now. Very nicely done. Flixer is going to be exiting Dark World here. About a 250. Not too shabby here. And we're going to see Slip exiting. Hopefully, going to be exiting with a, around 1030. Try to be on par with this last run. Unfortunately, not going to be where he was at. That's PB run. This goes on for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. If you want to hear the format, just hit exclamation point format. Nice punch grab there from Slip. Looking solid for sure. Fortunate there. We've had a lot of people, um, have issues. Seems with the 30-star or door clip there with MIPS. Just seems to be a little bit troublesome today, and I'm not really sure why, but not a huge deal. It's a little bit of a time loss. And Trey Bordeaux made a deal with the Shadow people to get a Bowser dance on that Bordeaux pack. There we go. Excellent. Front sub there from Slip. And it's an all right run. We're doing a little better than his last time. Nice pull glitch there. Well executed. We'll see if he's able to snag the ultimate cycle here. Crazy to think about when ultimate was just kind of unheard of, or there was only, one runner going forward or two, but something else there. Really nicely done. Seems like most of these guys are comparing to previous runs in the event, like their event PBs. But we have people like Ouija who are also who are comparing against their PBs. So kind of just depends. Like I said, some are doing the event PB, some are doing the actual PB. If you'd like to see the standing, it's right on the screen. Yeah, that is not Tago, but it is Tag 609. Nice done by Slippery Nip there. We'll see how these BLJs go. Likes to go for that wall push, and oh, there we go. A little bit of a late catch, but the first try catch, nevertheless, can't complain about that one. See what he does here. Looks like he's gonna be going for the traditional triple jump dive setup here, and he's gonna miss Manamo, but he will get the next cycle no problem. Kind of cruising through Sky here. This end game has been pretty excellent for Slip. Maybe not an excellent, beginning game. It was okay. Obviously had those mistakes in HMC, but he's kind of holding it together here. Apparently my mic is clipping. I'm not really sure how. I haven't adjusted anything. But we will see how these throws go. We have not seen anybody hit excellent throws so far in this event. There's one. It's going to be a hit. One more for the 15 3x here. And he's going to hit it. Excellently done by Slip there. Going to be moving ahead. Looks like one place. So he's going to beat out Flixer for this time 15:37. So beating Flixer by about 5 seconds. So nicely done there by Slip. It's a start, right? For Slippery Nip here. We're going to see what he's able to do after this, but yeah, really nice run by Slip there, and excellently done. Unfortunately, Flixer had to reset there, but we do have Bordeaux in the basement. -11 on a 17-12 here, and we have to remember as well that Trey had a not fantastic end game. In his run, I believe he had some issues in bits. I think he fell from the top bits. So definitely lots of time saved to be had here. Here for Bordeaux. Nicely done. All right, so one more to go here in LOL, and Trey will move on to HMC. Looks like we have Alt Insider back. Hello. Can't quite hear you. But Trey -22 on a split so far. This is looking to be pretty solid for Trey. You know, gonna be tough. You know, with Trey, I can't exactly remember what his PB is necessarily, but I know I think it's a 1x. Someone will correct me if I'm wrong. And you know, gonna be tough for him to snag, you know, third, second, or first, but definitely doable. We've seen with his skill level, he's definitely been climbing a lot, quite a bit recently. So good to see. But I mean, we also you got to think like Tag with a 1503 the other day, PB at 1503. So that could be a 14 at any given moment. Flixer hasn't really been playing a ton. He could totally do it as well. Get a nice PB, I mean. So, you know, lots of talent here. So, I don't know. It'll be fun. It'll be really fun to see these runners kind of put it to the test here in a setting where they're not used to. Right? We have to also consider that it's that. You know, this is a different setup. These guys might be jet lagged. Like Cheese flew in from Spain, something to consider. Sweetie's from Canada. I don't really necessarily know if he's from the eastern or western part of Canada, but that can make a big difference. And... Oh no, Bordeaux! Probably one of the most frustrating. Looks like he's gonna finish it out. He does have a little bit of time saved. Nice nip slip there. Oh, and Ouija taking the reset. Fortunate ledge grab. And another error is that... So the Toadstar is grabbed before finishing HMC because when you grab that Toadstar, or when you get 15 stars rather, or 14, or 15, doesn't spawn. MIPS doesn't spawn. So you need to actually get the star beforehand, So when you go into the level and come back out, the game loads MIPS. So that's kind of why they do it. It's necessary. Toad, your 15th star. Oh, Bordeaux, unfortunate with the miss on the sub there. Yeah, just something that they have to do in order to get MIPS to spawn. Oh. It's like we have all... Yep, Toad doesn't appear until 12 stars. And then once you get 15, MIPS will spawn. Just the entire point of this category. You know, if we're really being upfront, it is a sort of arbitrary category, right? It's not technically the fastest, any percent, but it did used to be the any percent before SPLJ was discovered, and then obviously DP skip, all that stuff. So the whole reason that this category was created, or I guess the routing is the way that it is because you need to be able to spawn MIPS to clip through the door, 30-star door, and then obviously the BLJs do the rest. Yeah, 17-star runs are legal on the leaderboard. Just says that you gotta finish the run with at least 16 stars and do MIPS clip, and you can't do SBLJ. So my time as a moderator, I verified many a 17-star runs as legal. I think I even had at one point a 17-star run as a PB. So something to consider. Being out, put in some time in the trenches. Sometimes I'm still reminded of those days before. Nicely done there by Bordeaux. Yeah, the second BLJ goes for him. We are minus.
Collins, can you hear me?
Hello.
Oh my, wow, we made it work. We had to switch servers. We had a lot of nonsense back here, a lot of lightning, a lot of sparks, a lot of stuff going on, but the mad scientist has done it. We are here live, and it is great to be with you, Collins. Though you don't even need me because you're doing such a beautiful job with this event right now.
I appreciate it. Yeah, solo commentary. It's definitely a thing.
Thing that is fun to do sometimes, right?
Oh, yeah.
For sure. So, yeah, as we've seen here, I've been watching the event.
Oh, God, just lost him again. Kind of comedic in timing, I'll be completely honest with you. Right. So anyway. Yeah. We're gonna continue on here. Bordeaux gonna finish up this run. Oh man, unfortunate. Missed that regrab, but he'll be getting an event PB luckily on the board. The 16, I guess 16, no, maybe. Yes. Oh my God, are you serious? He messed it up. It was supposed to be a 16-16. But let's go. Bordeaux, you fool.
Collins, you having fun yet?
Yeah, hey, what's up? Welcome back.
I don't know. There's a lot of fire going around me, but we're gonna keep it going for now. Just let me know if I cut out again. I'm not gonna be so confident last time because I was extremely confident in my skills of being back, but no, I was not back. But it's nice to be here. What just happened? I heard you. There was a lot of reaction going on in the crowd. I didn't see it though. Exactly what just happened?
So Bordeaux just got a 16:20, which is great. It beat his event PB by almost a minute. Didn't change his place on the leaderboard, but he unfortunately missed the star grab. Did a Ouija, if you will, and quite unfortunate. But luckily, we're still in day one. Lots of time to be had, lots of runs to be done. So Bordeaux's gonna get right back on the horse, hopefully, and figure it out. Oh, I think it cut out again. Bad. I really have no idea what's going on. I couldn't even begin to explain. No idea. But yeah, Cheese is probably going through some jet lag a little bit here. So just something to be kind of expected. He's probably just taking a break and getting some stuff taken care of. Getting some food, perhaps. Along those lines. Looks like we have All the Insider back.
No, not 100% yet. We've come up with a solution, but I can't watch the stream to make my mic work. That's what we're dealing with right now behind the scenes.
Oh.
So chat, I have to just pretend I know what's going on and then talk. So I can do that pretty well, though, I think. I've been doing this for many eons now, so it should be fine. But just kidding, though. We're going to keep working on it. Collins, you're holding it down so well. I'm going to let you keep doing that, holding it down. But we'll definitely get this worked out. So just stay tuned. You're in good, capable hands of Collins. Nice, soft, smooth. He uses moisturizer on his hands every day. I know that. So just enjoy those soft hands, and I'll be back.
Appreciate it. All right, looks like Tag here going to be exiting with the 2x, Womps, low 2x. It's really nothing to scoff at for sure. I mean, comparing against this 15:25, to be, ahead out of Womps is a pretty good sign here. We have to remember that Tag's PB is a 15:03, so this is something that is a bit of a, I don't know, it's a bit promising, I should say, to be ahead on a 15:25. Tag kind of cruising here. Love to see it. I'm gonna go for this pillarless here. Gets the big bomb, no problem. Oh, a bit of a wonky angle there, but he's gonna make it up the pyramid without issue, and just gonna be missing that ground pound there. That is a frame. You have to hit A and Z on the same frame in order to clip through the pyramid there. So something that's a little bit tough to get sometimes, a little bit frustrating when you miss it, but not a huge deal for Tag here. Not going for fly guy lists as we've seen previously. Not super necessary for where Tag's at this point. In a comfy, well, I shouldn't say comfy, but he's in second place, so not doing too horribly. Definitely lots of time to be saved here. But I mean, yeah, we're going for like 7 more hours, so we have lots and lots of time. Now, am I certain that these guys are going to be doing runs the entire time, or that everyone's going to be doing runs the whole time? Probably not if I had to take a guess. But, still got a lot of time to play with here. Tag still -3 on these splits. Cheese is here. He is just taking a break. He will be back.
Thank you so much for playing my game.
Lag reduction, of course, classic. C right twice at the end of LOL Reds. Looks like we also have Flixer in the basement here. Frostbite, I'm great. Thanks for asking. I appreciate it. I'm just enjoying the day. You know, I went to the gym earlier, do some comms, going back to the gym. Come here and do some more comms. Can't complain. Oh, hate to see it. Unfortunate there for tag. That lava boost only saves a second, but it really does affect things. Sorry. It's only a second time save, but there's so much to lose. So much to lose. Yeah, I can't go to the regular gym because I find lifting weights like incredibly boring. So I just do jiu-jitsu and MMA. It's the only way I can find exercise fun. Cool. I'm a purple belt. I don't know. I just find lifting to be kind of... I don't know. I don't love it. I don't do any conditioning at all. Well, I do conditioning for fighting. I don't lift weights or run any extra unless I'm preparing for a fight. But I haven't fought in like 2 years. 3 years. 2 years? 2 or 3 years? I don't know. Anyway. Flixer headed into HMC. Any advice for... Oh, man. Any advice for a young man going through a breakup? I recommend you block them and you hit the gym. Improve yourself. Prove yourself. That'll pay dividends. Get a gym, hit a lawyer, all that stuff. Got an off-rail. Exclamation point charity if you guys are interested in donating to Urban Arts. Excellent organization that GSA pairs with very, very frequently. They turn underprivileged kids into game designers. One of the coolest things ever. If you're interested, please feel free. Go ahead, donate. If we get to $2,000 today, we will extend the stream by 1 hour. So something to think about. If you are interested in seeing an extra hour of Mario gameplay. Ouija was on 14 pace, believe it or not. Man, we've seen a lot of bad Boulder RNG. Elixir with a 1029 exit, so sub 1030, really nothing to complain about here. Definitely lots of time to work with. And you can see Flixer not really going for the punch grab or, you know, anything like that, but not necessarily incredibly required for an event like this. Definitely helps, for sure. But not entirely necessary. Especially you're like, hey, what are you comfortable with, right? Like, do you need, you know, do you want that first place at $2,000? Are you comfortable with third, right? Oh, hello.
Hello. Can you hear me this time?
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how long it lasts because it has been lasting so long. What a mess we have here. But Collins has been the all-star. In addition to Ouija and Tag and Suiji here, and Slippery Nip and Flixer with the sub 16 times so far, with so much time left on the clock. Are you a bit surprised, Collins, to see such a great time from Ouija?
No, I'm never surprised by Ouija getting a good time. I'll be honest with you. It's
He-
nothing. Like it's nothing. Like Ouija's, in my opinion, probably the second greatest ever, right behind Cheese.
Oh,
I think
Bold.
we. I know.
bold words coming out here. Collins
Come on,
almost
Jake.
clocking out. He's dropping a bomb here before he clocks out. Say that one more time.
I truly think that Cheese is the GOAT. His accomplishments, what he's done in the game, what he's done for the game, his run to the top, legendary, right?
Yes, for sure.
But do I think that mechanically Ouija's a better player? Yes, I do. That's my take. I think Ouija's the fastest player in this game, and probably one of the fastest we'll ever see, for sure. And he's got some incredible accomplishments as well, for sure. But I don't really think you can just forget about what Cheese has done and what Cheese just continues to do, just pulling out records out of nowhere. He'll be back for like 2 weeks after like a year-long break playing Warzone. Like,
yeah.
you know, and he just gets a world record in 120.
Yeah, that's the crazy part. Is like there's no chill, right? It's like he doesn't have the record. It seems he never doesn't have the record, right? It's so short his times without the record. There's been, like I said before on my Twitter, there's been more time in the modern era with Cheese with the world record than has been without. Like he has the most time as the world record holder than anyone else, and it's not even close, right, to second place. So he's really good. But as you say, we could have a new, or at least newer, person trying to be at the top of the mountain. He already is at the top of the mountain in Super Mario. I mean, in 16 star. Let's get straight. Ouija is already on top of the mountain in terms of 16 star. But in terms of the whole Mario landscape you're talking about here. But let's get back to on the farm here. Flixer, how good of a run is Flixer on right now, my friend Collins?
I mean, hey, we're -4 on a 1542 comparison. Pretty solid. You know, can't complain with a nice BLJ there as well. Flixer could definitely take, I would say, 4th place at this point. I think 3rd is off the table. But we could definitely see him advance $150 if he can clutch this one out. Fortunately, his BLJ is not connecting. Okay, so he's going to be -8. I'm not really sure if he missed a throw. I don't quite remember on his PB. So I don't know how much time we have to save here in bits. But yeah, definitely, let's see. He has a 1542. Yeah, definitely still on the table. Even if he has no time save here in bits, which I find hard to believe, definitely still able to snag. Oh, geez.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, that's just one of those really tough mistakes. So that's like, 4 seconds gone right there. Like, those 2 ledge grabs plus the kind of weird movement, it's really unfortunate. And he falls off, going for right side here, and looks like he's just gonna just call it.
Mario's taking a break, as Collins is going to do as well. We're going to take a little bit of a break here. Give you a second to catch your breath. You can still see the runners run it, by the way, when the ad breaks. So it's really cool. Outside of the ad breaks, I mean, when they do the kind of the ads for Urban Arts, which is the great sponsor for this event. So yeah, we're going to take a little break. Be right back with another commentary for you with myself. And yeah, Collins, what a legend. Give it up for Collins, holding it down when I could not be there for him. Great job, Collins.
Much appreciated. Talk soon, guys. See you in an hour.
Ladies and gentlemen. Who's ready for some action? Here we go. Everybody get it out.
All 4.
There we go.
All 4.
IBK, whole bunch of enemies, just like that, picking up another one.
And we are back here at this live time attack brought to you by Urban Arts here. And we have 7 amazingly skilled Super Mario 64 runners here for us to enjoy. They are all trying to get the best time they can in this 3-day event. 3 days of attempts here, unlimited attempts to try to get the lowest time they can in the category that is known as 16 star. Just need 16 stars, get that last Bowser, throw him into bombs 3 times, and you win. And that's pretty much all you have to do. It's as simple as that, really. A lot of people make a big deal about this, say there's a lot of steps involved, but really it's simple, right? That is not true at all, of course. As you can see, the leaderboards are down below the lower side of your screen there. Ouija here holding it down, 1509, such a low time. Ouija, of course, some might say, is one of the favorites here, currently holding down 3rd place on the world record leaderboards with a 1453. So think about how close that is to his just all-time record, his all-time PB. Just insane at a live event like this. You know, I do a lot of these competitive speedrun events, and like, if you get any time, you know, within 30 seconds of your all-time PB, that's like a great live event run, right? And Ouija just did much better than that today with the 1509, putting that flag into the ground boldly. Of course, lots of time left here to get this thing rolling. So, you know, lots of those times are going to be moved around. Don't get attached to anybody's place on that leaderboard for sure. I hear you. Slippery Nip fans are worried right now. Flixer fans are worried. Cheese fans are worried. But don't worry, my friends. Don't fret. So much time left on the clock. So much is left to happen here as we get Flixer here on our main screen. Had a good run going, but died in Bowser in the Sky, which is, it happens, right? Something that definitely can happen. This run is what I consider a little bit of a, you're just walking on the razor's edge the whole run, right? Any mistake, and it's basically over, right? You might get a few small ones here or there, but any significant mistake, and it's just see it, which makes this category so entertaining and stressful to run yourself, of course, because any mistake and you are done. So, oh yeah, look at this. I love to see. How's it go in chat, by the way? We have a lot of first-timers here, a lot of old-timers here, mix of both. Let's go. Let me know how you're feeling with this one, as Flixer is trying that lobby LBLJ, but he takes a trip outside the castle, which is not where you want to go on that, actually. You want to take that first LBLJ to Bowser in the Dark World. But it's not going to happen this time. Yeah, a lot of people, I see people asking about Cheese. He's taking a bit of a break here, extended break. He wanted to get that first time in there, and now he's just chilling. They're in Vegas, by the way. I wish I could say the same, but we are not. We are remote. They are in Vegas. And yeah, the time is for them to use as they see fit, right? So some people might sit there and run all day in the full 8 hours, and some people might not. Some people might take a few runs, take a break, take a long break, take a nap. It's all up to them, right? They can do whatever they want. Update on the donation front, my friends. BDF100, who I think is at this event live, which is pretty hype, with the biggest donation of $50. Let me remind you, this is a great cause, and if we raise $2,000 any day, we get an hour extra stream. So Extra Mario is on the line here, if nothing else. So, and Urban Arts, they are raising money for diverse student artists and game designers trying to make the best future games they can, getting them into college. It is a pretty good cause, to say the least. Flixer here, going to go LBLJs again. Let's see how if he can be successful this time. Not catching yet, not working out. He's going to say see you to this one. And now we're getting into that kind of, I wouldn't say everyone has a run they're happy with, but everyone has a run up there. Now we're going to see the resets pick up. Any kind of nonsense, any kind of thing you're not feeling good about, oh, I want to give that one another shot, you might see the resets come out a little bit quicker than they were earlier in the day. Still lots of time left on the clock, though. So let's see if Flixer can get a better LBLJ this time, which is a tough trick to say the least. There's a whole category that involves not doing that. No LBLJ, because that's such a annoying trick to start the game, to be honest, I think. That's why the category no LBLJ is being created, to make it a little bit more beginner-friendly, maybe, I think. That's my theory there. But yeah, Ouija is the world record holder with a 14:48 in there. How close will we see to that time this weekend? That is the question, right? How close are we going to get to that? Will we see a 14 over the 3 days? I'd like to think over 3 days we will. It's such a, monumental time. 14 in Super Mario 16 star. Only 6 people have a 14 on the leaderboards at all in the world, in the universe. Right? In the endless vastness of space, there has been six collections of matter that have had a time under 15 minutes. Right? And 3 of them are on your screen right now. Think about that. Right? So will we see one happen this weekend? I saw on Twitter, D Whatever, more known for his 70 star, D Whatever says Tag is going to make that happen this weekend. Right? He's going to make it happen this weekend. How many people can, as Flixer jumps off to commit his own plumber suicide, D Whatever is saying Tag can make it happen. Bold statement, but Tag has to be the hottest person coming into this event. Hottest Mario 64 runner that there is, right? A lot of people had their times up there. Suigi set his world record 6 months ago, right? Slippery Nip, second place, 2 months ago. Ouija, 7 months ago. Tag, a scant 5 days ago, got his new PB to sit triumphantly 7th on the leaderboards. So clearly some momentum building here for Tag, right? Clearly some momentum on Tag's side. Flixer is getting some prime time on the main stage here. We just want to see this work out. LBLJ, Bowser in the Dark World hasn't been working out. Stop it and starting here, but we're going to see what can happen. Flixer, can he give us a good run or not this time? And we're going to see what happens here. LBLJ time again. Such a difficult trick to pull off. We've seen it go awry many times today. Still in play here. And he goes into the wrong old door. That's going to be a reset. That's one of the things you might not see that much in a real race, of course. We can't reset as much as you are now. But this is live time attacks, this format. You're going to see a lot of resets. You're going to see a lot of that guy on that cloud holding that camera, trying to talk to us. But, yeah, let's see how is everyone else doing around here. Let me look around. I'm just looking at Flixer too much. I'm just mesmerized by Flixer's play here in this LBLJ. Ouija just starting out. Slippery Nip doing some violence on the Toad there. We got some calls for Suigi in the chat. I hear ya. I see it. Slippery Nip, though, getting the main stage now. Slippery Nip, many say, is a machine, not a man. The more I watch, the more I agree with that statement. He is relentless. Very demanding of his own play. Any slight mistake when he's on some runs, and he will go. And this is going to count as a big mistake, but he's going to run. He's such good numbers now. Seems like he wanted to play with it a bit, but now he's kind of thinking better of it, and is having some fun before he falls into the abyss. A great run killed right as it goes on the main screen. You hate to see that. I've heard a commentator's curse before, but is there a main stage curse? I don't know. You tell me. You tell me. Slippery Nip, though, is going to stick with this one. Wants to get this one, that bad mistake out of the system, maybe. And there it is. Wanted to get that star for the mental side of things, maybe, Just trying to get that. I could get it if I wanted to. Now I'm going to restart. Unfortunate. We're going to see a lot of resets. The longer you watch, the more resets you see. So it's all about those moments. Trying to, it's kind of like, I say, like no limit poker, right? You watch a lot of attempts, a lot of hands, but when those moments happen of magic, that's what we're all waiting for. I'm not sure Ouija's run today counts as that yet. I'm going to have a high bar for this event. I think we do want to see a 14 at this event to make it a truly, truly hype time, but maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm asking too much. What do you think? Chat out there. As we do see Slippery Nip here at the beginning of the game again. And Lakitu skip, just not an issue for these people. These runners, Lakitu skip is like tying the shoelaces, right? You try it yourself, though, it's not quite that simple. LBL chime here, LBL chime here for slippery nip, and that looks pretty spicy. And he's in there. Can't complain there. So hard to... Some extremely interesting... I'm joined in the booth now by West Dog himself, legendary commentator of all sorts. West Dog, are you here with me?
Hello there, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. It is great to have you in the booth. West Dog, how you feel so far? Ouija 1509. Is that better than you expected, worse than you expected, or exactly what you expected in this event so far?
You know, for most other runners, I would say this would be much better than expected, but it's Ouija, and I'm kind of expecting him to pull out a 14 by the end of this event. But for day one expectations, I'd say that's a pretty good start to Ouija.
So many requests for 14 we're hearing now. Wes is now calling for Ouija to do the 14. D whatever earlier said, I want to see Tag get the 14. We got to see 114, right? With this many being predicted, I hope.
Absolutely, and Green Sweegie just about a week and a half ago was on two separate pacers at near world record, finishing one of them actually with a 14:49. So I'm almost expecting him to put out 14, maybe not even world record 14, but just probably a 14.5x at least from Sweegie.
Sweegie, that's one of the all-time great world record videos too. If you haven't watched it, of course, wait till this event's over, chat, then watch it. It's so pure. The jubilation, the yell of jubilation when he gets that world record. That's a special one for sure.
Well, what have you been thinking so far of the event here, ALT? Everybody looks like they've posted some good times so far, though I'm sure we all miss having a little side of cheese.
Yeah, Cheese is taking an extended break here, which of course is his prerogative there. But yeah, in the beginning you can see a little bit of a new setups for everybody, right? That's really important. I think it's worth talking about is that everyone's playing on their setup that is not their setup at home, and anything different than that just makes it harder, right? I mean, you know that as someone that has their own setup and you like everything like you like it. If you have to sit in Vegas in these hard chairs and this, corner of a cold, what is this kind of room here? This some kind of room, a little bit different than your bedroom, right? So yeah, I think they overcome that though. Now we're starting to see the real play coming out.
Yeah, that's the thing I've always wondered about Cheese, too, because I know that Cheese has been on vacation for a little bit, so part of me wonders if he's still in vacation mode, probably trying to work out the rest of those vacation nerves by maybe hitting up a table or two, maybe a slot machine quickly before coming back here for the real grind to test out his luck. We'll have to wait and see here. I also know he is going to be traveling all the way to Amsterdam for Break the Record Live for 70 stars, so he's got a lot of Mario in his hands, so why not enjoy a little bit of Vegas?
Wow, what a world we're in, though, folks, that someone could do that. Because we can travel the world to play this little game called Super Mario 64. And it sounds crazy, but like just 10 years ago, if you would have said that, it'd been like, what are you, crazy? Right? You are nuts. However, it's possible now for the magic of competitive speedrunning. It's awesome.
Absolutely. And speaking of crazy, we saw Ouija up there in the top middle section pull off Tsukishima Cycle as we got Slip and Flixer now heading in to the basement. Slip getting a sub 430 Womp's Fortress. Looking pretty good start here from these guys so far.
Yeah, looking nice. We got 3 runs now that are, looking promising. Very early days, but promising starts for sure. As a runner yourself, Wes, what do you consider the toughest part of this? I mean, I know you could say everything, but I'm gonna put you on the spot more than that. Which literally for you say, I'm not looking forward to this star. I hate this star. When it's over, you're feeling good.
Unfortunately, I have yet to do an LBLJ run myself. Guilty as charged. I'm a no LBLJ kind of guy. I just don't have the grits and grind to be able to go out this aggressively. I'd say if there was any part I would not be looking forward to in a 16-star run, it would either have to be Pillarless or BLJs.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I want to ask you, because I just talked about it, I guessed at why. For you, no LBLJ, right? Is that just because it's more comfy? It's a little bit less stress going on that you have to just start the run out with that difficult banger of a trick?
I mean, I would guess so, yeah. 16 no LBLJ is the gateway to Mario 64 speedrunning for, I'd say, a majority, if not almost anybody who's ever picked up this game before. And I'd say there's two different types of Mario 64 people out there. There's those that grind and keep pushing themselves to the furthest limits possible. And then there's those who just enjoy the casual speedrun and perhaps enjoy watching the game more. I personally tend to fall in the latter category. I'm comfortable with just having a good old-fashioned 17 and no LBLJ. I don't need to be pushing for any world records, and it's just absolutely astounding to be able to watch and even been given an opportunity here to commentate and watch greatness happen before our very eyes.
For sure. That's what I'm in it for as well, is to see the magic here. As we see Flixer taking a death here. Haven't seen too many of those yet today, but there is one. We'll see a few throughout the day. Slippery Nip appears to be frozen on my screen. Maybe we could switch out for someone that has... Oh, maybe he's coming back. There he is. We're going to see a lava boost here. Of course, only the hardcore of hardcore strats being shown by these 7 of the best runners in the world, of course.
I'm not too familiar with the Double Down event, but I'm just hoping that we don't have the Smash Bros players taking up all the internet here, because we can't afford to lose a feed of a potential low 15-14 run just because we need to stream some people smashing it out.
Yeah. Shade being thrown here from West Dog to the Smash community. Hopefully they didn't hear that. Wes is looking to talk. No, just kidding. We're all in the game of gaming together. We all support everybody here. Slippery Nip here, grabbing that side hop star here. Sub 8 right now. What kind of time are you looking for to get out of this Lethal Lava Land to feel good about yourself?
Right now in this level of competition, just trying to get a PB for Slip, I'd say a good would probably be low 8.3x, maybe high 8.2x, which at this rate is looking like that is going to be the case. Thankfully, this is not a break the record live. This is all just a live time attack, so we don't have to worry about absolutely performing our absolute best, though I know Ouija, of all people, probably does not feel that way. He's probably just going to keep going until his next PB is probably a 14.5x.
Yeah, probably. Ouija is definitely brutal on himself in terms of performance, what he expects of himself, and sometimes you could say, you see on his, if you follow him on Twitter, I mean, he's dealing with burnout sometimes, because what it takes to get to this level, right? It's demanding of how much you have to play a single game at the highest level possible, right?
Oh, absolutely. And Ouija is one of those guys that you just never know what to expect from him. One moment he'll be burned out and not be on stream for a couple weeks. Next thing you know, he'll come back playing 12, sometimes as much as 15 hours at a time. When the grind hits, it hits hard. And I just, I can't imagine what it must be like, because when you're on your own time, it's easy to be able to adjust for being able to play for such an extended period of time. But being able to come to a scheduled event, I wonder what it must take for somebody to just get ready for a 3-day long event, especially if it's something that's not on your Mario clock.
Yep. Slippery Nip is still here on his pretty clean run still. Camera not agreeing with us, does not want us to see everything apparently, but we're going to fight through it, I think, because he's running pretty well right now.
We can assure you guys, these are not spliced runs here. These are 100% authentic. They are being played live in front of an audience here in Las Vegas. Nobody's going to be willing to cheat, especially to this level of gravity here. So just work with us here as we get through the Liam glitches.
Is this happening near Double Down is the question. I think it's happening at Double Down is what my understanding, my little understanding of this event. I think it's happening at Double Down, actually. So it's kind of a team up thing, GSA joining Double Down and Urban Arts, of course, to make this event happen. So yeah, if you want to see events like this happen and continue happening, we got to support them, my friends. Urban Arts is a great charity that needs your support, and we are looking for your donations to help make that happen.
And not gonna lie, I am a little jealous that we do get a live event here in Mario, but unfortunately there was just not any room for us casters to show up live. I straight up messaged the organizer of GSA to see if it was possible to just take a drive down to Vegas and go do live commentary. So unfortunately, Double Down was only able to either do the runners or the casters, and we all know we'd rather see the runners here live together. I'm sure it's also just been nice to be able to meet and greet one another live. I wonder if there's been a good sense of camaraderie here amongst the guys.
Yeah, usually there is. That would be funny though. Us just sitting in a booth together, watching the runners from their bedrooms. That would be pretty interesting. For the chat might disagree, but that'd be fun. Slippery Dip here, going for the chip clip, as it's called.
Oh, it's pause champion, but I'm guessing he missed it. I'm just assuming by where Mario's positioned at right now.
That booty cannot fit through.
Oh no, he's still swimming, so it looks like he might have gotten it.
We'll never know. That one's lost to the ether here. People there at the event, you guys know, but we don't know.
See, when you miss a chip clip, that's 8 seconds lost, and I imagine even with a minus 21 there, Slip probably might not have continued the run. So we're just going to assume he got the chip clip. Can we get some bat guests in the chat, please, for the pause champ chip clip?
Next slide, please. Beautiful. Beautiful. Slippery Dip still here on quite the pacer here. Feeling good. Lots of green going on. Slippery fans getting excited, attaching themselves maybe. It's all about this. Pole glitch looking easy. Next slide, please. And we'll go blank there. So, left side. Looks still looking good.
All right. So I'm going to assume that he was not able to get ultimate. He did take quite a bit of a burn off to the right, I hope. Okay, he is able to save it as he works his way into the funnel. It looks like, yeah, Slip's the only one with a run going right now. I sure hope internet is able to withstand this amazing run right now. This might be a 14 and we don't even know it here, ALT. Vegas doesn't know how to handle this.
No, the internet cannot handle the magic that Slippery Dip is showing us right now. Unfortunately, it looks like this won't be the best of splits here, but...
Well, his switch to VC split is actually what should have happened after MIPS or DDD, so the splits are a little off here, so we'll get a more accurate portrayal, hopefully, once we get the gray matter off the screen. It's
got to clear that out. Someone's got to shake it off. Shake off that cord.
With a 13:02 Fire C exits, I believe 14 is not on the table, but this could put him in the position for a second place finish. 15-1x, assuming he does get some clean BLJ. So let's praise in the chat and see if Slip is able to clutch this one out.
Yes, and Westdog just gave you permission to attach yourself to this one, I think, right?
Absolutely.
Yes.
When it comes to BLJs, it's smart not to get attached, but I mean, on this bit of a run, you can't help but get attached.
Come on, catch! Nah, first attempt did not catch. Attempt number 2, and he's in. You take that. Obviously, it's been way more smoother BLJs from Slippery Nip than that, but we still got one more left to go. Gonna see here.
Oh,
looks like a slam dunk. Slam dunk.
Instant BLJs. We're hoping it goes right into the hole.
That's what she said. I'm hoping we got a slam dunk here, but the screen goes away and it's back. Looks like we made it through there.
All right, looks like he is in bits and he's taking some damage, so I'm guessing he might have tried going for, or might have gotten either the task long jump strat or Monimo, but then fell down, so he's losing some time here. We only see the second digits right now, so right now Slip is already in bits on... Okay, there we go.
Right, oh, look at these elevators. Oh, went for the sexy elevators. Didn't quite get there, but I appreciate the attempt. Nothing else.
It looked like he glitched, but was still able to fall right back onto the platform, so actually saving that by the skin of his teeth. It looks like second place is no longer possible here, but still could very well edge out SWRC for third place here with perfect throws. We're gonna have to wait and see how this one finishes out.
Lots of gray there. I'm guessing there's a Koopa on the left side of the screen right now. I'm not sure though. There he is. Do we get the dance? Dance for it. We don't know if a dance happened or not. What kind of time here? That looks to be the first throw, I assume.
Right, and connecting on the bomb, it looks like, oh, this one's going to be close. I know it's about 7 seconds. He's either going to just tie SWRC or just fall behind SWRC on the time. It's looking like, yeah, this is going to be a 15:30.
Okay.
A low 15:30.
Just over Green SWRC's current third place time of 15:29. The Slippery Nip, of course, already has a 15:30, so unless that was just freshly updated, which I guess it could have been. That'd be a super fast update there. But there you go. What a run. Wish we could have saw more of it. And now it's working fine, of course. A nice and clear screen there. Let's look around the room here, though. Who else has a little bit of a pacer here? Trey working on something.
Ooh.
I know, he's just doing skip. Okay, now we're switching to Trey here on the main screen here. feeling good. Nice to see Trey up there. Some might say Trey is one of the long shots here, in addition to Cheese, of course. But yeah, still a great runner. Still in what? He's still the top. He's 12th now on the leaderboard. So still insane runner. But it'd be awesome to see him put up a good time.
No, absolutely, and not to mention Trey is all but a. I wouldn't say a meme, but it looks like he is considered like an almost Mario god. Before the event was starting, we saw people just expressing full-on support here for Trey Bordo. Maybe a meme god, the best of both worlds here. I don't know, but Trey, you definitely don't want to sleep on Trey Bordo here. Honestly, leapfrogged into the, I believe at the time was top 10 from a 15:27 to a 15:12. So it would not surprise me here if Trey was able to pull out yet another low 15. Hopefully, maybe even maybe a PB.
There you go. Trey fans coming out of the woodwork here. Nice to see you all. Trey is definitely someone to watch this weekend. Again, 3 days of this event. 2 more days after this one. Whoever's the best time at the end wins. And this is all brought to us by Urban Arts, helping people go to college, underprivileged kids, giving them the opportunity to go to school. So if you can support, please do. They help these awesome events happen, and more importantly, help a lot of great people go to college. So let's keep this stuff going. Let's support Urban Arts.
Yeah, I don't know when the last time donations have been read here, but look at that. We even had a $40 donation that said the streets watch Trey Bordo. So now we've got the streets joining here with us on the big screen for Trey Bordo.
Awesome. Nice to see it. Trey Bordo, lava boost time. Never in doubt. Let's see how these polls go. Not bad. Now let's see, keep our eyes on what kind of time Trey Bordo leaves Lethal Lava Land with. Time for side hop. No problem at all.
Excellent. That's one of the things I actually enjoy about 16 stars, being able to just see creative movement like that, because there's no other category where getting the star in that fashion is absolutely necessary. If you're doing 70 or 120, you've got the wing cap, so you're going to fly over the cage and save a couple of seconds. 0 and 1 star, you don't even have time to consider going to LOL, so that's complete nonsense. But 16 star is able to crank out the unique side hop, or however some people like to phrase it. I'd say it's side hop. Some people say logless, but there is Lethal Lava Land.
Yeah, I think side hop has won over the community, but I know logless has its fans too. All right, so getting out of there, he was with the 830. Look at that gold split for Lethal Lava Land there for Trey Bordo.
There we go.
Hype building here slightly. Everyone asking about Cheese. I'll say it. I guess I gotta say it on the hour, I guess. Cheese is not playing right now. He has the ability to play, but he's not doing it. Again, they have all the hours of the event at their disposal. They can do with them what they will. So if you want to run the whole time, that's cool. If you want to gamble the whole time, that's cool too. We have no idea what Cheese is doing right now, but when we get any updates from our field reporters, we will pass them along. ASFP.
As far as I know, Cheese is a super mega celebrity who needs to take his moment to enjoy Vegas before getting into the hard work. Besides, we know if it was from the 120 star lifetime attack not too long ago, Cheese is just known to be able to come in at the very end and just clutch out an absolute banger of a run here. So even if we're not seeing Cheese now, it would not surprise me if Cheese sometime later this weekend would just come in here and perhaps bust out a new PB.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to be commentating for that moment, and that was pretty crazy. Just the last run of the whole event, Cheese swooped in and took the top time from Punkay, and that was definitely a interview to remember after the event, because Punkay, as you might expect, that hit pretty hard. As Cheese just swooped in and took that event from him, as Trey Bordo hitting the GTM slide pretty smoothly there, but the Rock not playing games. Don't get complacent with me on the patrol.
Yes, Trey unfortunately smelling what The Rock was cooking right there at the end of HMC. But yeah, speaking of the GTM slide, we are joined by GTM here in the chat, I think. Yep, there we go. OMG, no way. Shoutouts to GTM for
Who?
popularizing the slide.
Yeah, but who, we should say, is not the creator of the slide, but the popularizer, right? Is right, Wes? I want to make sure of that.
Yeah, popularizer, pioneer, the one to make it go absolutely mainstream.
Okay, yes. So still deserving of the name. I see some people, say he didn't create it, so why you call it that? It doesn't matter. It's whatever the community decides. So GTM slide shall live on in this commentator's mind forever. But
and besides, we have too many strats in this game named after Salt and Ginger. So it's frankly good that we've got another member out there.
Trey missing. Chip clip there. Here comes the 8 seconds. Wes warned us about earlier. 8-second loss here.
And missing a swim there too, costing him yet another second. That is one of the, oh my god, missing yet another swim. This is one of the most brutal mechanics of Super Mario 64. Trey just not connecting on the swims right now. Guys, every time you miss a swim in rhythm, it costs 1 whole second. So if you don't get perfect rhythms going through this water, it just absolutely eats up your time, especially when you're in a stage like Dire Docks, when you already have to battle with the lag of loading this big sub sandwich right here.
Yeah, it could appear to, if you haven't played the game, like they're just swimming around, just push as fast as you can, but it's not about that. It's not about pushing as fast as you can. It's really a rhythm. And as you can see, Trey did not catch the rhythm on there. So that took a little bit of the wind out of the sails of this hype run. But let's see what time we can get there with that. Remember, his current time is 6th, so just has to get better than 16:20 to make finishing this run definitely worth it.
Absolutely. And Trey, the only one with a run going right now, as we see the chairs of Flixer and Ouija right now greeting us here on stream, as those guys have left to temporarily take a break. As we see... As I was about to comment on a beautiful ultimate there from Trey. Oh no! What looking like he hit an invisible wall and not able to go around the edge, bouncing backwards and taking the late death there in Fire Sea. Oh, you hate to see it, as he's just completely blacked out now.
Unkind, to say the least. Kind of where he fell there was a really tough place. Could not get back on there. As we see Trey Borda's frustration showing a bit there. Looks like he's thinking about something. Not sure what to do. Thinking about... we just got... excuse me. I just was told by Delfindo, the unofficial reporter here for GSA, that Cheese is taking a nap. That's the current scuttlebutt. Woo! West Dog. I don't know if you can believe that or not, but that's what we heard. That's what I've heard.
Honestly, traveling all the way from Europe to Vegas, it would not surprise me in the least bit if Cheese was major jet lagged to getting used to the time zone. So yeah, well-deserved nap. The run, this event's still going to be going on for at least another 5 to 6 more hours, so Cheese has got all the time in the world to take a nap here for the day.
For sure. Oh, I see the conspiracy theories are starting to build in the chat. Just ignore those. He's taking a nap, but let's just stick with it. Stick with that story.
But you know what we should absolutely not sleep on here, ALT, is of course the Urban Arts Foundation.
Definitely. So can you please tell me about what Urban Arts is all about? West Dog, I'm talking about it too much. It's your turn.
I will do my best. I mean, what's there not to talk about the Urban Arts Foundation other than, guys, if you are a fan of video games and you care about the children, then why not donate to the Urban Arts Foundation? It is a program set in New Jersey focused on nurturing and developing the future game designers and developers of the future. 100% of the students that go through Urban Arts end up graduating and moving on to colleges to further perfect their skills in game design and game development. And I believe, as we've even seen from the advertisements, they've got 250 projects being featured, or multiple, like hundreds of accomplishments from their students.
Yes, that's lowballing it, but yes, insane amounts of great stuff being done by the students that were given a chance because of Urban Arts.
Absolutely. So whether it be $1 or even $1.01, anything and everything counts towards the Urban Arts Foundation. Please help out the kids today. And also, if we reach our goal of $2,000, we're able to get an extra hours worth of run attempts here. So if you guys have enjoyed 16-star speedruns and want to keep them going for as long as possible, click on the link there to donate here at donate.tiltify.com.
And West Dog, I'm going to put you on watching Tag's stream for a moment. What kind of pace we have going on there?
Oh, yes, we do have Tag in the top right corner. Possible to shift there. He's exiting out of HMC with a 10:16. A really good time there. I know the goal for a 14 time would usually be around the 10:0x region. So a 10:1x puts Tag in very comfortable territory here for a second place, perhaps even first place.
All right, let's see Tag making it pretty smoothly through that door. All right, side causes some issues. He drops the bunny, but gets it there. Not ideal on that one, but it will work. As we see Tag attempting chip clip. A little different setup showcase there. A lot of runners do it all different ways, but if it gets you through the wall, that's all that matters. Everyone's sitting up in their chairs a little bit more now as we see Tag on the main screen. I called him earlier, the hottest man in Super Mario 64. Just set his personal best 5 days ago. Gotta be feeling good going into an event like that, but front sub lubed up just a bit too much. And we've seen this be the death of quite a few runs. Front sub is extremely difficult. Third slide off, just a little bit too much butterball on there.
No,
You're gonna fall right off.
Just like that, the run is gone. I'm not gonna lie to you here, ALT. Coming into today, I have been completely sleeping on Tag here. I apparently have not been checking social media enough. I was unaware of who this runner even was, but I go to the leaderboard only to find out that about 5 to 6 months ago, they took the then virtual console world record with a 15:15, goes straight to console and hitting a line of 15s for the last 4 to 5 months, including getting the 15:03 only 5 days ago. I mean, it's just like, I don't know whether to be disappointed in myself or just absolutely shocked that Tag has just completely been dominating the 16-star field as of lately.
He is definitely on fire, for sure. And speaking of fire, before they set a fire in the booth here, we got to take a quick break. We'll be right back with you after this break.
Urban Arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban Arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
And we are back here with Global Speedrun Association. Live Time Attack brought to us by Urban Arts, a great charity doing great things. As you can see, their accolades written on the screen there. They are allowing us to put on this event for you, which is an event that is made to see who can get the lowest time in 16 star for a game known as Super Mario 64. But a lot of people in chat, West Dog, might not know what LTA means. So can you explain exactly what that is and what kind of format we got going on here?
Yes, of course. The LTA format, or live time attack format, is not your typical racing format. Instead of having a tournament where racers go from start to finish as quickly as possible here, in a live time attack, you are given an allotted amount of time, in which case today we've got anywhere from 8 to 9 hours, I believe, for all of these top level 16 star speedrunners to get the lowest time possible. So rather than putting the pressure on for just one or just a couple of races here, these runners have an extra amount of time to show us what they've got in terms of their skill level. As we see Sweetie showing us what he's got, as he's apparently doing the Mario Boogie behind the wall.
This looks pretty hype right now. See if he can work his way through this wall. It does sometimes work if you just hold right long enough. We're gonna see it. That's gonna be our. Some people are placing bets now in Vegas about this moment right now. Will he break through the wall? Odds are at pretty low right now.
Unless the chair becomes sentient, it looks like he might just be stuck there for a while. Also, we've got a mouse cursor on the screen. Oh my goodness!
Someone double it in size real fast.
Yeah, we need to call the exterminator. There's a mouse on the loose on Sweegie's side.
As we see the legendary Sweegie there taking a little walk. Then we see 4 runners here, 4 runners in action. Well, Sweegie's semi in action. Tag working on his LBLJ, making that look pretty easy. And I would say it's definitely been these 3 that have been, we've only been playing here for what, 3 hours, 4 hours or so? And in terms of runs attempted, I think Slippery Nip, Trey Bordeaux, and Tag are definitely your leaders. Don't quote me on that. Need to ask the stat guys about that, but they've been pretty consistent so far in just going at it.
Absolutely. Tag just coming out here, guns a-blazing. The first one to post a 15 on the day, getting 2 15s. I believe it was, what, a 15:42, followed by that 15:25 not too long after the fact?
Yep.
Yeah, but then, of course, you've got Ouija, who Collins referred to in the last hour as one of the most mechanically gifted Mario 64 players out there. And I just have to agree, it's very rare to see a player of Ouija's caliber, not just in this game, but also, for those who may not know, Ouija was also a former world record holder, or I should say is a former world record holder in Super Mario Sunshine Any Percent. So the kid just lives, breathes, and just absolutely is Mario at this point.
Yes, for sure. And Sweegie's controller is not going to let us rest here. We still just have to watch that in amazement here as Tag grabs that first star in his run. Early days yet. Let's see if Tag can continue his momentum here.
We might keep Tag on in the background here, but if possible, could we get a split screen between Trey Bordeaux and Slip, as it looks like they've now got the runs farthest amongst the competitors so far, as we see Trey Bordeaux just clutching out the Tama Pillarless here not too long ago. He's going for Fly Guy-less.
Nice. Love to see that. Such a hype strat there, which is something that not everyone's going to pull out today, right?
I imagine we're going to see most people pulling it out. When you're doing high-level 16-star, it's, well, actually, I'm not sure. I'd think that if you're trying to go for the best time here, you might see Fly Guy list, but if you're probably just trying to get a higher time on the board, like perhaps Cheese or Trey, perhaps. Well, why am I saying Trey? He literally just pulled it out. I guess it wouldn't be a horrible decision if you're trying to play it safe, but when you're in the 15s, I think being safe is out of the question at this point.
All right, so I guess the pressure's on Cheese then. Let's see what Cheese does, is what you're saying.
Absolutely.
Cheese is, of course, the biggest underdog in this category, chat. Don't get too angry with me, but he's definitely the underdog in terms of this category. This is very different than 120 star. Very different animal, takes very different skills.
Which I will definitely be mentioning this here in a later time in the booth, but major shout outs to our future co-commentator, Markinator99. In my opinion here, ALT, Markinator, who's been a longtime community member, as Bordeaux's getting bullied by the big boy here. We're going to have to just wait and see. Oh, my goodness.
Not happy with that. Go ahead.
How can we allow our boy Trey to get bullied like that live on stage? This is, oh, goodness me.
He had his posse there too. Watch. It looks like the crowd is building there in the event hall there, which is nice to see. Again, that's where the event Double Down is going to happen. It's a Smash tournament. A lot of other stuff going on too, but.
Oh,
Go ahead.
So you're absolutely right. Since this is a Double Down, which is a Smash tournament priority, perhaps we should just try to throw in as many times as we can say the word Smash.
Definitely. I intend on smashing the rest of this event, in fact. As we see Trey Bordeaux with the beautiful lava boost. Getting that start. Getting it back on track, feeling good.
Yeah, but speaking of getting back on track before I got distracted by the bully there, just quick shout-outs to Markinator99, who somehow was able to convince Cheese to grind and come back to 16-star for the first time in 4 to 5 years when Cheese participated in Markinator's 16-star showdown. Honestly, a tournament I was not expecting Cheese to really go far in. It was a lifetime attack tournament. We saw Cheese go to the final round and finish in 4th place, who's currently also now posting a new PB of 1531. Cheese just, honestly, he's the GOAT for a reason. He's really talented across all categories here across the game, so it would not surprise me if he came back and just started busting out 15s like it was nobody's business.
Yeah, you missed Collins earlier, dropped a bit of a bombshell, though. He said Cheese, of course, known for his accolades and definitely the greatest of all time. However, he says we should think of Suiji in that same breath. What say you to that, West Dog?
Suiji, I'm not so sure yet. He is definitely one of the most talented Mario 64 players I've seen in recent memory, just coming visibly out of nowhere and taking, in my opinion, probably one of the, probably the second greatest, or at least one of the more historical world records in this category with that first 14.4x. And then just about a month and a half or two after grinding the 70-star, got a casual 47 before going back to 16. So definitely one of the more mechanically gifted and, dare I say, prodigy players of the game. But it seems like in the 120-star category holds runners into the highest regard. So that is why Cheese is the GOAT, especially considering he's been a world record holder for on and off for the last, what has it been, 7 years at this point?
Yeah, something like that, yes. Just the longevity of Cheese is just insane. So Suiji, he just needs more time, man, to be in the game that long, you know? So we'll see. Slippery Nip with a pretty nice Bowser there did get the dance, which you love to see. And yeah, I see a lot of people talking about who's not here. And yeah, it'd be nice to get at the top 10 here, but it's difficult to get live events, to get everyone here. Let's enjoy who we have at the event, you know? I mean, yeah, it'd be nice to get everybody, but there has to be a limit. Flying people out for these events, it's a lot of money, my friends. And some people don't want to fly from Japan to America because that's a long flight. So
absolutely,
Kano is a legend. Would be great for him to be here, but unfortunately he's not. So let's enjoy who we got here playing the Mario for us.
We'll let you all know what we got here too is a $5 donation here from Anonymous saying, loving the event so far, good luck to the runners, and thank you to the casters for the great commentary. Well, thank you, Anonymous. We appreciate that.
Anonymous coming in hot. Hoping to extend this event for another hour today, as it will take $2,000 to make that happen.
Loving the inflection there from co-commentator. $2,000. Oh, Bordeaux. Oh, my goodness, Trey.
This bunny is going all over the place. Cats and dogs living together. This bunny is gone.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, Trey. Wow. This is one of the more epic MIPS collapses I have seen in a while here. Trey missing the MIPS grab, getting the booty burn, and is now trying to... Oh, no. The bunny absolutely deking and juking Trey Bordeaux harder than LeBron James on the basketball court there.
You wanted to see a smash. That was a smash. That rabbit just smashed Trey Bordeaux for sure. But Trey Bordeaux fighting through it. You got to respect that, because a lot of people would have just done reset or worse to their console right there. But Trey Bordeaux said, you know what? You're not going to get the best of me this time, Mips. And he's going through with this run.
I will say something was smashed there, but I'd say it was probably more of Trey's ego at that point than anything else. Because, I mean, just when you get absolutely wrecked by MIPS in that kind of a fashion, I just couldn't imagine. But At least he's trying to finish this one through. Still posting only a 16 to 20. This is still 15 capable, but he's going to have to play a clean end game here. But speaking of clean, if we're able to swap out Slip for Tag, it looks like Tag, compared to his 15-25, has got all green splits going as he just talked to Toad ever so calmly, I might add.
Tag has been on fire. I mean, that's officially a thing now as we lose him from the big screen, but it's okay. He's still there below the main screen, but wow, Tag has been putting some runs together here. Trey Bordeaux making quick work of the front sub this time. Last time he had a little bit of difficulty, if you remember correctly, and the swimming was a bit of an issue, but smashed it this time.
There we go, just like that, saving a good chunk of time there in dire docks.
And let's keep our eyes on Tag here.
Yeah, last time we saw him coming out of HMC not too long ago, he had a 10-16 exit, and now he's going to be exiting here with a 10-14. Still, that could actually be, like, if all goes well, I'd say a very high of, like, 14.58, 14.59 pace, as Trey is pixels away from landing ultimate, is now going to have to go for normal cycle.
Tag here. Look, that's how Mips is supposed to look. In your dreams, that's how Tag looks. Just a quick punch, and he's in your arms for the hug. So you can get through that door. Let's see how quickly he can get through. And he's through.
All right, we'll be finishing out Trey Bordeaux's run here, as we do have more commentators, guys. That's the glorious thing here about Mario 64, is Tag lost Mips through the door! No way! Oh no, Tag!
He was so confidently holding it in his arms seconds before. Then it goes through the door too quick. That shows this run. You're on a razor's edge the whole time, right? Feeling good about yourself. One mistake, and you're rabbitless, holding nothing but your overalls in a castle basement. Unfortunate and there, but fortunately for our next commentating group, they are going to come in here and guide you through the next hour. West Dog, it's been a pleasure. I know we'll hear you later. You'll hear me later. Thanks so much for being with us, chat. Support the charity if you can. West Dog, send us out.
All right, and for ALT Insider, this is West Dog. Thank you all for tuning in, guys. Hope you enjoy another hour of 16-star Lifetime Attack Madness with our boys Collins, VG, and Warning Track. Gentlemen, take it away.
Yeah, good to be here. Thanks for handing things off. Collins, we missed a little bunny drama there. Just a little bit. Still muted, my friend. Not too much to talk about just yet, though. Still just watching that Nips breakdown. You hate to see it. I mean, you kind of like to see it. It's very amusing. It's very funny, but I'm sure for the runner in particular, very frustrating moment to moment. We got Trey on the big screen here. You can see he's coming up on 15, so not going to be an amazing run here. His best to date so far through 3.5 hours of this event is 16:20. That's not going to cut it, and you can see, yeah, he's pretty much had enough there. He's going to take the death, and down he goes. Unfortunate, to say the least. But still going to try to finish this out, get a little more practice, not trying to do too much with this run other than prepare for future better runs. And you can see now we've got just 4 runners going, a lot of runners taking breaks, and this makes sense. They've been going for, as I said, about 3 hours so far, and they've got 9 to 10 hours a day for 3 straight days. Exactly how long they have depends on you. If you get us to $2,000 in donations on each of these days, we will add an extra hour to the event. We will keep these poor runners here, and these poor casters, though let's be honest, we've got it a little easier than the runners. The poor production team, poor everyone really, will stay here an extra hour if you get to $2,000 in donations each day. So you have a chance to increase the lifetime attack, make it even longer. But the point is, that's a lot of time with or without that extra hour, and these runners, they know it's a marathon and not a sprint, and that's why you're going to see, you know, different layouts here. Some runners are going to take breaks. They're not going to go straight through 10 hours every day. They're probably going to pace themselves, get a little rest, get themselves better runs that way. I think Ouija is, back on the screen. There you can see Lakitu spinning around the castle. Ouija is back. A lot of people like to know where Ouija is at all times. We always like to joke, Ouija, if you're asking if he's on a good run, he's always on a good run, because the moment he's not, he gets reset. Collins, are you with us?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, man? You're just in time. I think it's in your contract, you know. And if Ouija's not going, you don't have to cast. So you
Yeah.
show up as the moment he does.
Yep, exactly. It's part of the deal I worked out with Milo and Cheese, actually.
It's a really sweet deal, man. I got to get in on that.
Yeah. Oh, this is fun. We Slips on a run. Ouija's back. Looks like Slippery Nip got a. Actually, no. I don't think any new best time since I've left. Granted, it was only an hour ago.
Yeah. Well, you were starting off the broadcast saying, you know, you think everyone's going to have a 15x by maybe even the end of the first day, and they're making you look pretty smart so far because 5 of them do already, and I think the other 2, they've kind of just decided they don't need one yet. You know, they probably could have one if they wanted to, but they're not really bothering.
Right. Yeah, we'll see when Cheese gets back. I'd say if there was someone at the end of the day that didn't have a 15, it'd be Cheese. Just considering he's taken a pretty long break here. But we can definitely see as of Trey's last run that he's definitely more than capable of the 15 here, anytime at any point. But yeah, I think 15 is a pretty reasonable expectation for the top 16 star runners in the world by the end of the day, I should say.
Yeah, by the end of the day, and to say nothing of the end of the weekend, where they're going to have, you know, something like 30 hours total to do it, and it's quite a bit. Might not be a lot for, let's say, 120 star or something, where you can blow 45 minutes on a run before giving up on it very easily. But with runs of this length, they're just going to get so many iterations. You got to imagine these eventual best times are going to be very low.
Yeah, and the thing you got to consider too is that 120 is a marathon, right? But 16 stars a sprint. And something to kind of consider that you gotta plan accordingly when you have 30 hours of 16 star. Very easy to burn yourself out mentally. Very easy to burn yourself out physically as well. So it's all about the preparation and kind of just where your head's at. There's a lot more that goes into this than raw skill for a live event specifically, I should say.
Yeah, no, live event certainly very different. You're not in your own setup, and as we mentioned, you know, people they're in different time zones than they're used to. You know, jet lag is a factor. Sleep is a huge factor, probably the most important factor for professional athletes. Sleep is usually the number one thing as well. So, I mean, it sounds silly to talk about conditioning in professional athletes with esports, but there is an element of that certainly. You know, that mental sharpness, and you hate to talk about someone like Cheese as quote the old man of the game, right? Because that just means what, mid-20s. It's kind of like gymnasts. You know, by 17 you're retired. But it's a young man's game in a lot of ways, and so certainly you got to imagine that one of the advantages there is someone like Cheese knows, you know what, I'm better rested, and I just need one good run at the end. And we've seen him do that, haven't we? We've seen him wait until literally the last run of certain events to push his time in and win.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know, with that experience comes experience, right? Definitely Cheese has the mindset where he's able to, you know, I mean, he's been there, done that a lot over the last 10 years or so. He's used to the pressure of a live event. He's used to having to work with different setups. I mean, let's not forget, he literally got a 120 world record at a live event, not on his own setup, after I think it was the last day. So it's like, you know, this is something that Cheese is incredibly used to at this point. Whereas, you know, runners like Trey, Flixer, I think, as well, you know, haven't really done too many live events. I know Tag hasn't. You know, live events are they're a lot different. A lot different than even just a virtual break the record live or something along those lines, right? Or it's just something to really kind of consider that there's a lot that goes into it.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, like with Cheese, some players, they seem to thrive on it. You know, they thrive on the pressure, just like certain athletes do too. And I mean, yeah, the last event I cast before this was a 120 star with Cheese, and he didn't submit an entire run for I think 2 or 3 straight days. He submitted one run at the very end in overtime, and it won. And that's just it's the kind of guy he is. I heard you talking, I think it was ALT about it a little earlier. You were talking about the same stuff. There's a death from Flixer, by the way, or at least a long enough fall that it might as well be a death. But you were talking earlier about how he seems to prefer it. He seems to like to sort of back himself into a corner, so he has to play his best, and then he does.
Yeah, he's definitely just the type of guy that thrives in competition, that thrives in pressure. He's really competitive, super competitive. Like we play games together that aren't Mario all the time, and just watching his approach when it comes to learning games is something kind of it's a sight to behold for sure. He's just very methodical. Like I said, very competitive, and he's always kind of working to become better. A lot of people are okay with complacency, or well, I can hold back a little bit in this run or whatever because I don't necessarily need whatever first place. But Cheese is he always has that mindset. He's always like, give me the money, like I'm the best, like I need to show it. So now, do I think that it's gonna necessarily help in this circumstance? I'm not really sure. Cheese is at a pretty large disadvantage here. I could see him being towards the front of the pack, maybe, even at this point, maybe like third place or something with a really good run if he really, puts his nose to the grindstone. But like I said, just at a very large disadvantage.
Speaking of the best,
yeah.
we've got a donor here, $1.01 from Collins' #1 fan. Says, thank you, GSA and Urban Arts, for putting on this amazing event. I always love to watch Mario 64 events in the big show, especially when Collins is casting. So thanks to Collins' mom, I guess.
Joke's on you. I'm too embarrassed to tell my mom that I do this.
I don't know, man. Like when I was growing up, it was, what you really hope. Why would you play video games all day? You're never going to make a career out of it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Career might be stretching it, but yeah, I think a lot of people are surprised by the role video games have taken in our modern economy. But yes, thank you for the donation. This is all for Urban Arts, as we talked about. My favorite stat about Urban Arts, bar none, is that 100% of the graduating seniors earn college acceptance. And with your average student outside of the program, it's like half that. 100% is just a ridiculous number. No margin for error there. Always my favorite stat every time we do one of these events.
Oh, looks like Flip is just gonna barely make it up there for that normal cycle, or the zero cycle, the whatever you want to call it. He's gonna have to. Yeah, he was going for the one burn there, but definitely would not have made it past that slope. So played a little bit safe, which is probably the move when you're ahead of a 15-30 at this time. Now he did lose ultimate, so that's gonna lose him a couple seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Luckily, he didn't miss the entire cycle. He just kind of missed the ending part there. And he hits the throw. Excellent.
Yeah, good start there. There is an element of strategy. I mean, you basically, as you alluded to right there, it's not just do the best thing. You're not just grinding for world record pace. You're trying for the best time here. So you need to have a sense of who your opponents are, what time is probably going to get you there. And as you mentioned, while some players are also, first is your first or your last, Ricky Bobby style, right? They only care about winning. It's fair to say sometimes, especially near the end of these events, maybe they think, you know what? Third's a little more viable at this point. Maybe I take my foot off the gas, play it a little safer, and especially early in the event, I think that's pretty reasonable.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think you kind of have to like manage your expectations, so to speak, right? And I think that's inevitably better for you, as opposed to just being like, well, if I don't get first place, then it must be it's the end for me. I mean, you have guys like Flixer and Trey and even Tag, right? Like that are, they're not new to the game, so to speak. Like Flixer's been around, I think, just about as long as I've been around, give or take. But you're not Ouija that's been playing since he was, it's the prodigy when he was 14 or whatever. Now, granted, Flixer did start that early, but Ouija has a couple of years on him and all that stuff. But like what I'm saying is, you don't really have all the experience that these guys do, especially Cheese, right?
Yeah.
So it's one of those things that you gotta kind of manage your expectations just a bit here. Unfortunately, Slip missing the ending there and getting a ledge grab. Unfortunately, not gonna kick there to make it over the elevator. So that was a little bit. Probably would have bonked.
Yeah. Don't think he's going to have an event best here, but he's going to be in range and he's going to get a little more practice in. Meanwhile, we do have a couple more donations in. $20 from the Sound Defense, who says, man, I love electronic sports. And a big $100 donation from Behold My Cape. Definitely my favorite username so far. Thank you to the streamers and commentators for putting on a great live time attack event. Looking forward to a weekend of SM64 action. My friend, you are in the right place.
here, and that's going to hit. So it looks like he can go ahead and quite possibly nab third place. Well, actually, almost definitely.
Actually, yeah, that's my mistake there. He kind of did that perfectly.
Yeah.
Strong closeout from Slip. Oh, just barely. We might even need a retime. But I think he just gets it. My guess is both of those runners, Sweegie and Nip, are going to end up lower anyway, so that might not even matter. But for academic purposes, we'll find out if that is indeed a third place. It sure looks like it, and if it's not, it's close. That's an awfully good run from Nip in what is just a little over 3 hours into this event. He's used about 10% of his time, and he's already down into the mid-15s.
It's definitely third place for sure. It was a 27, actually. Split
Nice.
a little bit late. A lot of these guys are used to manually splitting. Or sorry, auto splitter, using auto splitter and having your splits automatically hit for you.
So there's a delay, yeah.
But these guys now, it seems like on this setup, they're having to manually split. At least from what I can tell, Slippery Nip is. So he did split just a bit late. Just about probably like, honestly, I'm almost positive it was a 27 when he grabbed this final star. So
Nice.
definitely a pretty comfy third place run.
Yeah, not bad. 3 runners now. Slippery Nip, obviously going to take a little bit of a break after that very strong run. We'll see if he gets right back into it or not. He's a bit of a machine, so it wouldn't surprise me if he takes very little time before starting right back up. There's a title screen, and here he comes. Flickster about 5 minutes into his run, and Ouija starting another one, as he so often is. I would say most of the time when I look over, Ouija is starting. He is, after all, a perfectionist, and that's why he's in the lead.
Looks like he does have auto split. I don't know why he had to manually split at the end there. Maybe he had to skip a split at one point or something, but
We'll figure it out eventually. That would also explain the delay, too, if he's expecting an auto split and then realizes he has to do it manually. You know,
exactly.
If anything, reacting to that within 2 seconds is pretty good.
Yeah, right. Nice Tama plus there from Flixer. Right. Looks like we're going to be taking a quick ad break here. So we will join you. We'll join you again shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen. Who's ready for some action? Here we go.
Everybody get it out. All four. Here we go. All four.
IBK, whole bunch of enemies, just like that, picking up another one.
And look at that. There's Nip starting a new run. Flixer's about 10 minutes into his, and Ouija, I said it a minute ago. I'm saying it again now. Ouija starting a new run again.
You know, there's death, taxes, and Ouija resetting runs. Guarantees in life. The only guarantees in life.
The only guarantees in life. Well, maybe the death is Ouija's death. It's the same thing. It's encompassed by that, yes. You say taxes, too. Reminder, these runners are live in Vegas. So a lot of distractions here from the gaming. Are you a betting man, Collins?
I'm not. I've
You're
never
not?
gambled. I've never gambled in my life. I was saying earlier that there was this one time where my friends and I, like my friends invited me to go to the casino, so I was like, sure, whatever, we'll go. And I went there, and my buddy put like, you know, it was like I don't know, he had like $60 on this card or something, and he slid the card in the thing and pulled the lever, and the numbers hit, ding ding ding. And he's like, well, that's gone. And I was like, what?
Yeah,
Like,
that's how it works.
He burned like $100 in like 2 minutes. I was like, no way.
No way. That can't be how this works.
Yeah, not for me. Not for me.
Yeah, it's the South Park meme, and it's gone.
Yeah, no,
and
like
it's gone.
literally. He's like, well, that's gone. And he didn't even really seem to care. And I was like,
No.
oh my God.
I mean, I'll give him credit. He knew what he was getting into, you know?
Super funny. Well, I was saying earlier too, these guys, like, you know, lots of distractions, but some of them aren't even over 18 yet, so they can't.
It's a good point.
You know,
I was gonna say, if you're not 18 and you're in Vegas, you either can't get into much trouble or you can get into even more.
Yeah, right.
One or the other. But I don't know. I mean, most of these runners, I just don't think it's temptation. I don't think they care. I think it doesn't matter where in the world they are. This is what they care about, to a fault, perhaps. Like, honestly, maybe they should have more fun, but they just don't care. This is fun to them. This is all they do.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you don't just put in... Slip has like 64,000 attempts in this game.
My God.
You don't just do that. You don't just do that, right?
Yeah,
Like,
right. You don't do that if you're doing anything else.
Yeah, it doesn't happen on accident, for sure.
Mhm.
So definitely something to think about. But Flixer with a really nice fire sea there gets the ultimate cycle, and that's gonna more than likely be it was almost a gold for him, for his comparison splits.
Yeah, I mean, he's racking up the strong splits here. It's very strong finish on this run potentially here, and he's got the 1542 earlier, pretty good. But you can see just even a marginal improvement. Like, look at the cluster there between second and fifth. If he shaves off just like 15 seconds, he would vault into second place.
Like common I find at these events, like there always seems to be like someone who's way ahead in first, and then second, third, fourth, fifth is like super close.
Yep.
I don't, you know, it's just I don't really understand why, but unfortunately, I'm gonna miss BLJ there. Flixer, that one definitely grab, no problem.
Yeah, they do tend to cluster like that. Even in the longer times, even with the 120s, you know, even with the 70s, like that's still a thing, is that it kind of clusters like that. It might be I'm sure some statistician has a name for it that I don't know.
Right. Okay catch there. So we're going to see that Flixer is -8 going into this as of now. See how he's able to clutch it out. I don't know if we'll necessarily see him clutching out second place, but he's 3x pace, so it's possible for him to, you know, get an event PB, but wouldn't necessarily improve his placement.
Yeah, a little bonk for Flixer. He's gonna go left instead of right after the failure. It's a pretty quick recovery though. Not too bad there. We do have another donation, $5 from John, and I don't know how much of this message I can read, to be perfectly honest with you.
I read it and I wasn't even gonna try it.
Yeah, it's interesting, but I'm not sure.
We get Milo.
Not sure.
We get Milo's
Yeah.
opinion.
Let's get a ruling on let's get a mod check on donation messages. But thank you regardless, John, for the $5. Going right to Urban Arts and their student program, where, I mean, it's just the coolest thing. You know, they make games in this program, and for their final project, they band together in a team, like a real development team, and make a game together. That's like their final project here, and I just think it's the coolest idea, and I love how real world and how pragmatic it is. You know, I mean, look,
Really cool.
Yeah, I mean, look, book learning, as they call it, is important and good, but there's no substitute for the real thing, especially in like a tech field, and they know that, and they've accounted for that, and I think it's tremendous.
Nicely clutched by Flixer at the end there. Looks like a 1540, but it's not. It's a 1539. Just happened to split a little bit late. So he advanced in his event PB, but did not advance in the standings, unfortunately. But who knows? That could make a difference, you know, between right now 5th and 6th, right? If you know, worst comes to worst, you know, and he's just got to worry about Trey or Cheese bopping him. He's 1539, pretty solid. Can't complain. So well done to Flixer there. I'm sure we'll see him get right back into it, of course.
Yeah. Well, when you do step away in a moment, we're going to miss you on this split timing stuff because you had an eye for it. I think I'll just shave a second off every time and just assume.
Yeah.
I'll probably get pretty close.
Yeah. It's, you can tell based on the, well, I was a mod for like over a year, so I kind of got used to just eyeballing it.
Yeah. We have raised in total, by the way, just a little over $250, and that's a good start, but that's not the end, I would hope, because if we reach $2,000 today, the event is extended by another hour. You can make these poor runners continue the marathon we talked about earlier. Each day, if we get to 2,000, another hour. So potentially, we could add 3 hours to this event, and it's all in support of a good cause. And you might even get to make us read something silly, too.
Well, I actually have to bounce a little bit early here, but I will be back later in the evening. And I think 10 o'clock Eastern is when I'm up next. So yeah, it was a pleasure. Warning track. We have a bunch of other shifts together later, so I'll see everybody soon and catch you guys tonight. Good luck to the runners, and hope you guys have a good time.
See you soon, Collins. Thanks for being here. Meanwhile, Collins being replaced by the old boomer wedding song standard. It's electric. Boogie Woogie, Boogie Woogie. How you doing, man?
Doing well. Excited for even more Mario action. I see the leaderboard has a couple more 15s on it than it did whenever I left earlier.
Yeah, a few more. Certainly nothing changed too much. Not yet, but it's solidified. This is what always seems to happen, right? In the first handful of hours, the first 10 or 20% of any one of these like multi-day LTAs is, someone jumps out, you get a little cluster as Collins was talking about, and like 2nd through 5th, something like that. And then sometimes you'll go like a whole day with no major changes.
Yeah, exactly. Especially with so many players at this high of a level, like you'll kind of reach this plateau point where like that 15-20 mark, like it's hard to get a run that good, but at the same time, like all these runners, that's pretty much the point that they'll be able to hit on like one given no reset at some point during the day. But we're going to be seeing, I think, a lot more of those 15 OX and then maybe even those 14 times, especially as like the days go on. But it's pretty incredible seeing how many players are still really actively going at the grind. I think just mainly Cheese going on like a really long break for now.
Yeah, and we know Cheese just plays by different rules, literally, figuratively, all of it. No surprise there. It's actually funny. I'm kind of pleased about the kind of no reset first run rule because when we did that 120 star event, the one where Cheese clutched it out in overtime with his only submission, we were talking the whole time about, he hasn't submitted a run. He hasn't submitted a single run because it's a 120, which means they didn't require a no reset run. That's too much of a time commitment. You kind of can't do that, or at least it's a questionable choice, potentially. By the way, Tag, as you can see, practicing the nips there in the bottom right-hand corner. But with the 16 star, you can afford to have a no reset run. It only costs them, 10 to 20 minutes potentially. So Cheese does have a time, but as soon as he got it in, went and rested. And he knows from experience, he only needs the one.
Exactly. And we've seen him practicing some pretty interesting strats compared to what we would originally expect from Cheese coming from 120 star, the more consistency-heavy category. Like, I saw him a couple of times going for some pretty nutty elevator movement and bits, which you really wouldn't expect a 120 runner to have practice, but it looks like he's really been putting the work on optimizing some of these like little things that slip going right past the top of the pyramid on plus, but going ahead and backing it up, only losing a couple seconds there. This is still a pretty nice intact run.
And not bad at all. By the way, $20 from Fluctuates. Thank you so much again for Urban Arts. We are approaching $300. We're inching our way up there. Some big milestones coming up. And the biggest one, of course, the one we're really going for here, I'm talking about the big round numbers, of course. We like to call out the big round numbers. But the one that matters is $2,000. If we get that by the end of the day, you get another hour of this insanity. Another hour of bunnies evading runners.
And especially if your favorite runner is finally getting that energy going, finally getting on some good pacers late in the game, you know, that extra hour might make the difference, because sometimes that mental energy can kind of reset between days. You know, you'll be playing really well at the end of a session here and then start up tomorrow and you just won't be able to get out wumps for an hour. So sometimes that extra hour may really make the difference.
That's an excellent point. I mean, even if they're just not doing as well as you think they're supposed to be doing, just giving them more time gives them that chance. So you have a chance to affect the outcome here, not just of students' lives, but of your actual favorite runners, which, you know, I'll admit for some of you may be more important, and that's fine. Some of you are pretty big fanboys and girls, and that's fantastic. So yeah, the audience plays a role here in a very interesting way.
Exactly right. And Trey Bordeaux on a pretty deep attempt as well. So it's really nice to see at least a couple players getting through the basement on a regular basis. You never want to see these events kind of devolve into just an hour of 7 people all staying in bumps all together. It's kind of the natural state of the game. I mean, with how hard the stage is, it doesn't make it easy to get out and actually play the rest of the game, but it is nice to see that runners are getting some paces going.
Yeah, certainly. And, you know, it's hard to draw conclusions. You want to say that some players start fast and some have maybe a little more energy up front. Some need to kind of play their way into shape, as they say. Personally, me, I think if I were doing something like this, a few hours in is when you get my best run. No longer rusty, right? But probably don't have the energy to throw together my best run 7 hours in or 8 hours in. I don't know. When you run these kind of games, what is it for you? Are you a guy who starts strong and fades, or you need to work your way into it, or something in between?
It certainly does depend on the person, and it kind of depends on like whether you're just going in with cold hands, just going right into a run, or if you've actually put in a lot of practice beforehand. But I find that typically it'll be an attempt like a little while into a session. Like it won't really, the first attempt of the day, if I've practiced a lot beforehand and really gone over everything pretty thoroughly, the first attempt will usually be pretty okay. But then after that point, it'll just kind of be a random run that finally manages to get a decent time.
Yeah, very idiosyncratic, certainly.
There is certainly that element of like after you've reset a bunch of times in the early game, when you do finally get out of the early game, you have a little bit more nervousness because you're like, okay, I really need this attempt to go well because I don't want to do wumps another time.
Yeah, right. Yes, the boring stuff, the stuff that it's hard to get your adrenaline pumping for the 5,000th time.
Yeah, I mean, like getting a successful Dark World attempt after like 20 wumps fails is much harder than getting one on your first run of the day that you've actually gotten through wumps.
Yeah, and this is something we say at all these LTAs, like, we'll see that a run is clearly kind of borked, and they'll keep going, and you know why? It's because they want some of that endgame practice here. They don't want, when they finally get on a good run, they don't want to be going in totally fresh into Sky or something. Like, that's no good. So they want that to feel familiar, so that when the perfect run does come along, they're not going in totally fresh into the last 3 or 4 minutes, and then they lose it.
Exactly, yeah. And it's so easy to already lose it in those last 3 or 4 minutes anyway, especially in 16 star. It's really interesting just how much into high gear this category goes, like in that, like as soon as you get your 15 star, it's like everything is going to lose you at least 10 seconds. Every little mistake you could possibly make from that point onward.
Yeah, look, there's a reason it's one of the most popular speedrunning games, and the most popular category in that game is that it's almost like it's been constructed perfectly for drama like that. Which is that, when you get close to the end, every mistake is such a big deal. By the way, some pretty interesting little times here coming out of Trey and Nip. Pretty much similar paces.
Not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. This is going to be worth watching here. Unfortunately, as always happens, you know, you'll look around and you'll see 5 people, you know, out front of the castle waiting for Lakitu. And then you look up, and when you finally do get a good run to focus on, there's 2 of them happening simultaneously. Trey with the little miss. Oh, the second we've seen, not as bad as the first that happened just, I think, about an hour and a half ago, right before I came on, as a matter of fact. Probably for the best. I probably would have screamed. But it does cost himself a few seconds.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about, though. Like, every mistake loses about 10 seconds. He punched in slightly the wrong spot, and that was about, like, 8 to 10 seconds or so to have to do that backup.
Oh, Mips, you little minx. There we go. Nice clip through the door, though. Yeah, very clean there, and that'll get you a little fraction of it back. You do a few more little things here and there, and it's like it never happened. Let's see how the swim goes.
Then, of course, the next potentially 10-second losing mistake, front sub.
Yeah, front sub. We're not going to chip.
And what always makes mistakes on tricks like this really infuriating is the rear sub strat that always works will save you time over a first try front sub fail. So it's
Right.
like you really have one shot at actually saving time with these really hard tricks. And the
Yes.
second that you failed it once, in your mind you're going like, great, I've already lost time if I would have just gone the simple route.
Right.
You know?
So if you're getting a bunch of runs, as long as you can do it half the time or better, you should. Here we go. Got it.
Nicely done.
Nicely done. But, you know, obviously certain runs matter, and if it's the last run of the day, it's a totally different calculation. But if it's early on and you're planning on doing this a few hundred times, then you just figure, is my success rate 50%? Slippery Nip, by the way, hits his head on a pillar trying to jump through the portal.
Meanwhile, Trey Bordeaux just jumps right past the hole for FireC.
Wow. These are some unusual... Oh, and there's a ledge grab from Trey, too. These are some very unusual mistakes for runners of this caliber.
A backup pole glitch, really clean there. That could
Really
still
nice.
save early cycle. Not really on pace for ultimate anymore, but that was... It's a lot harder to hit pole glitch out of a backup like that than it would be with your normal traditional setup. And that's just barely too late to manage to hit that early cycle.
And it's all for naught. And now we are just on rails here, on a ride.
It can still get a decent PB with this, but it's a little bit worse than it was before, for sure. That's, again, another about like 8-10 seconds for that cycle. With FireC, you really don't tend to lose like 1 to 2 seconds. You sometimes will hit early Ellie's without a ultimate cycle on the end, but most of the time you're looking at like the normal elevator cycle, and that's just inherently 10 seconds.
It's very all or nothing, yeah. Oh no, and
Barely
a miss.
missing the throw.
Oh goodness. I didn't say anything because I didn't want to jinx it. I was clenched and ready to go, and I thought, as soon as he let go, I thought, oh no, this is very close.
And then punches Bowser instead of grabbing, and that's going to be the death. And that's going to do it for that run from Trey.
Wow. The funny thing is, it almost fell apart several different times, and he kind of kept bringing it back with the backups, kept it in range. By the way, at almost exactly the same time, Slippery Nip has also reset, is just now approaching the castle. 2 very promising runs, strangled back to back.
But that's the name of the game with 16 star. I mean, it's when you've watched this category for long enough, you honestly don't even let yourself get attached until like you see that third bomb hit. Like I anytime I have this category on in the background, I get a little excited when I see a player in Sky on pace. But there's that voice in the back of my head that's like, they're gonna lose it somewhere. Like
you just assume
the nerves are just too heavy. Yeah, and it's the only way you would ever be able to deal with the nervousness that you would have in Sky on that kind of pace is by like convincing yourself that it's not going to be the run and just letting your hands play it out like in secret while your brain is just like, this isn't going to be the attempt, even though it clearly is. Like that whole there's a really great YouTube video from Average Trey on like the this run sucks mentality of speedrunners and that like way that speedrunners will tell themselves that a run is bad in order to like de-stress themselves.
Yeah.
And like this category is the ultimate example of it. Like when you get to that end game, you have to like not really keep in mind how good you're playing because like it just too much demands, too many demands.
Yeah, it's the jar theory. Just another run. It's always just another run.
Yeah.
Whatever you can do to talk yourself into that, you should. Speaking of, I think Tag might have missed Lakitu and reset. Yeah, that's not... If that's early enough, you probably should. No problem with it this time, though. We've got 5 runners up on the screen here. None of them too far into their runs, except for Sweegie, I suppose. And oh my god, I mean, you could tell it's Sweegie because look at the movement.
Yeah, a very unique Sky. Like I was talking about it with another, I think Collins earlier, and like they were saying, like Sweegie just goes for cracked things that no one else would ever bother for in like a normal gameplay. Like you can just tell it's Sweegie just because of just how nutty the gameplay is.
You know, and we say this every event, and I know people who watch all these events, I'm sorry, you're going to have to hear us say it every time, but like, you just know it's him. You don't need the username there. There's something about the movement that's just a little different. Although I'll say, looking at Tag, I get the same kind of feeling sometimes.
Like, just really tightly optimized turning and movement. And then, like, in other games, getting turns like this might be fairly trivial, but, like, in Mario 64, Mario doesn't exactly turn as smoothly as you'd expect. And there's a lot of, like, very subtle timing stuff involved with the movement. Like, if you try to execute a jump dive out of landing, like, frame perfectly, you'll get a different angle than you would get if you waited 2 frames later. And like you don't really have that fine of a granular level of control when you're like playing in real time. You can't say I'd like to hit this jump 2 frames later consistently. Like you can kind of have a tendency to do like a jump later or earlier, but like nobody physically has that level of control to play frame perfectly constantly. And so it's Like, it's really, really difficult to... It's one thing to know what you want Mario to do optimally. It's a very different thing to make him do that in real time, every time.
Yeah,
And like when you see Sweegee's taking some of these corners with like literally no margin for error, he's doing that while knowing that like if he makes an input like a frame or two off of where he's normally used to, that could potentially mean the difference between like just surviving or dying on just what looks like normal movement in some cases.
I mean, esports mirrors actual sports in that regard, which is that the translation of what you want to do into actual physical inputs is the whole game. That's the hard part. Obviously, in this case, there's less of a physical barrier, right? It's just the translation of thought into movement without the are you physically capable of doing it a complication, certainly, but there's still plenty of difficulty in it anyway. It's crazy watching Sweegee just practice, and because it looks so frantic anyway. But you can see he's kind of trying to get this down. You know, what's interesting, he said the move he just did right there, he's done that, I think, 3 or 4 times in a row, but he's using different camera angles. I wonder if he's trying to figure out which is best for him.
Yeah, and different camera angles have like different advantages on how exactly you'll have to move the stick to get Mario to move the way you want to.
Yep.
And like in some cases, part of what causes problems with trying to play really optimally is trying to preserve momentum, because if you want to preserve as much momentum as possible, in a lot of cases you have to keep the stick pointed the same direction Mario's facing. And if you deviate like just more than a few degrees, Mario starts to decelerate just a little bit. But in the case of like one of these runners, you're wanting when the camera will move automatically, you want to try to follow that camera's movement with your stick movement pretty exactly to maintain as much momentum as you can and limit that deceleration as much as possible. And like when you see certain strats like TAS long jump in Sky, where like players will take a very specific camera angle, hold the stick in a very specific slight out of notch position, like you need the maximum momentum preservation possible in order to like clear that particular gap. And so like that's the sort of like little things that you're seeing all over the place with like players choosing to use one camera angle over another. In some cases it's like straight lag reduction in many cases, but like once you get past like these camera angle options reduce lag more than other ones, then the choice becomes, okay, which camera option most makes my job on the stick easier? You know, which one benefits the way that I play on the control stick better? Because some players are just kind of have more of an intuitive feel for hitting like out of notch angles than other players would. Some players, they want everything possible to be in a notch and are willing to deal with like some kind of difficult camera timings in order to just make it easier to have the stick not.
What's one less thing to think about? Just slam the stick as far as you can. You know, that makes it a lot simpler. I get it. It's one less thing to remember, one less thing that requires that level of precision, but it certainly seems like Ouija in general prefers the run at the camera kind of backup move. He seems to do that. He seems to not really need the visual reference of where he is. Like he could do it blindfolded. Yeah, and it takes a really, really long time to develop that sort of like like spatial reasoning of like, you know, if I hold the stick this way, Mario's going to go this angle, and like this object that I want to collect is in this sort of 3D space behind me. And like, even though the PlayStation is the console that's really infamous for having like that kind of 3D warping, you know, you walk around and you see the polygons like warp all the time. If you pay really close attention, you'll see like subtle aspect warping in this game too. And so like that sort of spatial reasoning of like, I want to hold the stick here to make Mario go this angle on screen, it's not quite as intuitive as you might think sometimes. It's not reality. It's an approximation of reality. It's pretty close. It's 3D, all that, but it's actually not perfect. And yeah, that is like one of the differences here, is why you can't just pick up this game and it makes perfect sense. You know, there's a lot of little subtleties. The depth perception, oh my god. When you're trying to start like figuring out wall kick timings, like if you think this game is easy, go learn wall kicks will work in Cool Cool Mountain. It is a 9-second star. And you're probably thinking, 9 seconds? Yeah, no matter how hard it is, like it's just 9 seconds. It can't be that difficult to pick up. You're going to hit that wall like 100 times and be like, how the hell do I time this? How do I time wall kicking off this? Because it's like you don't get your shadow on the wall to help you. Like your shadow is always locked on the ground. It's a Gorod shadow. It's like really simple to implement in physics, so that's just what they opted for. And like it feels like different wall textures kind of make the visual part of your brain calculate how far Mario is away from it differently. Like the walls in HMC, I feel like I always hit wall kicks early on because like I think Mario's further away from those walls than he really is. But then like some of the like brick texture walls, like in Wet Dry World, for instance, like I'll sometimes hit wall kicks late. Yeah. No, I mean, look, your brain is designed to pick up on depth with a bunch of little clues, and not all of those clues made their way into this video game.
Yeah.
It was not able to perfectly approximate sound and light diffusion 30 years ago or all that. You know, it's not Unreal Engine 5, people. They had to take some shortcuts, and there's a lot of things that you are attuned to use to calculate depth that you don't have the option of here. So it just needs to be pure muscle memory and just raw experience, the experience of doing this literally tens of thousands of times.
Yep. As Slip pulls off a pretty decent early shig back up there for that unfortunate ledge grab during Asuki.
Yeah, Chad asking, Mario isn't reality. Yeah, huge if true. Don't say that's Electric. Yeah, we're gonna give Electric an existential crisis over here.
Yeah, Mario is my reality. What are you saying?
Mario's my dad. None of these runs too interesting yet. Green Sweegie, practicing quite a bit there in Dark World. In fact, I think he's been doing this for a good 5 or 6 minutes now, and I think it's just been pretty much the same segment. He's just doing the red coins.
Yeah, the red coins. Aside from Womps, like this is really one of the biggest obstacles to just getting a run going, and especially I'm sure Suigi is just demanding Tsukishima cycle, and
yeah, until he gets it, he's not gonna go.
Yeah, exactly. He wants to be sure he's gonna get Suki every attempt once he goes ahead and starts PB attempts again.
That's a sub 9 HMC entry for Tag, I think.
It looks like he's decently ahead of his splits here, so
yeah, looking good here. His movement's been looking cleaner every time I go, too. Again, I said it looked Ouija-esque a couple of times, which is the highest compliment I can pay about that particular mechanic.
Yeah, Tag has really been making some pretty significant strides. He's not a name that I heard really that often for a while, but like especially recently, he's really been cutting his PB down and just
he entered the top 10 for the first time 5 days ago, so he is absolutely the new kid on the block here.
Definitely proving his own, and especially like looking at the leaderboard, already has a 15-2x at this event. And that's one of the hardest things to do is translate that like raw skill and that you've gotten in PB attempts in your own home to like just a public venue setting like this or any kind of competition.
Yeah, let alone in Vegas, as Collins and I were talking about earlier. I don't think we have to worry about distractions with this crowd. They're laser focused. Like we said earlier, Mario is reality. But you couldn't pick a more distracting city if you tried.
Yeah, the city built as a distraction.
Literally a giant distraction in the desert. One big mirage.
Tag with a 10-14 HMC exit.
Wow, interesting.
So if Tag's 15-25 is that same run from earlier, I think this is 6 or 7 seconds ahead of that.
Yeah, that sounds about right. We are having just a few little connection issues here. They should sort themselves out shortly. We do have a lot of different runners here going, so it does happen occasionally. I assume someone's downloading a patch for Cyberpunk or something.
If anyone's familiar with Liam's stream, I'm sure this quality makes you just feel right at home.
I find that reassuring when a streamer's like set up as jank, because it means like they don't care. They're not about the presentation, right?
Right. Like they're not obsessing over it. They're playing the game and they're letting us watch. It's a privilege that we can watch.
Yes, right. And it's like they don't care how this looks to you. They're all business. I mean, there's like a running joke that Hollywood directors now, they all wear just shorts no matter what. And that the famous director M. Night Shyamalan apparently showed up to an early meeting in a suit and the producers laughed at him because a real director doesn't dress properly because they're too obsessed with the movie making. They're not getting any sleep, that kind of thing. Yeah. A little bit like that with streamers, you figure. Don't care about anything else. Mario is life.
And hopefully we'll have Tag stream back online in just a moment here.
Yeah, that's the one we want the most. The pace there was
waiting what happens with the rabbit here.
I was going to say, it looks like he's going to land on this poor creature. That's not a Goomba, Mario. You don't do that to him. You do catch him. You do, grab him by the neck. I know it doesn't seem much nicer. But, I mean, it's going to be fun because any second now, that's going to jump to reality, and we're going to see whether or not he blew it or whether or not the pace is still on. We're going to find out all at once.
Yeah, and the longer it goes on for, the more that anticipation builds.
Yes. I hope it just pops up, and the final star is flying around him, and it says 14-something. Oh, there we go. It's Bowser. There we go. Oh. Look, that's almost more interesting than seeing it happen.
Right? No chance to even jinx it or anything.
No. We couldn't
Saved
curse
us all those nerves of having to anticipate ultimate or early cycle there in Fire Seed.
That's right. Hey, and no commentator curses when we don't know what's happening. This is the real
Exactly
trick. This
right.
is the real strat, people.
And now we get to just sit here and wonder, like, what did the mid grab look like? What did the DDD look like? It almost have looked good considering, like, these splits are green.
Right, he couldn't have messed up
For
too
getting
much.
to split there, it looks like.
I was going to say, yeah. The MIPS clip was so good, he jumped 2 minutes into the future. New glitches. All new glitches here at the LTA.
He's skipping right into the 4th dimension. IRL sequence breaking. All right.
We're definitely going to see how this run ends before taking any other breaks. We are not going to cut this off, don't worry. The internet might have other ideas. We might end up staring at a still image, sweating it out and speculating and wondering.
Oh, that's an instant catch. Come on.
Catch, come
on.
No. You look at that and grabbing his hair in frustration. He knows this is a good run, and he almost made it a great one right there. Come on, second attempt, not too bad.
Okay, there we go.
Not
this
bad.
instant catch gets through.
Yep, cost himself a few seconds there. Almost had an insta-catch on the first try. Really needs it here, too, though. A little easier. Here we go. Still plenty of time.
All right, let's see it. Come on. There it goes.
There we go.
That's going to be in. Okay.
Well, I mean, we're going to add those 7 or 8 seconds to his final time, and you really hope it isn't the difference.
Oh, well, like, the timer's correlated back with the splits now, and he was still about, like, 4 seconds ahead of the BLJ split there.
Yeah, but that is a crucial time loss right there. It's a shame the internet didn't freeze then. That should have happened then, unfortunately. We are to blame. He's gonna go right here. Gets it in 1. Nice and clean. Looking very sharp. Ooh, a little bit of a bonk there. Could have been better, but no major issues yet.
Yeah, just a few seconds. Not completely out of the water yet, I don't think.
Did a little runaround on that Goomba. Not far from perfect, but you will take it here. It's going to enter into Bowser at 14.4x. Throw number 1, he's got it.
Just needs 2 more of those.
Ooh, catch in midair, real clean. 2 for 2. He's looking very confident right now after that hair grab.
Beautiful re-grabs.
There we go, 3 in a row. He went from hair grab to Bowser grab in about 2 minutes, and this is going to be an excellent time.
Beautiful fight to clutch that out. The sky certainly made it a bit iffy, but that fight was really clean. GG's to Tag.
Yep, and that is going to be an event best by several seconds. He's not going to move up into first. He's still going to be in second, and it wouldn't have mattered. Even if he'd caught the first BLJ there, he still would not have overtaken Ouija from the looks of things. But he would have been right on his tail, at least.
I think that was like 15:22 as the final time. I'm not exactly sure as those splits didn't end yet, but yeah, 15:21 in the back room.
Not bad. All right. With the end of that run, we are going to take a very short break, but do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Urban arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
Welcome back. I am still Warning Track. He is still Electric, and we are still raising money for Urban Arts. We've raised almost $300 today, and I want to remind you all that if we get to 2,000, we will add an hour to this marathon stream. That is true for all 3 days, so it's a good cause, and you'll get to see more of your runners. And if one of your runners is maybe a little behind, you might want to buy them a little more time, literally with the buy part. We got Tag up here in the big screen, and he's been looking, in my opinion, as good as anyone in the first few hours of this event.
Yeah, he's definitely been one of the like sort of standouts of a first-time live tournament competitor. You're never exactly sure if someone's gonna end up like having a lot of nerves going into something like this, but Tag's definitely proving like he's really holding his own and playing really close to PB. Like, if there is any sort of like live event or unfamiliar setup nervousness, he's really managing it super well.
Yeah, it's a big question mark, right? It's first of all, it's just a new thing, but you also have to remember, like, a lot of these players, very young. Very young. I mean, for some of them, you might even say maybe the first time they've traveled this far. It wouldn't surprise me if for some of them it was the first flight to go out to Vegas even. As Collins was saying earlier, like, a lot of them aren't 18. They can't even do half the things in Vegas.
Right.
Hopefully they wouldn't be terribly interested anyway. They've got their days full of Mario here, and most of them seem to care about that more than anything. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of questions there. A lot of people who will be good with pressure someday when they're adults. but at that age, like, there's just so many question marks beyond the normal question marks even. So it is actually genuinely impressive when someone can show up, do their first live event, and perform at a high level, maybe even a higher level than they're used to, and doubly so when they're a teenager.
Absolutely, but you've also got like really young people here with like a lot of tournament experience and stuff. Like Ouija's been to so many different live tournament setting type events that like this is just kind of another day in the office truly for him, and especially Cheese taking a break right now. But this is like Cheese's natural habitat, so to speak. And gonna have to come in here and try to play against these people that don't have any of that nervousness left anymore. Like they've already dealt with that like at some random live event years ago that was their first live tournament event. This is just another walk in the park.
Yeah, no, and at that point, that does become kind of part of your skill set. I mean, people like to talk about professional athletes and they say, oh, the pressure got to them. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I think if the pressure got to this person, we would have seen it far before they were in Major League Baseball. It would have happened in one of their high school games and they would have never made it in the first place. So some of these guys, yeah, I mean, they've done so many of these tournaments. It's like, if they did crack under pressure, we wouldn't be seeing them right now. That's why the tag thing is interesting, because you're seeing it for the first time. You don't have that built in anymore.
But it's certainly been playing really well under the pressure. We just saw that really nice 15-21. Looks like he went ahead and put it in on splits as a 15-19, but just slowly chipping away down at this event PB until eventually it's going to be just as well matched as his actual PB, and it'll be really interesting to see if it gets cut any further from there, because like we were kind of talking about before, he does have that potential to get that 14 at this event. That's one of those times that it's such a huge mental barrier milestone that, like, being in Sky on 14 pace is a very different beast from just being in Sky on any kind of normal PB pace. So, like, when you say something like a runner could get 14 at this event, it's a very remote possibility because that's such a huge mental hurdle to clear. But, like, that possibility is still there, and it's going to be really interesting watching this progression, because if he's already getting this close to his PB on the first day,
yeah,
I think it's only a matter of time before we see him with an event PB of like a 15-0x, and we really have to start to wonder, like, what's the next event PB going to end up being?
Yeah, no, Tag is absolutely the most likely runner here to have a personal best at the event because, as I mentioned before, he set his best time on the leaderboard. He's 7th now. He set that 5 days ago. That was his entry. He's the most recent entrant into the top 10. Everyone else is at least 2 months ago in Slippery Nip's case. Everyone else, other than that, at least half a year. So this is like calcified a little bit. That's what they're capable of at this point. But Tag, he's peaked recently. So he could still be on that upward trajectory. So if we do see a personal best at the event today, it's most likely to be Tag. And yeah, because of that personal best is just 15:03. I mean, a 14x live is very possible. He could become live just the 7th person to ever get a 14x.
And that's just such a crazy milestone time.
Yeah, I mean, it just has not been done much, and you could see it this very weekend. In fact, I'd say there's a very decent chance because of that upward trajectory, because his best mark is so close to it and was so recent.
But
not going to see on this run, though.
Yeah.
into the quicksand we go, and a quick
On the
reset
path to
follows.
seeing that run is going to be a lot of just little situations like that, and that's what makes the mental grind so hard. Is you're so focused, and there are little twinges even this early on in the run where you kind of think, is this the attempt? Is this the attempt? But then a harsh return to reality when you fail a trick like that, and it goes, nope, I gotta reset. I gotta go through wumps all over again.
Yeah,
And
nothing
it takes
free.
a certain level of mental fortitude to dedicate yourself to like this early game all over again, because it is so demanding to get through this early game on pace.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see more resets from Tag now, because he's had second for a while. His last second place run shaved several seconds off the previous one. And you can see he needs another big jump to get to Ouija. He's still 12 seconds off that pace, even though he's been running really well. So he has every reason to get pickier and pickier about which runs he continues with.
Yep, and that's going to be, as we see this event go on longer and longer, the resets are going to be a lot more comparable to these runners, just normal PB attempt resets. Like early on, we were seeing runners continue a lot of things for the basement just to try to cut their time down a little bit, but I definitely think we're getting very close to the point where we're going to be seeing a lot more time spent in the lobby, just really trying to get the really optimal Dark World cycles, really optimal womps exits, and just like really trying to squeeze every second out of early game in any attempt you're going to bother continuing.
Yeah, I mean, I know we're only 4 hours into what, could be like a 30-ish hour event, but you're already seeing kind of the contours of a lot of these times and the kind of times that are likely to get there. We've seen a lot of good runs very early in this runtime, so I think you're gonna see more hard resets as time goes on. They're gonna look more and more like Ouija with every passing hour.
Yep.
They're all Ouija in the end.
But speaking of Ouija, it looks like Ouija getting down into basement. We'll see how the sandy level treats him. Good old Fly Guyless and Pillarless, just always presenting so many obstacles to getting a run going. Could we get Ouija on main, actually?
Yeah, I mean, I'm never gonna argue with that.
It's me, Mario.
We got a Fly Guyless coming out. And sticks to the landing there. With the way that the monitor switched, I halfway thought it reset.
You thought Ouija's like the Fly Guyless wasn't good enough for hard reset, because he's the one runner you would think might actually find enough fault with that to reset on, right?
But like, oh, I got the rightward angle and I have to do the backup movement now? No, no.
Nope, not worth it. No, there was just a seamless switch in screens. Ouija onto the big board is not resetting. Oh! But on the other hand...
That is going to be a reset, though, to medium bomb. Not even going to bother continuing with medium bomb there. And
that the perfectionism, like just a little grab issue.
Through perfectionism, because continuing after throwing the bomb there would have only lost 3 to 4 seconds, I believe. Like not even that. Like, because you would just get top of the pyramid as a backup star there. And it
really... took me
like
a second to process. Like, is that really why? Did I miss something? And it's like, no, that's how he's approaching this. My God.
And so, like, yeah, 3 or 4 seconds of time loss, not good enough for him. Because continuing with medium bomb is definitely not the move there, because that loses a guaranteed, I think, like 5 seconds. Like, yeah, just throwing medium bomb, he could have continued on, but like would have suffered 3 seconds time loss, and that's too much.
That's unacceptable. If you're Ouija, completely unacceptable. Now I know it's a little early, and you have all the more reason to reset earlier in the run, of course, but still, that's about as aggressive as you're going to see.
Yeah. Now we got Slippery Nip in basement. And as you can see, not quite as demanding on perfectionism there. Like, this run isn't like anywhere near the community sum of best, if you will, but it still is a very good attempt going through SSL. And that's like, Ouija pretty much tries to play as close as he possibly ever can to the community sum of best. We actually, in the Mario community, keep track of the best segments that anyone in the community has ever gotten for each segment. And, like, on most of the sheet, it is Ouija. Like, it's basically just tracking Ouija's goals, is all the sheet pretty much is, even though it is a community-wide sheet.
Yeah.
I think at this point there's a lot more representation from other top runners now, but there was a point in time where like it was exclusively Ouija like all the way through, and it was really ludicrous to see like one player just be that much more optimal than anyone else in RTA.
That's not how it's supposed to work. That shouldn't be possible.
But that just seems to be how he approaches like runs itself. Like some of the 9-minute HMC exits that he's gotten, and just other like really crazy times in any category. He's also just, I remember once whenever he was running for 70 record, there was a run that he was in Wet Dry World after having to play the game for like 20 some odd minutes, and he had only lost like 10 seconds total to his sum of best. In like a segment of the run longer than this entire speed run, he had made less than 10 seconds worth of mistakes. And like I think the best possible time, if he had finished still perfectly, would have been like a 46:10 or something. Like just another level of gameplay.
Electric, president of the Ouija fan club, but we're gonna put that on hold for just a moment. But I mean, but you're an honorary member of Slippery Nips at least, right? And he's on the big board right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and he's got a pretty darn good run going himself.
I mean, back whenever I had the beard, I bought the beard oil and everything. Like, you know, I get around in the Mario Runner fan clubs. I can't really say that I'm exclusive to one fan club.
We're all fans. That's why we're here.
I just like the game. I just like Mario. What can I say?
If you like Mario, you like people who play it well.
Exactly.
Here goes Nip. A little, maybe a little less effusive, but I think the thing that's impressive about Nip, let's give equal time here. The thing that's impressive about Nip, a little less like jaw-dropping moment to moment, but it's when you stand back and look at the consistency across runs that he is most impressive.
Definitely, and I think like he certainly is the embodiment of like we used to talk about when in the 70 star league that Punkation would be like the consistency king, where like Punkation wouldn't tend to have the most optimal gameplay on a lot of various stars, but like in general he would be able to just pull out consistently great times that like even players that played more optimally than him would have trouble matching in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
And I think Slip is a really great analog of that in 16 star, where like if you're racing against Slippery Nip, like he's gonna pull out at the very least a low 16 reliably. And like more than likely it's going to be like a mid to low 15.
Yeah.
And it's just like he may not get like reliable 9-minute HMC exits. Like Ouija, if you see him do 8 hours worth of attempts, he's eventually probably going to get a 9-minute HMC exit. Whereas like Slip may not get a 9-minute HMC exit during that hour of attempts, but he's getting a lot of 10-0x's.
Right.
Potentially
yes.
more than Ouija would have gotten during the same period.
Yeah, this is a big thing, I think, in like all sorts of esports or all sorts of competition. It's not just your ceiling, it's how often do you approach your ceiling, right?
Exactly.
And Slip just plays near his ceiling like almost constantly, which is ridiculous. It's just a different mindset, and I just think it's extremely cool the two like wildly different personality types can compete at roughly the same level. I mean, they play the game so differently, they seem to approach it so differently, different levels of emotion, all of it, different types of movement, different strategies, just different thinking about it, and yet here they are, neck and neck.
Yeah, and like they are more similar than they are different, because like getting to this level at all requires such a fine attention to detail in this game. Like you really can't let any bit of your movement just go unexamined. You can't take anything for granted and assume like, oh yeah, I'm doing this jump fast enough. Like at this sort of level, you've gone over every microsecond of gameplay and gone, is there a way that I could do this even a frame faster?
Yeah.
But like you said though, some players will approach like they want to force themselves to play as close to task perfection as possible. Whereas other players are a lot more realistic about like, what can I reasonably achieve every time? You know, it might take me a lot of work to get there, but like what can I get to the point one day of getting 100% consistent?
I mean, there's an old quote about how all progress comes from unreasonable people, because unreasonable people are the only people who challenge the status quo, and that's a little grandiose maybe for Mario speedrunning, but the principle definitely applies, is the best runners are fundamentally unreasonable.
Yep. And we see Slip here not going for chip clip, but still certainly going for front sub. And it like front sub is one of those strats that like you have to, you know, at this level you have to go for that time save. But like chip clip is still kind of, you know, more in the hands of the runner, like if they want to risk that extra second or not. And like this really kind of shows the way Slip plays. Like Slip is fully capable of consistent front sub, but like will choose to kind of drop some of the more extravagant time saves just in that interest of like better consistency.
It is front sub, and he sticks it in
Nicely
one.
done.
Nip looking good here.
It looked like the swimming was like a little bit iffy at a couple points, but like really making up for it nicely. And that's always hard when you miss a swim to like still pull off the strat successfully.
Oh, throw off the timing, yeah.
We got tagged with a nice lava boost there, getting the double pull ending.
Oh. Nip with the pole glitch, so clean, so good.
And you get to see the ultimate cycle ending here. And like same thing there, like the ultimate cycle ending, you can't really call this movement consistent. Like this is hard. This is like pro level stuff. But like Slip has put such time in that this is fully consistent, and like the other strats that some players would opt for really hyper optimized difficult things for, he's also got that stuff really consistent too.
Yeah, he makes it. I mean, the best make it look easy. They make it look boring is the thing.
Yep. Green Sweegie still practicing on a Fly Guyless there. I actually thought that was in the middle of a real attempt for a moment.
No, I mean, you can see by the clock down there, 46 minutes. He's been practicing quite a bit.
He really wants to focus on all the individual stars before going back on into runs. I can certainly respect that.
I mean, it's a long enough event that you can, you know. And I will say that the length of this event does hurt Nip a little bit, because the whole point of that consistency is, you know, in a short time period, you're more likely to have a pretty good run. But the longer it goes, the more it resembles just grinding for world record pace, right? And the more it helps kind of the upside guys who like to bet it all and reset hard. So with like 30 hours-ish here over 3 days, I would say Nip actually at a little bit of a disadvantage.
Oh, absolutely. And I think Nip is definitely scariest in like a best-of-3 race setting or something like that, where it's like, you know, one of these other runners that's trying to go for like hyper-optimized strats on everything, like does the like, you know, really optimal emergency exit strat, like just really pushes every frame. They have just a higher chance to end up dropping runs in those like best-of-3 race scenarios.
Right, best-of-3 race, or even just like a 1 day, like a 7 or 8 hour, like totally different. But with 30, it's like the kind of all or nothing runners, I mean, that suits their style a little better. I mean, Nip can win it anyway, certainly, but here we go.
In the sky here, try to get over to the like one focus layout. Here we go.
Oh no, a little bit of an issue there, but just a second. It's a very small fail.
Time save over the event PB here.
Yeah, this is almost certainly going to be a big jump forward, or you would hope so at least. But is it enough to actually move up in the standings?
We got right side coming out here, and it's good. Goes for the elevator movement as well. Oh, the side flip doesn't quite come out, though. Oh, and Mario not a neutral on landing.
That's rough. It's not a death, but it might as well be. Oh, and a bonk at the end, and I just gotta wonder if he's gonna finish this. You might take the practice. You're already here. Yeah, there we go. I think we're gonna run this one out, but you said it earlier, man. Every mistake at the end is a big deal.
Yep, and it like the mental pressure is so much. I was honestly shocked that he was going for that elevator movement, but I guess he just really wanted to like try to optimize this time as much as he could. But and that's gonna end up being unfortunately the loss of an event PB there.
I think Nip slipped. I think is what happened. He was far too slippery.
Like that sort of movement, you know, in single star stage practice, it's not that hard to get that once out of every 10 attempts or something. You know, it's one of those things that once you get into the practice grind, you know, you do that elevator movement a few times in a row, it gets under your fingers. You can do it really fluidly. But then asking yourself to do it when you know that you have one shot at the end of like this 15-minute run, like that's a completely other story entirely. And that's where like the nerves just really come in and make what should be relatively simple movement like that just extremely difficult.
Pretty tough. I think it was a smart choice, though, because he's already got third there. He needs a 7-second jump just to even move up in the standings and a lot more to catch Ouija. So I think going for the all or nothing there on a good pace, I think it makes sense.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it certainly makes sense this early in this competition.
Yeah.
You know, day one, only hours into it. Like I think it makes sense because, of course, it's going to fail the first time you go for that today in a run. But, you know, is it going to fail the second time you go for it? Maybe. Is it going to fail the third time you go for it? Maybe. But, like, you know, the more times you go for something like that, the more that question starts edging towards it's not going to fail anymore. And I'm actually confident in this thing because I've been here so many times today and it's actually worked X number of times, you know?
Yeah.
Like, half the obstacle is proving to yourself that you can do some of these strats in the middle of the run on pace.
Exactly right. Tag with another decent looking run here. Let's check out the pole glitch. Yep.
There we go. Nicely done. It will never cease to amaze me, like, people managing to get that consistent. Like, you're hitting the edge of the ceiling there. It has to be the edge of the ceiling.
It doesn't look like it.
Ceiling.
It looks like he's nowhere near. That's the thing that always gets me. I'm always like, what? The first time I saw it, I'm like, what on earth happened there?
Yeah, and when I talk about, like, the depth perception being so weird in this game, that's a prime example of it. Like, the way the game says Mario is now contacting this ceiling, like, you visually look at it and you're like, no, he's not.
No. Lies.
Same thing with walls. Like the first frame of a wall kick, you're like, Mario hasn't even touched the wall yet. What?
Yeah, he doesn't look anywhere near it. That one, I mean, look, you understand there's like weird glitches or whatever, but some of them make intuitive sense. You're near the thing, you clip through the thing, I get it. But that one never made sense to me. Oh, did he miss a grab there and reset? He did!
Oh, man.
Oh, wow. That was, I mean, that again was a pretty minor error.
Well, that one, though, I feel like backing up that throw is always just really weird. And especially Bowser can teleport around and just waste so much more of your time than you'd want him to.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I wonder if it was partially frustration, though, because he didn't even seem to think about it. It was just immediate. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. And I know it wasn't a breakneck pace, but I thought for sure he was going to finish that one out. But, I mean, I mentioned earlier, after he got that 15:21 and lowered his own second place time, that he was probably going to get more aggressive about the skips, and, well, so far that's borne out.
Yep. We got Trey Bordeaux finishing out a 10:25 HMC exit here, so definitely still 15 capable.
I haven't seen Trey for a good half hour here. This is the best run he's had in that time period. But he's been hanging around. You can see technically only a 16:20 to his name, but we know he's capable of that. I think it's just more, I'm not going to bother with a 15:50. You know, anything that's not on a mid-15 pace, I'm just going to start over.
And he's got that 15:12 as his real PB, so that certainly has the capability to...
He's past MIPS. There's the key. The hardest part of the game. He's past MIPS.
Beautiful stuff. As you can see on these event splits here, massive time save there. Really, really beautiful MIP split generally. These must be like his normal PB attempt splits too, and for that to be a goal
Ooh,
on
and the
that,
chip.
pretty impressive.
Okay. All right. Little momentum going here. We're going to top it off with front sub.
Looks like we're stacking things together for sure.
I mean, you don't tend to see chip clip and then back sub, in my experience. You know?
Yeah.
Look, it's like Subway, dude. You get chips with your sub every time.
Yeah, it'd be a weird combo to see for sure. You're
Right,
gonna
yeah.
risk your run to save 1 second there, but not risk.
Oh no! Oh no!
Barely doesn't make it, and the backup attempt. Wow, that was a clean backup attempt.
You do not see that much.
Yeah, that was.
Wow.
Nobody goes for like that instant jump again. Like nearly any other runner would like just go ahead and swim at the front of the sub a little bit, but I know Trey just said screw it there and just said I'm going for this. If it doesn't work, I'll reset.
Oh dear. Oh no. Ground pound, and
That's
he's nodding
cool.
along like, yep, it's that kind of run. It's a cursed run. He wasn't sure. Now he is. Just go ahead.
That's early Ellie's dead, so I mean that's
Yeah, he's gonna get in a few reps here. No, yeah, he's gonna keep going for a little bit, but he was nodding his head there. I think there's a certain point at which you just accept that the run is cursed, I think.
Yeah. And that seems to be the point that Trey's at there. But I think we do still have some room to improve his PB, at least a little bit, so...
Yeah, he might say, it's been long enough, I think I'd like to actually finish one of these. But he had a pretty good-looking time there, until the little comedy of errors.
Yeah, and a little side note, I mentioned earlier how this game sometimes has, like, very subtle perspective warping. That, like, set of long jumps that Trey did, like, with the camera facing you, if you look at that straight rail that's going in front of Mario, you'll be able to see a little bit of what I'm talking about, like, as Mario's long jumping towards the camera. It's like the part of the rail closest to the camera you can tell is a little bit bent compared to... Oh, Trey goes for the Bowser grab there, but just goes a little bit too far to the side.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was practice at that point anyway. Maybe he was going to get 15x or... I mean, but he's not playing for whatever time he was going to get. It's not going to be his best time. It's not going to be worth it. It won't be higher than 6th when all's said and done, so... He's just going to get some practice in here. It was a promising run. It was entertaining. The backup sub, not bad. Fun stuff. Fun to watch at least, but he's shaking the head now again.
If nothing else, you know, practice for another good attempt. And like I've been saying earlier, you know, now Trey Bordeaux knows that he can perform really well on the MIP split under that pressure of that decent pace. You know, next time he gets a 10-2x HMC exit, that's going to be a little bit less pressure taken off whenever you're going in on MIPs. And like it sounds stupid, like if you never like run this game yourself, it's like surely it's not that mental, but it really can get like those mental blocks can get that heavy. You know, I'm sure any of these runners, the first time they ever hit like 9-minute HMC exit, like their hands were just shaking going into the MIP split, even though it wasn't the end of the run. Because you're just sitting there like, this is the best I've ever played to this point. You know, I need
And
to
I
make
just
sure
had
I
a
do the next
problem
part
here.
right.
Yeah, in the previous run.
Exactly.
Yeah, I just had a breakdown. You kind of just need that hard reset of, yeah, I still remember how to do this. So Trey is finishing out here. Again, I said a little practice. You might as well with the LBJs in particular, if you're close to them. I think you pretty much always want to take that. There's only a handful of runners who hit them so consistently that they don't even need the practice. And, well, you can count that on one hand. Even Mario's a gloved hand. And Trey looks, you know, he looks fine here. He's just going to try to finish out this run. We're going to take a little break afterwards. We've been going for 4.5 hours now, and I'll remind you all, this is raising money for Urban Arts. Teaches children in young children in low-income neighborhoods how to make games. The art, technology, science of video game making. More than 90% of their students come from low-income neighborhoods. We have raised a little under $300, and if we hit 2,000 by the end of the day, you get a whole extra hour added to the stream, so you can affect the outcome today. Trey Bordeaux, there's the angry / happy nod. His little nod of affirmation that happens every time something goes really, really wrong. When he nods, it's a bad sign, not a good sign.
Exactly.
I don't know why, but I can see it. I like it. I like the kind of like faux positivity, like, all right, it happens.
I feel like every runner has like those little like sort of just like body language reactions.
They have a
kind of
default.
mistakes. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Like
So,
any sort
like-
of mistake that happens, there's just something that you do like inherently.
Yeah, there's like a hair grab. I mean, you get a lot of people with like the looks of the sky. I think that's a popular one. I think with Kano, it's kind of like a smile. Like a wry smile, like, yeah, that went bad. But they do have something, yeah.
Just a lot of subtle ones.
There's a lot of subtle ones, yeah. Oh no, let's see, there's Trey. He's added one to his repertoire. It's nodding the first 5 mistakes, but on the 6th, he just leans back. And there's another, and now the head down. Hey, we're finding all new Trey Bordeaux failure tech here. And now he's just gonna end it all, jump off the cliff. Entertaining, if nothing else.
Go ahead and reset the sky there. You want to get practice on a good fight, not practice on I've already missed 3 throws.
Right, that's not what you're going to be facing
practice.
later. Yeah, that's not real practice. That's not real practice. Let's start over. Let's go clean. There we go. 1 for 1. And sometimes that's all it takes, right? You reset, you get the first throw, and you're back into your groove.
There we go. Beautiful regrab there.
There we go. And it's perfect. Yeah, just like that, right?
One more.
It's just like the nips, right? The nips, rather. It's like giant epic failure and then perfect the next time. Sometimes you just reset, your muscle memory kicks in, you take a breath, and then you're good.
Yeah, and
The arms in the air. Hey, it's only a minute worse than my event best.
Right, you just gotta go ahead and reset, not even bother watching the credits here. That's how you know that a runner really just does not care about that run. It does not feel like the sort of, oh, I finished an attempt and I feel happy with myself. It's just they just want to get on to the next one.
Yeah,
and
but
especially if a runner PBs and they don't watch the credits, you know that was not a satisfying PB.
Exactly. But, you know, he's having fun with it. He's got a good attitude about it. It's still early. Speaking of, we're going to take a little break. Do not go anywhere. More hilarity coming right up.
Ladies and gentlemen. Who's ready for some action? There we go.
Everybody get it in. All 4. There we go. All 4.
IBK, whole bunch of enemies, just like that, picking up another one.
Welcome back. We've got another donation here to Urban Arts. It's $20 from Mr. Dubber Rucky. Okay, I gotta ask, is that better than Behold My Cape? Because those are like my two favorite donation usernames so far.
See, while the letter swapped usernames may not be the most original, I do still think they have that kind of like linguistic satisfaction where I could see it being the better username.
Here I am just kidding around, and you bring some kind of actual analysis into it. My God.
It's what I do. I mean, that's what got me into this game, is overanalyzing like, how fast can I play this game.
Now, Trek, capes are out of fashion in the real world, but in the virtual world, they're still very popular as accessories. So I would say, and it's like, okay, never mind. Sorry I brought it up. That's on me. That's on me. I don't know what I expected. Tag and Trey on the big boards here. Trey just finished off what was a really good run until the end, and then a lot of unfortunate head nodding. Trying to clip here with the bomb.
We got a pretty decent Tama Plus coming out here. Beautiful stuff there on the pyramid entry.
Yes.
Like, pretty much picturesque. Not really anything significant going wrong there.
And Tag is right at 10 minutes in the middle of HMC. This is another decent run from him. Both of these runners have been kind of amping it up.
Exit, actually. That's pretty impressive.
This is really getting interesting here. I mean, I feel like every time we look up now, these two runners are putting something together. We mentioned earlier, some runners, take a few hours to get into the root groove. Some are a little better up front, but we're about 4.5 hours in. This does seem like a nice little sweet spot.
Exactly right. This is honestly like a really, really nice run from Tag. I hate to be presumptuous, but I think a 10:08 HMC exit is still 14 pace. I think that's 14 pace.
Oh boy.
And paired with a punch grab and a successful wooden door clip, I think we might be on our pathway. But there's a lot between here and the end, but you never know.
Not
not going to bother with the glitchy clip. Going to get the text box even, but...
Yeah. Oh, and a bonk on the pillar. We saw Nip do that a little closer to the portal earlier rather, and
it's like after the text box, you're just so desperate to long jump that you long jump early and you end up with that bad angle.
And we're gonna get another. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice little recovery here, but boy, we're seeing some really good paces out of him here. I think this is the best he's played, and look at this. Senor Cheese there on the bottom right of your screen has deigned to rejoin us after his, I think, just the one run, right? The no reset run at the beginning, that 20.
I think so. So definitely some room for improvement from Cheese. And Cheese certainly has one of the most uphill climbs, given that his PB is, I think, an unsubmitted 1531. So definitely, at this point, like, even if he gets a PB, that still is just in 5th place. So Tag, meanwhile, going on into Fire C. We'll see if Ultimate Cycle comes on out here.
You've been asking for him. You've been asking for Cheese. It's been like that Simpsons episode, when Poochie isn't on screen, everyone should be asking, where's Poochie? It was that, but with Cheese for about 3 straight hours. But he is back. Ask no longer. There he is. But I think you're going to want to focus instead here on Tag, who is flying here. Very good-looking pace. Could very easily be an event best, but does not have a lot of room for error because of Ouija's ridiculous 1509 set in just the first couple of hours of this 30-hour event.
But with that clean Ultimate Cycle, he's giving himself the best chance for it possible. We'll see how this throw looks. Yeah, GTM in chat saying this run may end up bopping him. And for reference, GTM's PB is, I believe, still a 1504. Correct me if I'm wrong, GTM. Congratulations if you've PB'd since then.
There's the grab from
Tag. It's hard to
Tag.
keep up with all the runners. Sometimes, you just have to...
Yeah. There's too many... dear Mr. President, there are too many runners. Please eliminate 4. That's my second Simpsons reference in as many minutes, and I've got plenty more. I know it's boomer stuff. I don't care. Nice and clean from Tag there. No mess-ups yet. We keep saying if he doesn't screw up, and it hasn't happened yet.
Going on into BLJs, though, this is the most significant point of, you never, getting a run to this point is really just getting a ticket to a BLJ attempt. You should never let yourself get attached at all before this point.
Oh, yeah, that is the last point. I mean, there really is no point. We've seen people mess up Bowser throws, but you're right. That is what I like to call the crucible of any good 16-star run, is until you're on the other end of that, you're still just kind of rolling the BLJ dice. I mean, I would say, unless you're Ouija, who just catches at a ridiculous rate, but basically everyone else, it's just you're rolling the dice.
Tag gets a last chance catch there. Air BLJ's getting him through.
You'll take it. You'll take it.
Yeah, that's going to be a few seconds, but not insurmountable at all. Let's go ahead and see how the Endless treats.
And this is a little easier than the
it's
other
the
one.
instant
At
catch.
least. Oh,
There
nice!
we go. Beautiful stuff.
Okay, so the first was fine, and the second kind of makes up for it. Together, you will absolutely take them with the run you're on here, and we are still sub 14, and he's flying along here. This run has a lot of potential yet, but we've seen that potential dashed against the rocks so many times today, and there's a little ground pound unnecessarily, while I'm saying it even.
You're going to set him off on the cycle just a little bit, but we'll see how this final elevator movement goes. Has to get through moving right side. And
big moment here.
See it happen.
Clean.
It's going to be good. Doesn't
Nice.
go for the harder elevator movement. We're seeing clean elevator handling. Just needs a good fight here.
Oh, is that all? He said ominously. Here we go. Oh, look at him.
15-1X is most likely, but I think a 1509 could maybe get squeaked out, but we'd have to see a return of counter throws or something.
Right, exactly. He's going to be catching midair. That's one. He's got it. In midair. Pretty close. Right there. No, no, it doesn't look
short.
no.
Yeah, knows that throw is going to pretty much dash the PB.
Oh my god. Didn't even let Bowser land. At the height of the parabola, he resets just like that. It was almost no hesitation.
The angle, like
so quick. So quick.
Attempts come that fast and they go that fast. Like that's
really
just
do.
the name of the game with 16 star. But I mean, Tag really proving like this is. I don't know how many paces he's gotten that are at least 10-2x and better.
God.
But I mean, getting a 10-0x at this event on the first day, like that's gotta feel good. And then being able to play it out, still like keeping things pretty well together like that.
It is very appropriate that they call it throwing. Let's just put it that way. Front sub for Trey Bordeaux, nice and clean. We saw him with the very rare clean backup front sub earlier before the whole run went to hell afterwards. But he's right back there. He's right back there with another chance.
Going on in at Fire C. We'll see if Full Glitch treats him nicely.
Hey, another donation coming in from Iris Steph. That's really hard to say. $50. Thank you so much. This is a great cause and a great event so far. Ooh, so far. Interesting qualifier there. I know we'll only get better from here. Keep up the good commentary and good luck on the runs, everyone. Well, we can keep up the same level of commentary. Whether or not it's good is up for other people to decide, but we can definitely keep talking in this general vein for a few more hours, don't you think?
I think it's maintainable.
It's not going to get worse, right?
Surely not.
No, no. Oh, no, and Trey again.
But...
Another pretty good run. Falls apart near the end. The ends of these runs are just getting him. But he's consistently getting this far into them with potential. And that's what happens before a breakout. Oh, that's rough. And there's the nod. He is nodding up and down. Again, when you look at Trey and he's nodding, you know something's gone wrong, as I said earlier, and we just saw it again. And he's just going to sit back, and there's a little head shake. A little bit of, man, I don't know what I'm doing wrong. It's tough, guys. It's tough when you're home doing it on your own time and absolutely nobody's watching and nobody ever has to know what just happened. And it's even harder when you've flown possibly across the country and thousands of people are watching you. There's a camera pointed at you. You're in a warehouse in Vegas. You're jet lagged. It's tough. It's a tough gig.
Yeah, absolutely. That unfamiliar environment. You're not in your comfy gaming chair that you're used to at home. You don't have your stack of Cliff Bars on one side and your Cliff Bar wrapper pile on the other side.
This is sounding more than theoretical. I think you probably just described your setup, right?
Not my setup. There's another...
You're thinking of something.
I think a few people in chat know whose setup I'm talking about.
Okay, fair enough.
Or like the Shia setup. There are a few players that there's a particular. There are a few terms you could use to describe their setup, and I'm not going to use any of them because I don't want to be mean.
Fair enough. But people know who you're talking about.
Yeah. Some people, I guess they just feel more comfortable in a more cluttered space. I'll put it that way.
He's with a hard reset. Little mistake there, putting the L in LBLJ, I guess. Takes the L, starts over, and does that thing he does with his hands where they sort of just go straight up and he just sort of shakes them back and forth. Like, what? What? Why? I don't know. Cheese, one of the more effusive Mario runners for sure.
Yeah, and LBLJ is really one of those tricks that, like, any category that it's in, it's a huge mental hurdle in trying to get over and trying to get some consistency at. And it takes so much time and like a lot of effort really focusing on the little parts of it to really get these like 119 lobby exits consistently. Because there are a lot of little things that you can do to make LBLJ more consistent, but they also will waste a little bit more time. And so it's not that hard to get, say, a 123 LBLJ consistently. But, like, to then shave that extra 4 seconds on every single one of your runs and not lose half of those runs because you're trying to push yourself too hard, that's the really, really difficult part.
Yeah. But, saving grace, it's at the beginning. So you don't lose that much time when it goes wrong, which is one
But
of
of
the
course,
reasons
you don't want to have to do, like, 5 resets just to get one successful attempt. Like, you want every attempt to get through if possible.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
The cheese there, just a little
There
bit
we
too
go.
far to the right, clipping through the door, and you can see the frustration there again. Just wants to get through, get that Dark Hold attempt going.
Yeah, get some kind of momentum here. Basically did the opening reset run and took a few hours off. Reports of a nap. A bizarre sentence, reports of a nap, but our on-the-ground reporters speculating about possible nap time.
Yeah, we're just left here able to speculate, but our on-the-ground remote correspondents actually have the inside scoop for us.
Yeah.
They've got their Telecaster band set up right outside.
Yeah, the sideline reporter, a little earpiece, hand on the ear. No, I spoke to Cheese before the nap, and he said he was hoping for a quick sleep process. Yeah. All that. All that. Well, apparently Cheese decided that the missing element was a jacket.
It does seem that way. It does seem like that's what he came away out of that nap with. That's the moral of the story. The attempts just weren't quite flowing without the jacket.
The moral of the nap.
We get Tag on yet another attempt into SSL here. And Tag showing off, if you're not going to be going for Fly Guyless, you do still have some options for some slightly more difficult, but still some kind of time-saving strats. So that like single jump after the slope that Tag does there, like you only keep the extra speed if you do it really, really precisely, like as soon as Mario hits the ground. But like it does save just a little bit of time over that normal movement for going for the Fly Guy and hitting Talon. And like even if you aren't doing the ultra risky hard Fly Guy list, like there are still little things you can do to save time on like whatever your more quote unquote beginner friendly strats are. But
beginner friendly.
Yeah, you can't call anything these players are doing at this level beginner friendly. Like that's what's so cool about this game is like how accessible
you said
it is,
quote.
but...
I'll give you credit. You said quote.
Yeah.
But I just want to point out like how far those are some pretty big quotes. That's
yeah. Like it is cool how this game is so beginner friendly. Like Twilight Princess, you can't do a speedrun of it at all until you learn some of the like really, really difficult tricks if you're wanting to do like the actual speedrun route. Like the game is unfinishable without some of those really hard tricks. But like this game, you can finish the game just running around and jumping. You might get like a 30-minute time, but that's still a time you can be proud of because you finished it in that time. You know, and like I think that's part of what makes this game so popular is like you don't have to put in the hundreds of hours to get perfect at this stuff to just start a run, thankfully. Yeah. But like once you do put in those hours and you can do this really fast stuff consistently, like you have that whole new level of satisfaction when you play this game.
Leads you another reset. 4 runners are in the beginning of their runs. Tag is getting along there, but and Green Sweegie, I think, has been practicing for an hour straight now.
I feel like that's like Green Sweegie really goes hard on wanting to make sure that he's like put a lot of hands-on time into every star before he goes back into attempts, and like he really wants to make sure that like in that certain play session he has put at least a few minutes into every single star. And so, like, whenever he approaches a star in a run, he's able to tell himself, like, I just did this a few minutes ago and I did it right.
Yeah, I mean, look, you gotta know yourself, right? We talked earlier about like taking breaks or grinding through, and like what's your mental stamina like? Are you better fresh? Are you better practice? Some mix of the two, and knowing yourself, knowing what you respond to when you play your best is a big part of being a good speedrunner. And if that's what works for him, then that's what works for him. It doesn't have to work for everybody else. So who am I to question Green Sweegie of all people, because the results are there.
Exactly. Like Sweegie has some like really, really ludicrous strats that like I really think going that hard on practice before doing attempts is part of what allows him to implement things like Salt Flip and Dark World, or like just the crazy BLJs that he gets.
So with those recent donations, by the way, we're at $341. Thank you so much, everyone. That's all going to go to Urban Arts, which offers a multi-year college prep program to underprivileged students in New York, teaches them the arts and technology of video game design to prepare them for careers in tech gaming. And I love that. I love that mix of like the art and the science. It's the real-world applications. It's not just book learning. It's actual game making. They band together and make a game for their final project, which is tremendous. Now, I'm guessing some of those games maybe not to this level, but that's how it starts, man. This is how you get the next generation of games.
Exactly. And like it's hard to get kids interested in stuff like computer science, even though, you know, kids know that like, oh, computer science jobs are really in demand and like that would be a really lucrative career or whatever else.
Yeah,
it's hard
right
to
now,
get kids interested in learning stuff a lot of the time, but like doing it through a game design program, a lot of the time they don't even realize they're learning, you know, they're just making a game while also picking up all these different skills in like programming, picking up skills on like how to learn generally, because like the process of development or like learning how to program, a lot of it is like trying to figure out where do you find information from, like how do I ask a question on Stack Overflow?
I was gonna say yes. That is that's half the job interview now. I do work in tech myself, and yes, learning how to learn, as the old cliche goes, is a big part of it. And I really appreciate the pragmatic focus that Urban Arts has.
Exactly, and they serve like such a diverse group too. Like looking at like their statistics, like 91% of their students are BIPOC, 50% are young women, 10% gender nonconforming. Like it's a very diverse group of future game designers that they're training, and I feel like games as an interactive medium offer really unique storytelling experience chances that like you know, having a really diverse set of voices telling those stories is really, really important, because there's certain things that you may not hear or realize otherwise, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you hear gamers say it all the time, this game is samey. This game is the same game. This game is another Ubisoft, you know, icons everywhere. You know, if a game is like another game, you kind of think, why bother? Gamers have very little tolerance for that. They want new stuff, and the only way you get new stuff is just get as many different types of people as possible making games. And because you don't know where that brilliance is going to come from. It could come from anywhere. Come on, you saw Ratatouille. You know what I'm talking about. You know what's going on. There's Tag, getting through the door.
10-12 HMC exit, not quite the level of that last run, but remember that last run did have those little bobbles in DDD and SWRC afterwards, so...
Yep, and we do get Mips' little invincibility frames, too, so a few more seconds lost there. This is not the cleanest run, but it's good enough to keep going for now.
I think we're going to still see a chip clip attempt. Here we go. And that's going to be good, at least. So yeah, we'll see how long Tag is able to hold this one through. But this is really the name of the game with 16 Star. You get into this flow state where you just keep getting these, like, you know, nice HMC exits. You keep playing decently well through like the sequence breaking section of the game, and you just kind of hope that you finally get that one attempt where everything goes perfectly in the end game. But it's like any milestone time that I've grinded for in this category, I've had like tens of runs that were better paced than that milestone time. Just had to die somewhere along the way to that final Bowser fight. It's just all about, like, you know, keeping on the cutting room floor until eventually you've got some run that makes it past all those obstacles.
Yeah, I think with Tag, we've seen some pretty hard resets earlier, so I do think we're probably one more mistake away from another one here. And no mistakes yet, looking pretty good. But, I mean, you do reach that point in these runs where it's like, okay, I'm going to keep going, but it's got to be perfect.
Yep. Tag with a kind of iffy angle on that, but not going.
Say.
You can actually tell there, because so like doing that wall kick is what sets you up for ultimate, but because Tag lost a little bit of time on that wall kick, he wouldn't have actually made the ultimate cycle. And so like the fact that he still went over for that right side like long jump over the railing there, you could tell that like he knew, like, okay, that was a bit of a sloppy attempt there. I don't get to go for ultimate now.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to adjust to that. You do have to be kind of realistic about the run.
Yep, and that sometimes it's hard to make yourself do it in the moment. You know, sometimes you when you're in the middle of the run, you'll go like, I know that was a little sloppy, but I still maybe feel like ultimate was possible. Let me go for it anyway. And then
it's still
like,
good.
you end up losing the run over it. Yeah.
Yes, that's another Simpsons reference. We're up to 3.
Look, I'm not the one keeping count.
I am. You track the times. I'll count my own Simpsons references. Equally important jobs. So, I mean, since I said he can't make any more mistakes, I feel like he hasn't made any more mistakes.
Yeah, just that not getting ultimate cycle did cost a little bit of time in Fire Sea, but we'll see how BLJs go, because in the run that he's comparing against, the BLJs weren't exactly perfect.
Yeah. There's always a chance if it catches immediately.
Go with the instant catch, but then, okay, I think we've got enough for...
There we go.
BLJ's getting through at least, yeah.
This is just acceptable enough, but I am waiting for that hard reset, because I gotta imagine his margin is right there. Like, if this doesn't catch once through, he might do it again for practice, but that's probably gonna do it if he doesn't. All right.
Instant entry there, jeez. He was ready with that ledge grab cancel. We'll see how Sky goes, but yeah, I think we're looking at a 15-1x with everything going well, so...
Still worthwhile, yeah.
Oh, and getting a dive. I think that was supposed to be a speed kick for a slight attempt at Nanimo, but... Oop, and then having to deal with the awkward stair movement here, that's losing some more seconds.
Yeah, I mean, so the thing is, he hasn't had a significant enough mistake to just reset. It's just been like death by 1,000 cuts. Just a lot of little seconds here and there. It's really starting to add up.
Yep. As we've got moving up through the elevators, but yeah, going into the fight, because the fight's going to take about 40 seconds from the fade in, so that's yeah, not much room for any kind of PB potential there.
No, that's all right though. He's come this far. He's going to get his throws in.
You may as well finish it out at least. As Cheese goes ahead and continues on the room attempt as well. Comparing against PB splits for this event PB, but still is, you know, at least a few seconds ahead here.
Not gonna hit, just barely. Clean throws from Tag. Glad he stuck around to at least finish it out. It's gonna be a pretty darn respectable time. No, a lot of little mistakes down the stretch there, but no big ones. It's gonna be just short of his event best, but that is, I think, he has 3 times now in the 1520s in the first 5 hours today.
Yeah.
That is really 3 times in the 1520s in 5 hours.
Just really cranking out the attempts, jeez.
Yeah, it's just the consistency is really high right now.
We got Cheese goes on in for side hop, misses it though, not quite getting the ledge grab.
Yeah. Jesus, look, he's good at all this stuff, but this isn't what he's known for.
Yeah, and side hop is one of those tricks, you only ever see this in this category, so if you'd expect any big point of failure star, it would be something like this, where, like, Cheese wouldn't have been messing with this strat in 70 or 120, so... but, of course, Cheese has put a lot of work in trying to learn 16-specific stuff, so... I'm sure that's been on the chopping block, and more than likely during the practice tonight, that's going to get even more focus if that's caused some issues in other runs, too. Let's see if anyone else is on any kind of attempts. But GG's to Tag on finishing out that one.
Yeah, I mean, again, he hasn't quite actually, like, increased his event best. He hasn't actually gotten that close to Luigi yet. But just to be hanging around that range so much is very impressive. And, again, we're halfway through, basically, the first day.
I mean, this category has come a really long way over, like, such a long period of time. Like, it's really crazy to see so many people at this high of a level with this category. Because I think for a while, like, people would shoot for milestone times, like, wanting to get the first 14, or, like, you know, after the first 14 was achieved, like, wanting to get a 14 at all, but...
Yeah.
It's really getting to the point where, like this is starting to feel like any percent in a lot of other games, where it's just, like, every second counts, and, like, you can lose a little bit of time here and there, but especially if you're wanting world record, like, you have to get a perfect run.
Well, and it doesn't seem to have peaked yet. I'm looking at the leaderboard here, and 11 of the top 12 times came in the last year. Like, it is not spent by any stretch of the imagination. As I mentioned, in 7th is Tag, and that time came 5 days ago. So there's still a lot of energy left here at 16 star.
Exactly, yeah. And it's like, it's so easy for a beginner to pick up because it's not that many stars to learn, and like the sequence breaks are, you know, pretty forgiving overall. Like you get as many attempts on them as you want in a row. But like once you start running this category and you start to get your teeth into it, like the skill ceiling is so high that You really have so much to occupy yourself. It's really like, how far do you want to take yourself? Like do you just want to go for a 16? Do you want to go for a 15? You know, do you really want to push yourself to like get to this type of level? But like it's all on like what the player wants to push for.
Yeah, or even just the tools, like the emulators where you can just reset immediately and just grind one thing 500 times in a row. I mean, I know the speedrunning scene is mostly all post-emulator era, but like they get better and better. I'm not going to say in my day we had to BLJ in the snow up hills both ways or anything, but you know, it's certainly easier than ever to start that grind and to just get into it as fast as you want.
Yeah, and like those sorts of tools let people take it a whole other level of seriously too. Like you can really practice these stars the same way you would practice like a piece of music or like a section of like a dance routine or like any other sort of like athletic thing. Like you can save state and practice exactly how you move through a 5-second section of movement just over and over. Or like, you know, just practice the same star over and over. But like what's also weird is when you practice really in depth with those resources, it still doesn't quite prepare you for like the experience and the challenge of having to do all those things all in a row, one attempt each. You know, so like you have to also make yourself, in addition to like practicing one star 500 times in a row, you've also got to make yourself do the section practice where you practice the section that involves that star like 50 times in a row.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we get to see the results of all this, but we don't get to see all that grinding, and it's 95% grinding.
Yep, so much offline time gets spent to get to this point where you're just doing the like the point where runners get to where they're doing 8-9 hours of attempts. They spent days working through like section RTAs and other stuff like that offline beforehand.
Yeah, there's a Cheese with the front sub. Comes at it from a weird camera angle compared to all the other runners we've seen, and it does not go well. But he's going to keep going. I think he's going to take a little bit of time to play into shape here.
Yeah, there are a lot of different angles that you could approach front sub with. I think some of those are just more historic camera angles, though.
16 star, and there's a lot of similarity in the camera angles and the movement choices. There's some differences, but there's a lot of similarity there. So when someone comes around who maybe doesn't specialize in it and you see different camera angles, it can be jarring at first.
Yeah, exactly. We got Cheese finishing out a nice fire C here, nice ultimate cycle. Definitely going to be improving that 20-minute event PB pretty significantly.
Yeah, he looks like he's going to finish this, like you said. You're definitely going to improve on the 20, unless things go really, really wrong. Yes, I've said it. I know it'll happen now. That's okay. A lot of time.
He's got the mid star as well in tow.
Yeah, right. He's got the extra star. Mistake or flex? You decide. Yeah. Weird flex, but okay. You're watching history right here. I'm going to watch it on speedrun.com. The 17-star tab will materialize before my eyes, and it will have one entry on it, and it will say Cheese.
Well, I think a lot of other runners would have entries on that. I actually think one of my PBs was a 17-star run, too. I think it was my 1711 or 1718, which I feel like this run is probably going to beat that. I don't think we're... I'm not going to say any more on that vein because commentators curse, but...
Yeah, we're past that. At this point, I just lean into it. At this point, I revel in it. I revel in my own power.
You can only curse the run so many times before, like...
Right.
Yeah.
I felt bad the first 600 times it happened.
Yeah.
I don't anymore.
But it's not often that a person gets the opportunity to feel like they have that sort of supernatural power. Like I can influence the happenings of reality with my words alone. What?
I can move a nation with a microphone. Here we go. That's a bit of a deep cut, isn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
Listen,
I feel like...
hey, we're 5 years away from hearing that on an oldie station. Just brace yourself, okay? It's gonna happen. Puddle of Mud too. You're gonna hear Puddle of Mud on an oldie station. You're gonna wonder what happened to your life. Cheese, 15 minutes, flying through sky here. Maybe not flying. There's an unnecessary little belly slide there, but he's doing all right. This is actually gonna be a pretty decent run given how little he's played today, I think.
Really, really solid finish coming out here. Yeah, it's going to be low 16 pace, so certainly one of the better 17-star runs on the leaderboard.
On the leaderboard. This is the inauguration of that leaderboard.
Yeah, that would be a meme category. See, I feel like this game is a bit better than some other games for like just how weird our meme categories get. Like we have all signs, we have all coins, but like there are some games that literally have like jump off the watchtower and die as a meme category across multiple games in a series.
How about this? One Bowser throw miss category. Everything else is fine. Just one though. Just one. A lot of runs would be saved. This one in particular, Cheese is gonna get a 16x. A little high five there. There we go. He got that little moral support, and I think he's right to be happy with his time, actually, given that he's only had a handful of runs today, and he's kind of playing his way back into it here. He's still got a few hours. I think he may be peaking at the right time. Cheese, we do know, does tend to peak at the right time. Sometimes it's the only time left. 16:21 under the circumstances, just fine, and I gotta imagine that's gonna come down.
Exactly right. I'm gonna be right behind Trey Bordeaux. Trey Bordeaux definitely gonna be sweating now. Just has Cheese breathing down his neck. Needs to go ahead and get some kind of run going to increase that leaderboard presence. But
I don't think there's a lot of clamoring for retiming on either one of these. I think we'll wait and see if that's necessary, but I don't think it will be.
Yeah, I'm doubting it myself too.
Yeah, that's a better time than I would have guessed for Cheese's post-nap return. Again, speculation on the naps, unconfirmed reports. We do not have a second source. All right, we're going to go to a break in just a minute. When you come back, we will be gone. Your lovely host will be gone, but that will be replaced by two almost identical, almost as lovely hosts. It's going to be ALT Insider and West Dog. Stick around.
Urban arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
It's me, Mario!
We're back here in the booth. I am ALT Insider, joined by the one and only West Dog here for this GSA Live Time Attack Super Mario 64 16 star. The goal of this event is to get the best time you can over the 3 days allotted for you. Right now, you see the leaderboard on the bottom half of your screen. During the break, me and West Dog were prognosticating. West Dog being a little bit more pessimistic than I might like. He said we'll not see a 14 today. Do you still have that thought, West Dog? Let the chat know. I think we might, but you seem to be a little bit more pessimistic than me.
I mean, dang, way to call me out right there, make it sound so pessimistic. I mean, I'm trying not to get my hopes up. I would rather be either, I guess, pessimistic or realistic as the positive spin I try to put on that. Don't hope for the 14 today, so that way if it doesn't come, we're not disappointed. I would like to see a 14, but if I don't hope for one and it doesn't come, then I can't be disappointed.
There you go. That's a good way to think about it. It sure seems like Tag has been on quite a few runs today, by far the most, I would say, of anybody, and his runs are going deep, so think happy thoughts there. He might have the best chance right now in terms of how they're playing.
Oh, Tag is definitely in the Mario flow right now, getting 3, maybe 4, but I'm pretty sure at least 3 runs in the 15 to 2x territory. This kid is on a whole new level right now, just absolutely tearing apart the 16 star scene by storm.
Yeah, he really wants it, and you can see every death, he's feeling it, every mistake, he's feeling it. He seems to be on something special right now. Again, just 5 days removed from when he got his PB of 15 minutes and 3 seconds, good for 7th place. How wild would it be to see his first 14 during this weekend? Don't want to put too much pressure on him, of course. It's a big ask. He's not on his equipment at his home. He's out there in Vegas in this, convention center looking place. We do see Cheese has joined the fray here in the last few hours at least. Still in 7th place, looking to improve that. And Trey, worth mentioning as well, would love to improve on his 6th place. What kind of run is he on right now? Let's see. 12.
He's comparing against the 17-18 split, so hard to get accurate as to what kind of pace he's realistically on. But with a 12-minute Fire Sea entrance with Ultimate, I'd say best case scenario, we might be looking at a high 15.
Okay. High 15 would be an improvement, of course. No pole glitch in action. Let's see what kind of cycle he gets here. Cheese here having a bit of issues in his most recent run I was watching. A few slip-ups there. I guess he is the least decorated 16 star of the various categories there is in Super Mario 64. He is the least decorated in this one. This is probably, he would admit, his weak point in the 120, 70, and 16-star categories.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm not watching the live stream. I'm watching the
Cheese is having a little bit of a meltdown here. The cheese is melting all over the place, but he's going to keep going with it.
In any other scenario, I'm a huge fan of melted cheese, but not in a Mario context.
There he's pleading with himself here, finally getting that star. But let's keep our eye on Trey here, looking to improve his 16. Here's the question. I'm asking you to predict everything here, but will Cheese get a, let's see, where should I put Cheese's over-under time for the whole event? His best ever is worth saying. It is, I have it right here. It is, I don't have it right here.
It is a 15:31.
There you go, 15:31. So what's a good time for a live event?
I mean, just that alone, for this kind of a high-level event, I'd say mid-15 times, so a 15:3x would be great for a live event, but I'm, of course, a huge Cheese fan and would just love to see our boy get a PB, possibly get into the 15-2x territory. And according to people who I saw in the chat before the event begun, Cheese has been on the 16-star grind on stream as of recently and has got on a couple of 1x pacers, so he could be able to drop a fat PB here. I mean, he is Cheese after all. You never know what to expect.
Yeah, so that is definitely true. Trey Borda with an okay BLJ turnout there. Go ahead.
Oh, with a 14:24 entry, best case scenario, he would be getting a 15:45 as for a second time we've seen him just take a straight dive into the void.
Unfortunate there, screaming at himself, I'm guessing there. Trey Borda done a run with it though. Get that bad rep out of the system here and finish on a good run, a good attempt here. This maybe not. This is when the mistakes can multiply.
I mean, this is a good attempt after all, and on that note, we would like to say thank you to the $5 donation from Vandyberg, saying simply GG. Thank you for the GGs, Vandy.
Absolutely, Vandy. Thanks so much for that. We're trying to get $2,000 to extend this stream by an hour. That's available every single day, so 3 possible extra hours to make these guys play Mario, which doesn't seem too bad.
Yes, and of course, we're not just trying to collect money here because we feel like we just want to put some extra in our pockets. No. All of the money we're raising here today is going to be going towards the Urban Arts program, guys. The Urban Arts program is a pre-college program that helps give opportunities to underrepresented students in the art and science behind video game development. They have 250 schools across the United States. We've enrolled 250,000 students. Now get this, guys. That's 250,000 students. Do you know how many of them have gone on to collegiate education after spending time at Urban Arts? 100%. 100% of 250,000 students. That is incredible. Just Urban Arts is one of the greatest foundations I know out there. They help the video game developers of today become they help the students of today become the video game developers of tomorrow. I am so passionate and excited about Urban Arts. I can't even think straight anymore. Guys, if you want to help out the Urban Arts Foundation and see some more 16-star action, please donate to the link here in the chat.
Yep. And if West Dog wasn't enough to get you excited, remember, Urban Arts is a big supporter of speedrunning as well. So the more money we give them, the more happily they'll be able to let us keep doing these cool events as they always do. So let's keep the donations rolling in there if we can. She's not going for Chip Clip. I don't think he normally does he?
To my knowledge, no. Now, I haven't watched Cheese's 120-star or 70-star speedruns, but I'm just going to assume this is probably an opportunity for Cheese to just play it safe, get that lower time on the board. But if he starts flirting with a 4th or a 5th place position, then that's where we're going to start him to practice and break out the chip clip.
And hearing your call, Anonymous has donated $5 to the cause. Thanks so much, Anonymous. You are a legend. Thanks so much for that. Trey Bordeaux now in practice mode. Wants to get this out of his system here. And where exactly is he having the issue here, where he keeps diving off just right into the abyss? It appears, Wes. What is he trying to do here?
It's like he's just making sure he reignites that muscle memory to make sure he gets the triple jump dive. And I mean, just also, when you're in bits, I don't know how much you've speedran this game yourself, ALT, but whenever you're on a pacer, even if it's not PB, but just a good run, you go to bits, the nerves just absolutely get over, like they start firing at 120%, your heart rate starts going into the triple digits, and I mean, it just, the more practice you get in bits, the more you can probably just take a moment to breathe, calm down, and realize, okay, just business as usual.
Yep, that's the hard part. That's where it gets tough, when you're on a real pacer. Trey Bordeaux now is just getting some practice reps in, as we see Cheese is going to finish this one out. I assume. So a little bit of work left to do.
Sir Finchelot, I'm glad you asked. Well, so the intended amount of stars to beat this game is 70 stars, but over the course of Super Mario 64's long history, speedrunners have come to figure out how many stars it takes in order to beat the game at a minimum. And 16 star was at one point the old, quote, any percent. In about 2003, 2004, they discovered that you only needed 16 stars to beat the game. But then we got tool-assisted speedrunners who then found 0 and 1 star, but we don't need to talk about that.
Yeah, just and so you know, like how long ago this category was found. We're talking about in the realm of about 18 years ago. It's been 16 stars has been okay. This is something we can do, and so think about that. I mean, it doesn't seem like that long, but in terms of speedrunning, that's amazingly long. Speedrunning hasn't been that much longer than 18 years, you know, like in any real way. So 18 years ago, actually, on May 24th, 18 years ago, the legendary runner known as Dom Dunk, who had a real good website all about the glitches of Super Mario 64, he set the world record, which at the time, let me say this slowly so you understand this, At the time, 16-star world record. That took you 42 minutes, my friend. That was the world record. So, West Dog, personally, I've got a better time than that, so you could say I'm a world record holder in some way.
Same here. I mean, dang. Within three attempts, I was an old world record holder. Dang, where was I 18 years ago?
Yeah. Just so people know, that's the time when literally there was maybe 5 people trying to do this and recording themselves playing. So, those were we're talking, people were breaking out the stone tablets to record their times, my friends.
Oh, no, Cheese.
Unfortunate.
Cheese on a great pacer here in bits, potential for a sub 16 time, but bonking on the elevator and hitting that, I believe, the 0 frame bonk, which does not allow Mario to move and recover, so he just had to watch himself fall down another level. But good recovery, still wanting to close this one out, and if he hits all 3 throws here, he should be able to bop Trey Bordeaux and take 6th place. So this could be $100 throws on the line here, ALT.
There we go. That's life-changing money for sure. So let's see if Cheese can pull this out. He has been known to have issues with throws. One of his most, I would say famous, I don't say trait, but famous things he has issues with. But right now he's looking super, super good. Very straight down the middle here. And that's nuts.
Just a bit outside.
Unfortunate curse there. I said he was looking so good, so sure of those throws, and then that third one, as we've seen so many times for Cheese.
Looks like, yeah, he's just going to tie his 16-21 here with that throw. Maybe a 16-20. I always thought it took about 17 seconds from final throw to star spawn, but we shall see here. It's either going to be really close or a basically straight up tie with his event PB, and it is a tie. Oh my goodness.
And well, that's one of those ties where you know the mistakes, right? They're so clear there for you. I think that's one you just push reset and go right back at it, right? You know, okay, I made a few mistakes here. I'm going to go right back at it. And we see Cheese is doing that for the fans here. No more waiting. Gonna give it no more breaks for Cheese, I think. He's going to go give it right to you. Trey Bordeaux with a little bit more practice going on here. BLJs are always good to practice.
It looks like Tag and Flixer. Man, I haven't heard of Flicker in ages. Tag and Flixer are the only people doing runs right now. So while they're both in the early game, now may be a good time to point out we got $40 worth of donations. $20 dono here from TrashBrowns_97, simply saying Mario. And then we've got a $20 donation from the person who calls himself Ouija's mom. Thank you, Mama Ouija.
Always nice to hear from the parents, the supposed parents of the runners here. Thanks for your support. Never can be sure, but thanks for your support. Either way, in my mind, you are the guardian and parent of the legendary Ouija.
Mm-hmm.
First place right now with a 15:09. What a time to start.
You know, I just got to simply say this, actually, ALT, because most of the runners we're seeing here compete today are under the age of 21 years old, playing a video game older than themselves. The fact that they have parents who are willing to show them enough support to take their children all the way to Las Vegas in the city of sins and compete for eternal glory here in Mario 64. Honestly, just shout outs to all the parents of these runners. Pog all the parents out there.
Definitely. And without them, they couldn't make it happen. It's all about support. At some point, all of us gamers probably had someone supporting us. Might have been a parent, might have been a brother, might have been a friend, but someone's supported your gaming love, and that can't be more true than with the parents of some of these younger runners. Because Mario, I hate to say it, probably speedrunning in general, it's a young man's game. Cheese is like the grandpa, and he's, what, 26, 27, something like that? I forget.
I just saw on Twitter for the first time he admitted to being 27 because the famous YouTuber Ludwig Ogren just turned 27 and Cheese publicly exclaimed, "I'm older than you!"
There you go. And that's like grandpa age.
I didn't even realize Cheese was 27. He's so youthful and peppy. You don't expect that kind of energy from a boomer like 27-year-old.
Yes, definitely. And he's been running this game for a scary amount of time. So think about when someone like Green Sweegie has played this game as long as Cheese has. That's scary to think about. It's going to be the days of Mario times getting lower and lower are going to just keep coming at the end of time, I think. And now we can see all 7. Oh, no, excuse me, 6. Slippery Nip is still in that break. We have 6 of our runners now on the big screen. 7 runners here in total.
But Slippery Nip is on a break right now, and deservedly so. After grinding here for a while and getting a 15 at 28, he deserves to treat himself.
Yeah, definitely. He is someone that can enjoy Vegas fully. Hope he comes back, actually. But Slippery Nip's all business. You know he's coming back. He's not getting tantalized by any of the sins available where this event is. Hopefully.
Nice salt cannonless there from Cheese. We got runs in the top half here. Trey Bordo about to wrap up Dark World. Tag getting out of shifting Sagland with a sub 6:20 time. Great pacer from him so far.
You never can't stop saying it. Just put that on repeat. Tag is on fire today. Wonder if he's just... When is he thinking about that break? Because let's get real. You got to take a break at some point today. But if you're on a roll, you don't want to stop either. So that's a tough decision here for Tag.
I mean, when you've got runs when you're just constantly getting greens pulled out, and he's comparing against a 15-19. His event best is only a 15-21, and he's comparing up against a 15-19. So I'm assuming these could be theory splits here. Just the fact that he keeps getting so many good runs going. I mean, why would you even want to take a break when you're in a zen state like this?
Yeah, that's fair. That's definitely fair.
I think we were talking about it earlier, ALT, when you were asking me about like reasons like why to run no LBLJ. It's just for reasons like this. I just don't have the ability to grind and pull out times like these, so I can only imagine what it must be to be like a gamer god like Tag there.
Definitely. We can only all imagine. That's what we're watching here. Just watch what he does. Because he has some real skills. Side hop here. He's never in doubt. Every time I've watched him, it seems never in doubt. Just the end game has caused him a few issues, as it often does, but seems like he's just been so routine about getting to the end game. What'd you just see? I missed it.
Oh, jeez. Missed Fly Guy list, but was able to save himself with a backup there. Was able to jump off of the pyramid, do a double jump off of the little slope sands of death, and had to go talk to Klepto on the top of the pillar there. So unfortunately losing some time, but great reaction there from Cheese to save the run.
Good. Oh, new donation here from M-Dub. $15 saying a simple message that I'll let chat debate, because us in the booth will not debate this, I don't think. But it says, Cheese has the best hair.
See, we're gonna have to debate on that one actually here.
Okay, go ahead.
Cheese has definitely got the most style in hair. He can rock a blue color, very nice. It's all slicked back and well done. But considering he owns a salon back home in Spain, I can understand that hairstyling is very important to this man. However, if we're just taking a look at hair on by itself here, I can already see we got King Curls, GTM, and T Ropical agreeing with me here in the chat. It's got to go to Slippery Nip here. He hit the hair on that man, the hair on that head compares to a certain biblical figure who I'm not sure if we're allowed to call out here in the chat. But I mean, just it is long, it is flowing. He's got the beard. It's a compliment. Such long flowing hair. I mean, how can we even take that away from him?
Well, I mean, I didn't know a beard was a part of it, to be fair. I didn't know that was coming into the conversation. So if that's the case, I agree. Okay? I thought we were talking just about on top of the hair of the top of the dome.
I guess that's a topic in and of itself. When we talk about hair, are we just talking about the head, or are we talking about chest hair, or or I would almost say back hair, but I don't think anybody here is old enough to even get that yet.
I'm scared of where this conversation is going, so I'm going to reroute this train off the tracks, go into a new station, and we're going to watch Tag here. How's the run? Update us, West Dog.
Tag is about to close out Hazy Maze Cave. It looks like he's in a 10-minute marker. I don't know what star he's got left, emergency exit or rolling rocket. We can see emergency exit up there going for the left side. He's going to be fading out here at about a 10-14, 10-15. Every time I see Tag in Hazy Maze Cave today, this dude is getting out of here with a mid-10 1x time. Good for yet a high 14, low 15 pace here again. Tag he doesn't know how to not pace here.
Yeah, no issues until we get to this rabbit. He's caused the issue earlier. That was a great grab, though. Nice straight in front of the door. Now he did forget the rabbit one time. Let's make sure he doesn't do that here. through on door number 1, which for me I think is the way harder one. But he made the mistake on the second door, I believe, and that was smooth as silk. Feeling good, head bobbing. Tag is on another pacer. Tag fans just cheering their hearts out here. So many reasons to cheer for Tag. So many good runs.
Surprisingly not going for chip clip here. I guess when you know you're on such a good run, you're not going to take that kind of a risk here. I mean, chip clip does only save about 3/4 of a second when done with the punch method here. So is it really worth trying to get just 3/4 of a second when you're on already such a solid pace?
That's what you're right. You're definitely right. But it just feels bad when you don't go for it. But yeah, you're right. I know you're right. Logically, you're right.
We know people in the audience would like to see chip clips so they can break out the Doritos and the bat chest here in the chat. But we gotta take this into account, guys. We're here for the long run. There's plenty more opportunities to get excited and break out the bat chips.
Yes. We just get spoiled. We're seeing it every single attempt. But this person's trying to win an event here. Tag, how big would that be? Relative newcomer Tag, at least to the top level, at least to the top 10 for sure in the world record rankings. How big would that be for him to win this thing?
Movement's looking crisp. Not going to be able to hit ultimate cycle, but a good backup there. Almost thought I caster cursed that.
Thought it looked a little shaky there for a second, but yeah, still fine. And he's in. Crowd forming around him. That's what you love to see. That's the dream right there. If someone gets on a super pacer and then the crowd forms around them like old school arcade. You just feel the magic in the room. That's what live events are all about. Feeling the energy from the crowd there. And yeah, it's still early days in this one. That's a good throw. And that's a bonk of the Bowser.
Yeah, just a reminder at home, this is taking place at Double Down, a Smash Brothers tournament in Las Vegas. So while the crowd may be fixated on Smash Bros. Melee and Ultimate, I wonder if there are a couple of Smashers out there that are familiar with the ways of the Mao, and if they're aware of exactly just what's going on here, as we didn't get a split from Tag, but it looks like he got out of Fire Seat just at the 13-minute marker. So best case scenario, this could be an OX run, assuming these BLJs go well. Let's get some praises in the chat.
Always comes down to this. Can't fully get attached until after this moment. I think it's a bit boring not to get attached before this moment, but it is smart. So let's see here. Tag's first attempt.
Oh,
and he's in. Not ideal, but still fine. You take it. You take it for sure.
I'm actually amazed he was still able to get through the door with the super speed all the way to the steps. Normally, if you're having to jump up against the wall like that, you lose the super speed, but Tag's still making it look easy as he's almost got the catch there on the steps.
Not catching yet, but he gets the slam dunk after that. Okay, that's still fine. I think you take it. You know, it's not your dream ever BLJ, but you take it.
All right, and with a 13:56 entry into Bowser in the Sky here, we could be looking at a high 1x potential. I think he's about to lose Monomo Cycle after the rollout, and yeah, so maybe the 1x. Oh my goodness, not even going to finish that one out. He still might have had a chance to get an event PB by a second or two, but Tag was just willing to throw that one away.
We've played this record a few times now. That just to get to the end game and then something goes wrong for a great Tag run. But speaking of playing this record before, we're going to play a commercial record here, and we're going to be back right on the other side of this one, so stay tuned. Me and Westdog coming back in a moment.
Don't want.
Ladies and gentlemen, who's ready for some action? There we go.
Everybody get it out. All four. There we go. All four.
IBK, whole bunch of enemies, just like that, picking up another one.
It's me, Mario.
ALT Insider, West Dog in the booth. 6 incredible runners on your screen at the moment. West Dog has a suggestion. We should call this event the Las Vegas 16. I think it sounds pretty hype. So yeah, I think your idea is going to flow with us, and I think chat's going to agree with us too. We're going to see though. Las Vegas 16 is now, and is it correct to say Tag is on the main screen? But he deserves to be on the main screen. Which how much awesome Mario he's been playing recently, right? West Dog.
Absolutely. Tag has been absolutely on fire today. Makes absolute sense to put him on the main screen. Every time we've seen him get a run past the basement, it's always on a 15 1x pace here, so you just never know what to expect from Tag. Looks like Tag and Cheese are basically near synced up, as they're both literally within a second of each other and just completed the Cage Star there in Womp's Fortress, and Trey Bordeaux also here in Lethal Lava Land. We got a good 3 selection here going. Is it possible to get that layout with the 3 runners on the top, if possible, from production?
A lot of scrambling going on. Hopefully, go ahead, West Dog.
I was just going to address this in the chat. T. Robical, I like where your head's at, but we can't officially say that because we might get sued by Sony, as that is the name of their software. So we're just going to simply call it either the Las Vegas 16 or perhaps the Speedrun World Record Circuit, as this event is, I believe, the inaugural event of this series.
Yes, that's definitely true, and this is definitely definitely live, my friends. The runners are all there in beautiful Las Vegas. We are sitting in our respective bedrooms, enjoying it from our remote location, but the hype is still very real. They're at the Double Down event, Smash tournament, Smash events going on there, and the GSA kind of joined up with them. And as I say that, mammoth donation coming in from Christine Bear, 100 smackaroos. Thanks so much. Another donation, TX Sam. This one's for my boy. Yes, I mean Slippery Nip. Ascend the heavens and fight the gods, my brother. So much going on there, but it's so nice to see. Great support from everybody today. Wow, thanks so much for those donations.
Thank you guys for the donations, and shout outs to Christine Bear. Honestly, a beacon of light wherever I see her in the chat. Christine, thank you for the top dono of the day so far here. The kids of the Urban Arts Foundations appreciate your contribution.
And I want to say too, TX you did a cheer for your boy Slip, and he is taking a break, but he's going to be back shortly, I assure you. So he has put that time of 15:28, third place, and said, hey, you know what? I'm good for a break right now. And that's where we're at right now. Trey Bordeaux missing the triple jump off that block. Very tough jump. And that might spell the end of this one.
You know, here's a little debate possibly here, ALT. We've heard people call that trick a variety of things over the years here. What do you like to call it when you do the triple jump off the box there in Hazy Maze Cave? Do you have a name for it?
I say triple jump off the box, unfortunately. But what do you say?
Trey Bordeaux saving and quitting there. I like to go with the box triple jump. I hear some people say the triple box jump, but to me that makes it sound like you're jumping off of 3 boxes or like jumping across 3 boxes. So to me, linguistically, that just doesn't make sense. So I've just always been a fan of the box triple jump.
For me, I don't think that is different enough than calling it kind of whatever you want. Like, I think, like, you know, like, for example, salt cannonless or something. That's, like, different. It kind of, you don't know what it means right away. But, like, triple box jump and stuff like that, you know what it means with the name. So I think you can kind of call that whatever you want. That's maybe a controversial statement. That's what I think. I think we need to make a new kind of name for it, right? Come on, West Dog. Think of something, you know, unique with that.
Well, we do have Benny, acclaimed Mario 64 speedrunner and moderator here in the chat, saying TJ Box. And you know what? That kind of sounds sleek and almost like a stage name, honestly.
Yeah, it sounds kind of like a male stripper, though. That's the problem.
Well, hey, why? You're going to have a TJ Box. What better place than Las Vegas, right?
That's a great point. That's for sure a great point. We'll keep with it for now. See how smoothly it comes out. While I definitely used to use different words there, but it's too late now. Dre Bordeaux is on the main screen there, wiping off the sweat. A lot of hype going on right now, heating up in more ways than one. So let's enjoy Trey Bordeaux's run here from the start. A fresh start here. Lakitu skip coming up, saves 8 seconds, I believe, to make that. This is such a nothing thing for this level of runner, though. They just skip on by like it's not even supposed to talk to him.
Yeah, and a very advanced strat out there for those in the chat who may not be too familiar with Mario 64 speedrunning. The movement you just saw Trey Bordeaux do there is extremely difficult. The standard Lakitu skip you do, it just involves a long jump on the farthest left side of the bridge to the door. But what you see Trey and some other runners doing there is they go for the jump, dive, roll out into a speed kick that leads you to the door. It doesn't save a tremendous amount of time, but it's very advanced movement that requires near pixel perfect precision. So just seeing that from these guys just shows you the difference between the elite and the good.
Lots of running going on now. Trey Bordeaux had some few slip ups on this run so far, so I don't think he's going to keep with this one so long. Well, yeah, there's another slip up. Not many good vibes coming out of that run from Trey Bordeaux right now. Is it possible Tag is on another run here in HMC? Boulder, bit of a troll, but who should we be watching, West Dog? You have full control. He doesn't really, but I'm just asking for his opinion.
Oh my god, that's too much power. I have full control. In which case I say we're shutting off the event and we're now going to watch My Little Pony speedruns.
Sounds good. Meme runs are fun.
But in realistic, now with Trey resetting, I say we get Tag on the big screen here if possible. Looks like he may be on pace for yet another 10-1x HMC.
The triple box jump has taken over the chat, so I hope everyone is enjoying that conversation. And yeah, hey Pando, I'm with you. I think that maybe we either need to think of a cool nickname or don't have a nickname for that trick. But there we go, as Tag shows it off beautifully that time, diving confidently into the star.
All right, and Tag with the star in HMC where you do a triple jump on the box and glitch through the ceiling. You absolutely love to see it there from Tag.
You know, getting that star in HMC where you do a triple jump on the box and glitch through the ceiling is one of the toughest stars for me personally to get, so I'm really happy when I see Tag pull that off.
Yeah. Despite even running this game on and off for a couple years, even I haven't been skilled enough to learn the star in HMC where you do a triple jump on the box and glitch through the ceiling. It's a whole nother ball game there, and Tag is actually, on a serious note, going to be exiting HMC with an almost 10:09 exit. This might be the best pace he's actually had so far today. -12 on his event PB splits coming out of Hazy Maze Cave.
So I don't want to get attached yet. I want to warn chat here. We've seen this so many times from Tag. Very confident punch grab there, which is the preferred method to the slide grab there. But the dive grab? What a good job here. Tag has been here so many times though, right? We've seen this. He gets into bits and then problems start coming. So let's see if Tag can make it happen this time. Let's see if bits will not be a problem this time.
I mean, how can we not get attached, though? When we've seen Tag carry so many runs so deep into the game so far as he gets the perfect glitchy wall kick with the MIPS there. I don't want to get attached, but yet I'm already so attached. I'm crushing on this run so hard here.
Oh, here is Chip Clip for the fans! Yes!
Woo!
He gets it! There it is. You know what to put in chat right now. You've been waiting for the chance. You've been waiting a whole run for this. Go ahead. Use the chip. Got to get front subs out. We're not done yet. And we got to get those good rhythmic swims here, not just spamming it.
Yeah, amazing on his last run was a second and a half slower pace-wise and elected not to do the chip clip. I wonder if he just felt it. The runs were just flowing through him.
There we go. Does nail it. Now I think it's appropriate to start maybe getting the Velcro out. Don't put it on your body yet, but start applying it because it's just about time to get attached. But you know what's left. We got a lot of work left to do.
I say we're loading the pitcher up here with beer. We're not ready to take some celebration drinks yet, but we are surely getting the kegs tapped up as we see Tag going for ultimate cycle here in Fire Sea.
Good first part. Can't complain yet. Nice.
Ooh.
Making that look pretty good. Tag is just on fire right now. I think it's official.
Ultimate cycle there is outstanding. And oh no!
Bounce up, okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. A little bit scary for a second, but
Tag having to do a little bit of a slip up there just to show us all he is indeed human and not a human version of a task machine there. Just or task machine, what am I talking about? Just human version of task. Showing us that he is prone to some mistakes there.
New category, Taz Machine category. You've heard of Tazbot. Have you seen Taz Machine? I've never seen that. Tag. On fire. You know what's left. 3 letters. B-L-J. You got to do it twice. And that could be the difference here for Tag. Is he going to move up on this leaderboard? It's got to be tough. Ouija, 1509. Unbelievable. Cracked.
With the sub 13 Fire Sea exit, I don't know if this is just because he's not used to having an auto splitter or if he just likes to split here on the splits. You know what? He's ignoring the splits. He is so far into this run, he's just ignoring splits right now.
Splits don't exist. Right. There we go.
It was about a 12:54, 12:55 Fire Sea exit, so definitely comfortable 14 pace here. I might be getting a little ahead of myself, but let's just see how these BLJs go. I got some praises in the chat.
Yes.
Oh,
that was good. All right.
Okay.
Velcro is out. Velcro is out.
All right, I'm getting the pint glasses. The keg is tapped. I'm getting the pint glasses. I'm ready to pour some out here.
Here we go. Can he get a quick one here? That would be what we want to see. Come on!
Oh, come on. All right, 14 unfortunately dead, but he is on first place pace with a 13:44 entry. Best clean bit scenario. We could be looking at a mid-15 OX here. This could be the run to bop Ouija. Tag playing within just a couple seconds of personal best.
Here we go. Now is time to get the Velcro out. Fully attach yourself here. He has so many problems here at Bits, though. This is what he needs to clean up to get that top time. Come on. Right side.
You can just tell by the tones of the commentators here in the booth, we might be just a little bit attached.
Yeah, I'm extremely attached right now. I can't move. Velcro's all over my body. Goomba being a bro.
Got the good elevator movement in the pipe at 14:26. 3 for 3 on the throws will be successful. Ouija bop here in the Las Vegas 16. Let's see if Tag has what it's got to clutch this out and take first place.
3 throws is what we need. That's a good first one. That's a strike. 2 more left. Tag fans, this is the moment you're waiting for. Second one in the books. 1 more left.
He's got it! As he pumps his fist, jumping out of the chair with joy. Now all that's left is just to touch the big star. We have seen it before. It's not over until Mario touches the big star.
Look at the pumps. He's feeling it. Come on.
And it's a successful Ouija Bob of the 15:07.
That is what we wanted to see. Tag bringing it home. You saw the journey. We went through it with him here. How many runs got to bits with a chance? He put it all together there for one final look at it triumphantly, the name in first place for the lion's share of the prize pool. Whew. What a run by Tag. What a performance today. The day of. The name of the day is Tag. I mean, what else can you say? We had a long time left in this event, but Tag is putting on quite the show for day number 1. We really wanted to see, I did not want to see Ouija knocked out per se. I want to see a hype run from Tag. Now, balls are now dangling in Ouija's court. It's time for Ouija to step it up. You see how he's starting to play again. Maybe we might see an awesome run from him coming right up now, West Dog.
I think we just saw Ouija give a high five to Tag off screen there too. I saw his hand extend to go back down, so maybe Tag is transferring some of that PB energy over to Ouija, so hopefully we'll see another good run out of him. But before we get into that, we'd just like to say, so far, undoubtedly, Tag has been the MVP of day 1 here, getting 5 runs into bits on 15-1x or better pace, and now taking the first place lead. I hope I don't abuse my VIP power here in the chat, but guys, if you haven't already, please go drop Tag 609 a follow here. This kid is absolutely incredible, breaking the Wii Virtual Console world record, then moving to console, and is now in the top 10, number 7 on the leaderboard, looking like he'll be the next person to join the 14 club. And if we're lucky, maybe, just maybe, he can do it live here at the Las Vegas 16.
Yes, and how hype would that be? D Whatever, I want to give him credit. D Whatever, famed Super Mario 64 runner, 70-star for a former world record holder. He called it before this event started. He said Tag is going to get a 14 at this event. How big hype would that be? D Whatever calling that out of the blue. I think it was before the event, or was it a few hours after it started? I'm not sure, but for sure, we're going to see some hype runs coming up now. Ouija has to respond after being so comfortably in the King's throne with that top time. What will he come back with? Cheese still needs to put up a time here that he's happy with, sitting in 7th place. Trey Bordeaux has been hasn't had a run going very deep for a few hours now. Time for him to get back on the trail here. And yeah, what an event it's been so far. A lot of days left. Can you feel the hype? That's what we waited for, right, West Dog? That's what we're all here for. Runs like that.
Oh, absolutely. The hype is it couldn't be more real right now, ALT.
What a fun one to see.
I just hope removing the Velcro after that run wasn't too painful for you.
I keep it on for at least another hour or so, but still basking in the glow. But the cool thing about that run is we can really see it building, right? Sometimes you do see him come out of nowhere, right? Playing like crap. Okay, PB. But this was one that really built. Like you felt it coming, right? That's really interesting. Kind of Tag was onto something. Now we know why he didn't take a break, because he knew I'm close. I'm almost through my breakthrough, and then he just finally got it.
We see a mouse cursor, yet another mouse on the loose there in Cheese's stream. That's basically all I got to say. I don't want to get attached to anything here in Womp's Fortress. Just somebody called the exterminator. We got a mouse on the loose.
Here we go!
A good question in chat. Cheese's PB. Cheese's PB is definitely the lowest PB of anyone here. Someone just said it earlier. 1539 is his PB.
Yeah, that is the official PB, but I do believe as of recently he did get a 1531, but it either hasn't been verified on speedrun.com or he just hasn't submitted it yet. But you know, maybe he just hasn't submitted it or it hasn't been verified, because we're just going to see Cheese break out another legendary run before our very eyes.
Yes, and that's definitely possible. During the 120 Lifetime Attack events, he didn't have any runs at all until the final one. And when he completed that one, he was the first place contender. So we know he doesn't care about what his time is during the event. All that matters is what your time is at the very end, and Cheese definitely has a good understanding of that.
Yeah, I would like to see a repeat of the 120-star Lifetime Attack tournament that Urban Arts hosted not too long ago. Cheese, despite being in last place throughout that entire tournament, at the very end, was able to clutch out a first-place run and beat Punke by 7 seconds. Now, I don't think we're going to see a 7-second first-place victory, but how amazing would it be if Cheese just went leaps and bounds beyond his PB and just went near that 14-minute level here to get the first-place finish? Might be getting a little too ahead of myself. Might be huffing on some copium for a Hollywood script here, but you gotta hope for the best.
Yes, for sure. We got to build those storylines. That's our job here in the booth. Build the storylines. Sometimes it becomes easy. Tag made it easy for us to watch a good runner, Ouija, though, with a pretty good LBLJ there. Ouija hasn't been playing much. He took a pretty lengthy break there after setting that 15:09 time early in the day. But now he is officially back. Knows he's not first place anymore. And Slippery Nip's been on break now for about an hour, I'd say. Maybe a little bit more than that. Sitting happily in third. Ouija's been away for a bit now. We're kind of getting to the dinner break section of the day, maybe, which would make sense. We're going to... What time are we going to local here? Let me see. We're going for another... Until 9 p.m. local time there. So 9 p.m. local, that is midnight Eastern time. But again, if we get $2,000 donations, we will extend for 1 hour. So keep that in mind, my friends.
Yes, just a reminder, guys, this Las Vegas 16 Lifetime Attack Tournament is brought to you in part by the Urban Arts Foundation, a pre-college program that gives opportunity to the underrepresented students in the art and science behind video game development. Through its 250 schools across the United States, 250,000 students have walked through the doors of Urban Arts, and every single one of them, 100%, has gone on to further education in the art of game design and development. Who knows? Maybe the game developers and designers of Urban Arts today could be the developers of the next great speedrun tomorrow. Anything you got out there, guys? $1 and a penny. Maybe if you're feeling really generous and can throw out $69 for the memes, if we've got any memers out there.
Yeah, I was just looking. What's our next meme number? And I guess it would be $669.69. I mean, can we reach that? I don't know. We're gonna find out today. What is the... Yeah, that's... I guess you're right. I guess the most meme thing you can do is donate $69, guys. Hate to say it. We're pretty far away from meme numbers right now, but we'll see what you guys can do. I trust chat for sure to find memes where I see none.
I'm not too involved in the meme culture, unfortunately, so the only thing I could think of would be 1337 with $1,337, but I don't even know what that meme is from. What is that even supposed to mean?
Well... Leet speak is something that you should probably check on Wikipedia. There we go.
And I assume we'll leave it at that.
We'll leave it at that. It's not bad. It's not nothing bad. It's like kind of like, I don't know. We're not going to get an Leet speak lesson here, but as Trey Bordo here, picking up the red coins here. And Cheese is on... Oh, it looks like he started with a... Who knows about the splits? That's a problem, West Dog. We need to get you on split watching, because what are these splits on Cheese's side, you think?
Well, he got a 245 dark roll, so I'm going to assume he hit Tsukishima Cycle. So he's off to a pretty good start with a 426 Womp exit. I know for world record contention, you want to get the 420 or 419 Womps exit, so being only 6 seconds off of that, Cheese is still in a position here for a good run, but early game don't mean a whole lot. We're coming into the nitty-gritty here in the basement, but Trey Bordo here in Hazy Maze Cave off an 828 Lethal Lava Land exit. That's actually looking like a good run, despite the 17-18 splits. I'd say this is a solid 15 pacer here from Trey.
Okay. Now, he only needs a 15 of any kind will improve his current time here at the event. As we can see in Trey, if you look at Trey's screen here, you can see a little bit more about what this event's going to be about. See, there's huge screens behind. That's going to be where the, the finals and stuff happen for that Smash tournament. That is where this event is, live in Las Vegas here.
Live in Las Vegas, it's LLL in Super Mario 64.
Yeah. And the boulders being very kind to Trey. They want to see Trey get a good time as well.
All right, and when Trey Bordeaux here exits out of Hazy Maze Cave, we will be coming to the top of the hour as Cheese is unfortunately getting his booty burned here on a lava boost attempt. Looks like he'll have to back it up with an elevator. But as Trey gets ready to exit Hazy Maze Cave here, we're coming to the top of the hour, which means we will be getting another commentary swap here. So that's going to do it for me here for now. We'll be back on in a couple of hours. It looks like Trey is on a low 15, potentially high 14 pace here. Let's hope the good luck coming into the commentary booth here from Warning Track will carry this run to the finish line. ALT, it has been an absolute pleasure casting with you again, as always. I hope we get to see each other again this weekend. If not, then Godspeed to you, good sir.
You as well, my friend West Dog. Always a pleasure. See you later tonight, chat. Don't worry. He's coming back later tonight. I'm right about that, right, West Dog?
Absolutely. I will be back
right.
on in, I think, actually an hour from now.
1 hour, West Dog back in your... I'll just leave it at that. He's going to be back in your something, all right? See ya. And I'm joined here by the one and only legendary, all those adjectives that are positive. Warning Track. How you feeling, my friend?
You know, I only left for an hour, and I missed that bop. I was here for 2 hours. I was watching him get late into the runs. We were talking about how he was so close, and I leave, and I go have myself a little bit of dinner, and I come right back, and look what I missed.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for you, my friend. You got to time out your scheduling better. That's
I
what
know.
I have for recommendation for you. Trey Bordeaux here, working on that front sub. Let's see what can happen here. Such a tough, difficult part of the run here. We've seen him cause issues before. Trey Bordeaux making his way up there, fighting through the lag here, but he doesn't make it happen.
Hey, I wasn't done complaining. I'm just,
Sorry.
I appreciate that you're focusing on the run and all, but we have bigger problems, which is mainly how unfair the entire world is to me personally.
Yeah, tag was, and you kind of got all the practice tag.
Right.
Good runs.
Yes.
I saw the final shot tag.
Yeah, no, we took off his training wheels, and you got to see him win the Tour de France.
There you go. There you go.
Maybe I'm exaggerating slightly.
Definitely the moment of the day as it stands now, but we still got plenty of time left. And how much time we have left exactly is going to be decided by you lovely people in chat at home, because if we hit our goal, as Trey hits the booty burn, if we hit our goal of $2,000, we're going to extend it for an hour. So let's see what can happen here, as Trey Bordeaux is going to keep running with this one. Coming off the rails just a bit, but that's a lot of green on those splits, so he wants to keep it going.
You guys were saying earlier that, like, a tag, MVP of the first day, and well, hey, that's an easy call if he's in first place, but I gotta be honest, you could make a pretty good case even before he took first place that was the case, because he had 3 or 4 really good runs, even if none of them had quite bopped that Ouija 1509. The fact that he was hanging around so darn much was itself almost as impressive as the 1509. So I think it was kind of a close question before, but now it's no doubt.
Yeah. And that, he's provided the most entertainment for sure, because Ouija kind of came in and dropped his 1509 and said, all right, I want to take a little break here, fellas. And Tag was kind of feeling it, and he kept the runs coming. And he's finally taking a break now, well earned, sitting in first place, feeling good about yourself with that first. But let's see what kind of time Trey Bordeaux can get on the board here. He did not have the best ever DDD, but it happens. BLJ's next, though. I can solve a lot of problems or create way more. It's kind of give and take there.
Yeah, it can save a run from your opponent or cost you yours, or maybe both. Yeah. It's interesting. So like I mentioned earlier that, Tag is new to the top 10 as of this week. He entered the top 10. He's 7th now, just this week, and he's still trying to become the 7th person to crack a 14X. And the thing that I took away from that is that he is trending upwards. He is a guy who is starting to peak. We haven't seen his peak. Some of these guys, they're great, but they're also their personal bests are 6 or 7 months old, right?
Definitely.
This is different. This guy is on the upswing, and we're seeing it here in this event too. That we don't know what the limit for this guy is yet, because he's finding it himself. This week he started to find it. He could be finding it today. Anything is possible.
Yeah, definitely. As we speak, Trey Bordeaux on a bit of a burner here. Did get amped, which took a little bit of the wind out of the sails, but still very possible 15 here. Looking good for 15. Looking favorable to have a 15 with no big mess ups here.
Yeah, this could be a big jump for him. Obviously, his event best is 16-17, and we don't expect that to stand. That's not going to make for anything by the time this weekend is over. I think they're all probably going to have a 15x somewhere, and this could be his chance to do it right now and jump up some spots. I think it's going to be a little hard to. I mean, I guess he could maybe sneak out 5th, I want to say, but
15-2 possible from West Dog in chat. We're going to see. Has to hit 3 throws, though. There's one very confidently in this strike zone.
Good grab.
Good re-grab. That's a bit wide.
No, and that was probably, yeah.
We've seen that happen a lot today.
Yeah.
A few missed throws here. Unfortunate. Look, the crowd starting to build here, getting later in the day. A little bit more punters there in the convention center coming around to see what this Mario thing's all about.
I guess all the Vegas shows are ending.
Yeah, still a good time, though. We should say Wind is out of the sales for a great run, but look at his time. He's still to improve his time.
Yeah.
So he's going to be up for 5th now. So there you go. Great improvement there for Trey Border. Moving up 1 slot. Kicking Flixer 64 back to 6th.
There we go.
35. Good run. And we just 2 or 3 little mistakes that he knows, the mistakes he made.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen next time. We're going to see what happens with Trey. Trending upwards for Trey too.
Yeah, you don't have to change much to jump all the way to 3rd. I mean, look at how close those are. 1528, 1529, 1535. So like literally just one little fewer mistake there and you're all the way in 3rd place.
Yeah, definitely.
Crazy. But he's got to be happy with it. You know, he didn't finish it as clean as he wanted, but he didn't self-destruct. It didn't blow up in front of him. It didn't all fall apart. I think he's going to take a well-deserved break. He's going to say, okay, I'm trending up, like you said. You know, I'm playing my best of the day here near the end so far.
Speaking of taking a well-deserved break, I'm just sitting here talking, so I'm going to take a very undeserved break and give the chance for the sponsors to play their videos. We'll be right back with you. Don't go anywhere. Me and Warning Track coming back with more Mario action.
Urban arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
so much for playing my game.
ALT Inside here, joined in the booth by Warning Track here with this, something that previous commentator West Dog coined the Las Vegas 16. Track, are you on board with that name change?
Ooh, I mean, something like it. I think we need to reference Vegas.
Yeah,
but,
I think
you know,
so
you
too.
could call it the slot machine or something like that, the roulette wheel, you know, something
We're
like
gonna-
that.
We're going to workshop the names all weekend, so stay with us here to workshop those names. I see Cheese here, a
Oh,
lot of
wait a
green
second.
numbers.
Oh, come on. The Lucky Seven. Come on. There's 7 competitors.
Not
Gotta be.
bad, not
Lucky
bad.
number 7. Yeah.
Cheese not giving the fans what they want. No chip clip here. He wants to get a good time up there, though. Remember, as we learned, doesn't save a lot of time. It's just hype. So sadly, we don't get to see it from Cheese.
Chips and cheese go so well together, though.
You think?
You'd think.
Well, look at this sink right now. Oh,
Ooh,
2 cheeses. Oh,
yeah.
this is next
I was
level.
gonna say, I gotta be honest. I think it'd be weirder if they didn't sink. And that's not a water joke. Here we
What?
go.
Front sub looking
There we go.
very easy from Cheese
Wow,
there.
cheese on exactly the same pace as cheese.
Incredible. Lots of green there, though, and got a real chance here to improve his now 7th place time.
Okay, cheese shouldn't be green though. I'm running out of cheese food jokes, but like I still have a few.
Okay,
cheese
well,
shouldn't be green.
We'll get through them all this weekend, I'm sure. A lot of hours left to cast for Warning Track here over this weekend.
Yeah, but you know what's better than green? It's gold. That is cheese colored. So I'm not saying I want him to do badly. I'm just saying you need to do really, really well or not at all.
Let's see what kind of cycle we
I
can
don't
get
want a
here.
red, don't want a green. No, thank you.
All right, so not quite perfect ultimate there, but did get up there. Oh, and
also
booty
not
burn
quite
there.
perfect. Ooh, good recovery. That could have really spiraled out of control there. But, I mean, look, he's not a 16-star guy, you know. You're seeing a little rough around the edges here. But it's still early. He's played several hours fewer than, you know, pretty much all the other competitors today, too.
Yeah, he did take a nice little siesta there after coming from a different country,
That's fair.
Yeah, that's definitely fair.
I mean, I need that when I just go over a couple of time zones.
There we go, and just get that throw in. So now we're getting closer to a Cheese. Finally have a time maybe he's happy with for a little bit. We're going to see what he can get here. Cheese again of 120-star fame, 120-star world record holder, currently world record holder. And
current and always. I want to go back before I don't want to gloss over it. I don't think I freaked out enough about his recovery from that burn. That was really good. That was really good. The whole thing could have messed up right there, but he very calmly, you know, righted the ship and only cost himself a few seconds. That was pretty impressive.
Never ceases to amaze us, Cheese here. Okay, I would see that's where we need venue audio. I can't tell if he's angry or what here. Did you see that kind of little outburst there from Cheese?
Yeah, the answer is yes. What is cheese? Cheese is emotion. Emotion
right.
of some kind.
Here's BL and Cheese's famous
There we go.
mashing strat. They did work out there. That was pretty good.
The dainty mash.
Uh-huh.
I like it. I like it.
Hold it up about chin high and then use your pointer finger.
Yep. Look, whatever works. And hey, it's 2 for 2 today. Whatever works, man.
Nice. Yeah, gets in there. Can't complain about those BLJs at all. Wasn't exactly a slam dunk. Hood on the edge a little bit, but ledge grabs it a little bit, but no problems there. Now he's got to get through bits. He's going to get a real time up here.
Looking pretty good. This movement is definitely looking better. You can see, again, it only takes a couple hours to, I think, kind of get into a groove, and he's starting to get there.
Right side. Moving right side here.
Yep.
Never in doubt.
It was the right side, in the sense of being the correct side.
Never in doubt there for Cheese. Goomba had some feelings of interfering, but decided against it.
Nope, did a little run around.
All right, here we go. So definitely have a real chance. I mean, the odds are he's going to improve his time, but like how much here? 3 throws. We know Cheese's history here.
Oh, yeah. I think everyone's got some history with the throws, and it's not all good.
All right, second throw, good too.
All right.
Is now really on the table.
Got it.
Good two. There it is, PB.
He knows he's in the midst here. Look at this. This should be a clear 3rd place, I think.
Very clear. Clearly.
That's a big old jump, and he's only done a handful of runs. Not bad.
It's got, I mean, that, well, 23, 15, 23, better than any run he has ever done to this point in his existence.
Good
Let's keep that in
Lord.
mind. This is not a live PB. This is a PB. Wow. 16-second PB. No. Oh, is he done with the shirt? Oh, he decides against it last second.
You've got a whole day ahead of you. Look, I know it's Vegas and all, but even in Vegas, I'm not sure if that kind of thing is going to fly. I mean, look, apparently Cheese does a 15:31, which he never submitted. But this is, I mean, but it's a PB no matter what, and it's at a live event. Stop me if you've heard this one before. Cheese playing his best at a live event.
Chat is ablaze here. What a moment that was. What is he eating? Chat is worried about the granola bar. Is it
right?
granola bar? I think it might be a granola bar. We're going to get confirmation here from our field reporters as soon as possible. Get on that.
You know, I may have missed the tag bop, but I did get the cheese jump. So I'm not going to complain too much. The squeaky wheel got the grease.
Yes,
Not bad.
okay. So we got
Very
tag
nice.
bop, we got cheese jump. So many moments we're providing here. This is what we're
Yeah.
all here for. And, you know, is it time now? Is Ouija going to give us a magic moment next?
Forget that. Is Ouija going to complete a run again? Like, he's been
Good point.
resetting in typical Ouija fashion so hard since that 1509, but... You know, I would like to see him actually make a run here again. I also support and understand Cheese's switch from, instead of ripping a shirt every time I do something cool, just having a granola bar. It's just a much cheaper habit.
Yeah, that could be a meme too if you do it correctly, right?
Yeah, sure.
You know, I think it's possible that becomes the new thing. And now, I don't want to warn you, Cheese fans, but I think Cheese might take a very long break after that. We're going to see, though. But I would imagine Cheese is not going to be playing for a little bit here.
Yeah.
We still got a lot of hype runners still running, though.
Show up, do a run, clock out for the day. See ya.
That testing
I mean,
his
look, if I were
style.
good enough to do that, I probably would too. What's this 10-hour nonsense? I don't need that. Just give me like two.
Yeah, I
Two
need-
tops.
2 completed runs, and I'm feeling pretty good. But yeah, Cheese is definitely going to be back on it for sure. Wanted to improve that. Ouija with the bonk, and as we know, a bonk is more than enough reason for Ouija. Ouija will take a reset if Mario blinks the wrong timing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he has no tolerance for this stuff. He has no tolerance for failure, for imperfection, and again, that's what makes him good. But I mean, selfishly, it makes him harder to watch on these runs. It's just constant resetting. You know, like you said, you can't get attached to anything.
Yeah. But Ouija is not in the business of making it exciting for us. He wants to get the best time he can, so he's playing it the way he thinks he needs to, and that's probably right. I mean, I think he could have a little bit more leniency, maybe, but still, that's how he plays his best. So let's give him that right. That's his right for sure.
Look, you can be a competitor or you can be a showman, and you can be something in between. And Ouija is primarily a competitor first and foremost, and that is not a criticism. That's what makes him good.
Yep.
But like you said, don't get attached to runs. You went with a Velcro route. I'm thinking it was a little more like, do we want to name this animal? You know, am I going to name the run?
Okay, I'm digging it.
Yeah, like it works like that. Because once you name them, it's
them.
over.
You
Yeah,
gotta
it's
keep
over.
them. Then you feel bad when they die. That's for sure.
Right, or you got to give them away or whatever.
Yes.
Once you name the animal, it's over, man. That's what this says. Every farmer knows don't name the chickens.
Ouija here confidently with the LBLJ. Some of the best in the business there with the LBLJ and BLJs.
He's like the only guy for whom like I don't tighten up and get nervous when it comes up. I'm serious.
Yeah.
Like everyone else, I'm like, this could be a problem. There's a few I get a little more nervous than others. There's only a handful that I don't get super nervous. But with him, like I honestly don't think about it very much.
Yep. He
Like
has
with throws, like that level.
Even at the highest runners, you know, they say there's a little bit of there's an element of RNG there. You know, no one can quite exactly explain it. You know, there's the amp RNG up there for us.
Yeah.
But he's kind of seeming to subtract as much of that RNG as possible, right? He's gotten as much as he can out of it, and he's very consistent. Probably statistically the most consistent. I would love to study that if we get some statisticians in here.
Yeah, I mean, some runners will tell you it's a little less RNG and a little more WTF. But for Ouija, it's a little more LOL.
Yeah, there we go. And amp, just a single amp was enough for him to say, you know what? I've seen enough of this one. He is not giving us any deep runs here.
Yeah. I mean, we just don't get to cut to him very often, is the thing. Like, Ouija will win an event and be on the top screen less than anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
You
Well,
know, because he just never, because the one winning run is like the only one he let get deep. Basically, you will see the least of Ouija of any other competitor, but he'll have won the event anyway.
That's for sure. Another thing I'm for sure of is just got a donation here. Trash Browns 97 with the 1523, and the comment is PB. So thanks so much for your support of Urban Arts. Love to see it.
Well,
Trying to get that 2000.
If you guys are going to donate money with the times that they get, then I guess we have to root for them to do badly.
Yes, that logic is
Right?
sound. That logic is definitely sound.
Yeah. Is it bad that Trash Browns, that's still making me hungry, even with that name?
Look at Ouija here putting on a show again. Exact same time he got last time. Machine at work here. And that's pretty much the only thing we got going on at the moment is Ouija, Trey Bordeaux, still very early days, as is Ouija too, I should say. Green Ouija's doing some practice at the moment.
I mean, was he practicing the whole hour I was gone too?
I think so, yes.
And that's like 2.5 to 3 hours of practice in a row, I think. Because it was something like 2 hours when I left. Like, he is just trying to get every little thing down. And so here's the question: what fortunate casters are going to be on tomorrow, or maybe even the third day, when all this practice ends and he just goes nuts?
Ouija obviously has the potential.
Obviously, that's the plan.
Yeah, I mean, 6 runners in the world, as I said earlier, have 14, and Ouija is one of them. Ouija is another. Slippery Dip is another.
And he's the only one who has a 14.4x. He is the world record holder, and he's the only one practicing this much. So let's say there's maybe a connection.
Maybe, and definitely a great world record to watch. I mentioned it earlier, but that's a very wholesome world record to watch for sure.
Yeah, but yeah, I do want to remind everyone, like, he's not really a 16-star runner. He's a 120 guy. I mean, he's done all of them, you know, to some degree or another. But 120 is the speciality. You know, that's where the GOAT status is unquestioned.
I think, yeah,
he's a little bit more of a tourist in this. Like, he's done it before, but like, this is, like you said, that's a PB. He just got it just now. He's a great runner, but you know, he's at a lower tier here in 16 stars. So this is a little out of his comfort zone relative to these other guys.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like, I think. Why Cheese is probably taking a break, because I think if you offered him this before the event started to get a PB and be third place, he'd take it.
Yeah, no, that's probably true. But he also knows, and here's the problem, that's not actually what's being offered, because I think he also knows when you look behind him and you see Nip at 28, Sweegie at 29, and Sweegie practicing like a madman for hours on end, pretty good chance 15-23 is not going to stay in third.
That's true too, yeah.
I'll put money on it.
It's going to take a little bit better time than that for sure. Big questions left to answer, right? Are we going to see a 14? That's what we really want to see. 14s are very rare and very hype when they do happen. So how hype would that be to see a 14? The most hype person to get that? Who's that? A lot of people think Tag's on a big roll here.
Yeah, Tag. Well, he's the most likely to get it, and it also would be the hypest because we'd have a new entrant into the club. Again, this is a club with 6 people as its members. 6. And the idea that Tag could come in and join that club live with, you know, 2 of the other members, 3 of them, I think, here, right there. We're there to congratulate him. Half the existing club, there to congratulate him and inaugurate him into the club. I don't know if they have jackets or anything, but if they do, he can get fitted for one.
I hope they do now.
Instead of gold, it's red, though, like Mario.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Someone's got to make that happen. A 14 jacket club. That's
red jackets. Let's do it. Come on, guys. It doesn't cost that much. Let's go.
Someone can sponsor that.
14X Club. Make it happen.
Yes. Urban Arts, get on that. If you don't, Red Bull will.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, that to me would be, that's not only the most likely person to join, but also I think it would be the most exciting as well.
For today, yes, I think that's definitely for sure. You know, obviously these guys like Trey Bordeaux and Flix are a little bit farther down the leaderboards.
A little bit.
Than them, but I mean, how Trey Bordeaux is 12th in the leaderboards by far. I mean, by no means a stretch to one day get to that. He's only 12 seconds away, which is a long time for sure, but, you know, people can make big gains if they put in the time. So Trey Bordeaux, that'd be pretty hyped as well, but everyone would be hyped to a 14. Who cares?
The reason I'm on Tag is just because, again, I've said this like 5 times already. I'm just going to say it for anyone new. He set that mark, his 15:03, 5 days ago. 5 days ago. So, like, he is on an upward swing. A lot of these other guys, they're great, they can do it, but their personal bests have come months ago, right? So they've been working on it since then, and it hasn't happened yet. So that's why I say tag is the most likely if you had to pick someone.
Yeah, he's just been on the real grind here. Let's see, I'm trying to look at when his last 16. Yeah, so like 7 months ago.
Yeah.
7 months ago.
Exactly.
For tag, his best time was 15:28. It's just 7 months ago. And then we come back to 8 days ago, he gets 15:11. 5 days ago, he gets 15:03. He is just on it right now.
Right. Yeah, he is clearly on a hot streak, and it's continued today. And, I know it seems simplistic, just bet on a hot streak, but there's a reason people do it. It's because it works a lot. And this is a guy who is coming into his own right now in front of us.
Yeah, good point. Ahid K. Good point. Ouija did miss a throw in his 15:09 as well. So let's not forget that. Ouija knows he was a throw away from still being in first. That was many hours ago now. But yeah, he did have a missed throw in his best time of 15:09.
I think we got a couple more donations here. Afty says potato, yay, for $2. Sure,
Great.
Yeah, we all like potatoes. And a Luvatar, that is a Lord of the Rings reference, my friend. $40 just says heart.
Does not slip by warning track. Okay,
No,
so
a Luvatar is a god in Lord of the Rings. It has a god figure, and the god is called a Luvatar.
might say slippery nip figure.
Yeah, slippery nip figure. Yeah, that's actually for the. I mean, it doesn't show up in the novels proper. It's from the Silmarillion, which is kind of like the expanded world of the Lord of the Rings. So I know there's some other nerds in the chat who know what I'm talking about and are very thrilled to get a Luvatar shout out.
You made somebody's weekend right there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If you want to learn more about Lord of the Rings, let me just tell you, there are millions of words waiting for you out there.
All right, Trey Bordeaux here with earlier we coined the name track. I don't know if you heard that. I can't even remember it now. It's so long.
Oh, the triple box stuff.
Triple box jump that you got to do in Hazy Maze Cave because it's fun. Something like that. I might be messing it up a little bit, but it was something like that. Ouija again. If that's what I want you to watch. Watch Ouija's do the LBLJ and watch everyone else do LBLJs and look at the consistency difference.
Yes, I mean it's nuts. The LBLJs and BLJs, he just has a monopoly on them. He's the best at them, and it's not close. Like I don't have to think about it. It's just a tier unto himself.
Yes.
Again, he's the only one where I don't think of that as being a hurdle when he's on a good run. I just don't. I think of throws as being a bigger threat to him. And I don't even think they're a big threat. I'm just saying, like, I worry more about stuff like that than I do about the BLJs. Whereas all sorts of other great runners, I think they still got to get through the BLJs. They still got to get through all that. I just don't think that with Ouija. I just don't. I almost never have to.
Yeah, he's the more like random resets, like what happened.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes I'm not even sure what the mistake was supposed to be. I'm like, it looks great. And he's like, terrible. Done.
Got the double firsty there for Ouija here. Looking good. So far, so early days here. Just do not get attached. Keep all adhesives away from your body right now. Ouija has so much left in this run, but would love to see a great run happen here for Ouija. Green Ouija here, still in practice mode. Don't get hyped, even though he is fighting the last boss. That does
Don't
not...
name the run.
Yes, yes.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, just don't. I mean, ever. I mean, look, we were talking about it before. Electric was saying, the runners think of it that way. I mean, they have to, right? They can't get worked up. They need to keep things on an even keel. They're all about muscle memory. Adrenaline's fine, but you want to change as few variables as possible. Oh, look at that green Ouija. Yep, he's still in his practice mode, but it's just fun watching him just like try to get the throws down now.
All right, Trey Bordeaux now farthest along here. Not looking great time-wise, though. Gonna get some reps in, which is important. You don't want to be, just resetting. Oh, crap, I'm in the end game. I haven't played this in a few hours. You kind of want to get those...
Yes.
Just like Green Ouija's doing now.
Exactly right. I think you need to play through sometimes. You don't need to go like Green Ouija and do everything 50 times, but yes, you need to occasionally let a run go through so that when you finally get that great run, you're not going up against a bunch of stuff you haven't done in days or weeks or hours or whatever for the first time. You don't want to be doing BLJs again out of nowhere. You need to get that practice in so it doesn't hit you fresh like that. Another donation, by the way. You want to check this one out? I think we know this chap.
Okay, Jason from UA, which I believe stands for Urban Arts. Much love to our caster nerds. He's talking to you. Grats, Cheese, on the PB, babe, and Tag on taking the lead. Lastly, can we admit evens are better than odds? Throwing down the gamut here, Jason, claiming even numbers are better than odd numbers. If anyone wants to fight about that in the form of donations, you know the way you can do that. Uppercase, exclamation point, charity will lead you to how to do that exactly. But go ahead here, as Trey Bordeaux is definitely, looks like he's going to see this one through to the end.
Yeah, I think so, and I think he should. You know, we've just seen too many of his good runs derailed at the end, so I think that's what we were talking about. I think he needs to see them through and get that practice. Whether it goes, he's kind of just enjoying being on there. No, he's not going to see it through.
A bit of a spin here.
Yep.
I want to stick with this Ouija one. We have to go to another break, though, but can we stick with this Ouija one until the end? Please, I'm asking, begging.
Don't worry, it won't be long until he totally resets it.
Let's stick with this Ouija one. We're 5 minutes in, which is very long into a run here for Ouija, so let's try to give this one a chance here.
I like how his brightness is turned way up, by the way. Have you noticed that?
Very important, key aspect of his gaming is high brightness. Look at that! I love that slide.
Oh, it's so smooth. It's just lovely to watch.
Never get tired of that one.
No.
Making it look easy and still satisfied enough to grant us visitation rights for this run.
Yeah. It must have been perfect because he's still going.
Yes. Doesn't happen that often, my friends. Let's enjoy this. No fly guy needed.
The rare 6-minute Ouija run. Ooh.
Here we go. Tama.
Special.
Less time. Look at that. Look at this.
I mean, it's just so far it's just textbook.
Never in doubt. Good angle.
What's always funny to me about that is that like it looks messy. When you do it perfectly, it looks like it's barely working.
Yeah, that's one of those tricks where like the first person that found it is like, all right, I have no clue.
Yeah, I know. I did that. You probably took them hours and hours to do it a second time.
In reality, though, I know it's a big puzzle piece putting together of like, okay, bombs can do this, so where else can we use this? You know, it's that kind of thing. But one of those strats that takes a lot of people doing a lot of work.
No, you'll discover that kind of bomb clip stuff in a totally different location, and then you'll realize where it's most useful. Or so, I mean, months can go by, and some other runner just kind of puts 2 and 2 together.
Yep, for sure. Ouija here. Could we get big screen Ouija? I'm asking too much for big screen Ouija here. I want to make it most hype as possible here because he is on one here. I know it doesn't seem like it's very deep, but I promise you, he doesn't get this very often.
Yeah, and Trey and Sweegie are both resetting anyway. I wonder if we're going to get an actual run from Green Sweegie at some point here.
I would like to see it today.
Is he gearing up for it? Maybe. Here's Sweegie on the big screen, so, you know, he's doomed any second now.
Not Caster's curse, but main screen curse. Has been
production
a thing in the past.
curse. Stop blaming us for everything. There's a lot of people that go into a good curse. It's a team effort, really, ruining these people's lives.
All right, so we're going to go into the volcano and get the bully fight out of the way here. No problem, smooth as silk. I love how early you jump towards the star, I think, is how well that went. I mean, in terms of like how smoothly you took care of bully here. How early you're just on the way to that star. And he was on that one pretty fast.
Yeah, this has met his exacting standards.
Oh, yes, this we're waiting for here. All right. He's gonna go into lava boost time here. Let's see how smoothly he gets past these poles. That's the
Why
big
do I have a
moment.
bad feeling about this? Why?
Why? Track is already having a bad feeling. Lava boost looking good.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
Wall kick in. Okay, that wasn't.
All right, so good. All right.
Is he reaching? No, you can't be reaching. Okay.
Went out. I'm like, I hope it's a drink.
I thought for a second there he was going to say see ya, but oh my god, no, that was fine.
It's a celebratory granola bar. It's the new thing, man. It's catching on already.
I was going to say, please don't reset on that side hop time or logless, whatever floats your boat here.
See, I'm trying the reverse curse. I'm like, I'm gonna go full Han Solo. I got a bad feeling about this every star.
Okay, maybe that's a good way to do it here.
Yeah, that'll work.
Let's see, looking good. Good time on the board as well. Now we're officially, not yet, don't get out anything to put yourself, or name the animal. Again, what are we doing in here?
It's a mix of things. We're going with adhesives and animal names. It's just it's just a pile of mixed metaphors. I'm thinking.
Don't do it yet. I'm just warning. Let's get out of HMC first. Let's get out of HMC.
Don't do the roll of duct tape.
Yes.
Don't do it.
Looking very, very good right now. That's a bad jump. That's a bad jump. That's a bad jump. Okay, not a lot of time lost there. Triple box jump in the bag.
So here's the thing. Here's how you know this is a good run. He didn't even think about resetting there.
Yes.
He actually lived with that. That was for him. That was significant. But he's like, you know what? It's okay.
It's a big, nice backup there. We had a real chance to go sideways, but Ouija was like, you know what? No, it's fine. You know, and that's good. Good backup there. And we're still in the game.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. But I mean, like, we've seen him reset for less, but I think the thing is he knows this is going pretty well. And he can live with that. But if we see something else like that, I don't know.
Yeah,
that might have been his margin.
I think it's 2 strikes. Yeah, 2 strikes for sure. We need 1 strike left.
I don't know. I think he's feeling good, though.
GTM slide for the fans. And the boulders were playing nicely. Okay, that's a good start. That's a good start to this. Almost time to get attached. We're not there yet. HMC is not over yet.
There's exactly one moment when you can get attached, and you know what it is. It's the moment you collect the final one. That's not a moment before. When it's on the board, get as attached as you want, and not a moment before.
Yeah, exactly right. EBM9. Hold. Hold!
Hold.
All right. HMC. Done.
I've had my heart broken one too many times. I cannot love again.
HMC done. DDD time next. Some people say wait. Some people say wait till after DDD to get attached. What do you, Tracker? Is that too early for you, or you wait till BLJs? What are you feeling?
It depends on the runner. I mean, I wait for BLJs for almost everyone. As I mentioned, Ouija is the one exception. So like I'm willing to kind of take that leap, you know, when he gets into Sky most of the time. But I mean, we've seen him. I mean, missed a throw earlier today, so I don't know. That's the problem. The one guy I don't worry about BLJs with, Ouija, and the guy I don't worry about throws with, Kano, are 2 different people. So if we could combine them somehow, I could just chill out for the last couple minutes of these runs.
All right, here we go. Big moment here for the chat. They want to see Chip Clip, and Ouija wants to show it to him. And he does! Beautiful.
Like it's nothing, right?
Swim
like
was not great, but it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay. Gee, I wonder if he's going to go front sub.
I just think he might.
Yeah, I think he might. I mean, we joked about it earlier. Nobody does chip clip and then goes back sub. Like it's just not done. It's just not done.
Yes, the first swim out of that chip clip did not go as planned, but it's totally fine. We're still feeling good about this run, my friends. Front sub, never in doubt.
No, never in doubt. I just don't worry about these things with him. I worry about a lot of other little things, but I don't worry about that. I worry that the open world pathing is just going to be too aggressive, and it's going to be off, and he's going to bonk and fall, near the end, or Dark World or something like that. That's what I worry about. So I worry about this, frankly. Even though this is maybe what he's best at, is kind of the open movement. It's also where he is most aggressive, I feel like.
Mm-hmm. Cool glitch. Looking nice.
Go.
This run is the good hype run is in the making right now. We're deep into it now.
It's just fun to watch. It's just I don't even know why I'm talking. Like, just enjoy it.
Ultimate cycle. Pulled out of the bag. Here we go. Can he make it happen?
Oh man, we're getting close.
Tag just a scant 40 minutes ago now, I want to say. Set the first place time. Ouija is clearly not happy with that and wants to make a statement now. Lots of work left, though. I'm going to start with one throw.
We're right next to it. This is one of the easier ones. Nothing yet. Nothing to worry about yet.
Okay, so we are before BLJ now. Is anyone getting attached, Chad? I'm asking you. I'm going to wait till after BLJs right now.
They can say they're not. We know they are.
What about you, chat? How attached are we? Let me get the temperature of the chat here. Attached. King Yeti.
What does the temperature go up to?
PC Fangirl. Attached.
It goes from a giant penguin who's lost their baby to lava. That's the temperature range.
Ouija at least smiling. The crowd's starting to assemble behind him.
Yeah, I think they're trying not to get too close. Like you can tell them, you can see them looking out of the corner of their eye, glancing back and forth.
Yeah, I agree. They're kind of like
you don't want to be the guy who broke this.
I don't want to get too close, but
it's just so good, and so it's not just that it's always good. It's that it's almost always perfect.
Here we go. One left.
It doesn't get better.
Timekeepers, please keep me on in terms of what he could possibly time here.
That was already quote unquote bad for him.
That's good. Okay.
Like That's
Look,
good
he's
for
not-
anyone else.
Not happy with that either. That was very good. He's not happy though. Keep that in mind.
No, he's
is
not. He lost
happy.
a couple. He lost a couple seconds, and that's unusual. And even his best possible time is like no longer world record pace, which is how he's thinking.
Yep, but we still have a very real shot at a great time here.
The world record was still in reach there, just to be perfectly clear, before the second BLJ was, I don't know, sub-perfect, I guess is what you would call it. Like, it caught pretty quick, but just took a couple seconds. Here we go, right side.
Right side and good, still in the universe of a 14.
Oh, yeah.
Not with this elevator.
No. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, God. What did I say? The open movement. It's actually what he's best at, but it's also where things tend to fall apart.
He's in at 14:20.
It's like, you can't even call it a weakness. It's just the place where it's most likely to go wrong. Oh, man. Well, let's see what we got here. It's still going to be a great time.
Very good time.
Unless
It's very
things go
still
really
possible. Still possible 14, I'm being told. If he gets 3 throws, 2 throws is good. The second needs 1 more. Is 14 possible? That's a little bit.
I think we're going to the best. There's applause going on in the back.
Here we go. It's going to be. It's going to be.
Oh, it's going to be right on the line, isn't it? It's going to be right on the line.
15. No!
It's an event best. It could have been 14. So easy there at the end, though. So close.
Man, that was a very, very hype run. The best run of the event. We just watched it there, Ouija. Just unfortunate how it finished there, right? We had that such hype energy coming out. He still managed to get the top event, but I can't help but wonder if those elevators went a little bit smoother, what could have happened. But damn, what a run Ouija just showed. Clearly unhappy with being anywhere else but first place.
Ugh, elevators going down. But yes, that's all you need to know about Ouija is that he just took event best by 6 seconds, and he's probably thinking about what could have been.
Somewhere at some sushi bar, Tag there just got a message on his phone, and he looked at the phone, and bam, and he's running back.
And he's thinking, really? Already? It's not even like first thing tomorrow, you know?
So there we go. We have a 15:01. We do have to take that break. We were supposed to take a few 10 minutes ago or so. So we'll get to that break. Be right back with you on the other side of this one. Hype to Ouija.
Ladies and gentlemen. Who's ready for some action? Here we go.
Everybody get it out. All 4. Here we go. All 4.
IBK, whole bunch of enemies, just like that, picking up another one.
ALT Insider with warning track. What we just witnessed deserved a break, I think. We just watched Ouija drop a 15:01 to take over first place. He held first place for most of the day today, was bopped about an hour ago by Tag, a 6:09. But Ouija was not really pleased with that bop and decided to bop it right back. A lot of bopping going on, warning track. Who might bop next?
Yeah, bop, counter bop, I think is the technical term. A good counter bop there from Ouija. But no, he was upset because we saw a little bit of, in the way of jumping errors there at the end that cost him several seconds. It could have been a 14x very easily. He was most of the way through the run, too.
Yep. And he clearly, at the end there, showed a little bit of disappointment with how it went.
Yeah.
But still, best time on the event, so you can't complain too hard.
And yet he still does. And yet he still does.
Tough to find sympathy in that room with that time, but for sure. So yeah, how much time do you have left in this event? Good question. I think we have about currently 2 hours and 10 minutes left in this event.
Yes.
Saying that, unless someone wants to be charitable to a great cause, which is urban arts, and the School of Interactive Arts is a pre-college program that teaches unrepresented students the art and science behind video game development, okay? And they help a lot of people get into college, do awesome things in the future, in games, outside of games, awesome stuff, giving lots of people education that wouldn't get it otherwise. So if you want to help support that, and also this event, uppercase charity in the chat will tell you how to do that. Our last donation was from Jason UA saying that evens are better than odds. And we still have not seen anyone clap that back yet. So right now, it's official that even numbers are better than odd numbers right now. I mean, that's what else can I say?
That's how truth works.
Exactly.
Yes. Look, one of the things I really like too is that this program is not just, hey, we're just going to send you to college and good luck or whatever. I mean, it's pragmatic, it's hands-on. They do actual game design, and they enable their students to secure scholarships from that foundation. From that base of support. They've secured over $6 million in merit-based scholarships already combined. So this is the springboard that these students need to kind of make a better life for themselves.
So we are in early days with everyone on the board here. So good time for Q&A, chat, if you have any good questions. I see one. Shadow Bear, 1523 is super impressive for Cheese. Is that a PB? Yes, it is, my friend. Live PB just happened right before the Ouija awesome run. Cheese had an awesome run of his own. PB live. It's not the first time he's done that. I think you probably know that if you're a Cheese fan. He has made a little bit of a habit of that.
Yeah, a little bit of a habit. At the point now where if I were him grinding for a world record, I would probably just rent a building that I don't live in and then just put out a folding chair and some monitors I don't need and just have some people milling around, just pay them to do that because apparently that's the headspace he needs to be in.
Yes, for sure. And I was incorrect, actually. I figured he might be on an extended break. He is not. He is back at it and wants to get a better time. So that is good to see for all the Cheese fans out there.
You can only eat so many granola bars.
Yes. We still need to report on what that was exactly.
I think you're probably right. I mean, it could have been like a protein bar or something, something like that. But look, he took a little bit of a break. Yeah, I think that's good. I think you want to walk around with that good feeling a little bit. You want to unwind. I mean, so some guys might just think, hey, I'm hot. I want to keep going. But I think the build up, the release of tension when a good run finally comes to fruition like that, most runners seem like they walk away afterwards. That seems to be the standard, right? There's not like some guys do it, some guys don't. It seems to be close to universal that after a really good run like that, or your best run of the event, pretty much everybody takes a break.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And a good question, Chad. Is Slippery Nip coming back? Yes, he is coming back. If he chooses to, it's up to him, of course. I shouldn't put words in his mouth. They have all the 8 hours a day, I think it is. How many hours a day is this? A lot of hours a day to do whatever they want. They can do runs all day. They can do 3 runs, take a break.
It's 10 minimum and up to 11 if we get enough donations.
There we go. So that's
30 hours at least.
Wow, that's a lot of Mario. So I hope you're here for us. And good chat there. Shadow Bear, I'm with you. We've seen Ouija pull out all the stops and get 2 great times up. Cheese, PB, of course, Tago with a great run before that. Is it Green, Suiji's turn? World record holder. Is it his turn to give us a run of legend? We're going to find out. Right now, he's not doing much of anything.
Having a good nap, Cheese style. There we go. Yeah, look, 30 hours is a lot of Mario. It's arguably too much. It's me, sleep deprivation.
Well, Track, I don't think you're going to get a lot of people to agree with you on that one. It's not too much. It's just enough, maybe.
It's just enough? Okay, fair enough. I mean, look, so Green Sweegie, for something like 2 to 3 straight hours now, we've seen him just practicing. So, I mean, to me, that's just like, that's a stick of dynamite with the fuse lit. Like, at a certain point, he's going to convert that into actual runs, and then who knows what happens.
Yes, because remember, they have to get used to the setup. This is not their setup that they usually play with, right? They're playing with new setup, new chair, new TV. Got to get used to stuff, right? And maybe he wanted to make sure. I had a few runs, a lot of practice, many hours now put in for Green Sweegie. So pretty cool. Pretty cool. He wants to put in the work to make a great run and give it to us and let us watch it. And Cheese is definitely still going. They can go as long as they want. Ouija could do 1,000 runs in a row if he wants to. It's all up to the runners how they use their time.
Yep. Or, like Cheese has been known to do, just one at the very end. And if it's the best one, who cares? I mean, there are a million ways to come at this. Some of them a little more doable for some people than others, maybe. But yeah, I mean, if Green Sweegie wants to do a lot of practice, I mean, I wonder if he even has a plan. Maybe he said pretty much the entire first day is practice. Maybe he said pretty much the entire first 2 days are practice. When's it going to happen? Or maybe it's now. Maybe he's going to actually try to put together a run at the end of each day. Maybe each day is 90% practice and then a run. All of it makes potential sense, but his methods clearly work for him. I mean, the results speak for themselves.
Yes. Can't complain with world record holder results there for sure. Cheese gave us away for some reason. And he gets a good first throw in there. Still early days for everybody. Ouija, though, back at it. A bit surprised to see that, but here he is. But I don't think we're going to be in this run very long if he is past play is any indicator here.
Yeah, that's the way it goes. And, you're seeing Cheese still, again, a little rough. This is not his specialty. We even saw ledge grabs, the Lakitu skip, just little things like that most of these runners, just don't have happen anymore. But it still happens to Cheese sometimes. And it actually makes his runs very interesting because you don't know what to expect. He can still clutch out things, as we've seen already. But you can't take the basic stuff for granted because he just doesn't have it. He hasn't done it quite as often as these other people. And when I say hasn't done it quite as often, I mean he's done it hundreds or thousands of times instead of literally tens of thousands of times for the 16-star specialists.
Yep. So a little different skills involved in 16. Now, again, of course, it's still Mario, but just different animal for sure. And 120 and 70, both of which Cheese has had the world record before.
Like there's the cannonless miss, right? And he's got his backup, but we're at the point where that's the first cannonless miss I think I've seen.
Good.
I'm serious. That's the level we're at with these guys.
Pizza Man 46 is saying, name the animal right now for Cheese's run. I think it's way too early, but what do you think? Do we have an exception here?
There's another missed cannon list, and now he's got to reset. Well, I mean, you did say, Mario, you said 16 star is a different animal. So I think maybe that's what gave him the idea. You're saying it's a different animal, and he's saying, well, what animal is that?
Good
what
point.
do you call that animal?
Great point. A lot of
animals
people
like cheese. I mean, you get cheese from cows, so maybe it's a cow.
All right, Cheese now taking that break. Trey Bordeaux seems to be on the grind a bit. Tag back in the seat there. Wonder what he is thinking right now. He set that left the event with that first place and came back to be sitting in second. Getting a little bit of practice in here.
Yep. I mean, look, that's the name of the game. It's something I've thought about when I first started, following speedrunning, just in general, not just Mario 64, but all of it. I remember thinking, how weird must it be that, you'll grind for months, years, right? And you'll get a world record, and you're happy and you're great, and you go on with your life. And maybe you keep practicing it, maybe you don't, whatever. But one day, a tweet just pops up, or you get a text message from a friend, and they're like, you're not the world record holder anymore.
Yeah.
You just find out one day. You might not get any warning. I'm sure sometimes, look, when these guys go back and forth, when they keep up with the community, maybe they're even friends, right? There's a lot of communication. It's a close-knit group. They're not enemies or strangers very often anymore. But occasionally, you just don't know. It just happens one day. Especially Liam was a great example of that, right? Your cheese, you're just running away with it. No one's challenged you for a long time. And then you wake up one day and this guy you barely know is just the new world record holder. And then eventually you take it back from him and he's got to wake up and get the same text message. And I can't imagine what that feels like.
Yeah, it's some people get that gives them instant energy, right? Like famously, Punkcase had the world record for a single day once because Cheese was like, well, I'm going to take it right back from you. So then he did it the next day. Or the same day. I forget, it was a few hours, I believe. I can't remember the exact time there. But some people say, well, you know what? It was a great run. And some people say, that's it. I'm going right back for it.
Yeah.
So
I think most of them fall into the middle, which is to say, like, for a moment, they're just like, ugh, this,
Yeah.
you know, again, I got to go back to the, well, because they know the work that's involved. It's easy to be like, oh, just try harder, redouble your efforts. But they know the hours and hours, the days, the weeks, the months of grind that sit in front of them when that happens, potentially. They know the cost of it. So I think most people have that initial, like, ugh, walk away, take a break, but then eventually that little bit of ambition, that competitiveness in the back of their head, that is what made them world champion to begin with. Eventually, that just gets loud enough that they have to try again.
Tag seems to be going deep on this LBLJ practice. Be interesting to see how he does. He was on a very, very warm streak of getting 2 MIPs consistently on pace. And a few times in bits was having issues, but finally he put it together to get that now second place time. Practicing fly guyless now.
Yeah, I mean, well, this makes sense, right? He had his really good run. He took a little break. He comes back. It's gone. And not just that, by the way, he didn't get edged. He got beat by 6 seconds, which is significant. And it could have been, 9 or 10. So I think he's rightly thinking, okay, I can't just keep doing what I'm doing and get like slightly better. I need to be significantly better now if I want to win this event. And that means kind of back to basics here. That means don't just keep grinding and try to shave off a fraction of a second from what I've been doing. I need to really work at this. And it's still only the first day. So I think this is absolutely the right response from Tag.
I believe I counted 3 times in a row he's nailed this.
I wonder if he's got a number in his head, right? Like I need to do something 5 times in a row. And
Yeah,
then
that's
I'll
a good
consider
point.
it done, right?
Good question.
But maybe it depends on the task too. Some of these tasks, maybe he's got a high success rate already. But if something's giving him trouble, I could see it being 5, 10, whatever.
Good question.
Maybe just until it feels right. It might not even be a number. It might just be this feels like I have it.
I want to hit on this comment from Sacred Taquito, which is a great name. Why haven't I heard of Tag before? Is he a newcomer? You could say he is a newcomer, my friend. That's why we're trying to spread his name more out there here, because Tag is definitely the newest comer, to say the least, of this group. And he is currently sitting in 7th in the world record rankings here, seemingly out of nowhere with a 15:03. Now he has a 15:07. How low will his time go? We're all going to watch together and find out, because definitely has some potential as the newcomer.
He entered the top 10 this week. So yes, he is a relative newcomer to all this. And that's how it happens. I mean, I said earlier, you wake up and get a text message. Obviously, to a lesser degree, you just wake up and there's a new guy in the top 10.
Yep.
Same thing, right? That happens a little more, obviously, a little more often, too. Like, it's a little rare for someone to just win a world record out of nowhere. Usually you get a sense of like, okay, this person's been grinding. They've got some good times coming up. That's normally what happens. But someone can just sort of pop into the top 10 in a category like this without being particularly well known. But a lot of people are going to know Tag is after today if they didn't already.
Trey Bordeaux here has been on a good streak of just running, doing resets and running. He's just putting on runs. They're not going very far, but he keeps running, keep resetting. He's not doing exactly. Maybe he's doing kind of half practice, half see what happens. I'm not sure his strategy here. Tag is definitely practicing, and Ouija appears to be on a run.
You might even call it speed running that he's doing.
Some might say that.
I might say that. You know what? I'm going to take credit. I'm coining that phrase. Speed running. I'm actually not sure why we need the speed there, to be perfectly honest. I think speed is implied by the act of running, but okay.
That's a fair point.
Yeah. But you know what? I'm pretty sure I'm not going to talk anyone out of calling it that either. I feel like it's... You know what? We've named the discipline.
Yeah.
So we're attached to it now.
All right, so things to watch for here as we have, let's see, another 2 hours at minimum left. I wonder, are we going to see Nip again today? Maybe he said I'm done for the day? Be crazy. Yeah. Flixer, where's he been? He's been going for quite a bit now. Is he going to come back today?
That's interesting. I mean, I tend to think that if someone steps away with an hour or two to go, And again, there's like travel time, jet lag. This first day is probably the toughest for the runners in that regard. You know, after this, you get a good night's sleep. That probably helps a lot. You get to wake up in the same place you fell asleep in, you know, that kind of thing.
Yep.
Or vice versa. So, I think that'll probably help. I certainly wouldn't blame them for running quote unquote only 8 hours on the first day.
How dare they take that time? But with that, speaking of running, not speedrunning, running, I'm going to run away for here. Thanks so much for your time, Warning Track. It was great being with you. And yeah, thanks so much. I'll see you again tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of the runs today.
Yeah, ALT is going to step away. Collins coming back in the booth. Just in time to see Ouija miss cannonless during practice. A rare sight.
Cool. So I actually caught both Tag and Cheese's run. Cheese's run was pretty insane. I was saying earlier, he does have the clutch gene, and I'm not really surprised that he pulled that out. I think we could probably see another a better time from him even over the next 2 days.
Yeah, it sure seems like it. I mean, clutch gene is the way to put it too, because like if you watch any one particular run, they've been pretty rough, you know, compared to the other runners. Like definitely the roughest that we've seen. Just a lot of like basic stuff. It's just that there always seems to be one run where it all comes together.
Yeah, Cheese is just kind of that guy. Just always has been. And I think, like we were talking about earlier, he just thrives in the chaos and the you know, the pressure. So
yeah,
not really surprised at all that he pulled out a PB like that. Seems pretty typical Cheese behavior.
You sound thoroughly unimpressed. He does this all the time. Why? I mean,
yeah,
how can you keep getting excited about it, right?
Yeah, he kind of does. I kind of expected at this point. Like he won that last break the record. Which one was it? I don't remember which one it was, but he like got like a super last minute run. And I think it was actually the 121.
Yeah, just a few months ago. ALT and I were casting that live at the time, and he submitted literally one run, and it went into overtime, and it was the winning run.
Yeah, like it's just very, very common. I don't know. Like he just, he came back from that really long Mario break that he took. This must have been like, I mean, it had to have been 2 years ago. And maybe not 2 years ago. It was during the Blue Haven tournament, the 70-star tournament. It was around that time period. And I actually think it was Flixer versus Punke in like one of the finals matches. And Cheese had only been back for like maybe 2 weeks, like at most, back to 120. And we're like in TTC in this race, and then someone comes in the chat or messages me or something and is like, hey, Cheese is in TTC, like really far ahead of record pace. And we were like, oh my God, like what? And we just paused the race, like after they I think after they finished, instead of going, we were supposed to go to a match 2, and we just we're like, hey, let's just finish this run out. So we put the run on the stream, and yeah, that was the world record where Cheese lost like 20 seconds in Rainbow Ride because he like fell off the top, but he still got the record. He clutched it out with like a bits gold, which is just insane. Like a bits gold, like come on. Like at the end of like like a pressure like that, like world record pace, like I don't know.
That's nuts. I mean, they say true greatness is boring, right? And there's something to that, where if someone does something like that enough times, eventually you start expecting it, and it seems unfair, but that's how it goes.
Punke put it as anime plot armor.
Yeah, I heard you mention that earlier, and I thought, man, that's the perfect description.
Yeah.
It's just like the writers have just decided this is how it ends.
It was. I think it was was it a 70 or 120? I don't really recall, but Punke was like ahead the entire time, and then like Cheese just came out of nowhere last run of the day, and he's like, I talked to Punke that night. He's like, yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. Like he has the anime plot armor. Like
it's so good.
Like yeah, it was pretty hilarious. But
yeah, I mean, we were even having conversations, because like there was some prize money for all those spots. I think it was 7 runners, and we said, wait, if he doesn't technically ever finish a run, what happens, right?
Yeah.
Like, what if the last? Because we were actually looking at the last 2 runners weren't going to submit a run, and we thought, would they just split, the prize money that each of them would have gotten instead? Like, we were having those actual conversations of, is he even going to qualify for any of the spots? Because here's his last run and it's in overtime, and he hasn't finished one yet over like 2 whole days or whatever. And then he finishes it, and there it is. And I got to be honest on this one, his face though, he looked surprised himself this time. Like even he maybe thought there were limits to this, but not yet.
Yeah, it's well, he doesn't do 16 star really that often, and when he does on his stream, he like is not quiet about it being boring. Like he's like 30 minutes deep into runs, and he's like, I don't want to do this anymore. It takes a special breed. Like everybody says that 120 is like so crazy because of how long it is, but I really think a 120 is like a marathon and 16 is a sprint. It's like two different kind of like I don't know. I just feel like it's 2 different skill sets, and
Definitely.
I think there's something to be said about both of them. Like I personally can't do 16 star for more than like an hour. It's
Right,
just
because
I
zero
can't do it.
mistakes, right? Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
mean, you're totally right. So I get why someone would say, well, hey, 120 stars harder, the runs are longer. It's like, yeah, but every run has dozens of mistakes, though.
Yeah,
That means
exactly.
it's not one mistake is going to ruin your whole run either. So it kind of self-balances a little bit. I can see, like that, frankly, if I were going to run this game, and I don't because I don't have the stomach for it, I'm just not good enough anyway. But I would probably prefer the longer runs for that reason, because it'd be more of a relaxed pace. It'd be more like your average decision, your average execution has to be good, but you can make a lot of smaller mistakes. That suits me better, I think, and I think it probably suits a lot of other people better too. So I can totally see why someone would prefer one or the other.
I like it personally.
Yeah.
I like
the sprinting is
120.
just right. Yeah, exactly. How do you feel about 70? Is it a nice in between, or do you no?
70's okay. I don't know. It's fine. I was talking about this the other day, and I mean, possibly a hot take, but like, just a lot of speedrunning categories are just arbitrary in general. Like, if you really think about it, the only categories that truly matter in speed games are any percent and 100%.
Yeah, I hear you.
In terms of, like, you know what I mean? Because, like,
everything else is arbitrary. I agree.
Yeah, explain to, a random person, oh yeah, I can beat Super Mario 64 the fastest, but only if you don't do this, that, and the other thing.
Right.
And they're like,
yes.
well, why? What's the point? And we're like, well, it's because blah, blah, blah. And yeah, you could say, like, no major glitches, because that's what 70 is.
Yeah. But you can't explain it in a word. You can't explain it in a sentence. You can't explain it to a layman, really easily. I beat it while getting everything, or I beat it as fast as possible. Anyone can understand that.
Yeah, exactly. So that's kind of that's kind of how I consider it. I mean, if you really want to get into the nitty-gritty, all of speedrunning is arbitrary. It's just a hobby. It exists within a rule set that we've created for, like, our own sort of enjoyment.
Yeah.
And like that's why like a lot of people don't do 0 star, because it sucks. Like objectively, like that's a bad trick.
Yeah.
Like we shouldn't do it.
It's not interesting. It's not a good avenue for skill expression.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, yeah. I mean, and like there are people that are great at 0 star, don't get me wrong, but like it's not as fun to watch. I will say 16 star, incredibly fun to watch. I think it serves as the best format for a race and like a break the record style like tournament.
Yeah.
Like it's just runs are constantly going no matter what.
It's certainly my favorite. Especially as a caster, the kind of bite-sized chunks. And obviously there's something about a 120 star run that's coming to a head. You can't beat all that build-up either, but 16 is certainly the sweet spot. But look, I think you're totally right about the any and 100%, because think of it this way. Any and 100% exist as categories for every game, automatically. Those are the only categories that always exist. Every other category may or may not exist depending on the specific game.
It's fine. Like, that's cool. Yeah. Like, if you're into it, like, I don't knock anybody for doing what they want to do.
Totally,
like, whatever's fun for them, by all means. Like, that's tight. I mean, I say this is like a 70. I've done 70 star, I've done 16 star, I've done 120 star. But for me, it's like, when I was running OOT, or I was, a little bit, I was like, well, this category that I'm doing makes no sense. And you kind of have to, I don't know, that's the way that I thought about it. And I was kind of like, you get in the whole argument of like, well, Ace is really boring and blah blah blah, and you shouldn't, you should actually play the game, man. It's like you aren't playing the game, like you know what
Yeah.
I mean. Like, so it's like, so to me, it's kind of like there's your any percent. It's literally beat it as fast as you possibly can, and then you have your 100%, right? It's like that's it. Like those are the ones that I can explain thoroughly and in my head make the most sense. But what do I know, right? Like
Yeah. Hey,
I'm
hot
just
takes,
some,
man. That's all
yeah,
right. Well,
I'm just some person.
one thing we can all totally get behind, I'm sure, is the thing you mentioned, the kind of common criticism of speedrunning. And we will switch to these runs when they get a little deeper, of course. But like, I love talking about the broader theory anyway. One of the common criticisms of speedrunning is like, why would you rush through this game? That's not how it's meant to be played, etc. But we know the truth is that what almost always happens is people don't just pick up a game and speedrun it. They play the game. They love the game. They run out of things to do in the game, and they want to keep playing the game they love. So they have to make up challenges for themselves in order to keep playing it.
I think in the grand scheme of things, like just especially nowadays, like single player games have kind of not always been doing a ton. I mean, you have a couple outliers for sure, like Elden Ring did really well, that kind of stuff. But it's a lot of like the multiplayer, like MMO, like that kind of stuff. Very nice Ultimate by Suiji, by the way. But yeah, I think people just don't really understand like how it is just, I don't know, just you play a single player game so much, like these old games, because it's like that's all we could do when we were kids, right? It's like I played through Zelda Ocarina of Time like 100,000 times, and if you really think about it, speedrunning the game is kind of the next logical step. It's like, okay, I've mastered this game, now what can I do to make it more fun or more challenging or whatever? Like in a way, like I invented speedrunning in my own head. I'd never heard about it.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? I was like 10 years old. I'm like,
yes.
Hey, I've beaten Zelda OT a million times. How about I beat it as fast as I possibly can? It's like I'm not coming up with glitches or anything, but that's like to me like the next logical step.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Actually, I mean, you kind of were dancing around this, but let's bring it home. Speedrunning takes old games and makes them multiplayer when they normally weren't.
Yeah. No, totally. I completely
You can turn
agree.
any game into a multiplayer game if you turn it into a speedrunning competition. Is this going to catch? Green Sweetie does get the late break through the door there.
Late catch.
Way late.
But honestly, let's see what he's comparing against here, the 1448. So this is definitely on the table. I don't think we're gonna. Ouija got a 1501. I must have missed that.
Oh yeah, well, no, we didn't talk about it. You did. So I mean, the funny thing is, there were a couple of movement issues on elevators too at the end that cost him several more seconds. I mean, a 14x was just there; it was totally there.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, still, first by 6 seconds. It was. I mean, Tag had it for what? I think maybe an hour.
Yeah.
And we were talking about how he took a break, which of course he does. That's what happens when you get that great run. We were talking about that too. Everyone just takes a break after a run like that, and maybe he goes and gets some food, and then someone probably texts him and says, "Hey, might want to come on back."
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I'll be honest with you. This is not the leaderboard I was expecting for the end of the first day. I'll tell you that.
You think it's Suiji and Nip higher, maybe? Cheese lower? Tag lower?
Yeah. Well,
pretty much.
Yeah, honestly.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Really,
Hey.
I mean, I would have expected to see Ouija. Nicely done by Suiji there. He's gonna go up.
Yeah, this is
quite
huge.
a bit here, and it's gonna be the Cheese Bop as well. So it looks like she's gonna go back to 4th, and actually,
is he gonna get second? Is he gonna just miss it?
Oh wow, that's gonna need a retime.
We're gonna need a retime. Wow.
Yeah.
This one snuck up on us a little bit. So
Yeah.
right before you joined, we were talking about how Suiji has been basically practicing for 3 hours straight, and we had this long, like, theoretical conversation, ALT and I did, about when is he gonna convert the practice into runs? Is it like, I'm gonna practice all day until the end, I'm gonna practice for 2 straight days, I'm gonna practice every day until the last hour? And we have our answer. He has finally converted his practice into a run, and it pays off immediately. Yep, we're going to go to a quick break here now that runs over. We're going to dissect what it means. We're going to get the retime. You're not going to want to miss that retime. Come right on back to find out who is actually in second and who's in third. And we're back. We just saw something like a 15:07 from Green Sweegie, who converted hours and hours of rote practice into that great time. As of right now, you could see it's listed as third. Not sure if that's confirmed yet, though. We might still be waiting on a retime, so stay tuned. But it is very, very close.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily certain if we're gonna get a retime. I'd have to ask Milo or somebody.
Yeah, it
I'm
might not be
sure they're
necessary.
Yeah, I'm sure they're scrubbing the VOD for sure. If I had to take a guess, I would say that Suigi's is probably faster than Tags, just based off of what I kind of eyeballed. It looked like the timer says it stopped at 15:07.1.
Yes.
And if that's accurate, which generally auto splitter is fairly accurate, I can't imagine that that Tags was that much faster than that. I think it may have been a mid 15:07, if you want to say that. So, well, we'll have to go through the WOD, I'm sure,
Yeah.
and see what we're doing there. But
Yeah, I'd say that's pretty likely, but we are at the point where it could matter. I know it's just the first day, but wouldn't surprise me if some of these times stayed near the top. Obviously, those two times might end up being fourth and fifth if they don't improve, as opposed to second and third. But somehow I think all these runners have a little more left in them because, again, this is day one, for crying out loud.
yeah, which is crazy, right? Actually did get confirmation from Milo here. We are retiming Tags and Suigi's run, so we will keep you guys updated. Hopefully, we'll know by the end of the stream here, but
Yeah, but we've been waiting all day for Sweegie to start doing real runs, and
Yeah.
boy, it took no time at all.
Yeah, I do think that we're gonna see Suigi's be a little bit faster. So I mean, which some might be like, oh well, it's like, well, I mean, there's money on the line, right? It's a little bit of a difference between second and third. So, but yeah, I mean, the times we're seeing here at the end of this, towards the end of this day one, pretty incredible. Low 15s for the top three, and the rest of the pack, like, not super far away.
No.
And like we said, we did see I was kind of saying earlier, I expected every single one of these runners to get a 15 by the end of the day, and that's exactly what we've seen.
Called it. Yeah.
So I'm not surprised. Oh, and Trey, unfortunately, missing the MIPS grab. Quick backup, though.
We've seen some of that today, too.
Yeah, there's just killers in 16-star runs. Like, one mistake and it's done.
Yeah, high pressure. So if Sweegie does, take this by a half second, let's say not a full bop, maybe more of a bip, something like that, just barely. Bop seems a little harsh for a quarter second. Now Ouija, on the other hand, 6 full seconds, 15:01. Yeah, that's a bop.
Yeah. For sure.
Borderline thwack, I would say. Yeah, Trey is I mean, look, that 15:35, he was happy to get it at the time because he was just constantly, misses chip clip there. And there's the head shake that he's becoming famous for, I think. He was consistently, taking these runs to the end and then losing them in the last couple of minutes. So even though 15:35 doesn't look like much right now, that's a great time, and it came very hard fought because he finally closed out a run without a major mistake.
I mean, 15:35 is nothing to shake your head at. Better than, I would say, 98% of the chat, 99, right? So,
yeah.
Just it's crazy to put stuff into perspective. Like,
yeah,
the 7th place runner in this still has a PB that would probably be top 50 or 100. You know what I mean? So
yeah, that 15:35 would be 41st in the world.
Yeah.
And this is live, so that's what we're talking about here. And it's 41st might not sound like much until you remember this is an extremely competitive category.
Oh yeah, 100%. Probably, the most submitted. The leaderboard on the leaderboard, the category that's most submitted to by far, 16-star.
Wow.
It's really low barrier to entry, emulators super easy to set up, etc. And a lot of people just really liked this game when they were kids. So it's like and it's really movement intensive. It's not super trick heavy necessarily. There's a lot of fun stuff about this game that makes sense. 16-star just is a very great beginner speed run. So it's super easy for kids like Flixer, Suigi, Ouija, that get into this game at like age 12,
Yeah.
13 that, you know, like just get really good at it. They play like a lot of, you know, their really formative years, you know, learning how to get good at this game and stuff. And it can just start as a fun little project, you know, oh, I'll get a sub 20, and then it's like, oh, actually this is really fun. I'll do like a sub 18. Okay, well, not now I want a 16, now I want a 15, and it just
That's
kind
how
of,
it starts.
yeah,
Yeah.
it just progresses from there. So it's really cool to see um how it works out. I mean, I know we have a lot of really young runners for sure. It's always cool. You know,
Yeah, I mean, if you do
VG
want to
was
get
one of
into it,
them.
that's how you should think. You should start like sub 30, sub 25,
Yeah,
sub 20, you know, and you'll
yeah,
find your natural limit wherever that is. You know, maybe you
yeah,
never find it and maybe you become one of these guys, or maybe you get a sub 20 and you feel really happy about it. And then you can watch these broadcasts and you have a very good sense of how hard the things you're watching are now because you've
yeah.
tried some of them. Or maybe you just tried a few times and it's not for you. You don't know, but it's so easy to start, right? And have those modest goals and just go as high as your talent will take you.
Great BLJ there for Bordeaux.
For Trey, yeah. And this is what we saw from him so often is, you know, getting to the end, pretty good times. Not usually ridiculous, but, you know, enough to get him somewhere in the middle of the leaderboard. And he's just had trouble closing it out. So can't help but pull for him here.
Looking like a 3x pace headed in the sky here. So we'll see what he's got. Oh man, that's the
That's
second or
immediate.
third time that's happened today, unfortunately. Just a really frustrating mistake. Just the properties of that slope are really frustrating. You can get a jump dive off of them. But it's the price of trying to be fast. Unfortunately, you know, you need a little quick, you know, buffer kick, but not a buffer kick, but you can see the kick that he does before that. Maintain a little bit of speed, but just really unfortunate that he's missed it twice here. It is really
Yeah.
easy to take a dive off that though.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. And you saw the head shake there, and it's starting to get to him. Some of the earlier mistakes, it was sort of like a half joking, like he nodded every time he made a mistake. It was kind of funny, like a big exaggerated nod, like, oh yeah, okay. But now you see that's kind of changed to head shakes and like throwing up his hands and kind of shrugging, like, I don't get it, you know. And it can be funny for a while, but now you've been doing this for 8 or 9 hours. Maybe you're a little tired and you can get a little frustrated, you know, you're human.
I think that if you don't play this game or you never have tried to speedrun it, you don't realize how frustrating it is. Like,
Yeah.
as you watch guys at the top level and you're like, whoa, I wouldn't have done that. It's like, dude, you have basically no control over your hands. You have like hand RNG. Like, you never know, dude. Like it's hard to even say. But Bordeaux gonna finish this one out with a 15 at least. So, you know, I take that as a little consolation prize. Hey, I died in bits, but at least I got a 15.
Yeah.
You know, it's pretty promising for, you know, the future for him.
Yeah, I do think it is important to make yourself finish a few of these. He's having a little fun with it, break dancing before he takes the star, and that's good. You know, you gotta maintain your sanity here. You gotta have a good sense of humor about it. He's still in sixth. He's not in last, and as you can see, he doesn't need that much improvement to move up a slot or two either. It's still pretty bunched there. It's not as bunched as it was when you and I were talking about how bunched it was just a couple hours ago. And you were talking about how there's almost always one person out front and then 2, 3, 4 are all bunched together. There's still a little bit of that, but it has spread out a little bit since then.
Bordeaux's gonna boot up Usamune here. Oh, actually, looks like he's he's booting up Usamune. His auto splitter just happened to start.
Yeah.
I was like, wait a minute, looks like we don't really have anybody on runs here except for Ouija's. Oh, and Tag. So maybe we could get Tag on the. Never mind. Maybe we can get Ouija on the front.
They're faking
Slips
us out
actually
left
looks
and
really
right.
soon. Yeah, that's the thing about 16 is like, you know, when you're watching 120 star or 70 star, you're like, yo, like, you know, D whatever's on pace in Rainbow Ride. Like, you're gonna, by the time you see that message and you head to a stream, more than likely the run is still alive.
Yes.
But in 16 star, it's like, you know, even by the time you click on it, watch the ad, run's been over, you know,
Yeah,
like for a while.
Yeah. And they'll reset so quickly that if you glance to the side, you look at a different screen, and they've reset already, and you don't even know why. You know, it's just one little mistake sometimes.
Yeah.
Like Ouija. Ouija's famous for that. Sometimes we're not even sure what he thought was wrong, but it's some little thing that he's unhappy with. We do have the retime here. Sweegie faster by 0.7, actually a fair bit. And so he is indeed in second place. You were right. So Tag went from first to third in about an hour.
This goes to show like how important, you know, finishing out these runs really is when you're not in first place, right? Like, Suiji could have been like, oh, you know, I messed up here. I just don't want to continue this because it's not the best that I could do. But he finished it and, you know, at least for the time being, got like, what, $150 or something, $250 or whatever it is. Like, can't complain.
By the way, $5 from Kracia 2 to Urban Arts. That is our sponsor today. Thank you so much. We're up over $600 now. If we do manage to get 2,000, we only have a little bit of time left to get there, but if we do get there, the entire stream tonight will be extended by a full hour. And that same offer goes tomorrow and Sunday.
Unfortunate there for Ouija missing the red point. It's too bad.
Yeah, one of these days I'm gonna talk the production team into putting a reset counter on here if it's at all possible, because I want to see. I know Ouija would win. I just want to know by how much. People coming back into chat after a few hours and seeing a completely different scoreboard. Yeah, I know the feeling.
We got Tag, get on a dark hole here.
Yeah, you can see a lot of practice going on. Flicks are practicing. Trey is going to whenever they return. Empty chair for now. Ouija starting fresh. Tag, as you said, though. Strong start. Still early going.
Maybe we can get Tag up on the screen here. The main.
Yeah, I think so. That's the best run we got going. I do find the practice interesting, though, occasionally, certainly. And, you know, obviously that paid dividends for Sweegie. And Nip is back. Look at that. We were wondering. So when he kind of tapped out with a couple hours left to go in the day, we figured that might be it, especially the first day, especially any travel, you know. But no, he's back. He's gonna try to get another run or two in here.
Here we go!
Getting the canalist. So good start. Good start.
Yeah, thank you kindly to production for putting Tag up in the big board there. We got Ouija off to the side too, because, you know, too fun not to.
Alice goes here, gonna go for the double jump, presumably.
And got it. Looking good.
Insane.
Yeah. I mean, the runners have been genuinely exceptional today. I mean, I can't say I'm surprised exactly, but I'm still, I guess I am. I am a little surprised by how low these times are. The 15:39 is last place. That surprises me. I'm not surprised by the 15x thing. I think you called it. I think it was a little ambitious, but very plausible, and you were totally right. But I am surprised that we don't have like a couple of 15.4s or 15.5s there rounding out the scoreboard.
You guys are just quite literally the best in the world at this game, in 16 star at least. So it you know, to me, it's like, the way I look at it is, so a 15.59 or lower, if you get that as a PB, if it's your PB and you get a 15 at all, any 15, it's a leaderboard shout out, right? It means one of the mods will go to the leaderboard or go to the Discord and shout you out. You know, they'll be like, hey, congrats on Cheese for getting a 15, you know, 23. So you can kind of gauge what is considered good by the community as a whole based on those times. So 120, it's a 149, any 149 or lower. 70 star, it's 50, and 16 star, it's 15, and so on and so forth. So I'm thinking, like, I know how difficult it is, and I know how the length, approximately how long it'll take the average person to get a 15. Do I think that these guys can get a shout-out worthy time at any point within 10 hours? Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
You know, that's kind of how I think of it. It'd be like the equivalent of like them doing 70 star and getting like a nice backup from Tag, by the way, for the Fly Guy list there. It was excellent. But I was saying, like, if we're doing a 70 star tournament and like everybody gets a 50 by the end of the day, like I'm like, if we're doing, you know, a two grand first prize pool, I'm expecting them to hit a shout out worthy time at on the first day. That's kind of how I was thinking about it with 16 star.
I think that's fair. I think that makes sense.
Oh man, Tag, that sucks.
That's not the kind of mistake you normally see a run go out on at this level.
No, it's just
That's a little weird.
RNG. It's just weird. No, it's just unlucky.
It is still part of the game. I mean, one of the reasons 16 star is, I mean, such a great category, like you were talking about earlier, is that there isn't too much of that. There isn't a lot of RNG. You know, you need a little bit, I think, in most of these to keep things interesting, but there's not a lot. It mostly is down to skill and execution.
For sure. Like amps from RNG in Dark World, of course. You know, you have your Goomba RNG like in Bits and in, you know, Fire Sea, which doesn't really play as much of a role. It doesn't play a role at all in 16 star, but if you're doing Fire Sea Reds, the Goombas can like have horrible placement, and you can lose runs that way.
I know in
It's
120
super
there's
rare.
more of that, certainly.
Oh, 100 coin RNG is 100% a thing, like SL Hundo, like all that kind of stuff. Like, of course, BOB Hundo is another one too. So,
but 16 avoids a lot of it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, you're not getting any 100 coin stars. You're not depending on coin RNG whatsoever, and that's what makes this a good speed game in general. There's not, you know, like I used to run like Pokemon Snap, great game, right? Fun speedrun, whatever, super chill. It's great when you want to just like chill out and not play Mario. But there's a 50-50 chance that your run dies, essentially, like halfway through. And you're like, come on. Like
yeah.
It just sucks. Like no one wants to grind that, you know. Well, some people did, but
yeah. You mentioned that earlier, Pokemon Snap. I'm having a little trouble picturing that as a speedrunning game. What am I missing?
Sick.
I love the game, but
it's sick. It's so fun. Not the second one. The second one kind of sucks as a speed game, but I think everybody acknowledges that. But man, the first one, it's just comfy game. A little bit like very, you know, if you're a Mario player, it's super chill because there's a lot of downtime. But it's just, I don't know, lots of minor optimizations. You can optimize the game as much as you want, right? Like there are minuscule optimizations you can make that it just will improve your time over the course of like doing a lot of them, like different lag reductions, you know, it's stuff like that, like different camera locks and all that kind of stuff. But super comfy, just a really fun, chill game. Like the first level is literally you like taking a few photos and like staring at the sky for like a minute or two, and then taking some more photos. It's just chill. Like you get like. When I was getting frustrated with Mario, I'm like, whatever, man, I'm gonna play Snap. You just chill. Like,
and you fall into
know
a different kind of speedrunning entirely.
Yeah, I might go back to Snap now. It actually sounds kind of fun. I am like 11th place or something, so I should definitely go back. Unfortunate there for Slip, getting a firstie off the side hop there, and that's the only frame wall kick you cannot get. And looks like he's gonna go for this backup one more time. That one looks fine, but he just wanted to get it for the sake of getting it.
It's me, Mario.
Cool. Well, so we're gonna do a quick break here. Well, there's a little bit of a lull in the action, so we will be back very shortly. Yeah, enjoy the ad break.
Urban arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban Arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
Back. Cool. Well, hello everybody. We are back here. Just starting off some runs. Looks like Flixer, if we can get him on the main board, that'd be excellent. We have him in HMC right now. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we have a couple donations that we can go through.
Yeah.
Did we get any of those? I don't remember the last one that we got.
The last one we got was Kracia for $5.
Okay.
Thanks again. I'll give a second thanks to Kracia there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I want to shout out Ninja Lifestyle for the $2.11, saying nice job, dudes. Ninja is super cool guy in the community, really good skateboarder. Just chill dude. Nice YouTube channel, fun guy, super hilarious. So appreciate your donation, Ninja. And then $5 from Kip saying let's go Slip and let's go Trey. I agree. Thank you, Kip, for the $5.
I mean, I'd say most donations have a shout out. They're usually a fan of someone. I think
Fan of all
Flixer
of them.
changed their camera angle, by the way.
Oh yeah, I love it.
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit of a zoom in. See the emotion. I say that, but like we talk about how some of these runners, like there's a big show of emotion, whether it's good or bad, and some of them just nothing.
Flixer's been known to pop off a little bit here and there. I remember back in the day, like a couple years ago, when Flixer just started to use his camera, his webcam for runs. He actually had this like little mini basketball hoop in his room, and every time he would PB, he would like dunk on the basketball hoop. It was really funny.
That's great.
Yeah,
That's a good little tradition.
He's been known to pop off.
That's pretty cute. That's adorable. I love it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it was crazy. I don't know. It was really cool to watch. It sounds cheesy, but in a way, to watch these guys kind of grow up. You know, like
yeah, no.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, you're right.
I met them when I was in my mid-20s by that point, and they were like, you know, 15, 16. I think I met GTM when he was like 15 or something. Like,
Jeez.
like it's crazy, right? And it's just like to watch them do cool stuff like this is insane. Like, who would have thought, you know, like a couple of years ago, Flixer would be on the big screen at GSA. It's one of those things that was kind of very like almost out of reach in a way. Like you know, we'd watch like the 16 like tournaments and stuff, and nicely done with the one burn there by Flixer. But you know, you're watching like D Whatever and like Paracusia and Punke and Cheese and all these guys, and it's like it almost seemed at one point like unattainable to get to that level.
Yeah.
But I will say, like, you know, the pandemic really got a lot of people grinding Mario, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It was like a legitimate golden era of Mario. Like, so many new runners, and they were all improving really quickly. And people that had already been playing the game, you know, or maybe just came back, like just grinding hours and hours. We're all working from home or just not working, you know. It's crazy. And Flixer was one of those guys, like just working super hard, and I don't know, really cool to see him here. I'm happy for him.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the runners start really young because you can, you know, there's not any kind of barrier to entry there. You don't need a car. All you need is a console, and they're not hard to come by. You don't even need that really anymore. So,
yeah. Emulator and an Xbox controller, which every 14-year-old kid has. Let's be real, right? Like,
right, yeah. You get it for Christmas one year, whether you ask for it or not. It just happens.
Yeah.
It just happens.
So Flixer gonna catch, not first try, but I guess first BLJ attempt, but not the instant catch as we'd like to see. But this is still a really solid run for Flixer here. Now, I'm not really sure if he lost a ton of time in this bits or what, but looks like +3 behind 3 seconds of a 15:40. So we'll see what he can do. Hits Manamo, no problem. That was one thing that Flixer was just really known for in the tournament scene back, you know, a couple of years ago, was that he was one of the only guys that I knew of at the mid-level that was going for and consistently hitting Manamo cycle. Believe it or not, it used to be a big deal. Like now everyone's going for like Taz long jump and stuff, but Flixer going for Manamo in like a 70 tournament back in the day and hitting it was like, we were like, oh my god, like this kid's insane. And now it's just like, it's a thing.
Yeah, I think I say this like on every tournament, but like the speedrunning cycle is theory, TAS. Some people can do it sometimes, and then next thing you know, mandatory. Have to do it.
A bit of a link throw there.
That's rough. A little short. Aim was good, but needed one more rotation. Yeah, if someone is doing it in TAS, usually that means they're going to be doing it for real. And if they do it for real even once, it's really only a matter of time before all the top scores involve it. And it's just expected.
Fortunately, Flixer going to reset that one. Not an event PB. Doesn't want to waste any time. Only got 10 minutes. No, sorry. 10 minutes left in my shift. We have another, what, 2 hours? Hour?
Another hour unless enough donations come in, and then it could be 2.
Cool. It's the West Coast time that's really messing me up. I'm on the East Coast, and like,
Yeah, same.
normally like all of these events are done in Eastern Standard or whatever, but this one is being in person. Obviously, they wanted to use the time zone, so makes sense, but inconvenient for me.
Yeah, me too. I think we should band together and complain about this.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Our schedule matters far more than the actual runners.
Yeah, if we weren't here, it'd just be like watching 7 Marios at once.
Yeah.
With no audio. What would that look like?
I don't know. Well, there's 6 at the moment. I'm trying to see who are we missing here.
Luigi, right?
Yeah, that's right, Ouija.
No,
No,
Luigi.
Green Suigi. Yeah, sorry, I always say the wrong one. Yes, Suigi. And I get it, right? That's the post Great Run break.
Yeah, for sure.
We were talking about that before. Like, so the runners, they handle these things so differently. They're different in like a million different ways. But I feel like that doesn't vary. I feel like every runner takes a break after a good run.
I mean, this game is grindy, hard. It's frustrating. So when you finally get the run, like the catharsis of that PB or that, event PB or whatever, you gotta chill.
Yeah.
So looks like Ouija's on a run though, so maybe we could get Ouija on the big screen here. Oh, and actually just got word from Milo. We're actually going to be going till 10 p.m. Pacific regardless tonight, since we did start a little bit late, so all the runners are down, so we actually have 2 more to go. 2 more hours,
Excellent.
I should say.
Like you said, marathon.
Yeah, this is, I don't know, more 16 star than I've probably ever done in my life.
Wow.
To be honest with you. I don't know if I can do it. These guys are just built different.
Yeah, they have to be. I mean, some of them don't even look tired, which is nuts.
You're just sitting here.
Sitting and occasionally talking. It's exhausting.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we get breaks. We swap in and out.
Yeah, right? Think about that.
I mean, I guess, yeah, Cheese took a few hours off. That's fine. But most of the other runners, they've been going 8+ hours already. I guess if they couldn't handle that, they probably wouldn't be speedrunners to begin with.
You don't get to this level by accident.
Yeah, it's true.
Still trying to get Ouija on the big screen here. He's got 1 more star to go. We'll take a look at his HMC exit. See approximately where he's at. It's a bit too small for me to be able to read the splits here.
Funny, we had a big rush of changes to the scoreboard there for the last couple of hours, but it has definitely settled down after that, partially because, as we mentioned, people take breaks after those anyway, right? So the best runners, by definition, are also taking time off right afterwards, but most of them still back, and yeah, I mean, it's going to get to the point where there's just not going to be as much to take off there. I mean, only the best runs are going to be worth doing. You're going to get more and more resets as time goes on, especially at the top of the leaderboard, so I mean, I don't think we've seen anywhere near the last of this. It's only day 1, but this is just so much more progress towards those low numbers than I would have thought in one day.
We do the oh no. Okay, we're good. He's chilling.
Close.
Almost lost Mips in the door here.
Ugh.
1004 HMC exit though. Mips did not split, so fortunate. But wow, 1004 HMC exit, pretty insane. Oh shit! Sorry, 1 second.
Yeah, Flicks are resetting, Ouija, flying, swimming. You know what I mean. Flying metaphorically, swimming literally. And Cheese is running again. People on either side of him. There with the moral support. think we might want to switch to Ouija at one point if we can get a chance here too. Pretty darn good pace. Look at that, mid-11s. One of the only player. I mean, he's already got first place, but he wants more. He wants that 14x. A little bit of a bop there. And he resets. The timing could not have been better / worse. Ouija on a very good pace. Bop's going for the pole glitch, and now he's reset. It never fails, does it? Never fails. But in our defense, if you pick any random moment in time, there's a really good chance Ouija has just reset.
You're never gonna believe what happened to me.
All right, let's see if I believe it.
Well, you'll believe it, but you'll never guess.
Okay, then I won't even try.
So I hear like something like liquid like hitting the floor because I have hardwood floors, and I'm like, oh my god, my dog is peeing in the house. And then I look up and I totally forgot that I just changed the water in my fish tank, and I'm like filling it up.
Completely forgot.
All over the
Nice.
floor. I was like, nice, cool. But I mean, hey, that's what happens when you're having fun, right?
Yeah. Come on, fill in your fish tank.
That's actually hilarious. That's actually like the worst thing that's ever happened to me in my life.
Well, what you missed was that Ouija was on a really good pace, and we cut to him, and he immediately reset.
I mean, that's kind of, like I said, right? Like you see the run, you hear about the run, click over on it. By the time the ad, finishes, it's over.
That's what happens. He was getting close too, just a few minutes away, but yeah, I mean, he's already the leader. He's got a 15:01, so I mean, yeah, it makes sense that his tolerance for mistakes would be very low.
I mean, Cheese is 3 seconds ahead of his 15:23. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Pretty silly, if you ask me.
It is. It's. I think if you ask anyone, yeah, it is silly, objectively.
Like, why? Apparently, we have a bit of an audio desync. Don't worry, we're gonna work on it. Behind the scenes here, we'll get it taken care of. We don't have audio, so I don't know how bad it is, but yep, there it is. We're gonna resync the stream. There we go.
He's with an entourage now.
I don't even know who's the masks are really getting me. I don't know who's who.
That's a good point.
Like that might be Milo.
Yeah, I think on Cheese's left it might be. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. The masks make it tough.
It's Milo. Wave. I don't even know if he can hear us.
I don't know.
So fast. That right side is technically faster if you do it perfectly. But just so few people can do that most just go for the left side. Like left on average is faster, but right can't be. I think there's a couple top runners that do the right side.
Well, that seems like the classic kind of trade, right? The safer, more reliable thing versus the potentially fastest thing. I mean, that's just classic speedrunning choice right there.
Nice MIPS grab too. No need for the clip. No, or excuse me, the punch grab. But the clip is great. Perfect even. I don't think you could have. Yeah, pretty great.
Wow.
So we'll see what he does. Oh! That's fine. Everything's fine. That's okay. I love these really bare bones splits too, like straight up just like nothing else other than just exactly. Yeah. That's funny.
I think we're just about to give way here. Looks like it's going to be West Dog and Markinator.
They're two of my favorite guys. So.
Yeah, Markinator, his first cast into this long day. We've had a lot of people come in and out, so it's been second, third shift, whatever. But this is the first one for Mark.
Yeah. Thanks everybody. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
We'll be back tomorrow. So hopefully, oh man. All right, I'm gonna go.
One more curse for good measure.
Yeah,
and then off we go.
Fine. We're good. Thanks, guys. See ya.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
right, and now we're coming into the closing hours here of the Las Vegas 16-star tournament here at the Double Down event in Las Vegas, Nevada, part of the Speedrun World Record Circuit here on twitch.tv/speedrun. That is a mouthful if I've ever had one in my life. Welcome in, folks. You're in for a great last couple of hours of speedrunning here. Just in case Collins and Warning Track did not announce this, we've got a note from our production team that because we did get a half an hour or so late start today, we do not need to worry about hitting a donation goal as we see Cheese hitting those booty burns here in Fire C. Rip the run. The event is going to be going on until 1 a.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Pacific. Regardless, we still, of course, encourage any and all donations to the Urban Arts Foundation, but we will be going into the late night hours. So we've got a couple more hours of action coming your way here. My name is Wes Dog. Along here, joining us for the first time today, Mr. Markinator99. Mark, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great, doing great. I'm actually really excited to watch. Been busy this weekend, so I haven't seen a lot of today, but so many good times have already been set, and that's just going to be great. What a mouthful of an intro, West Dog. You deserve an Oscar for that one. That was insane. But yeah, unfortunately, Cheese losing that run in Fire C as we were doing the intro there, and that was a bit unfortunate. Cheese actually has a really good time. Pretty new to 16-star, mostly does 120, so amazing that he's here. Defending champion, actually, I believe, from 2019. Last time we did this.
Would like to say I've been looking forward to this all day, guys. So I need some claps in the chat here for Mr. Markinator99. And that is because Markinator is such a god commentator and tournament host. He was able to get Cheese to come out of retirement to compete in a 16-star live attack tournament he hosted earlier this year, where I don't know about you guys who tuned into the 16-star showdown, but Cheese, I was not expecting to really go too far just because 16-star is not his cup of tea. But he got all the way to the final round and finished in the top 4, like within seconds of beating out Slippery Nip. So thank you, Markinator, for allowing Cheese to just rediscover how amazing 16-star truly is.
Yeah, dude, thank you so much for the shout out. Oh, and just with that Slippery Nip failing the lava boost. Oh my gosh. But yeah, dude, thank you so much. That was an insane tournament. Really happy I was able to host it. Yeah, a lot of top dogs. But yeah, Cheese really pulling out. Cheese is one of those like rare talents that can just do so many different things. And, you know, whether he's doing 120 or 70 or 16, he's just always at the top.
A true polymath of Mario 64, one of the rare types. You don't see many people succeed in all the categories here. I can only think of really Cheese, Ouija, and maybe Punky. Actually, no, Punky doesn't really do 0 or 1 star. So yeah, Ouija and Cheese here, the two of the great polymaths of Mario 64.
Yeah, certainly some of the greats. But yeah, we'll see Slippery Nip take that reset there. Everyone, yeah, kind of on the reset. We see Dark World. We've got a couple hours left. Like you said, we're already going, taking that extra hour, so it's going to be like 2 hours from now.
I've got an interesting thing to ask you, Mark. You might have been hearing on social media or just through the grapevine that the Ocarina of Time community just recently elected to skip the intro of their speedruns, and now time starts once you gain control of Link. And now we've had some mixed opinions here in the Mario 64 community. As we sit here watching most of our speedrunners here continue to go through the intro, what are your opinions on that matter?
Okay. I'm actually not entirely sure because I know definitely for some emulator players, they will actually just start from Go on Mario. It certainly would make 0 and 1 star more interesting. I think that would be cool. 70 and 120. It's kind of nice to have the intro because you kind of play for so long. So could be up for options, maybe for the lower ones. I don't think you'll get a whole lot of good feedback from those like 120 and 70 star runners though. That would be my prediction, but I wouldn't vote for it, be honest.
I actually got to agree with you on that there. Being a moderately leveled 70 and 120 player, I kind of just enjoy being able to take that 1 minute because hopefully you get deep enough of a run to where you just get that moment to relax before gameplay. But in a category like 0 through 16 star, when it just seems like you're resetting constantly, the intro, I mean, considering how much we joke in the community about how much time we've probably wasted in our lives watching the intro, I'm kind of surprised there isn't a more popular stance behind it. But it looks like everybody might be either fully on board with the intro, or the majority of people are on board with the intro. Either that, or we've collectively got Stockholm Syndrome.
Could be the Stockholm Syndrome. The extra minute, sometimes it could be nice, honestly. You're like sweating it out, like things aren't going right. You know, you just need a minute to take a breather. It's not too bad. I know Sunshine like definitely needed it. You know, that's like a whole different story. And Ocarina of Time, every community is like a little different, you know? So it all just depends. But Mario, I mean, that 1 minute, it's not the worst. It's not the worst.
Yeah, it seems like we're actually trying to find out the sweet spot here. Because, yeah, like you said, Mario Sunshine, even in getting that first shine at the airstrip, you get about 6.5 minutes worth of intro. Ocarina of Time is about 4 minutes. But it seems like that 53 to 54 seconds is kind of the sweet spot here for Mario 64.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, that seems to be like the consensus. I think most of it. It's not bad, especially considered other games. But I like how other games are definitely exploring that option. Keeps people interested because nobody wants to watch a long cutscene just to like potentially mess up the beginning. So I think it's really good for certain scenes to get into that. But we're just kind of talking around. Everyone has been chilling in Dark World and the home screen that we're talking about skipping. But it looks like, what is it? Trey Bordeaux has just gotten out of Dark World. Put him on the hot seat, maybe.
Yeah, I gotta say, for anybody tuned into the last hour, we were trying to get Ouija on the big screen for about a minute and a half or two, and literally right as we tune into the big screen, Ouija misses out on the pole glitch and fire C. So now I'm kind of afraid to just cut to anybody and say, put them on the big screen, because we don't want them to be the run killer. It's the ultimate caster's curse.
It truly is. It's so hard to balance that in these things. Oh, that was a good transition right there. All right, Trey Bordeaux gonna do cannonless. Yeah, probably Saltcless with all these times is a necessity at this point. If you're trying to get a low 15, those was it 2 to 3 seconds? That's like a big deal. It's massive in this event.
Yeah, compared to texture setup, I want to say it falls in about 2 seconds, if like aside from the fastest texture setup. And if people are really feeling up to the task, we have seen Slip. I don't know if anybody else has done it, but I've seen Slip once today go for the long jump cannonless approach, which I think saves even more time than Salt cannonless, but most definitely not RTA viable, as we see Trey Bordeaux take a stumble there on the owl cage.
Yeah, unfortunate for Trey Bordeaux. But yeah, that long jump cannonless strat, I've seen Ouija go for it in runs sometimes, but that is like totally next level, like, yeah, task level stuff right there. Here we go, Tree Border. There it is. And the resets. Just going to take it easy. There's really no time to rush right now. I know runners are probably feeling a little stressed to try to get something going, so they're not running it down to the last minute, but a little bit of time on the clock here. And a few people finishing up Dark World as we're speaking about it. All right, here we go. Yep, we got Green Sweegie, we got Tago, we got Flixer, we got Ouija. Cheese finishing up the star in Dark World.
Honestly, I'm just glad that here for the closing section, we've got all 7 of our competitors here doing runs at the same time. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, 6 of the 7. Trey just lost it, unfortunately, but yeah, basically all 7 on something. This could be it. We need somebody. We need somebody to make it to basement. We gotta get this this caster game going.
Mm-hmm. That's the darn shame about Tag landing the 1507 earlier. When he was sitting at that 15, I want to say 1522 PB earlier today, he was getting constant 15-1X pacers through to the basement, so we always had something to focus in on. But now that 1507 flirting with the PB, we're probably going to see a lot more resets out of Tag, which is a darn shame. They were in that Zen state, but it takes a next level Zen to get from that 15-1X to 15-0X and beyond.
Absolutely. And no, Tago goes down. We got, all right, we got a few others. Let's see, Ouija getting Owlus. Here we go. All right, Green Sweegie, your eyes are going everywhere. Eyes are everywhere on the right side. Green Sweegie's got it. Everyone's in Womps. Everyone's jumping around Womps right now.
Let's go.
All All right, that's 1, 2, 3 stars. Here we go. Here we go. All right, people making it out of womps. I feel it. I feel it. We're gonna get some basement. All right. Ooh, single jump wild blue. I'd imagine that's pretty standard too. There's so many tricks that like small optimizations. Salt class is one that's pretty massive. We have, let's see. Yeah, we have a double jump owless saves like 10 seconds, or 0.10, and then we have single jump wild blue, probably like 0.2 or so. All these little optimizations in 16 star will add up to like multiple seconds. So actually, yeah, all these runners, and all of this stuff has become like pretty standard for 16 star. It used to be like only the top runners would do it, only those who were going for the sub 15, which is like impossible at the time. So it's really awesome to see this. And Fly Guy List from Ouija here, not going to make it, is going to take the reset. Okay. But yeah, all the way down the Fly Guy List to save like an extra second. It's really something to last like 3 years.
That's been the incredible thing about the evolution of 16 star just over the last, I'd say, yeah, a little over a year at this point, because up until June 12th, we had only had 114 in the community that seemed to stand the test of time, which was Aki's 1459. Then once Kano got the 1458, we've now all of a sudden got a half a dozen of 14 runners with tag, potentially even Cheese and Flixer, and then GTM in the chat as well, being on the cusp of 14 as well. Exactly like you said, Markinator. Like, you have to be absolutely crazy to go for some of these top strats, but now if you want to be amongst the best, you have got to go, pardon me if this doesn't clear the censors here, balls to the wall. You have to break everything out of the playbook. You need to pull everything out, or else there's just no prayer of being able to even consider going to world record territory.
That is true. You got to be insane. You actually have to be insane to be a Mario 64 runner. It's confirmed. But all these runners are, thankfully. And we got Cheese. I'm pretty sure Flixer landed Fly Guy List. I think somebody did.
Yeah, Flixer and Cheese I know are in Shifting Sandland. I don't know if they got Fly Guy List, but hey, we at least got runs into the basement.
Yeah, we are getting the runs going.
Oh, and we've got Sweegie on a pacer here as well. On event PB, we're seeing all greens and maybe a hint of an event gold there. Is it possible to get Sweegie on the big screen? Maybe a 3 layout with Sweegie, Flixer, and Cheese, as we've got 3 runs simultaneously in the basement.
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, Flixer taking care of that bully, no big deal. Oh, here we go.
Ooh, thank you, production team.
Now, what is it, Green Sweegie? Okay, messing up a little bit, taking a ledge grab. It's just going to go in the volcano. Going for this lava boost here. Yeah, going for that pro boost. What is the ending? Actually skips the poles entirely. Ooh. That is insane. That's brand new. We're talking about optimizations. That is one of those insane strats that only a handful of runners actually go for. Not grabbing any poles at all. Saving half a second, probably. Something like that.
If even. I mean, yeah, the wall kick strat is really not too much of a time loss, but just that, like, the precision required to land on that platform and not grab the pole, truly astounding. There we go. Now we got all eyes on all 7 as we see Trey Bordeaux hitting an invisible wall and Shifting Sandland on the dune. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
Ooh, interesting, yeah. Oh no, and she's falling down on the volcano.
No.
That could be the reset. The volcano's not the worst place to die. You respawn back in the volcano. It's like a sub-zone in the level. Mario 64 doesn't like you leaving those off deaths. Here we go, second try. Might just be a reset after getting this star. Cheese showing he knows his stuff there on the poles. But hopefully continues. We'll see a little bit more. So the HMC is the next challenge here. Green Sweegie headed that way.
I gotta wonder if this is just fun for Cheese. Collins alluded to it earlier during his broadcast time, that there's 2 different mindsets to speedrunners. There's like the marathon mindset in doing runs like 70 and 120, and then there's the sprinters who go for the 0, 1, and 16 star categories. But in the longer runs like 70 and 120, you're not gonna see strats like Fly Guy List or Pole Skip and LLL, because it's not worth ruining a 47 to an hour and a half plus long run over one cool little skip. But when you're in 16 star and you have to bust out these strats, it's got to be fun to just even think about going for them or trying them out a little bit.
Yeah, a little temptation here. Definitely. Yeah, lava boost is like that. For these top runners, I'm sure it's set in their motion. But we see a couple of these runners doing the elevator, not bothering it. I think if you do both of them optimally, it's probably like less than a second, maybe right at a second difference. So, could actually be a big deal here. A lot of these come down to the seconds. We're on day one, end of day one. We already got a 15:01, 15:07, another 15:07. That's a 1 second difference right there. And these are some big prize money pools that we have going around. So you don't want to miss out on anything just because maybe you missed out on the trick. You just didn't feel confident. You want to go out there and you want to give it your all.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm trying to say.
It looks like we've almost got like a fun little pseudo race going on between Sweegie and Flixer. I like what I see here. Both are basically near in sync timer-wise. Almost looks like they're actually in sync to the 100th of a second, as Sweegie's got a 1-star lead over Flixer, and Sweegie just got out of HMC with a 10:02. Did I just see that correctly?
That is an insane HMC exit. Anything under, I think 10:30 is like 14 capable, or at least low 15. So this is definitely a 14 run. As you see, green all down the splits on the left side there. Mid clip going great. Fantastic camera setup. Second door. Here we go.
Gets the wall kick. Oh, I'm kind of hoping history repeats itself. I will ban myself from the booth if I have to, but last time we saw a 16-star live time attack outside of, like, I guess 2 events ago. Nice chip clip there from Sweegie. In the Sleep 16 Invitational here on twitch.tv/speedrun, Sweegie, at the end of the day, posted a 14:57, I believe, to conclude the end of day one. Now, we're not exactly at the end of day one, but we're looking at a very scorching pacer right now, as Flixer himself is through MIPS, losing a little bit of time to that pesky rabbit. We still got a good one here from both our guys in the top row here.
Yeah, Green Sweegie celebrating after grabbing that sub-star. Definitely a scary star in 16. Not one you want to mess up, so a little nerve-wracking going up to it. We'll see how this SWRC goes. This is a bit of a clincher here. It's got to go really well. We want to get this pole glitch going. Great camera setup, lag reduction. There it is. And you also have to let go of A. If not, you grab the ceiling. The ceiling is actually what makes that glitch possible. So yeah, optimal A presses and letting go is necessary. And getting these 3 rollouts here for the ultimate SWRC cycle. Green Sweegie's on it.
I never knew about the about having to not grab A there. As we see a posse pulling up behind Ouija there, surely we've got a crowd knowing how exciting this is. 11:20 in SWRC coming into the Bowser fights. Minus 12 on a 15:07 Markinator. I'm afraid to speak out these words right now, but this is looking like a world record pacer right now, potentially.
Potentially, and yes, potentially still. All right, got the throw. Was a little scary there, but yeah, it is that kind of pace. It is that kind of pace. Obviously, BLJ's coming up. What's going to happen there? A lot of these runners, very practiced on BLJs. You can get them consistent to a certain degree, and we see these runners be very consistent. So we'll see what happens.
All right, Flixer lost his run, not landing the pole glitch here, so it's all coming down to Green Sweegie now getting a 12:40 SWRC exit. I don't know if I've ever seen that low of a SWRC exit before. This is an absolute heater here from Sweegie. Throw some praises in the chat. Let's hope these BLJs get to work here.
Yeah, here we go. Long jump back. Here we go. It actually grabs. But no! Did he maintain speed? Yes, he did.
What?
Okay. Yeah, you can you maintain speed if you talk to the door, but you have to have enough. So thank goodness Green Sweegie was able to get through the crack.
Oh my goodness. Okay, wow.
Yeah, the endings to those BLJs, even though they were instant, weren't super amazing, but you've got to feel good about those.
All right. 13:29 entry here into Bowser in the Skies. He's going for the task long jump strat, and he's got it.
No ledge grab either. Okay, not gonna get the super early cycle there, but that is Manamo. That is like an early Manamo. So
I don't believe this is world record pacer anymore unless he gets ultimate bits movement with perfect throws, but this could be Yeah, missed ultimate bit. So this is a 14 5x pacer here from Green Sweegie potentially as he just looks to close out the elevators.
Yeah. Yeah, did miss a couple elevators there. Probably just like 2 seconds, not a big deal. Into the pipe. Negative 15 coming in here. This could be the 14.
And now we've got a group forming up behind Sweegie. Everybody knows what's on the line here. We're just looking for 3 out of 3 throws now. Here's one from Sweegie.
Yeah, it's gonna hit. Here we go. Optimal regrab. Oh, that's
There's
gonna be
2. And for the first 14 of the event, he takes the throw and it's wide left.
Is that it? No, it's not. Oh my gosh, that just barely missed. That is like a pixel off, 1 frame too early on the throw. Oh, that is insane. Is that one gonna hit? Please hit. Oh. And that's the whole run, ladies and gentlemen. There it is, the reset, and that's what it comes down to. 1 frame away from a pretty big victory there. That was looking to be a 14 5x time. And even with the missed throw, like, I don't know what the time was looking like. Still could have been, like, even with the previous time, maybe popped Green Sweegie. Or, no, I'm sorry, Green Sweegie is second place. Maybe just getting away from tags there.
I think he reset, yeah, like 14:52, 14:53. So even with that missed throw, he would have gotten a lower second place time in that 15:0x territory. Goodness gracious. Just to think, even with 1 missed throw, that still would have been a low 15:0x time. Just goes to show how great that run was from Sweegie, unfortunately ending in true heartbreaker fashion. Just goes to show, folks, you can never be truly attached in a 16-star speedrun until it's all over. But nevertheless, can we get some claps and GGs in the chat here for Sweegie? Excellent run there.
That was fantastic. Great showing. I'm so happy we were able to see that. But that's what it comes down to, folks. You saw it here first, and you'll probably see it again before the weekend's over. Hopefully before the night's over. I know that definitely lit a fire in Green Sweegie.
All right. And now that we're back into the greatest lull in video gaming history with all of our competitors here in Dark World, I think now's the time for a quick little ad break with a word from our sponsors. I wish I knew how to do, I don't know how they...
Who's ready for some action? There we go. Everybody get it out.
All 4. All 4.
IBK, whole bunch of enemies, just like that, picking up another one.
And welcome back, folks, to the Las Vegas 16-star Lifetime Attack Tournament at Double Down here on twitch.tv/speedrun, the inaugural event as part of the Speedrun World Record Circuit. I am your commentator for the next half hour or so, West Dog, joined along with Markinator99.
Yeah, it's been awesome. We just saw Green Sweegie have a really good pacer in the bits. Hoping to see more. We got Flixer right here coming into basements. Slippery Nip was on a decent run back in Dark World, but hopefully we can get some of these runners up and going because this is gonna be a hype ending. I'm predicting it. This is gonna be great, and I think we got an hour and a half left together, West Dog.
That is true. Yeah. Yeah, we are going to be going into the later part of the evening because we got a late start here earlier today.
Yeah, typical Mario fashion. You got to expect it. You got to love it. But that's how we do it here.
Which means we do have another hour more to donate to the Urban Arts Foundation, folks. These events would not be possible, or at least are brought to you in part by the Urban Arts Foundation, a pre-college program that teaches and gives opportunities to the underrepresented students in the art and science of video game development and design. With their 250 schools located across the United States, 250,000 students have enrolled through the Urban Arts program, and 100% of them, every single student who's walked through the doors of Urban Arts, have moved on to higher education in video game design and development. So guys, who knows? Supporting the Urban Arts kids today, the kids of today could be the future developers and designers of tomorrow's next big speed run. So come on in and help out the kids, whether it be $1, $1 and a penny, or even a meme donation if you feel up for it. Everything and anything helps out the kids at the Urban Arts Foundation. Make sure to check out the link and learn more about them at !charity in the chat.
Yeah, absolute fantastic organization. And you never see 100%. Like, that is just something unheard of. It blows my mind every time we bring it up. Yeah, fantastic organization. Great donation to put your money towards. And yeah, it's going towards a great cause. We got $5,000 in total prize pool here. $2,000 going to the winner. You see at the bottom, diminishes as we go down. But everyone's walking away with at least a little chunk of money, and the competition's really fierce. Everyone's got a 1539 is the very last. So all of these runs have to be very clean if you want to have any chance of having any kind of decent prize money here. We got Flixer here in the Lethal Lava Land. Let's see, going for side hop here. Looks like a pretty good setup. Oh yeah. And the Mario came here, get a nice straight angle on that star. Very nice, very clean.
Yeah, Flixer pretty much playing on par with his event PB here, making it look nice and clean in Lethal Lava Land as we see everybody else still lounging around in the lobby area. Can't get enough of that lobby.
Yeah, lounging around indeed. It does seem to be the Mario speedrunner's favorite place. I find streamers there quite often. Yeah, no crickets are going off for that one. But Flixer's got the elevator star, not going for the lava boost here, taking it a little safer. But I believe needs one more here. Yeah, hopefully we see Slippery Nip move on. Cheese taking on Womps at the moment. They're at the bottom.
And while we do have Flixer wrapping up here at Lethal Lava Land, looking like he is going to be on event PB pace. Nice. I would like to ask the chat here a question, guys. As we're coming in here to the final segment of today, of the day one here at the 16-star, at the Las Vegas 16, as I've been calling it during my time here on the comms booth. Who do you guys think has been the MVP so far today? I've got 3 people in mind, and that is Tag, Ouija, and Cheese. Cheese, because he came into this not being a 16-star aficionado and has so far concluded the day with an 8-second personal best from a 15:31 to a 15:23. Tag, by far, of all the runners out there, has gotten the most pacers at 15 1x pace or lower. I believe even completing the most runs of anybody out there, holding the lead for a good chunk of the day, and still holding in third place by less than a second. And then we've got Ouija, who, despite though we haven't seen much from him today, is in first place with that 15:01. Probably still more to come from the, I was gonna say child prodigy, but I mean, dude's 19 now. I can't really call him a kid anymore, can I?
It's just a prodigy at this point.
There you go. Maybe if we're lucky, he's the Shaun White of Super Mario 64. Prodigy at young age, and we can see him for years to come.
That would be fantastic. I mean, honestly, Flixer is always a beast in these things too. Super consistent. You see it right here in HMC, the only one on any kind of pacer at the moment. Just has 1 star left. I believe it's the Boulder Star. They'll be off the MIPS. And then the most exciting part of the run happens. They say a 16-star run never starts until Fire C. Remember that, chat. Remember that.
So chat mostly saying Tag is the MVP of day 1 for sure. You love to see it. And honestly, yeah, shoutouts to Flixer64. He's been hanging around the live event circuit now for at least the last year or so since I've been commentating. Always great enough to hang around, but I have yet to see him pull out a fantastic time. And I mean, Flixer has been focusing a lot of time on physical health, notably like getting in good physical shape. So maybe the fine-tuning those muscles might be able to fine-tune his Mario abilities here as we see him on a great pacer, getting good MIPS clip through the first door. Let's see how he handles 30-star door and nails the glitchy wall kick.
Yeah, great MIPS right there. Did take just a moment to make sure he did drop MIPS in the right spot to get through that first door, but absolutely understandable there. You saw the timer to go down just a tick, but still on super good pace. About -7, -6.5 it says on the, what was it, the 1540. 1539 as it was retimed. Yeah, Flixer, I actually want to give Flixer a little bit of props for doing this. Going for back sub, one of the few runners at this level who does do it. But with this lag reduction right here, he's like spamming C left, getting that camera left, and it reduces so much lag that front sub doesn't save as much time as we initially thought it does. So, you know, really hard strats, you're in a really tight situation, and Flixer just wanting to make sure he gets that star, going for the back sub. So one of the only times you're probably going to see it, to be honest, from Flixer.
Oh, not quite able to get Poverty Pole glitch there, so ultimate is dead, but movement's still good. It is possible he can still get early cycle here. I'm not sure. He did even falter a little bit there. That's what's the killer. Yeah, it looks like he's missing early cycle. It is a normal cycle at this point here in Fire C.
That's pretty rough. I don't know what the end of the run looked like for him, but is on like a really good pacer and only -7, and I think could probably get a much better time with a really good ending.
That is the real kick in the keister here. Ooh, as he gets the nice one burn strat on the edge of the funnel. That is the real kick in the keister with Fire C, as someone who's even struggled to just land a 0 cycle one time in their life. Fast Fire C movement really comes down to just absolute, I don't want to say frame perfect, but just absolutely near perfect movement. Just one little slip up, one little speck of dust at all can be the difference maker between one cycle and another.
Yeah, that is absolutely true when it comes to the 16-star Fire C. And I mean, getting a star in Fire C is like really hard, and it's kind of like that. But these 16-star runners actually take it a little beyond with like the pole glitch and the ultimate ending and all that stuff. Like you said, 0 cycle, hard enough as it is, and then these people are like playing that off cycles. So absolutely insane movement from these people. Flixer moving on, I really like that. Not far behind the splits, as you can see. That was probably like a 13-second mistake. Missing the elevators.
But, looking like he still has about 52 seconds of separation between Fire C and being on par with his BLJs. So it looks like his BLJs in the 1540 weren't the best. So if he's able to get it first try, and he does here, he might still be able to clutch out. I don't know these words. He might be able to, clutch out an event PB still potentially.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. Any new splits feels good. Okay. Oh, didn't get the instant clip, but very close. Into the pipe, saving a little time on the other splits. So yeah, if he's got a really good bits, he's got to be able to event PB this. It's got to be possible.
Still on par. It was a minute and a half in his bits movement here. I know a good bits is usually about a minute 20 seconds, maybe a minute 22. So if he's able to get the rest of the movement here cleanly, this is still event PB possible as he comes here for moving right side.
Oh, yeah, really quick backup. Okay, transition to left side. Does get that one. Does get that one. Not sure what's going to be possible here. Nice elevator movements. Saving everything he can. Give him that. Really trying to make it happen.
1539 event PB going into the pipe at 1457. If he's able to get 3 for 3 quick throws, this could potentially be an event PB by a second or so. Let's see how this one closes out here for Flixer.
Was that one? Oh, okay. Let's go for 2. Here we go. Oh, that's going to be a short one. And okay, that's probably not going to be possible. Still going to have a 15-minute time. We're going to see. We're going to see.
Oh.
Going to be pretty close. But yeah, Flixer probably disappointed at this point to even get this last throw. Hitting the last throw after you've already lost the PB, that's the hardest thing in Mario, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, going wide right on that final throw there, not even going to close it out. That is a rip to that run there. We've still got about an hour and some change left for runs as we see Flixer getting ready to what looks like open up Usamune. And yeah, meanwhile, we've got an excellent chair commentary here from Cheese and I believe Green Sweegie who's off screen. So now we are just playing the waiting game.
Yeah, so one of these runners got to pick it up. We got Ouija going back, going to be heading into Womps, but yeah, but this is kind of the point where we're not quite in the final runs. You know, runners are probably a little tired from running all day, and so a lot of them are just kind of taking a break, kind of mental resetting, which is very important. If you go walk around for 5-10 minutes with Mario 64, it can make a big difference. So getting all that rest in. I definitely imagine all the runners will be back, within the final 30 minutes or so to get in a few last runs.
I was going to wonder, because this is taking place at Double Down, which is concurrently a Smash, Melee, and Ultimate tournament going on along with this speedrun event. You got to wonder if maybe just the runners want to take a break and go watch some professional Smash gameplay. Apparently this is a major tournament. I'm not too involved with the Melee or the Ultimate scene, but perhaps you might see guys like Mango, Hungrybox around, just want to go see some kick butt action. I mean, there's a lot of overlap, in my opinion, between Mario 64, or at least with Mario 64 runners and Smash Brothers. I don't know if necessarily Smash Brothers players are into Mario 64 speedruns.
Yeah, there is a big overlap, specifically with the Melee scene, I think. Is definitely two communities that run hand in hand. We've got Armada running some Mario 64. That's a big win for us. We're working on it. We lost Pity a long time ago, which is sad to Melee, but having fun. I see him on Twitter every now and then. He's having a good time. So yeah, a lot of overlap. A lot of runners will play Melee. I know. Let's see, Ouija coming into basements. Looking green on the splits, feeling good.
Actually, funny thing to say, I don't know if we're allowed to cross-promote other events outside of GSA, but we do have Break the Record Live in the Mario 64 community coming up next weekend in Amsterdam, where it's going to be a 70-star lifetime attack format. And honestly, I say this just because you brought up Armada. Armada looks to be the next closest person to hitting 47 as we see Ouija going for Fly Guy list, getting over the slope and getting the nice clean finish. But maybe if we're lucky, Armada might just be able to hit that crack that 47 barrier. Maybe one of these days we'll see a Smash God become a Mario 64 God. Who knows?
That would be nutty. Yeah, anyone who can get a 47 and 70-star is just cracked out of their minds. Armada's already proved that, but proving it even more with Mario 64. Really great guy, honestly. Fun watch. But okay, very nice. Tama from Ouija. Ending was a little close to the edge, took it a little safe. But yeah,
Would like
definitely
to
in there.
would like to say this from a while ago. We got a $10 donation from GG the Killer. What's up, GG? Saying, Drakes to the commentators, keeping chat entertained, and good luck to Sweegie. I can feel a world record coming soon.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Bold,
GG the Killer.
bold claim there from GG. I don't know if world record coming soon could mean potentially at this event or just sometime in the near future. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. As Ouija, oh my goodness, comparing against his 1453 PB splits is on par going into Lethal Lava Land.
Yeah, that's pretty big. Yeah, 608 out of SSL. Really nice reds. Always a great sound. Lethal Lava Land reds. Super fast, super satisfying. Yeah, we'll see Slip. Sorry.
I was just gonna say super fast is always super satisfying, but that means nothing. So go for it. What about Slip?
It is. But no, yeah, we got Slippery Nip coming up on Ouija's heels, so gonna be hopefully seeing some really good starts from him in here in the basement. Let's see, Ouija taking care of the big bully, very nice kill there. Going for the ground pound, the more optimization there.
No, with Slip making a run in the basement here, I forgot, I thought about this earlier. So Markinator, if you do not mind, I have a proposition to this entire tournament.
Yes.
7 months ago, when Slip got his first world record with a 1456, not too long after, he said on stream, and I quote, "One singular dab I will ever do in my life when I get 4x." And that is something I've been wanting to have happen forever. I have the clip saved and I'm ready to show it for proof, as unfortunately Slip does not look like he'll be getting the 4x this run here.
Not this run. He heard you. He was like, I'm not doing that right now. What's he doing?
Well,
okay.
I did want to say this. If Slippery Nip is able to get the 14 4x into this tournament and does the one singular dab, I will personally donate $1,000 to the Urban Arts Foundation. Call that the Slip Dab Bounty. I am a big Slip fan. I'm hoping he can break out a 4x, not even necessarily world record, just a 1449.96 if we're lucky enough. But if Slip gets the 4x, and if and only if he does the one singular dab he promised us, I will donate $1,000 to Urban Arts.
That is a bold claim, I will say. I'm very excited. I'm rooting for Slippery Nip right now. Everyone else should, and all weekend, root for Slippery Nip. This is gonna happen. Hopefully it'll happen here. We've seen PBs. I don't know how many world records we've seen live, but PBs happen like with a pretty regular basis. Something about competition brings out people's, I think, their seriousness and their focus, instead of just doing runs kind of just alone in your room. So not out of the question.
Oh, absolutely. We saw Cheese get the first official 138 at Break the Record Live a couple years ago, and actually Badronis and I, during the Sleep 16, were almost lucky enough to commentate a world record from Ouija. He was just one throw away from getting the first ever 14 4x. Might have been a 1446, 1447, but alas, that final Bowser throw eluded us, a live world record. But who knows? History may repeat itself, and maybe history can change, and we'll see a Poggers world record here.
Yeah, I'm rooting for it. Always rooting for a great run, great world record, and Ouija taking the reset there.
Yeah, he had a good run going there. I don't know if it's gonna beat his 1501. He was at a 94x on the 14th star, so. Oh, he forgot Toad. That's what happened. I was wondering where he lost time.
Yeah, because I didn't see him fail anything. That's tragic. That is tragic.
Chat calling out he forgot to get Toad early, so right there you have to end the run. Guys, we talked about it in the booth before. For those not familiar with the 16-star speedrun, you must collect Toad before you collect the 15th star to spawn MIPS. MIPS will show up once you get 15 stars, but only after you come out of a stage spawn with your 15th star. If you collect Toad as your 15th star while you're inside the castle, MIPS will not spawn. So it's important you get that 15th star inside of HMC. We just saw it there, and unfortunately, that's the end of a good run from Ouija.
Yeah, and that's all it takes. A little bit of break of focus. You just focus on the stars. Like we were talking about a little bit ago, Ouija does like all the categories, and in each category you get Toad at a different time. 120, 70, 16. So that is like not out of the question. I don't think that's super surprising to see from Ouija. It's really unfortunate, obviously, but things like that do happen. Yeah, Slippery Nip's been really fighting this basement right here. I think it was SSL. We saw him do a few extra attempts there at the end of that last run. So hopefully we get to see him pass. Doing a really good job making out a lobby. That's definitely the first hurdle these runners go through. Getting stuck in lobby is the worst feeling.
I mean, unless you're all right. You know what? I've already committed to it. I got to go for it now. Unless you're a lobbyist.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh God, I'm not even a father, and I just made a lame dad joke. I feel the cringe in my own body. I can't believe I went through with that.
Yeah, Tag making out a Dark World here. Okay, glad to see it. Just shouting him out about being the most consistent one here. And oh my gosh, she's missing that coin. Jumping back. I think that was just like one missed cycle. That was not a bad backup. About 4 seconds, maybe 5. Oh, missed the jump. Yeah, it's got to do the jumps. You can't like kick up that slope. There's certain slopes in this game where the game's just like, nope, you can't do that. And that is one of them.
This is where I would like somebody with advanced technical knowledge of the game. I know enough about the strats, but not about how the game's code is broken down. But I wonder what exactly the difference is between some slopes you're able to slope kick up and the others just immediately you go sliding down. Because I find it ridiculous that slope doesn't look any... I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. It doesn't look like it's of any greater incline than the slope you get in Bowser in the Sky, and yet you just go straight down on your booty or tummy there. And yet, in Bits, you're able to just kick your way up there like it's nobody's business.
Yeah, I believe it's a slope property. Like they programmed in like different, I guess, steepness. So like some slopes you can run. They have like a ground property. You can do that. Some slopes you can kick. They're just supposed to be like slippery. And then there's some slopes. You found a lot of them in TTN this way. But you jump on the slope and the game's like, no, you can't be here. We're dropping you down. We're sliding you. We're doing something. And so yeah, it's just whatever they wanted to program that polygon. And they did like some stairs like that. The lobby stairs are not stairs. That's a slope. Only stairs in the game like that. So there's some weird decisions like that. Yeah, some weird decisions. Pole glitch is only possible because that's a hanging ceiling above the pole. If that ceiling wasn't hanging, we couldn't do the pole glitch. So yeah, it's actually pretty insane how some of these small changes that the devs just kind of put in there can actually affect pretty drastically.
I didn't even... So, like, obviously there's no greater purpose to it, but you can't even do a BLJ off of the lobby stairs as we get a nice little Bowser boogie from Ouija's side. Let's go.
Yeah, you can't. That's why we have to go in that little area. You can't do it on the stairs there. They're not stairs. They're fakes. They're fakes and frauds.
Well, there we go. I asked for expert knowledge of the game, and Mark and Eater delivered it to us. Thank you, Mark.
My pleasure. Most of my knowledge comes from Badronis. I'm just saying that.
Oh, yeah.
He's a very smart commentator.
Shoutouts to Badronis, who we are going to be seeing here later this weekend during the tournament. Or I guess not seeing, but we're going to be hearing.
Absolutely.
I wish we could see Badronis, but alas, he'll just be here in the booth with us.
Yeah, I've got Slippery Nip here in the basement. Definitely want to watch him for just a moment. Are coming up on the half-hour mark. I'm going to run some ads for you soon, but let's see what Slippery Nip's got real quick. In SSL, this has been the trouble stage. Looking really green.
Yeah, last time we saw Slip inside of SSL,
Kobe.
He did lose the run to, I believe, a failed Fly Guyless attempt. He did have to give up the bomb. Now it looks like he's going for the backup to Klepto.
Yep, kind of had to wait around there. Getting bodied by the fly guy, and he's backwards. He can't actually turn around. You're donezo once that happens. Getting bodied by the fly guy.
Oh my goodness, you hate to see it. Not even a comedic hit from the fly guy. We're able to bounce off his body and just go slowly spinning towards the star. Just get on your stomach, and you can't jump out of a stomach slide. You're just doomed. You're meeting your fate at that point.
Yep. Yeah, if you're front ways and you do like a belly slide, that little lip saves you. But yeah, when you're backwards, it's over. It's just over. There's nothing you can do.
Rip.
But yeah, we're gonna probably take that. Everyone's kind of in the front. We got some ads to run. We are at just below the top of the hour, but we'll be back. We got 1 more hour right after this, so we will see you then.
Woo!
Urban arts helped prepare me for college by giving me a lot of experiences working both independently and collaboratively with other people to make really cool games, and taught me how to put my all into creative projects, and that helped me put together a very strong portfolio for college.
The best part about being in the urban arts community is the people that you meet. A lot of the people here have the same interests as me, so in the future, making friends here will benefit me and them and everyone around, because we all benefit from each other by gaining skills that other people had that I may need.
Urban arts helped me see myself differently by showing me that I can be a good leader. In the studio program, I was assigned the role as project manager, and fulfilling that role for the first time actually helped me realize that I have good leadership skills, and it really helped me to develop them.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here, lifetime attack style, with some of the best 16-star runners around here with West Dog in the booth. Brought to you by Urban Arts, a really great charity that we work with. 100% people who go with Urban Arts will end up going to college. They do a lot of tech training, and it's really fantastic. Love that they're a sponsor. We are really looking at a bunch of lobby at the moment on these screens. Runners trying to get that last really good run. We are in the last hour. 1 hour remains for these runners to get the best time possible.
I love how co-commentator says with West Dog in the booth and has yet to mention themselves. Guys, the legendary Markinator 99 here inside of the booth with that fantastic intro. And yes, if you saw that ad break just now for Urban Arts Foundation, Urban Arts has helped sponsor this and many other Mario 64 speedrun events alike. So if you are a fan of Urban Arts, or at least a fan of Mario 64 speedrunning, anything and everything is helpful. Please donate to the Urban Arts ! Charity in the chat if you'd like to learn more about Urban Arts, and or drop a donation.
Yep, helps out a lot. Donation bar there at the bottom, currently at, I think it looks at 622.57. That'd be awesome if we get at least to like 700 by the end of the night. This last hour, little push, that'd be amazing.
700? How about 1,000? We gotta think bigger here. I want to see 4 digits on that bottom. Let's get at least half full.
That would be amazing. That would be amazing.
Something tells me we might have some Oilers or some Whalers, however you want to phrase it out there, just waiting for the absolute poggers moment. So maybe we got to see that. We got to see the first 14 come in here. I think once we get the first 14, we're gonna see the $1,000 mark cross here at league. Guys in the chat, what do you think here? I'm thinking we need to start rooting for some 14s as Cheese and Ouija get out of Dark World. Let's go.
Yeah, got to see some runs going. That's what we're all here for, and I'm excited because these last runs are going to be super hype. They really are. Every run that we see is going to be taken super seriously by these guys, and I'm ready for it. All right, Cheese headed into the Womps alongside Ouija. See, Green Ouija just playing around in the water, just having a good time, just breathing.
Wait, is Sweegie? Okay, Sweegie is there. His head was down. I thought we were seeing like his chair become sentient and take control of the controller, but his hair was just blending into the background.
Ooh, Ouija taking that reset. You see Cheese. Nope, not the second try. Not getting it. Unfortunate. Yeah, even the top runners who have that down very consistently struggle. It's one of the hardest tricks, I think, in the beginning. You could, depending on what cycle they go for in Dark World, I guess, you could argue that, but the Salt Class is definitely a beast.
It just goes to show, no matter how many hours you've dedicated to this game, no matter how fine-tuned your muscles may be to moving the Italian plumber with your controller, it's just the difference between absolute perfection, or I guess near perfection, and just having to press that reset button is very slim.
It is. The margins are shrinking every day, every few months. All right, nice slippery nip, getting a good double jump owless in there. It seems like every single one of these runners does double jump owless now. I haven't seen anyone do the triple jump, so I'm assuming all of them are doing the double jump.
Yeah, I believe all top runners in 16 now go for the double jump. The only, I guess I haven't taken a good look at Cheese's owless attempts, so maybe if we're lucky, if he gets this run at a Dark World, we'll see for sure. But I've only ever seen the 120 runners still going for triple jump owless. Otherwise, even the 70-star runners have elected to go double jump owless.
Yeah, that's true. It's become part of the credentials, it seems like, along with some other stuff.
And then I do know that I believe both Green Suigi and Mao SFX have both posted on their respective Twitter profiles. It actually is possible to get the Owl's Star, doing a perfectly executed side flip and finding the right angle to wall kick off the cage. Just a side flip Alice, which I think saves even another second over double jump, but definitely not RTA viable, as it is just way too, I guess, I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's just...
It's way too hard.
It's too hard. It's too hard,
Yeah.
Morty. It's too hard.
It's too hard. Yeah, it's I'm pretty sure it's like a glitchy jump or something like that off of the fence. Yeah, it's like right on the corner. Really insane. But I don't know. Somebody finds a decent setup. Who knows? We got chip clip and DDD now. All right, slippery nip inside the pyramid. Here we go. SSL going pretty well for him.
Let's go.
Yeah, seeing a lot out of Dark World. I like this. I like this. All right. Let's see. We got Tag. We got Flixer. We got Ouija. We got Cheese. And then Slip is heading the pack. All right. So just going for the normal Klepto. Has been losing a lot to the Fly Guy list there, so can't blame him. Can't blame him. Fly Guy list doesn't save that much time, so definitely in this final hour, you want to get anything and everything. Just got to get the runs going, and oh, missing the triple jump. Once you think you're out, you have that last slope to deal with. And yeah, probably not too happy. Going a little red there, but only a couple seconds. It's not the worst. Not the worst.
I almost thought he was getting ready to reach for that reset button, but it looks like... I imagine for a lot of these runners playing at a set away from their homes that they don't have auto splitter set up. So it must just be different, not just for a public setting, but just also having to worry about splitting every single time.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a difference maker. We see here nice reds, very good from Slip. Just gotta keep it together. Keep it together till MIPS. It's kind of the name of the game here. Once you're finished with SSL.
Yeah, Slippery Nip, who is second place on the leaderboard with a 1450, is only 5th place on the leaderboard right now. He's definitely capable of being able to bust out a low 15. Just we haven't seen the run here, but like you said, Markinator, coming into this last hour. And just the live events in general, it inspires a competition out of these guys. Perhaps we might be able to see the clutch genes out of Slip. I've seen him in live events pull out 1Xs and low 2Xs before, so we definitely have yet to see the best from Mr. Slip. I was going to say Mr. the second part, but again, I don't know how family-friendly we're trying to keep this.
Yeah, Mr. Slip. I like it. It's very surprising, actually, in 5th place. So, yeah, normally, 15-1, 15-2 is very possible from Slip. All right, here we go. Very nice side hop. Yeah, it doesn't do the Mario cam there at the very end. Probably might save a frame or two once you get real comfortable with it. Let's see, one more here. I believe it's the bully. Okay, we've got Tag here in Lethal Lava Land. The only one who made it through SSL. We had so many. Oh, what just happened to Slip?
No.
Was that a long jump too soon?
Oh,
that's like never seen.
I look away for a split second and I just missed it. I only saw the very end of the booty burn. I'm not sure what happened. Did Chat might be able to enlighten us here. I'm wondering if maybe he just ran off of the cage and just slipped right into the lava?
It's me, Mario.
Yeah, it like did it make it to the little hump in the lava? Yeah, whatever that thing is. Yeah, it just was short and took the extra burn. That's insane.
Oh, rip. And it looks like Tag is doing a reset too. I missed that as well as he got to LLL. Oh, man.
It's all crumbling. They did it. They made it past SSL and it's all falling apart. It's okay.
Oh.
It's okay.
As we're getting an announcement here from Green Sweegie in the chat, my controller is fricked. Sad moment indeed, as we don't see Sweegie's feed on the screen. So it looks like, oh no, Green Sweegie, I'm going to assume just by that statement as we're in the final hour, it looks like we might not be seeing any more Green Sweegie tonight. I'm just hoping that his controller is not too fricked, or else Anybody out there who's a high intense Mario 64 runner knows that a good controller makes a big difference when having to compete at the highest level. So if Suiji's controller is even a little bit out of alignment or does not detect the best movement, this could be a major difference maker here for his position here in the tournament.
It absolutely could be. Green Suigi sitting there, 1507 is second place. Does want to spread the gap, absolutely. Potentially taking over first. Maybe Tag can take advantage, get a really good run going. Less than a second apart. But yeah, anytime missed outs because of like mechanical issues like controllers, something like that, always feels like a missed opportunity almost. So yeah, hopefully can get it fixed for tomorrow, not an issue. But will be missed for the last hour tonight.
But speaking of missed opportunities, we cannot miss this opportunity to shout out a couple of donations that have just come here into the chat. We've got Anonymous with a $3.33 donation saying, okay, this is a little ironic. $3.33 donation, all odd numbers, and yet they're saying team evens. Is this a meme? Am I understanding this? Why go an odd number donation but say team evens? This is kind of breaking my brain here. Mark, do you know what's going on here?
It's got to be tomfoolery. That's what I'm calling it. It's got to be.
Absolute chicanery. And finally, we have a $5 donation from another anonymous donor that says, love the commentary, can't say no to that Wes. So you can't say no to me, or did I say something you said you can't say no to? I don't know. Well, thank you, Anonymous.
Yeah. Gotta donate. Yeah, gotta love West Dog. Both are true. But yeah, thank you so much for the anonymous donations. Anything helps. Fantastic to see people sharing the love. All right, hopefully these runners can share a little love with you guys from their perspective. Get a little basement action here. We got Slippery Nip and Tag both heading into Womps. Luigi a little behind, heading out of Dark World. We'll see what happens.
All right, Marketer, this might be a stretch, but I think I figured it out here. If you look at all 7 of our times, every single one of these times but one ends in an odd number. We have a 1501, 2 1507s, a 23, a 35, and a 39. The one time that's an even is Slippery Nip with a 1528. So you know what that means. Team evens means Anonymous is Team Slip.
That's got to be it.
Boom, case is solved. Let's go home.
That's fantastic sleuthing right there. I love it. All right, hopefully hanging in there on this Womps. Tag's going for that Owlus. Here it is. Looks good. It is good. Very nice. And Ouija with the Salt Class. Not good. Pause screen.
You know, actually, something I gotta wonder, like, when you see at least some of these last live time attack events we've seen where we come into the closing segments of the run, maybe we'll see it more as we get to the final 15 and 30 minutes, but even for like the last hour or so, we start to see people getting ready to wind down or not taking on as many run attempts, especially since we've gone on for now going to be heading into 10 hours on the day. I kind of wonder if, because they're in a public setting, if that could be any form of a motivating factor to want to keep pushing for that extra run. What do you think about that, Mark?
I mean, I would always push for the extra run. If I was in this position, I would be going for it until like the final buzzer hits. But I would not be relaxing at all.
Even if you were just in the comfort of your own home.
I mean, yeah, even that. Even that. I mean, these scenarios. Oh, Slippery Nip taking the jump dive. Sorry. Yeah, no, these scenarios get super intense. It doesn't really matter where you are. I'm sure being at a live event is like so much better, but I think it's mostly the same. You have to execute. You know, you have to execute. It's the same game it's always been. And that sucks because this game sucks. This game will screw you at every corner. But yeah, it's what I love the environment. It's just always intense. It's always a good time.
Spoken like a true speedrunner there. This game is fun and fair, and yet it also sucks.
Yeah, that's why we love it so much. And taking a booty burn here. Haven't seen Trey Bordeaux too much. Hopefully you can see him get something. here in the last little bit we got.
Yeah, Trey has been quiet for these last couple of hours. He did have some great runs earlier, about halfway through the day. Was even, I think, on PB pace in one of his runs a few hours ago, but has been dormant. But perhaps this volcano is ready to erupt here in the final hour, and we'll see him bust out a brand new event PB. Maybe if we're lucky, an actual PB. And hold on, yeah, I'm low on copium.
I'm gotta re-up on that copium. Yeah, good analogy. Volcano indeed. Hopefully we see a few eruptions here. Could see it from Tag. Out of SSL. Did look like there was a little bump there, but is still in the running.
Oh, we got a $5 donation from King Curls. Shoutouts to the awesome commentary provided by Markinator and Wes. Love you both, smiley face.
Thank you so much, King Curls. King Curls is a regular around the Mario scene, so thank you so much, man.
Curls has been a regular here in the Mario community for years. Probably one of the top moderators you can find on Simply's channel. And we love King Curls. He is King Curls for a reason, folks.
Absolutely. The King donations, too, coming in hot. Hey. All right, Tag Volcano. Here we go. Ooh, that was great.
Oh, no!
Oh, what happened? Oh, and standing up. That's awful.
I don't know if he was trying to go for the wall kick strat or if he just didn't get the A input on time on that second pole grab, but what a dang shame. Having such a good run. Honestly, it shocked him so much he had to get out of the chair and just walk it off. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you're definitely not out of the ballpark once you get up that volcano, the lava. There we go. That's the word. Yeah, once you get up the lava, those poles, if you're trying to go for a clean ending, is definitely a challenge. So you just saw it right there. A little bit off, a little bit late of an A press, it seemed like, and that was it. Very dangerous star. That's why you see a couple of these runners do the elevator.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even Kano, who held the world record for a little bit on his 1458, still went for the elevator star. I believe, Marketing, correct me if I'm wrong here, but it's only an extra second and maybe some change compared to Pro Lava Boost.
Yeah, I mean, if you have like a green Sweegie ending lava boost with a like no pole grab, yeah, it's probably a second, but I think it's less. I actually think it's even less if it's just like kind of the normal ending. So yeah, definitely not a bad decision, especially here in the last hour. Yeah, it sucks to lose that kind of run.
For those, yes, for those wondering about the format, this is a live time attack format here, where instead of a typical tournament format where we have racers going up against one another in head-to-head combat, we have an allotted amount of time where our speedrunners, in this case, 7 of the top 16 star speedrunners in the world, compete for the best time. And it's not just today. We've got a 3-day event here, guys. We're coming in on the closing hour of day 1. We got 2 more days of this tomorrow and Sunday for at least 10 hours, perhaps even up to an 11th hour if we're able to hit these donation goals for the Urban Arts Foundation. So plenty more 16-star action coming your way. And just because these guys may be in first place or in their respective positions today doesn't mean they're safe for the rest of the weekend.
Absolutely. And it all comes down to the wire. It really all comes down to that last day. These runners trying to set the best possible time they have. Maybe, letting go of some of the stress on day 2, trying to get a better run, taking a few more resets, not feeling too bad about it. And we've already seen it, 1501, 1507, 1507. And, about 20 seconds difference, 30 seconds between the rest of the 4. And that's all it takes. That's all it takes. You need one good run, and these runners know it. And they're gonna fight until the very last moment.
Yeah, do we have a moderator in the chat to call out a specific somebody? I won't say their name out loud, but we do have a rather interesting comment here in the chat.
Mod check. All right, Flixer check. NHMC. Doing great. Does not forget the toad. Very important. Very important. We did see that earlier, if anyone didn't see that. Ouija forgot the toad. We got Slippery Nip doing Fly Guy full. Not messing around with Fly Guy list. It's been too much of a pain today. Ooh, little short slide there. Got the star in hand. Mission accomplished. So does Flixer. Yeah, triple jump left side. Very swaggy.
All right. I hope I might be allowed to break some news here. So, fortunately, it looks like we are in good standing here for Green Sweegie because we've got a good production team both on site and here in the production booth. We have some replacement controllers on hand for Green Sweegie. So if whatever is wrong with his controller continues to be an issue, we do have our folks at GSA ready to help out on a moment's notice. So Pog you, GSA, for coming in the clutch, potentially keeping our runners in contention. It would be a stinker to not see Sweegie continue to compete after day one.
Yeah, that's incredible. Great call. Oh my gosh, almost missed the MIBs. Flixer, yeah, not in the most optimal spot anymore, but should be okay. We'll see about this. Yeah, coming left side, moving that camera. A little wide angle. Very nice adjustment. But yeah, Green Sweegie coming back. I love to see it. Second door, love to see that too from Flixer. Absolutely insane. All right, DDD back sub. Flixer does back sub. And then
Oh no, go for it.
Yeah, I was gonna say coming up right behind would be Slippery Nip, Lethal Lava Land. Slippery Nip has been really on the lobby game. It's been screwed over a little too many times here in basement. As you see, did the Fly Guy full strat. So hopefully seeing something the long haul from Slip. And oh, I say that of course. Slippery Nip's got it. Flixer's got the back sub too.
Caster's Curse is a myth. We're not trying to jinx anything. Slip just needed a little moment to adjust there. Sometimes there is such a thing as too fast, rather to be right on point than going too fast and falling to your untimely doom.
That is true, yeah. Recognizing the mistake is it's definitely a big part of it. Being able to adjust.
Okay, but speaking of adjust, we now have Flixer in Fire Seal. Let's see if he's able to adjust his Mario to go fast enough for Ultimate Cycle. I don't know if that grammatically makes sense at all, but I went for it.
Okay, yeah, did get a side flip there, so yeah, just a little more standard of an ending. Did get there very quickly. Oh, but takes the booty burn. Gonna stay on the left side. Flixer can only take one burn at the end here. Has to be a precise jump. What is he gonna make it? Is he gonna make it? Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no! We saw Cheese get the one burn recovery earlier today, but it looks like Flixer. I may not be able to explain this to the best, but it looks like that bridge was collapsing right as he was getting ready for the long jump. So right as the bridge was collapsing, it's probably registered him going over the edge and turned that potential long jump into a ground pound.
Yeah, that was so unfortunate, man. Slippery Nip on the main screen though. Fire Seed, so deadly in so many ways you don't even know. I would imagine, yeah, maybe like ran over those blocks and tried the long jump, and I don't know, could have just been missed inputs. That was sketchy all the way through.
But you know what's not sketchy here, Marketeer, is we've got 3 more donations coming in here, totaling $80. We've got a $20 donation from, and I hope I'm saying this correctly, Jalmist or Fjallmist. Let me know if the J or the F is silent there. Fjallmist saying, Mr. Slip is my daddy. Powerful, mighty, and luscious. Looking forward to his performance over the next few days. Good luck to the runners. Hail the grind. I had to stop myself there for a moment to make sure I wasn't getting into anything too PG-13, but thank goodness it just stopped at luscious. Thank you, Fjallmist. We've got a $20 donation from Music Makes It, saying thank you putting on this event for this great cause. Pog you music. And Vanya 42nd for $40, simply saying go Cheese go. as we are definitely seeing a Go Cheese Go moment as his chair continues to provide us some entertainment over these last few minutes. I believe he's on a bathroom break, but hopefully he'll be able to come back and give us some Go Cheese Go moments.
Yeah, that would be epic. Thank you so much for the donations. Some big donations, 20, 20, 40. That helps so much. $80 puts us over that the $100 line we were rooting for earlier. So thank you so much. Yeah, Fjallmist pointing out Slip's grind. Slip basically plays everyday grinds all the time. And here at the MIPS Club, oh, got like a stuck camera there. Can't get the MIPS through the door. Please don't talk to the door. Not the conversation you need. Oh no.
Yeah, he might be looking for a reset here because on the first MIPS clip too, he got the good fast movement through the first door, but unfortunately jumped forward back through the door, costing himself a couple seconds there. So MIPS just proving to be a pesky little rabbit and killing yet another run.
That darn rabbit. And with that, we've got like 4 intros, another castle. We are synced up here. That is for sure. All right, so interesting camera from Trey Bordo, that Mario cam there. Oh, taking the booty burn, okay.
Yes, the lobby and the underworld. I'm not trying to plan out. I'm trying to think of the floor plan here. Is Dark World just supposed to be the basement? Because you fall through the trap door in the castle, but you're entering like the equivalent of a void, but with all this, all these floating platforms. Your Markinator, who could possibly have been the architect behind this crazy design here? What and just why?
Who could have been behind it? Bowser. Bowser. Why? We have no idea.
Fair enough.
We don't know. But there's some pretty interesting theories out there, not gonna lie. There's some interesting ones for sure. Possibly one of them being Bowser wants the oil underneath the castle, because what is HMC if not an oil factory? Let's be honest here. So like that's the one I lean towards. He's there for the oil.
You know, that is actually refreshing to hear because I've always heard people try to refer to Hazy Maze Cave as a sewer of some sort. So honestly, I would not mind people drilling for oil as opposed to going down that route of like where the mutant turtles live.
Yeah, that's where they came from. They came from Peach's Castle.
The Hazy Maze Cave of Peach's Castle.
That's funny. We got Ouija sitting here taking care of Bowser. And we got Trey Bordo heading into Womps. Gonna get some entertainment there. Coming up to the half-hour mark. About 30 minutes left. That is not much time. Yeah, 15-minute speed run. You know, you get one going. You know, that might be it. 15 minutes to get another one going might not happen.
You know, Ninja in the chat here brings up a good point. There's diamonds in the Dark World. When you're going up that slope, collecting the 3rd red coin before making that long jump, you do come across some crystals, as we might see a tag come up here shortly. Are those diamonds? Are they just crystals?
They're certainly crystals. Yeah, certainly crystals. I don't know. You'll see them here on tag screen right here. This little long hallway here. There's 5 of them, 6 of them. That last one. So yeah, could be like a whole mining operation, the whole shebang.
If those are diamonds, then what are we doing here? We need to go get some pickaxes and go try to get those things out of there as soon as possible.
That's what I'm saying, man. After the show.
Fair enough. Yeah, we still have another half an hour left.
We do, and we're gonna see what these runners do here in Womps. I could remember my names, and Slippery Nip having trouble. Can't recover. Unfortunate. Trey Bordo doing the job. Ouija. Yeah, has both tricky stars. Gonna do the wild blue. Yeah, we'll see what happens to Trey Bordo here in the basement. It has been a bigger killer than normal, I think, for like the lifetime attack formats. Oftentimes we will see a lot of runs into DDD or something. Basement's been a bit of a trickster the last hour or so.
Indeed, we've seen many a runs die into shifting sandland, and actually, just even I know with Cheese just alone, he's lost at least a few runs into the volcano alone. So the basement just goes to show you it is a little trickster. Right on cue is Trey Bordo missing the potential big bomb grab there for Pillarless, so is now having to go for the Klepto backup. Markinator, I guess you might know more than me as Trey. No, Markinator. I was going to ask before. I just had a little bit of a sad moment right there. Why would players elect to go for the Klepto backup over just the Pyramid Star? Clearly, I mean, the Klepto's there, might as well go for it. But how much is that backup versus grabbing the Pyramid and just electing to say go for Fly Guy List later? Do you know?
I know it is definitely a couple seconds difference. I couldn't tell you exactly what it is, but it is definitely worthwhile going for the Klepto over the top of the pyramid. Reason being is, like, you know, the Klepto's flying. You kind of have to wait for him to fly anyways. You go over there, and so, you know, that kind of mitigates some time loss. So it does end up being like a couple seconds faster as a backup. So that's kind of the reasoning there. The flying from Klepto is just in a better spot once you fail whatever it is.
All right, and production crew telekinetically reading my thoughts. Thank you for shifting Ouija to the main focus, as he's now just got the Pyramid Star here in SSL. He's really about to get a mid 6-0x exit out of this stage. Oh my goodness.
Now, Ouija is insane. Ouija is one of those runners who can get on a run and just tear it through. Green Ouija, exactly the same. And it's what makes them so dangerous here in the 16-star events.
I used to think that just 6-1x, whether it be a mid 1x or a low 1x, was a good time, but Ouija just continuing to astound us all with these blazing fast times. I mean, 6:06 -2 on his PB pace right now. I'm just gonna cease the commenting here because I just want to see where this run goes. I'm definitely not attached, but it's at least piqued my interest. This is a cute run from across the bar, and I might be willing to go give him a talk.
Yeah, absolutely. I would. This is definitely a run to keep your eye on. Let's see, just heading into Lethal Lava Land. Gonna be taking care of the bully here. Very nice ground pound, straight into the lava. Yeah. Ooh, okay, not bad, not bad. You just can't stand there for too long or they fall.
Yeah, it looked like the collapsing step might have ate that long jump there, but fortunately wasn't able to recover just in time.
Alright, see what I'm not sure what Ouija does here in the volcano.
I'm gonna assume he goes for a lava boost, especially being in first place, he wants to get that 14 on the board. There's no way he doesn't go for lava boost.
Yeah, Ouija is definitely a yeeter and going for the ultimate ending there. Oh wow. Pole grab skip. Absolutely insane from Ouija. That's him and a few others can do that. And that is it. You could like save state that and you could try it for hours and you would have no idea what's going on. Okay, nice side hop from Ouija. Okay, making it out of Lethal Lava Land. Last star here.
You gotta be getting out of there with a mid 8:13 exit. Oh my goodness, losing 0.8 of a second here. We might as well just call the run and ask for a reset here, Markinator. My goodness, 0.8 of a second.
Oh, calm down there, West Dog. I thought you weren't attached to the run. What's going on?
Maybe I'm picky with my runs here, but I want it to be perfect. I want it to be perfect in every single way. I mean, losing 0.8 of a second, surely that's got to be a red flag of some sort.
It's got to be. It's got to be. We'll watch intently. We'll watch intently. All right, nice triple jump. Very good. Yeah, making it look easy.
Ouija, grab Toad. Go talk to Toad. Please, Ouija, go talk to Toad. Oh, thank God.
Yes. We got him.
Woo! I don't know if he heard me through the booth here, but thank goodness.
All right, that's all that matters here. Got the Toad Star. 2 more here in HMC. Let's see it happen. Let's see a Ouija run. All right, nice rollout to start it off.
Yeah, the next runs we've got on deck are Trey Bordo wrapping up Dark World and Flixer just about ready to head to Womp's Fortress. So Ouija's the one run we've got as he misses the wall kick there, but not going to lose too much time here in HMC.
Yeah, definitely annoying. You see him kind of lean back just a little bit. But yeah, it's all right. It's all right. Best possible time sitting in the 14.3x realm. Obviously, you want a few seconds for BLJs and whatnot, but, you know, this is definitely a pacer. Does have some time.
Oh my goodness, a low 10 exit again from Ouija, a 10:01 exit. I think the fastest exit, unless I might be wrong here, but the fastest exit I've recalled seeing today was a 10:02 by Ouija about an hour or so ago. Now we've got a 10:01 exit here from Ouija. I'm starting to debate if surely sometime this weekend we're going to see somebody with a 9:59 or better exit from HMC, right?
It's got to be. We're seeing these runners get so close with the 10-0 times. And that was a really good MIPS clip. Come on. Okay, very nice, very nice. Did look a little far to the right, but Ouija making it happen.
All right, thank you, Troy and Mao in the chat. Ouija did get a 10 flat, so Ouija right up there with Ouija's. He's going for chip clip. Get those bat chests out. We've got a chip clip.
It takes some guts to do that at the very end of this event. Ouija really wanting it here.
I mean, you know, now that you say that, I'm actually taking a moment to focus on the webcam in the top left, and we're just seeing nothing but shadow across that face. He is leaning forward. He is all but focused on that run. And I mean, Mark, did you see how fast he got at the sub? It looked like there was barely any lag at all. That almost looked like it was great, like near perfect lag reduction.
He's a magician. What can I say? We've got Fire C though. Fire C, it has a mind of its own. All right, the setup is looking pretty good. There it is. All right, just a few hops and a skip across the tier 2 here.
All right, and if Ouija, all right, looks like ultimate is not going to be happening. He will no.
Didn't want to run around to take like the slope. Wanted to get the double jump wall kick, and the slope was already on its way down, so there was no ground for Ouija to stand on.
Not able to get the triple jump up there for the fast early cycle, so unfortunately, and yep, this is Ouija we're talking about here. He was not going to be tolerating. Actually, you know what? Yeah, with a 15:01, absolutely no way you're going to tolerate a 0 cycle. You had to pretty much get, ultimate or fast 0 cycle or nothing at that point. But I was about to say right on cue, at least we've got 2 more runs going in the basement here from Flixer and Trey. But since that run has come to an end, we're going to take a moment here and take our final ad break of the event here.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, had to throw that in there.
Who's ready for some action? There we go.
Everybody get it out.
All 4.
There we go.
All 4.
IPK, whole bunch of enemies, just like that, picking up another one.
All right, and we're back for the closing 20 minutes here of the Las Vegas 16 Live Time Attack Tournament at Double Down here on twitch.tv/speedrun, the inaugural event of this year's Speedrun World Record Circuit. We have got 7 of the top 16-star speedrunners in the world competing for the best time over the course of this 3-day weekend event. Leaderboard you can see here on the bottom of your screen. Ouija out to a blazing fast start with a 15:01 as the #1 time to beat. We still have yet to see a 14 here, but as we come into the closing minutes, perhaps overtime and the buzzer could be what we need to see some magical runs going as we see Flixer here in Fire Sea. I am your commentator, West Dog, joined with Markinator as co-commentator here in the booth. Markinator, how do you feel about this Flixer run so far?
Oh, I feel like Flixer's on a pacer right now. 3 rolls. There it is. Oh my gosh, what a Fire Sea that was. Incredible. Oh, you love to see it. Come on, nail the ending right here. Flixer's on a pacer. That's what's up.
Let's go. Yes, Flixer's personal best, I believe, coming into today is 15:21, and he's about 7.5 seconds ahead of his event PB of 15:39. So, yeah, I'm not going to draw any assumptions here, but this is looking like a near dang Rommel right here. Or at least a Raffle run of Flixer's life.
Run of... There you go. Full-on Raffle. Bring out the copter. I do want to see one more run from a lot of these runners. We got Ouija coming out of Dark World. Does have a little bit of time to do a few more resets. These runners do, but they are looking for that last one. 15 minutes left. That is the time it takes to do a 16-star run, so we'll have to see. But Flixer, BLJ's big screen.
Praises in the chat here for the BLJs. The Rafflecopter joke was so nice. It made the runner choke on his own water. Hopefully that's the only choking we're going to see here, folks, as Flixer's getting ready to set up for BLJs.
Oh, come on. Landed close to the bottom and does catch right at the top. That'll be enough. That'll be enough. We'll have to
get through. Yeah.
All right, we're through. Triple jump. Ooh, nice way to get up those stairs. All right,
come on, Flix.
One more, man. You see that time already ticking on the left side, but Flixer's in the hole, straight in.
Here we go.
Negative 12 on the time.
13:58 entry into bits. Looking like we could realistically be looking at a low 15.2x here. Definitely a low 15.2x. Maybe mid. So this could be Flixer sitting in last place right now with a 15:39. This could be his chance to move up the leaderboard. Bits is now going to be the deciding factor here. Let's see as he's getting ready for moving right side.
Moving right side is the play, and Flixer executing perfectly. Getting a good elevator, does grab. Okay, knows what he's doing. Wow. Of course he does.
Can't believe he actually got the ledge grab there. All right, going into the pipe at 14:41 with 3 perfect throws. This could put him from last all the way up to 4th place. This could potentially be $350 throws on the line here. Markinator, let's see how Flixer closes this one out.
Yeah, it's going to be tight. Very good lineup right down the center for that first throw. Looking for the second one. Oh, and the same.
2. All right. One more throw between last and potentially 4th place. Oh, no.
I think that's it. I think that's it.
Oh! Oh, just getting the far left side of that hitbox there for the bomb as Flixer talks to Bowser, fading away. Oh, this is going to be a close one. We might have to retime this as we see him getting pats on the back. It's a 15:23 and change. We got another tie.
That is absolutely insane. 15:23. Yeah, we're going to have to do the retime because we have no idea who that's going to be. But yeah, you were just calling it 4th place. It is the battle between those two. We'll have to do the retime. Flixer, it looks like a high 23. Most likely we'll go to cheese on that. But that is a great time to end the day. 13 minutes left. You can't ask for anything more than that if you're Flixer.
Absolutely. You probably called it right there, Mark. With a high 15:23. I don't remember Cheese's run here, but likely on the higher end is going to be settling for 5th place regardless, going from 7th to 5th place to close out or to start the beginning of the end of day 1 here at the Las Vegas 16. Flixer And shout outs to Padronis here for letting us know that was only 2 seconds off of his PB. As we said earlier, Flixer's personal best coming into today is a 15:21, and he just got a 15:23, a near PB, live here on twitch.tv speedrun. Let's go, Flix.
Yeah, that is absolutely a class for sure. Get some props in chat for Flixer. Insane run, insane runner, and 15:23. Flixer's very happy with that. Definitely want to see the PB Flixer's capable. Actually does a really good job of coming really close in a lot of these events, so definitely more to see from him. We've got just a few runners going at it now, and just Trey Borda missing that. Only a few resets. We got like 12 minutes, it looks like.
We
12
got
minutes left.
About 13 minutes or so left before the end time, and in this live time attack format, we've got 13 minutes and some seconds left before the cutoff. And once we hit the cutoff, there will be no more resets. You're allowed to reset up until the cutoff time, but once you get a run going after 10 p.m. Pacific, 1 a.m. Eastern, that is it. Those are your final runs of the day.
Yep, that is it. Ooh, Tag getting that big bomb with the Tama, but does jump right on the other side of that slope. You have to jump on the front-facing side. Super close, but unfortunately Tag not getting that one. And that's going to do it. That is one of those, tricks that's pretty necessary now in 16 star. It saves, 4 seconds at least, I think, doing the Tama plus. And you see every single top runner do it now. Probably the last year or two, it's really grown in popularity as far as like 120 and 70. But yeah, 16 really necessary. Such a hard trick.
You know what else is also necessary is, of course, giving shoutouts to Illegally Sam for the $20 donation, saying, always enjoy a good Mario event. Pog you, Sam, and thank you for the $20. And guys, just a reminder out there, this speedrun event, as well as others you may have seen over the past year here on twitch.tv/speedrun, is brought to you in part by the Urban Arts Foundation. The Urban Arts Foundation is a pre-college program that helps teach and give opportunities to the underrepresented students in the art and science behind video game development. Of their 250 schools across the nation of the United States, they have enrolled 250,000 students in their programs. And folks, can you guess how many of those 250,000 students have gone on to graduate and receive a higher level in education?
Got to be like 90%.
90% is pretty hopeful, but I got to tell you this, Marketeer, it's actually 100%.
Oh my gosh.
Every single student that walks into the doors of Urban Arts goes on to higher education in video game design and development. So guys, if you can, even $1 goes a long way here. Help the children of today become the future game developers and designers of tomorrow. Perhaps, maybe kids who come through the doors of Urban Arts may be responsible for the next big speedrun. Who knows? Well, only one way to know. Click on exclamation point donate in the chat. Click on that link to learn more about Urban Arts and help donate to the kids today. As we see Cheese getting a nice pillarless.
Yeah, and all these runners, you could say they're donating their time. They're gracing us with this fine gameplay that we see here. Super neck and neck, coming down to the wire, the last day Cheese on the big screen with the run. Not Fly Guyless today. We've seen a lot of that being dropped, but so fast he went over the Talon. There's a backup here. Yeah, there is a backup here. That's a rare mistake. Jumping straight over the Talon and getting stuck on the sand. We're good. That is a bit of a hit. Not gonna lie. Although Cheese does have, what is it, the 23?
Yeah, the most likely lower 1523.
Yep, so there is a little bit of room there. It's not devastating.
Yeah, fortunately, Cheese doesn't need to be Ouija here.
That is true.
Which, interestingly enough, like I talked about Cheese being a polymath here in Super Mario 64, being exceeding above and beyond most of the categories here in this game, but Ouija is the other name to throw up there. I gotta say, Markinator, despite Ouija only having a, I want to say 139.40, maybe 139.42 and 120 star, he still boasts the community best in the first 26 stars in the 120 run, just because he has spent so much time in 16, 70, and even the 1-star category that the man, the lobby and the basement are essentially second nature to him, and it's absolutely astounding how fast he's able to move through these areas.
It really is. It's absolutely astounding. Ouija, an insane competitor. But yeah, it is actually very surprising. He's not a 120 runner, but he's got so many of those golds. All right, Cheese making his way through basement here. Familiar with all the stars, but a few different strats going for. Cheese is one of the few 120 runners who knows how to do Fly Guy lists. You'll see him do it every now and then. But that strat right there, the side hop, only is done in 16. So brand new. And then this, we'll see if it does the elevator or the lava boost. Lava boost is done in 70. We'll see. Yep, lava boost. Oh, the easy one. This is definitely not worth it. And doesn't make it.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was going to be able to make it. I thought he was going to go... For the long jump approach, you usually got to hit that stalactite just inside the waterfall and get a jump or a jump dive off of there in order to get the height needed for the lava boost. Getting the lava boost there, it looked like it was going to be tight. I thought maybe there was a slight chance his booty would have been able to have clipped onto the platform there. Alas, was not enough, and Cheese, just like that, walking out of the chair as we're coming into the final minutes of the final hour. That could be the final run we see from Cheese here today.
Yeah, very well could be. And yeah, didn't look like a pro boost, which I'm sure Cheese knows how to do. Maybe something messed up, and that was the backup that he just could go for. Got like that dive or something. Looked, I don't know what he actually goes for, so interested. Didn't look normal. All right, Fly Guy list, here we go. Tag, got the star. The angle is the really tricky part, though, and it just misses.
You know what the problem was there, Mark? I don't know if you saw the camera there, but as we're calling out Fly Guy list, Fly Guy went right into the camera there. They were not having any part of Fly Guy list. Fly Guy needed to be a part of that event, and just because their presence was in the camera, they threw everything off, messed up the angle, and just like that, Tag had to hit the reset button.
That had to be it. It looked great. It really did.
Selfish Fly Guy, man. When will they learn? Sometimes we just don't want to put up with them.
Yeah, the SSO Fly Guys is something else, honestly. We saw one beat up Slippery Nip earlier. That was exciting.
True.
That was crazy. They're just acting up today.
You know what also is acting up is this commentator seeing a $30 donation from Zero Nitty Plays, saying, "I'm here to support and to see Mario bonk his head so many times that he is unable to walk in a straight line. Keep up the good work." Oh my goodness! Thank you, Zero Nitty. I love the message there. We do see a lot of Mario bonking going on in these speedruns. Honestly, amazes me that considering how much beating this plumber has taken over the decades of games, that he has yet to sustain a single concussion.
Yeah, really astounding this Mario character is. I think it's the nose. I think the nose is just really squishy, and it helps.
Oh my!
Because it's always face first, right?
Yeah, you're right. Bonk is definitely face first. I never even thought about that. That schnoz has got to have some level of cushion in there.
He's got the robo legs, squishy schnoz.
And don't forget about that voluptuous booty.
Yeah, that's never forget about that.
I mean, how else could a simple man in overall survive so many burns without such a voluptuous booty?
This is true. You can't. You just can't. All right, Flickster back in the basement, actually. Negative on the time that he just set.
Which I don't know if this means anything, but his last two splits are -1.2 and -3.4 sequential. Perhaps maybe we'll see some more time save and see a -5.6.
Very possible. His best possible time is really low. I can't see it on the screen right at the moment, but yeah, I know that he's definitely got time save.
Yeah, sum of best is a 15 flat. Actually, you know what? That'd be something cool we can see here from Flixer is if he's able to get a gold and get that SOB down to a 1459. I'm sure he's probably against event. Yeah, he's still against event splits. So 1459 SOB for the event splits would be pretty poggers.
Yeah, that would be epic. Being able to pull out those gold splits. I mean, a lot of runners will play this game for years and never be able to get those gold splits. So the fact that Flixer can just pull them out, very telling.
All right, and we've just gotten word from the production team here, folks. We've got a success. We've got a retime here, and the results are in. Cheese, his 15. He has ended his time. His personal best is a 15:23.4. Meanwhile, Flixer did clock in with a 15:23.96. So Cheese holding on to that 4th place lead by only half of a second.
Yeah, this is actually in the tournament I hosted not long ago, Cheese and Flixer, both times they faced each other, also tied in their times and needed retime. This is a common occurrence between Cheese and Flixer. This is crazy. This is like 3 times in a row now.
Oh my god, you're right. I forgot about that. I'm pretty sure I commentated one of those.
That's insane. These two are just buddy when it comes to these competitions. They're probably sleeping in the same room.
This is so serendipitous that they finally got to meet up with one another. Maybe we get to see how in sync they really are. I hope they actually get along well and that this isn't just a Mario level thing.
That is actually crazy. I cannot fathom the odds.
Do you remember who won the tiebreakers in your event between those last 2 times?
I think Flixer did both times.
Ooh,
and so Cheese has this one.
Yeah, Cheese finally getting some revenge, half a second.
Yeah, some good revenge. Best served on the Speedrun channel.
And you know what is also best served on this stream here, Mark, is a 147-person raid from Fuzziness coming in here. A fuzzy raid. What's up, everybody from the Fuzziness channel? Welcome on in to Speedrun, twitch.tv/speedrun. You are watching the Las Vegas 16 at Double Down. I am West Dog, joined by Markinator99 here in the booth. You're coming in on the closing minutes of day 1 here in this 16-star live time attack tournament. We've got 7 of the biggest 16-star speedrunners in Mario 64 competing for the best possible time in this 3-day event. Your leaderboard is down there at the bottom of the screen. Ouija with a 15:01 so far, taking the early lead. But in about 90 seconds or so, we are going to be having the cutoff here for day 1. So after 10 p.m. Pacific, 1 a.m. Eastern, or top of the hour, wherever you are across this big blue ball, there will be no more resets. If any of these runners are going to do any new runs, it's best to get them in sooner rather than later. Thank you, Fuzziness, for the raid. We appreciate it.
Yeah, and coming in at the perfect time, Slippery Nip on a really good run here in basement, finishing up the Klepto star there. And yeah, last run for everyone. I don't believe there are any more resets past this point. We've hit the top of the hour. So I know we got tag here. I don't know what the official call is, what the official time is, but we are definitely approaching. I believe we'll have to get word to the runners. But yeah, these final runs are coming out from the runners. All right, Slippery Nip. Yeah, has the run right here.
Mark,
see what he can do.
This has to be the run, right? It's minus 6.9. It's minus 6.9 out of SSL, dude.
Oh my.
I can't be the only one thinking this is the run, right?
That is a great observation. Yeah, out of SSL too. That's the perfect split. Really good runs. Holding it together. Praise for Slippery Nip. I don't know if loaf is an emote we have, but any loafers.
All right, and there we go, folks. We are now at the top of the hour. There are officially no more resets. Flixer just getting in that final reset at the buzzer. For those tuning in earlier, we did see Green Sweegie competing and get into second place with a 15:07.1. Unfortunately, due to controller issues, they have retired early for the evening. So now we've got our final 6 of 7 competitors here on the screen for their final runs. Flixer getting the final officially started run, but Slippery Nip here dominating the main screen along with Ouija as they've got the Actually, I was about to say the furthest run's going. We do have Trey Bordeaux in the bottom right with a run in basement, but Ouija is green, and if Ouija's green, you know it's a spicy one.
Yes, you do. And just like that tag, as you were talking, took a jump dive on the box rollout there in Dark World. We'll be the first one to drop out. Flixer nailing that lag 2 skip. Very necessary here.
All right, as tag closes out here for the day.
That was not in. That was not in for Trey.
No.
Oh my gosh. Trey Bordeaux misses the hole on pillarless. Thought he was good, and just like that, ends up on the other side of the pillar or the pyramid.
And Flixer, he's struggling to get LJ going here. I'm hoping he's able to get to the door. All right, already off to a little bit of a rough start here going into the Dark World.
Slippery nip. This is a jump kick. You cannot ledge grab on a jump kick, so he was good there. Very nice backup.
All right, yeah, it looks like Cheese, was no longer competing after that failed run earlier in Lethal Lava Land. So now we're down to our final 3. Slippery Net makes his way into Hazy Maze Cave as Ouija's going for Fly Guy. Let's see if he gets the angle and connects.
Oh my gosh, with the instant jump dive and the speed kick. Oh my gosh. Ouija makes it look too easy.
Woo!
Alright, and just like that, we're down to 3. Slippery Nip and Ouija both in basement, giving us a really good show. Slippery Nip bonking at the very top, losing out on just a couple seconds there.
I was about to say, like, Slip, I've never seen anybody go for the direct cut across that early on the slope there. You see people normally position themselves to get right above where that white painted arrow is and go for the jump off there, but Slip electing to go for an earlier cut and take a sharper jump at the edge there, unfortunately diving just a bit too early. That bonk and drop costing, as you said, a couple of seconds.
Yeah, that is a new optimization. I've seen a couple runners mess around with it. It's only possible with the new like C upslide that we do there on that star, or these runners do there. I don't do that, but you're there just fast enough so you can like cut across in front of that boulder. You don't have to like wait on it. That is brand new, and you saw right there, Slippery Nip was barely messing it up.
But you know what's not messed up, Markinator, is a 275-person raid from Cheese. Guys, and Sweegie, we've got a now combined raid from Cheese and Sweegie. Gentlemen, guys, can we get some claps, GGs, Drakes, any form of love and affection here in the chat? Gentlemen, great starts to the tournament so far. Cheese, Big Daddy, congrats on your 16-star PB, 1523. Pog you, dude. We're looking forward to seeing more from you. It was an absolute honor to watch that live. Sweegie, 1507. Congrats on getting in second place. We hope your controller issues get resolved here soon because Lord knows a 16-star event is not complete without the legendary Green Goat Sweegie. As Slip is setting up for early Mips grab and gets it with a punch.
Yeah, thank you so much for the raids. It's very awesome. Y'all did fantastic today. Always awesome to have the runners watch the streams at the end. Really good camaraderie between a lot of these people, so it's always fun and smiles around. But yeah, Pogyu's in chat for those two. Slippery Nip is in DDD. What a Mips clip. What a Mips clip. All right, what are we looking at here? Okay, we are seeing a chip. We are seeing a chip.
Let's
and
go.
It's good. The chip has clipped, ladies and gentlemen.
So excited, I don't even know how to type an emo. Bat chest in the chat for Chip. Shoutouts to Chip Groove. You know, I hope Chip Groove, even if they're lurking in the shadows, are tuned into the stream because at Double Down, it's got the best of both worlds. Smash and Super Mario 64. For those who don't know, Chip Groove, the discoverer of Chip Clip as Slip falls down the sub, is both an elite Smash competitor and Mario 64 speedrunner. I wonder if Slip is going to try to continue this.
This is rough. He got the chip clip and everything. This is why front sub is just like a sucky strat. It's not like these runners, it's not the hardest thing that they do, but man, is it obnoxious and laggy. Oh man. Yeah, he's just messing around at this point. You really need some speed to get up there. It's possible without it, but yeah, you really need some swimming speed.
I don't know if Slip is going to try to finish this one out just for the sake of finishing one out here, but that looks like, yep, he has reset. That's going to be it here for Slippery Nip here in day one. Second place on the SRC leaderboards, but sixth place here in the Las Vegas 16 leaderboards. Slippery Nip here at the end of day one. I was going to say, I was going to say subpar, but I mean 15:28. Goodness gracious. I would probably be willing to give up at least 4 toes for a time like that. So Slip, we still have more yet to see. Pog champs out there to Slip and all the Slip fans out there. We're now down to our final 2 with Ouija and Flixer.
That we are, and both of them in basement. Ouija green in HMC on the 14:51 splits.
Oh god.
So here we go.
I haven't looked at Ouija. Has he talked to Toad?
Oh my gosh, we haven't checked the Toad. Oh, here we go. We'll see. We'll find out.
14 stars with a sub 940. I'm gonna guess he's talked to Toad at this point.
Okay. Whew. We're good.
Right. Whew, thank goodness.
Crisis averted. Yeah, Flixer did get that gold, by the way, that you were talking about, and so did secure that 14-minute Sum of Best tournament split. So golded enough to have a 14-minute best possible time just today.
Let's go, Flix. Still getting the ledge grab skip here in LLL, despite that Monka setup there on the flame shooter in LLL. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, insane backup, actually. Really good point out.
And Ouija getting out of HMC with a 10:04 exit with the early MIPS grab. He's now in the red here. We're heading into some dangerous Ouija territory. We know he does not like to... Yep, just like that, the run's over.
Oh my god. you ended it so well. And it's over. That's it. It's over.
And it's gone.
And Flixer, come on, get this one. Did mess it up once. Hopefully that's fine. Is a little green. Does cost like good time. Good time. Just like you spend good money on stuff, that costs some good time.
All right, and now it is down to Flixer. He is tied, well, I would say tied for 4th, but half a second behind Cheese for 4th place. Green on his event, PB splits. Oh, whew. Still has a chance to potentially make the final dent here in day 1 at the Las Vegas 16. Let's see how he closes this one out, and it's over.
That was a chain reaction right there. Looking so hot, and then it was just kind of like one burn after another. But didn't get the one he wanted on the lava boost, and that was the ender right there. But didn't see one past MIPS clip there at the very end. Or actually, I'm sorry, MIPS clip, but not DDD. Slippery Nip failing there. So we had some really good pacers there, some really good runs throughout the day. Super good times. Low 15s, 15.3x is the last place, which is really insane. We've come a long way in 16 star. But this is amazing. This is amazing. Double Down Smash Tournament here with Super Mario 64 as well. Urban Arts sponsor. It's been a fantastic day commentating with you, West Dog. And there's 2 more days of this, by the way. There's 2 more full days of this, so definitely check us out over the weekend. We'll be here the whole time.
Absolutely, guys. Day 1 has already brought us an absolute dazzler of a tournament here so far. We've got times ranging from 15:01 to 15:35. We still have yet to see a 14, but we've had some great moments here today. Only time will tell what's to come here at the Las Vegas 16. We'd like to thank you all for watching here. As we see here on the screen, day 2 starts at 11 a.m. Pacific time, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And Markinator, do you have any closing words before we head out here for the evening?
Honestly, I think that's it. Just a huge shout out to all of the runners and the commentators who commentated today. It's been awesome. Looking forward to more over the next 2 days. And thank you so much to chat for being here and being an awesome chat. Just looking forward to more. Thank you guys. Y'all have a great weekend.
Yes, PogU chat for helping us enrich this experience here. And guys, just a reminder, this is all brought to you in part by the Urban Arts Foundation. Doesn't matter if we're live. Anytime, anywhere, you can always donate to the Urban Arts Foundation and help the children of today become the future speedrun developers of tomorrow. For all of us here at the Global Speedrun Association here on twitch.tv/speedrun, this is West Dog with Markinator99 and the production crew signing off here for day 1. Hope you all have a fantastic evening wherever you are on this beautiful big blue ball. Peace!